Chapter 1. The unbearable fear of him. You dare to harbor feelings for me? How you have hurt Wan. I shall ensure you pay back double. Ning Qiutang awoke in a cold sweat from a haunting nightmare. The chilling bullets and sharp blades she had endured felt as if they had penetrated her very soul. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she silently wept beneath the blanket. A week had passed since her rebirth, yet that nightmare continued to plague her night after night, robbing her of peace. She had misplaced her affections and committed grievous errors. The most radiant and cherished young lady of the capital had ultimately met a fate of being bullied and scorned, her beloved taking the most humiliating and brutal course to end her life, shattering her soul into pieces, leaving her in unbearable agony. Stay away from him, stay away from them. The following day, she rose from her slumber in a daze. Ning's mother, excessively indulgent of her only daughter, noticed her reddened eyes and inquired with concern, "My dear, is your heart troubled again? Shall we see a doctor, or have your third brother accompany you?" "No, I don't need that." At the mere mention of the one who had cast her into the abyss, Ning Qiutang instinctively recoiled in refusal. Now 18 and on the brink of her college entrance examinations, the girl embodied an exquisite beauty, her delicate brows and eyes perpetually shrouded in a veil of muted melancholy, her unparalleled grace only accentuating her air of sorrowful elegance. Ning's mother regarded her beloved daughter with puzzlement. "What do you mean you don't need anything?" Her daughter suffered from depression and always required her third brother's company to feel better. Yet now she claimed she needed nothing. Has he been bullying you? The two families enjoyed a long-standing friendship, matched in social standing, and the elder of the Jiang family had long since proclaimed their engagement, having arranged a childhood betrothal that would culminate in marriage upon graduation. Thus, Ning Qiutang had always envisioned the illustrious Jiang heir as her destined husband. Yet he harbored no affection for her. Indeed, he seemed to loathe her, and now he had a girlfriend. In her previous life, she had failed to comprehend how, despite their shared childhood and deep-seated bond, her third brother could favor a girl of no distinction over her. She, a noble lady of high birth, revered by many, could not measure up to a mere commoner, her self-esteem trampled and her heart repeatedly crushed. Eventually, she came to realize that in the eyes of the one she loved, it mattered not who the other was to him. She would always be the best. Thus, she would forever remain inferior to the ethereal light of his heart, the cherished moonlight and the speck of vermilion. "No, mother, there's no need to call him. I've merely been feeling unwell lately, and I shall see a doctor on my own." Ning Qiutang bore no animosity toward them. Rather, she loathed her own weakness, and more so, she feared them. The Jiang family was among the most prestigious in the capital, their standing slightly diminished. But as the youngest and most esteemed heir, his position was unparalleled and golden, allowing him to be arrogant and dismissive, a prideful child of destiny who commanded the submission of all, even her. Yet there existed one individual who could brazenly raise her chin in defiance before the prince, pouting, teasing, playfully ruffling his hair, and maintaining an intimate camaraderie. She glimpsed her future and felt a profound despair. Her affection was deemed unworthy by his lips. Determined to cast aside her tumultuous thoughts, Ning Qiutang evaded her mother's probing gaze, clutching her prepared lunchbox as she declared, "Mother, I shall head to school now. Please arrange for Dr. Zhao to see me. I will visit him after class." Ning's mother observed her daughter's troubled silhouette retreating, a frown creasing her brow. First high school. All the signs of the capital's elite received their education there. A new generation of influential young men and women. The current first high school was divided into two factions. The prince's party, led by the Jiang heir, and the rascal's party, spearheaded by the young Master Qin. Not a single one of the young lords from either faction held any affection for her. Yet in her previous life, she had insisted on making herself a nuisance, pursuing them despite their indifference, thereby rendering herself cheap and willful. Thus, she had been avoiding them of late. Ning Qiutang sat quietly on the playground, consuming her meal while her close friend chattered incessantly beside her. "Why are you so unresponsive? Your male idol is participating in the competition with that girl from the slums, and everyone in the school is praising them as a match made in heaven. You Jiao could no longer tolerate it lately. Tang Nang had been acting strangely. Previously, she had fervently sought news of her crush, yet now she seemed indifferent. In the past, upon hearing of that girl's closeness to her fiancé, she would fly into a rage, eager to confront her. Now, she had remained silent for an entire week. If others were unaware, they might assume she had perished. They are indeed a fitting pair, Ning Qiutang replied with feigned indifference. Regardless, she did not wish to repeat the mistakes of her past. Let them be together if they so desired. Yet in her heart, her disdain for that girl remained unchanged. Rebirth would not alter her feelings. Yu Jiaojiao gazed at her in shock. They are a suitable match, but what about you? Are you truly going to let go of Jiang Sheng, whom you adore so much? It is merely a childhood engagement. There is no formal betrothal. I shall clarify with grandfather Jiang my intent to annul the engagement. Deep in her heart, Ning Qiutang ached, but this was her only recourse. She did not wish to be slain by that person a second time. If she could not fight back, she would withdraw. She no longer wished to play the supporting role in their game. What? Annul the engagement? Yu Jiaojiao was even more astonished at her best friend's declaration. What nonsense was she spouting? Who could possibly love Jiang Sheng more than Tang Dang? No one could love that man more than she did. And here she was speaking of annulling the engagement. What had spurred such a drastic change? Isn't annulling the engagement tantamount to inviting disaster? She knew Tang Dang all too well after years of devotion. How could she simply give up? Moreover, Tang Dang suffered from depression, with Jiang Sheng being her only remedy. Ning Qiutang longed to express that she had already faced death once. There would be no remedy for her in this world again. I'll be fine, trust me. After finishing her meal, she took Yu Jiaojiao's hand and urged her to cease her incessant chatter. Unbeknownst to them, a figure lay hidden behind a cluster of tables and chairs in the very spot where they had sat. Moments later, Shen Jinsi Upruoka. Third brother, a crowd was waiting for you just now while you were sleeping here. We were nearly turned into meat paste. He pulled the garment draped over the youth's head aside, illuminating a face of striking beauty, handsome enough to defy the heavens. Jiang Sheng's hair was slightly tousled, his eyes still heavy with sleep, exuding an air of languid nonchalance, his brows concealing a hint of haughty elegance, his gaze both elusive and intimidating. His features were so strikingly superior that merely sitting there rendered him a living masterpiece, a vibrant stroke in the annals of human beauty, enough to evoke a sense of inferiority in anyone. A trivial matter, he scoffed coldly, unwilling to intervene. Chen Jinsi immediately countered, if you don't go, your girlfriend certainly will. Jiang Sheng's icy gaze swept over him, his expression darkening. What did he mean by that? Chen Jinsi quickly corrected himself. All right, not your girlfriend. But everyone else is saying so, and you don't bother to clarify. The heroine met her demise at the hands of the hero due to a misunderstanding. Yet both remain pure of heart. No. It seems I have miscommunicated. What I meant is that the current plot suggests the heroine was killed by the hero, though the actual storyline diverges from this notion. Chapter 2, Refusing his touch. What should I explain? Jiang Sheng's nonchalant demeanor was truly that of a scoundrel. He walked ahead with an air of elegance, his striking figure captivating enough to leave others spellbound. Chen Jinsi, observing his friend's carefree yet irresponsible roguelike attitude, couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Only our third brother could be this despicable and still have so many admirers. Which school hasn't heard of your illustrious name? Jiang Sheng's expression remained indifferent as he recalled Ning Qiutang's recent words. She wished to annul their engagement, but such matters were seldom simple. Brother, have you lost your school uniform again? Chen Jinsi exclaimed upon spotting the garment on the ground. Hastily picking it up, we wouldn't want those girls to find it and start spreading rumors. The two made their way across the playground back to the classroom building. As Chen Jinsi fiddled with his phone, he remarked, I feel like something's missing lately. In the next moment, an object fell from above, landing precariously close to Chen Jinsi's head. Angrily, he looked up and spotted a few figures peering over the third-floor ledge. Damn you, Qin Dang. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Among them was Ning Qiutang, who, upon noticing them below, hesitated to ask someone to retrieve her lunchbox, swallowing her words instead. Yu Jiaojiao, standing nearby, was infuriated and shoved Qin Dang hard. Are you out of your mind? If you have the guts to bully others, at least pick on someone your own size. If you can't take on Jiang Sheng, why pick on our Qiutang? Have you lost your senses? What does it matter if I bully you? Move aside, you deaf fools. Qin Dang, the The notorious rich brat had always taken pleasure in tormenting others, particularly those close to Jiang Xing. Unable to tolerate his antics, Yu Jiao and Qin Dang quickly became embroiled in a physical altercation. Noticing the commotion above, Chen Jinxi remarked, "So that's what's been missing. Your clingy girlfriend hasn't shown up for a while." He picked up the shattered lunchbox, as Jiang Sheng instructed him. Is it even worth keeping? It's in pieces, he scoffed, observing the glass lunchbox's ruin. Jiang Sheng, undeterred, ascended the stairs. Chen Jinxi hurriedly followed, clutching the broken box. Ning Qiutang, intent on mediating, knew that Qin Dang held grudges and that his future in the family business would only embolden his reckless behavior. The enmity they shared would only fester into deeper resentment. She abandoned her previously arrogant demeanor, now scolding everyone and striking those who dared to cross her, resembling a docile kitten stripped of its claws. "Stop it," she cried. Suddenly, someone forcefully pushed her, and she nearly stumbled down the stairs. Thankfully, someone caught her waist just in time. To her astonishment, it was Jiang Xing who had saved her. Startled, she instinctively pushed him away. Retreating several steps. In her haste, she misstepped and twisted her ankle, causing tears to spring to her eyes. She grasped the wall for support, struggling to regain her balance, with her tears flowing uncontrollably due to her condition. She turned her back to the young man, wiping her eyes with her hand, frightened and confused. Remembering Yu Jiao, she limped over to assist. Jiang Xing observed her every reaction, his previously arrogant demeanor now tinged with a chill. As serene as the calm before a storm, seeing her intent on helping, he grasped her delicate wrist, pulling her back. With a swift kick, he sent Qin Dang crashing against the wall. If that wasn't enough, "Come at me." The others, witnessing his wrath, retreated like mice before a lion, paralyzed with fear. Yu Jiao, armed with a brick, swung it at Qin Dang's head. "This is for being so arrogant. You think you're invincible just because you have money?" As Qin Dang crumpled to the ground, Luong shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Get the boss to the infirmary." The group hastily dispersed. Yu Jiao, fierce and skilled from training with her soldier brother, was a force to be reckoned with. "Jiao, are you all right?" Ning Qiutang struggled to free herself from Jiang Xing's grasp, swaying as she rushed to her friend's side. "I'm fine. Just took a few hits." "But what about your ankle?" Yu Jiao supported her, casting a surprised glance at the typically aloof and indifferent Jiang Xing. She quickly handed Ning Qiutang some tissues to dry her tears. It was indeed a pity that Ning Qiutang's emotional state rendered her vulnerable despite her formidable presence. When Chen Jinxi arrived, the chaos had subsided. He approached with a bag containing the shattered lunchbox pieces. "Oh, when did Miss Ning become so fragile? You were a hero when you slapped Qin Dang last time." He handed her the bag. Ning Qiutang snatched it without a glance, dragging Yu Jiao away, avoiding them like the plague. Jiang Xing's fingers brushed together, still warm from where he had held her wrist. Why was she afraid of him? It was peculiar. Ning Qiutang used to look at him as if he were a savior, her gaze and presence clinging to him. Now, she regarded him as if he were a specter. "What are you scared of?" Chen Jinxi observed closely, suspecting Jiang Xing had done something to Ning Qiutang over the past week. After all, many feared Jiang Xing, while few dared to challenge him. Ning Qiutang's previously domineering nature had always been fearless. Jiang Xing's icy tone cut through the air. "Isn't that just perfect?" He turned and descended the stairs. He was in the science class, while Ning Qiutang was in the literature class, both in the same grade. "Shen Wanwan just tried to reach you. She called me, wondering why you weren't around. You should go see what's going on. Don't let anyone bully you again," Chen Jinxi suggested. Jiang Xing's impatience was palpable. He clearly had no interest in meddling in others' affairs. Chen Jinxi fell silent, realizing that Jiang Xing's mood could be unpredictable. He had shown concern for that girl just days prior, and now he seemed disinterested. Upon returning to the classroom, Ning Qiutang sat in her chair, wincing at the pain in her ankle. "Ouch, it hurts so much. You have to stop crying. You'll end up with swollen eyes," Yu Jiao sighed. Exasperated by her friend's emotional state, Ning Qiutang took a deep breath, attempting to calm herself as she looked at her steadfast friend, a mix of laughter and tears in her eyes. "It's all right. I'm going to see a doctor after school anyway. Oh dear, your tears are so potent they could break anyone's heart," Yu Jiao replied, helping her organize her belongings. Just then, Shen Wanwan returned, glancing at them before approaching with concern. "Ning, what happened? Should I take you to the hospital?" Chapter 3 The irreplaceable white moonlight. Shen Wanwan had only transferred a month prior, but quickly became a sought-after figure among the school's cliques due to her warmth, beauty, and amiable nature. Despite knowing Ning Qiutang and her friends held disdain for her, she still sought to ingratiate herself. Yu Jiao shot her a disdainful look. "What are you pretending for? We don't need your concern. Just go away." Shen Wanwan frowned, crossing her arms as she addressed them. "I was merely showing concern. Why are you so defensive? By the way, if Ning isn't bothered, why are you barking like a dog? Ning Qiutang's gaze turned frigid as she fixed her eyes on Shen Wanwan. Even a dog can read the mood. You're even less perceptive than an animal. Don't provoke me. Humph, what a performance. Shen Wanwan scoffed, unfazed, maintaining her distance from the other girls who either feared her or sided with her. She exuded an alluring brilliance that made others feel inferior. Fearless and passionate, she harbored a strong aversion to injustice. With her sparkling intelligence and numerous admirable traits, she captivated the attention of the school's elite. Earlier, Qin Deng had approached her, only to find himself embroiled in a verbal spat with them. Yu Jiao was itching to teach this insufferable girl a lesson. But Ning Qiutang restrained her. It's fine. In a month, we'll all graduate and likely never see each other again. There's no need to waste energy on someone insignificant. Primarily, she wished to avoid being dragged into another bitter conclusion with her close friends. As even despair would seem pitiable, better to stay out of the limelight. In her previous life, they had always bullied others, especially targeting Shen Wanwan, which only solidified the bond between her and Jiang Xing. They lived like the antagonistic characters in a novel, perpetually making foolish choices to torment this woman by any means necessary. Yu Jiao regarded her with confusion. What's wrong with you? You seem so cautious this week. It's just Shen Wanwan. She lacks both background and strength. What's stopping you from teaching her a lesson? I'm just tired and don't want to compete. I want to focus on studying and living well. Even without Jiang Xing, I can thrive, Ning Qiutang confessed, squeezing her hand reassuringly. Let's distance ourselves from them. I might even study abroad. Well, I will follow your lead. If you are going abroad, I shall accompany you as well. Yu Jiao is only her one friend. She cares not for right or wrong. As long as she gets what she desires, she will take it for herself. Ning Qiutang felt deeply moved and wept once more. In her past life, it was all her fault for exploiting Yu Jiao to commit numerous wrongdoings, and the final outcome was undoubtedly tragic. It cannot continue in such a manner. After school, she went to the hospital alone, not allowing Yu Jiao to accompany her. At the school gate, Jiang Sheng parked his globally limited edition motorcycle by the roadside, drawing the envious gazes of many who wished to sit on the back of this male deity. Shen Wanwan approached with grace, unlike others who appeared shy and self-effacing. Her radiant smile was like a little sun, effortlessly uplifting the spirits of those around her. However, she did not get on the motorcycle. Jiang Sheng lingered for a moment, seemingly exchanging a few words with her before departing on his own. Wanwan, what did you say to Jiang Sheng? Indeed, others dare not approach. Jiang Sheng treats you particularly well. They are indeed a couple, hence it is special. But why didn't he escort you home? Shen Wanwan was not lacking in friends, each one revolving around her. He had matters to attend to. I want to cling to him. Boys dislike clingy girls. As she said this, she regarded Ning Qiutang with a provocative glance. Ning Qiutang calmly walked over, opened the door of her luxury car. And after getting in, she weakly greeted, "Good afternoon, Uncle Driver." "Good afternoon, Mississippi. Are we headed to the hospital?" the driver inquired politely, concerned upon noticing her pale complexion. Ning Qiutang nodded. The vehicle left the bustling city, gradually enveloped by tranquility. Upon arriving at the hospital, Dr. Zhao asked a few questions before suggesting she rest for a while. Ning Qiutang lay on the chair and fell asleep, yet nightmares continued to haunt her. Bullets shattered her years of affection, and blades tore her soul to shreds. Her heart felt as if it were being sliced, gasping for breath. No, it hurts. Her hands flailed in the air, grasping a larger hand with bony fingers, holding on tightly as if it were a lifeline. Upon opening her eyes, she felt as though she were drowning, her forehead damp with sweat, staring blankly at Jiang Sheng seated beside her. What are you doing here? Ning Qiutang's chest heaved violently as she realized whose hand she was gripping and immediately released it, struggling to rise from the recliner. However, she forgot her ankle was injured and ended up sitting on the floor with her skirt riding up to her thighs. Frantically, she pressed down on her skirt, tears welling in her eyes as she bit her lower lip, fearfully gazing at him. Jiang Sheng looked down at her, taking in her expression and movements, his face resembling a fathomless icy pool. "Your mother informed me you were here, so I came to see you." His tone was flat, devoid of discernible anger, yet his expression appeared somewhat frightening. He stepped over the chair and bent down to lift her. Ning Qiutang dared not move, inhaling the unique, fresh scent of pine and bamboo emanating from the youth. Her body stiffened, staring in disbelief at him carrying her. In her previous life, even the slightest touch from him would elicit a look of disdain. Even when he was killing her, he did not want to be stained by her blood. "I can get up by myself," she insisted. Jiang Sheng placed her back on the recliner and opened the medical kit he had brought, gripping her ankle firmly with his fingers. "I am not dead. Some people, when angered, even curse themselves." Ning Qiutang was momentarily rendered speechless, watching in fear as he prepared to treat her injury, instinctively retracting her foot. I can do it myself. Jiangxing released her ankle and set aside the cotton balls and ointment, observing her as she attempted to manage on her own. Ning Qiutang was both anxious and frightened, tears streaming down her cheeks, her fingers trembling as she struggled to steady the tweezers. When she accidentally pricked her ankle, the pain caused her to gasp. Ouch! My ankle is swollen. It hurts. The imposing figure beside her added considerable pressure. And she weakly asked, could you step outside or call for the doctor? Jiangsheng scoffed, watching her cautious demeanor, uncertain whether she was feigning fear or genuinely afraid of him. Having been the pampered princess for over a decade, it was indeed peculiar to witness such a sudden change in character. The doctor has matters to attend to. You are not the only patient. Ning Qiutang longed to retort, yet she realized the only patient scheduled for the afternoon was her. Jiangsheng seized her ankle again, skillfully tending to the swollen injury. Don't move. I'll be gentle. Chapter 4. Discussing the dissolution of the engagement. Caught off guard by the peculiar tone in his voice, she noticed the rare patience he exhibited. Ning Qiutang, having been spoiled for years, with skin as delicate as snow, made her swollen ankle appear all the more alarming, especially since she had endured it all afternoon. Tears uncontrollably streamed down her reddened eyes, her fingers gripping the chair cushion tightly, nails threatening to puncture the fabric from pain. Jiangxing worked swiftly, evidently accustomed to handling such situations. The youth remained silent, pouring the medicinal oil into his hands to apply it to her ankle, promoting blood circulation. It was merely a sprain. The bones are fine. Outside the glass window, cicadas chirped incessantly, a gentle breeze wafted in, and their hair danced lightly in the wind while the room remained quietly still. Ning Qiutang momentarily forgot the pain in her ankle, her expression one of astonishment as she watched the once fastidious youth treating her injury. How could he in her previous life? She had never received even a glance or the slightest hint of patience from him. He had always been the distant, unattainable moon atop a mountain, cold and unfeeling. She felt a pang of unease in her heart. The once cruel and indifferent youth now made her anxious, tears pooling in her eyes, and as soon as he finished applying the ointment, she immediately withdrew her leg. This is disinfectant wet wipes. Dr. Zhao has a restroom here. You should wash your hands. Ning Qiutang dared not look at him, seeking to distance herself from him. Jiangxing cast a cold glance at the top of her head, standing up and bewilderedly remarking, what? Did I kill your entire family? Ning Qiutang's shoulders trembled slightly, her lips pressed tightly together in silence. Previously, she had been a queen who demanded stars and moons, unbothered by the crown prince who commanded respect throughout the capital. She had ruthlessly clung to him, forbidding any other woman from approaching, possessively claiming him. Yet all of this had been in vain. The rebellious youth was not one who could be contained, nor could anyone truly possess him. Despite her relentless efforts, she had only garnered his disdain and murderous intent. Jiangsheng turned and headed to the restroom, taking with him her rose-scented disinfectant wipes. Once the shadow above her departed, she immediately steadied herself against the wall and descended the stairs to return home. After much difficulty, she finally reached the car and urged the driver to leave swiftly. The driver had just finished a call. Miss, you forgot your medicine. Dr. Zhao said he would send it over shortly. Ning Qiutang felt a wave of frustration, pulling out her phone to play a game. After a while, someone approached their vehicle and naturally took a seat inside. Ning Qiutang's gaze shifted from her phone to the boy beside her. Her phone slipped from her grasp, and she stared in shock at the boy who had pursued her, hesitating to speak. Jiangxing tossed the medicine onto her lap. Mind if I hitch a ride? The boy's face was undeniably enchanting, as if he belonged in a meticulously crafted idol drama, his superior features deep and handsome, with tousled hair slightly obscuring his eyes. The driver began to drive. Ning Qiutang carefully sat at the edge of the door, retrieving her phone. She glanced down at the medicine, noting it was the same as before. A few minutes passed in silence. Ning Qiutang, maintaining her composure, finally spoke. Jiangxing. Yes, what is it? Jiangxing replied, leaning back with his eyes closed, long, dark eyelashes casting shadows on his face. Ning Qiutang felt something was off and spoke candidly. I know you despise me, and I no longer wish to make a fool of myself. Our relationship was merely a childhood engagement. I will retract my misplaced affections and have Grandpa Jiang dissolve our engagement. She spoke earnestly, as if having reached a profound realization. After her declaration, the car fell silent once more. Jiangxing, as if he hadn't heard her, showed no reaction. The driver glanced back several times, puzzled by the sudden chill that seemed to permeate the air on such a hot day. Despite the air conditioning being set low, Ning Qiutang furrowed her brow, casting a curious glance at the seemingly slumbering youth. The moment she did, Her heart raced, her fingers tightening as her breath quickened. Unable to tear her gaze away, Jiangsheng tilted his head back, revealing his prominent nose and slightly flushed lips. The summer school uniform was a modified polo shirt, clearly accentuating his prominent Adam's apple and a hint of collarbone. The allure of his youthful visage, combined with an unmatched vigor, rendered him stunning, making her feel a pang of inferiority as everything around seemed to fade into dullness. Ning Qiutang momentarily lost her focus, contemplating whether the once reckless prince would recall the promise he made in their childhood, that no one would ever bully her. Yet, the person who had bullied her the most was he himself. Tears fell as she lowered her gaze, chastising herself for being spineless and conflicted, unable to hate him, yet equally unable to suppress the fluttering of her heart. What a hopeless romantic she was. The car arrived at the central square. Ning Qiutang quickly turned to face the youth. Jiangsheng opened his eyes and thanked the driver. "Thank you, Uncle Wang." Ning Qiutang turned around and shot a glare at the person upon hearing the door slam shut, wondering why they didn't thank her, especially since the car clearly belonged to her family. She wiped her tears away. As Jiangsheng made his way to the club, his mind was consumed by Ning Qiutang's earlier words in the car. She truly intended to break off their engagement. How naive. The Shangyu Club was nearly deserted, frequented only by their circle of wealthy young men. When Jiangsheng arrived, Chinjianxi was wailing dramatically. "Shenggu, come save me." Jiangsheng passed by with an impassive expression, grabbing a bottle of Coke and whiskey from the bar. Zhao Linru had completely stripped Chinjianxi of all his possessions, even taking the cigarette pack from his pocket. "Zhao Linru, you're really something, robbing him of everything," Chinjianxi exclaimed, his face a mask of sorrow and indignation. Now left with nothing. Liu Chen sat beside Jiangsheng, planning to go abroad after graduation. Jiangsheng took a sip of his whiskey and Coke, his dark brows furrowing, resembling a turbulent sea ready to unleash a storm at any moment. Not enough fun domestically. "I need to go abroad. What's the point of playing around here? Your old man would surely break your legs if he knew what you were doing on Wall Street." Liu Chen embodied every trait of a wealthy heir, indulgent, callous, with endless money to squander, eagerly awaiting the next thrill. Chinjianxi and Zhao Linru joined them. Do you think if Shenggu dared to travel abroad, his old man would tear him to shreds? Zhao Linru nonchalantly crossed his legs. That's an exaggeration. Jiang old man would probably scatter our third brother's ashes. The Jiang family, a prestigious lineage, had no wastrels among its ranks, with ancestors excelling in military, politics, and business. The younger generation, including Jiang Sheng, had two brothers, one in the military under their father's guidance, and the other in politics under their mothers. Each was a paragon of national talent. If Jiang Sheng faltered, engaging in frivolity abroad and bringing shame, he would be sent straight to training camp by tomorrow. A flicker of sadistic excitement crossed Jiang Sheng's inscrutable eyes. "I have a surprise for everyone at the graduation ceremony." The others perked up in anticipation. "What is it?" 10 million each, as an investment. The youth brimmed with ambition, his inherent wickedness unapologetically displayed. Chapter 5. Only you can call him home upon returning home. Ning Qiutang took her medicine, showered, and went downstairs for dinner. Her mother had prepared her favorite dishes, stir-fried shrimp and crab meat casserole. "Darling, how did your appointment go? What did Dr. Zhao say?" Ning Qiutang, revitalized, replied energetically. "It's nothing. The doctor said my nightmares are likely due to recent stress." "Stress, sweetheart, whether or not you attend a prestigious university, your father and I want to hold it against you. As long as you're happy. That's all that matters," her mother said, her affection evident. Ning Qiutang's mother truly indulged her, unconditionally supporting whatever she wished to pursue. Besides, considering their family's wealth, did they even need their daughter to attend university? They could effortlessly provide for her, allowing her to enjoy life freely. Yet, Ning Qiutang had always been ambitious. Perhaps knowing she would marry Jiang Sheng one day spurred her relentless efforts. She diligently mastered various skills and attended numerous interest classes, achieving excellence even among the brightest in her school. All her endeavors were aimed at marrying the most brilliant and unmatched Jiang Sheng, but now she felt exhausted and futile. "I understand, Mom. I won't attend those classes anymore. And I'll stop learning the piano. I'm glad you've come to this realization. I just didn't want you to be too burdened. By the way, you're visiting the Jiang family tomorrow. Your grandfather has recently taken a liking to Peking opera. Should you learn it?" Ning's mother knew how hard her daughter had worked to be with Jiang Sheng and felt pain but helpless. Her daughter's determination was unchangeable. Therefore, she could only silently assist. Ning Qiutang shook her head. "I don't need to go out of my way to please the Jiang family anymore. Although I was sincere before. Things are different now. My actions no longer carry any ulterior motives. Ning's mother didn't quite understand, but chose to remain silent as her daughter's spirits lifted. After taking her medicine, Ning Qiutang slept better that night. When morning came, she got up for breakfast, prepared the snacks to bring along, and dressed in a modest dress, opting for a simpler appearance than her usual flamboyant style. Upon arriving at the Jiang residence, the old butler informed her, "Miss Ning, the young master didn't return home last night. The old master is quite upset. When the third young master returns, he will surely face the consequences." Was his absence due to being with Shen Wanwan? Ning Qiutang considered this possibility. His absence was fine since she intended to propose the dissolution of their engagement. Midway, Grandma Jiang took Ning Qiutang aside, instructing the old butler to report back first. "Grandma, please take your time." Ning Qiutang was being pulled along, struggling to keep pace. Only then did Grandma Jiang notice her ankle wrapped in white bandages. "What happened to your foot? Did someone bully you at school?" "No, it's nothing. I just twisted it accidentally," Ning Qiutang hurriedly explained, seeing her grandmother's worry. Grandma Jiang scolded gently, "What has gotten into you? You re much more reserved than before. Don't mimic those high society girls. I prefer you to be lively and spirited, like a little sprite. You light up my day." Ning Qiutang gazed at her grandmother, wanting to speak but refraining. She suffered from depression, and her smiles were merely a fade. Grandma Jiang realized she had misspoken, smiling as she held the girl's hand. "I misspoke. I just want to see you happy." "Grandma, is there something you wish to tell me?" Ning Qiutang diverted the subject, knowing that discussing her depression would only make her a laughingstock. She was well aware of the story of the boy who cried wolf. Grandma Jing quickly said, "Little Haidang, could you please call back our third brother? I truly can't bear to see that old man lay a hand on him. You care for your third brother too." "Don't you?" Ning Qiutang shook her head. "Grandma, I can't summon him." "Nonsense. You're his future wife. Our Jiang men cherish their wives the most out if you want to listen to you." "Who will?" Grandma Jiang said with a serious face. "I'll have the driver take you." Reluctantly, Ning Qiutang was sent to fetch Jiangsheng back. In the underground entertainment club, the members' lounge, Ning Qiutang limped along, supporting herself against the wall. The terrain down here was complex, and she knew well where Jiangsheng would be. Just as she arrived, she encountered a group of unruly young men. She tried to sidestep them, but one particularly brazen individual leered at her. "What a pretty girl, clearly a good student. Are you here to find a boyfriend? How about you come play with me first?" He reached out with a lewd expression. Ning Qiutang's face contorted in disgust as she coldly replied, "Do you know who I am? You think you're someone special? I'll bully you regardless," the young man retorted, showing no respect. Others began to close in. Suddenly, one of them was kicked hard and fell into the pool, thrashing about. The others, furious, turned to see the notorious troublemaker, their expressions shifting as they quickly fled. Jiang Sheng, dressed in white and blue, cast a cold glance at the girl cowering in the corner, his tall and slender figure reminiscent of a graceful orchid. Exuding both charm and a hint of mischief. As Ning Qiutang met his gaze, she was about to speak when he turned to leave. It was merely a coincidence, not a deliberate encounter. She felt no disappointment as she limped after him. "Wait a moment, Jiangsheng." Jiangsheng stood on the staircase, watching her struggle to ascend, yet he paused. Ning Qiutang internally sighed, knowing that encountering him brought no good fortune. "Grandma sent me to fetch you home." "Grandpa Jiang is angry. Don't waste your time." The youth stood against the light, his expression one of utter disdain. "You think you can control me? Today?" Ning Qiutang's floral dress exuded a refreshing charm, a stark contrast to her previously vibrant and bold style, her pure and unblemished face devoid of any ulterior motives. "I don't want to, but Grandma asked me to come. Whether you want to go or not is up to you." She couldn't be bothered to say more, dragging her injured foot as she walked out. After just a few steps, she was suddenly swept off her feet again by the young man following her. Ning Qiutang, unsure where to place her hands, looked at his darkened expression and said, "I can walk by myself. With such determination, you should sign up for the Paralympics," Jiangsheng remarked, his sharp tongue revealing his reluctance to appear soft-hearted. Ning Qiutang gritted her teeth, unwilling to argue with him. Spotting the Jiang family driver by the roadside, he carried Ning Qiutang into the car. Once inside, he immediately fell asleep, as if he had pulled an all-nighter. Ning Qiutang paid him no mind, lost in thought as she gazed out the window. Just before reaching the Jiang residence, a familiar ringtone echoed, and she recognized it as Shen Wanwan's unique notification tone. Jiangxing was jolted awake, his face darkening as he threw his phone away, cursing under his breath. Ning Qiutang stared in shock, wondering if this was right. Chapter 6, Am I Jiangxing too? Jiangxing continued to slumber. Ning Qiutang cast several glances at him, pondering whether he would regret knowing who had called him once he awakened. However, in the next moment, her phone rang. As she noticed an unknown number and was about to answer. The fierce figure in the car opened his eyes, his menacing gaze fixed upon her face, vividly embodying a heartless and terrifying aura. "Hang up," he commanded directly. Ning Qiutang frowned. What if the caller needed assistance? Under the weight of his murderous glare, she took a deep breath and answered. "Ning Qiutang, is Jiang Sheng with you?" It was Shen Wanwan's voice. Regret washed over Ning Qiutang. Why was this woman calling her? Yet, considering their relationship, she handed the phone over. Jiang Sheng glanced at the phone. Shen Wanwan's voice resonated. "Jiang Sheng, where are you? Hurry and come help me. I'm in a hurry to reincarnate. I'll have someone send a coffin over to you." Jiang Sheng abruptly hung up the call and, upon seeing the number attempt to call again, blocked it. Ning Qiutang was once more astonished. Wasn't Shen Wanwan his girlfriend? The treatment she received was even inferior to that of the large white dog Jiang Sheng kept. "Don't lose my phone," she exclaimed, noticing Jiang Sheng's reluctance to return it. With a light scoff, he tossed her the battered device. Ning Qiutang found the situation rather peculiar but refrained from questioning it further. Upon returning to the Jiang residence, they entered one after the other. Grandma Jiang, relieved to see them back, hurried to assist the weary Ning Qiutang. "Little Haidang, you must be tired. Come and sit down to rest." "Grandma, I'm fine," Ning Qiutang replied, demonstrating her understanding. In truth, she had always been a sensible and obedient person, but Jiang Sheng's disdain for demure girls had led her to lose sight of herself. She emulated alluring beauties in attire and makeup, attempting to be a captivating rose, fervently trying to infuse herself with a touch of flamboyance. Yet, when she finally mastered the art of being a sultry beauty, Jiang Sheng turned his affections toward the pure and pristine gardenia, the innocent and beautiful obedient girl. Thus, it was not her nature he disliked, but rather the facade she had chosen to adopt. Now, she remained that rose, only more exquisite and enticing, destined to be admired rather than to admire. Grandma Jiang cast a reproachful glance at her grandson. "Jiang Sheng, how have you become so accomplished? Yet you stay out all night. Do you know how furious your grandfather is?" Jiang Sheng took a sip of tea. "Utterly indifferent. No one has died. I'm 18, not 8. Can you all stop monitoring me?" Grandma Jiang gave him a light slap. 18. You're already 19. If you don't get into Jing University this year, your grandfather will beat you to death with a stick. Jiang Sheng, carefree and reckless, replied. "Then I might as well burn some paper money in advance to continue living as a rich second generation." Ning Qiutang stifled a laugh, hastily sipping her tea to suppress her amusement. He was truly incorrigible. Grandma Jiang pinched his ear. "What nonsense are you spouting? You've been spoiled rotten. Hurry and wash up. Don't let your grandfather see you looking filthy." Jiang Sheng sauntered away, his back exuding a rebellious defiance. Unyielding to anyone, "Ning Miss, the old master requests your presence," the elderly steward announced. Grandma Jiang interjected. "Tell the old man to mind his manners. Don't frighten my future granddaughter-in-law." The steward nodded repeatedly. Ning Qiutang sighed. That future was uncertain now. In the courtyard, Grandpa Jiang sat behind a go-board, engaged in a solitary match against himself, the melodious strains of Peking opera wafting through the air, while a grand ginkgo tree cast a verdant shade overhead. "Come in, sit." The old man beckoned her to continue. Ning Qiutang took a seat, observing the game had reached its critical juncture, the white pieces ensnared in a perilous situation, nearly cornered. After a moment's reflection, she quickly discerned a way out, navigating the black and white paths to carve out a new opportunity. The two of them played in silence, the gentle breeze rustling the falling leaves nearby. Soon, the white pieces were again cornered, this time devoid of any hope. "Grandfather, I admit defeat," Ning Qiutang intended to say. Yet, another hand crossed her line of sight, finding a brilliant escape route. Grandpa Jiang glared at Jiang Sheng, puffing his cheeks in frustration. "You certainly know how to play. Your teachings were exemplary," Jiang Sheng replied, now clad in casual attire, standing behind Ning Qiutang, swiftly placing his pieces as if he needed no thought. In less than a minute, the momentum shifted dramatically, the black piece's advantage was obliterated, and the white pieces staged a remarkable comeback, winning within 3 minutes. Grandpa Jiang was poised to call for a redo. "Do you understand the concept of respecting your elders? Do you wish to court disaster today?" Jiang Sheng replied nonchalantly. "Look, how can one win when they can't even control their own fate with a single decisive move?" Jiang Sheng asserted his dominance, leaving no room for negotiation. The aura of the youth was formidable, even overshadowing the cunning and calculating presence of the elder, the patriarch of the Jiang family. Thus, he was known as Jiang Sheng. Ning Qiutang's heart felt as if it were being tightly gripped. How could she possibly feel deserving of him? This thought lingered painfully, and as she turned to gaze at the boy behind her, She felt a mix of despair and longing. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, silently sliding down her cheeks. Grandpa Jiang raised an eyebrow. "Why are you crying even after winning?" Jiang Sheng, hearing this, lowered his gaze. His cold, piercing eyes meeting hers, as if the warm waters of spring were melting away the icy barriers of winter. I just... Before she could finish, Grandpa Jiang interrupted. "So you had a quarrel. Speak civilly. I want to take this impudent child to task today. Jiang Xing, you best appease this girl. Otherwise, you will face the family's discipline." Ning Qiutang had intended to voice her desire to annul their engagement, but was interrupted. Jiang Xing took a seat opposite her, personally brewing a pot of tea. Ning Qiutang struggled to regain her composure, her long eyelashes adorned with glistening tears, presenting an image of vulnerable innocence. "So, a change of tactics, is it?" Jiang Sheng stated, his voice as calm as still water. Ning Qiutang choked on her words, realizing she still wished to entice him. If the fiery red rose approach failed, should she adopt the guise of a delicate white lotus? She sobbed slightly, explaining, "I said I wanted to annul our engagement. I don't like you anymore." Jiang Sheng replied with a mocking tone. "Then why are you crying?" Ning Qiutang retorted, "Don't be so greedy. You want everything, expecting everything to belong to you. Am I also yours?" Ning Qiutang stood in anger, resisting the urge to hurl the chess basket at him. "Who cares?" she shouted. Frustrated, she turned to leave, but Jiangxing toyed with the black pieces, his gaze fixed on her retreating figure. "You suddenly don't cherish what you've had for 18 years. Do you truly believe you can act with impunity?" "Miss Ning." Ning Qiutang turned back, stunned by the depth of his eyes, feeling adrift like a tree root floating on the ocean, utterly lost. "What do you mean?" Jiangxing replied coolly, "A marriage between families is a choice made by the families, not just by you and me." Chapter 7. Whom to marry is irrelevant. His words were chillingly harsh. They pierced the listener's heart, leaving a void of despair. He was indeed heartless, treating everyone the same, yet drawing unbidden affection from others. Too many believed they would be the one to bring a deity down from their pedestal, while countless others pursued him, only to receive not even a fleeting glance in return. They were separated by vast distances, as unreachable as the stars in the sky. However, in a world filled with wrongs, no one could coerce her. She did not care for family or reputation, and if she was unwilling, no one could make her change her mind. Ning Qiutang gazed deeply into his eyes, recalling how, in a previous life, he had towered above all, orchestrating events with ease, even when Grandpa Jiang had exerted the weight of the entire family to pressure him. It had been futile. As long as he resisted, no one could force him into marriage. Jiangxing noticed her resolute demeanor, a rebellious spirit stirring within him, as if this woman understood him better than anyone else. He smirked coldly. "Why would I be unwilling? Marrying anyone is the same." Ning Qiutang, oblivious to the metaphorical knife he had plunged into her heart once more, bit her lower lip, feeling her heart bleed as she clutched her chest. She was enraged, flinging his hand away and enduring the pain in her foot as she turned and ran. Jiangxing furrowed his brow slightly, watching the girl limp away, her back exuding an unyielding determination. Ning Qiutang was no longer the same Ning Qiutang. The little girl who used to cling to him and chase after him had turned her back on him. Something felt amiss. The astute and suspicious young man sensed an oddity. During lunch, most of the Jiang family was present. Grandma Jiang invited Ning Qiutang to sit with them and also insisted that Jiang Sheng sit beside her, little Haidang, to try this dongpa pork. "The kitchen says today's meat is particularly delicious." Ning Qiutang graciously picked up a piece. "It's delightful, Grandma Sheng. Why are you just sitting there? Serve little Haidang some dishes." Grandma Jiang chided her oblivious grandson. "If you can't even pamper your own wife, who else will?" Jiang Sheng directly placed the dishes in front of Ning Qiutang, saying, "Eat." Grandma Jiang rolled her eyes, wishing to express her disapproval of his behavior. Ning Qiutang found it unsurprising. It would be remarkable if he ever treated her kindly. Old Master Jiang approached, taking a seat at the head of the table and casting a scornful glance at his reckless grandson. "What were you up to last night?" Jiang Sheng replied without a moment's hesitation, indulging in pleasures. Old Master Jiang, furiously slamming his hand on the table, exclaimed, "At least speak the truth. 3 days without discipline and the roof would be lifted. Which Jiang family member is as idle and uneducated as you?" The Jiang family's heir had truly taken the privileges of wealth and power to an extreme. In social circles, the mere mention of his name elicited shakes of the head, known for his misdeeds. Bullying others, living a life of excess, and playing the fool. This was the stereotype of a wealthy second generation. The family elders could not fathom how such a promising heir had gone astray, while the first two were paragons of virtue. Yet the third was a disappointment, causing minor disasters every 3 days and major ones every 5. requiring the family to intervene frequently. He had become a psychological shadow for many in the capital. Known for his terrible temper and immense power. This isn't the first day for me, Jiang Sheng remarked nonchalantly, feeling no guilt for his actions. Old Master Jiang, his anger reaching a boiling point, tossed the bowls and chopsticks on the table. To the ancestral hall we go. I shall see just how tough your bones are. Jade must be carved to become a gem. He could not comprehend how this jade was nearly breaking yet still deemed unworthy. Oh, what are you doing? Ah Sheng hasn't done anything heinous. It's your overbearing educational methods that have truly led the third one to rebellion, Grandma Jiang interjected, defending her grandson. Observing the current situation, Ning Qiutang hesitated about whether to continue discussing the annulment of their engagement. Jiang Sheng dodged the flying bowl, raising his gaze defiantly at his grandfather. Grandfather, you should take care of your health. Don't let me be the cause of your demise. Ning Qiutang was left speechless, gazing at the unruly youth beside her, who in this world could temper the temper of this prince. Aren't you going to speak? Jiang Sheng locked eyes with her, pushing her into the spotlight as a shield. Grandma Jiang attempted to soothe Old Master Jiang, urging her grandson to cease his antics. Old Master Jiang, his expression dark, turned to the now docile and gentle girl. What would you like to say? Tang Tang? Jiang Sheng watched her with amusement. Ning Qiutang found herself caught in a dilemma, unable to retreat nor advance. Summoning her courage under pressure, she stated directly, Grandfather Jiang, I have thought long and hard about this. And I believe that Jiang Xing and I are not well suited. May I request to annul our engagement? Jiang Xing's cold tone was unkind. You've come here to take my life. Ning Qiutang was still trying to grasp the meaning behind his words. Suddenly, Old Master Jiang exploded with rage, standing up and shouting, Jiang Xing, today I will make sure you pay for your insolence. Someone, bind him and take him to the ancestral hall. The butler and others were about to act. Jiang Xing stood up, expressionless, saying, I'm not running. I will walk myself. He turned and headed toward the ancestral hall. Grandma Jiang, who had been Ning Qiutang's hand, froze, perplexed by his intentions. Disliking her yet refusing to break off the engagement, she resolved to harbor no more expectations, feeling utterly ensnared in a quagmire with no escape. I know you must have a solution. Why must we continue to torment each other? After all, you have someone you cherish. Surely you can't expect her to be your mistress in the future. Jiang Sheng suddenly turned around, his expression cold. Is that so? I don't even know who I like. Who the hell do I actually like? Ning Qiutang was taken aback by his response, her eyes reddening as tears threatened to spill. You scoundrel! Who doesn't know about your relationship with Shen Wanwan? You never denied it, did you? You fancy her yet wish to play both sides. Jiang Sheng's gaze was as sharp as a blade. His tone indifferent. Just because I haven't denied it means I like her. There are plenty of people who like me. Should I deny every single one? The cotton swab in Ning Qiutang's hand fell to the ground. She couldn't care less about who he liked. Evading his piercing gaze, she declared, regardless, I want to break off the engagement. Fine, the ancestral hall doors are still open. Feel free to go ahead and express that. Jiang Xing, disregarding the medication, began to dress. Ning Qiutang, suppressing her irritation at this rogue, interjected, the medicine isn't finished yet. Jiang Sheng cast her a teasing glance, his voice laced with annoyance. What more medicine is needed? You want me dead? Applying it won't change a thing. Ning Qiutang glared at him, baffled by his words. Just apply the medicine and sit down. Jiang Xing held his ground for a minute or two before finally sitting down to let her continue. In a hushed tone, Ning Qiutang urged, think of a way. Jiang Xing dismissed her concern. There's no solution. Ning Qiutang remained skeptical, recalling his boundless capabilities in her previous life. Then if it comes to that, let it end in death. No one is to blame. Jiang Xing fell silent, eventually responding, 1 year from now, as you wish. Ning Qiutang didn't inquire why, for in her past life, it had also been a year later that the engagement was annulled. In full view of everyone, at a meticulously planned engagement banquet, Jiang Xing not only failed to make an appearance but also rented an entire luxury cruise for his white moonlight to set off fireworks. Subsequently, he publicly broke off the engagement for her sake, showing no regard for her dignity or family. All right, we'll break off the engagement in a year. Ning Qiutang breathed a sigh of relief, as if this were her only lifeline. Jiang Xing's expression was as cold as ice. His inherent flaws would not allow her to have her way. Breaking off the engagement, dream on. Crying in the face of adversity is not solely a sign of weakness. It can also signify endurance. Not everyone is born to be decisive and ruthless. The protagonist, having just been reborn, is understandably cautious around the male lead. Moreover, I have portrayed her struggles with depression and uncontrollable tears. Would you force someone with depression to be strong? Human nature is unpredictable. The protagonist is constantly evolving, and since this is a fictional world, She is also subject to imposed character traits. Perspectives vary. Ning may seem fragile. But throughout the narrative, I have never placed her at a disadvantage. Even if Jiangxing is reckless, he is merely sharp-tongued. Chapter 9. Are you going to cry at a grave? Ning Qiutang felt helpless. Realizing that no matter what she did, she could not escape the fate of their relentless entanglement. She found herself ensnared in a web with no retreat. After finally finishing the application of the medicine, she wearily rubbed her wrist. Jiangxing only dressed after the medicine had dried, and when the landline rang, he stepped inside to answer the call. Ning Qiutang tidied up the mess on the floor. Shortly after, Jiangxing grabbed his car keys, preparing to leave. Ning Qiutang stood and asked, "Where are you going?" Given that the old man was already furious today, why did he need to go out? She thought it pointless to mention the engagement's significance. It would be better for him to meet a fatal end. Jiangxing glanced at her and said, "To Shana Club, your good friend is clashing with our people." The caller was Qinjianxi, who warned that if they didn't arrive soon, lives would be at stake. Ning Qiutang immediately insisted, "Yu Jiao has gotten into trouble. I must go too." Jiangxing observed her tearful demeanor, her delicate appearance suggesting she could hardly fend for herself. "Are you going to cry at a grave?" Ning Qiutang felt hurt by his words, lowering her head in sadness. Jiangxing bent down and lifted her, carrying her outside. Ning Qiutang cautiously regarded him, fearful he might toss her into the nearby lotus pond. It struck her that the Jiang family's lotus flowers bloomed beautifully. "Your family must have bad feng shui." Jiangxing replied, "Indeed. Otherwise, they wouldn't have married you off to me as a good luck charm." Ning Qiutang was taken aback. "A good luck charm, me? I have depression, and you call that bad luck?" Jiangxing frowned. "Did I ever say such a thing?" Ning Qiutang blinked, realizing he had indeed said it in her past life, though he had yet to say it now. "You will say it eventually." Jiangxing disliked her self-assured demeanor, deliberately taking an opposing stance. "Why must I say it in the morning? Can't I say it at noon or evening?" The Jiang family members watched in astonishment as their young prince finally embraced a woman, showing affection. Old Master Jiang and Grandma Jiang observed in silence. "I believe this could work. The fortune teller said they are a match made in heaven. So how could it be wrong?" Grandma Jiang smiled, her eyes filled with satisfaction as she watched her grandson finally come to his senses. Old Master Jiang settled down with his tea. That girl didn't mention breaking off the engagement impulsively. She must be serious. I can't stop her from doing it multiple times. Children will have their own fortunes, and we can't force them. Grandma Jiang, cradling a ginger cat, remarked, "I think there's hope." Asheng used to be icy, making young girls sad, but now his heart has thought, "If that girl could like him once, she could like him again." "I'm speaking from experience. As long as Asheng puts in the effort, his wife will still be his. No one can steal her away." However, there would still be some turbulence between these two young ones. Without enduring trials, how could there be a revival? Grandma would have to arrange things well. On the way to Shanha Club, Ning Qiutang clung tightly to the car's handle, feeling insecure despite the seatbelt being fastened. "Third brother, can't you drive a little slower?" Jiangxing had never been one to heed others' words, always following his own path. Hearing the woman's delicate voice beside him, he could tell she was genuinely afraid. He gradually reduced speed, driving normally. "You weren't afraid when you were riding that motorcycle, revving it to the max. Why are you scared now?" Ning Qiutang replied, her voice tinged with grievance. "I was scared, but because you like motorcycles, I wanted to try something you enjoy. I won't do it again." Jiangxing's fingers lightly traced the steering wheel, her honest words causing a wave of irritation to rise within him. He reached for a lighter and a pack of cigarettes, glancing at the fragile girl before putting them back down. Upon arriving at Shanha Club, they entered one after the other. Both were regulars at the club and could enter without showing their faces. However, as Ning Qiutang followed behind, she was stopped at the entrance by a security guard. She stared blankly at him. "Miss, you need a membership card." The problem was that Ning Qiutang was not heavily made up and was not dressed extravagantly. The guard did not recognize her, and her innocent and beautiful appearance suggested she was an inexperienced girl. So they felt obligated to stop her. Ning Qiutang, with a pained expression, shouted, "My surname is Ning. Even if you were the emperor's daughter, you cannot enter." The guard firmly replied. Jiangxing stood with his hands in his pockets, observing her predicament with a smirk. Adopting an air of indifference, Ning Qiutang frowned at the youth who had no intention of helping her. "This is my guest. Let her in." A man in a suit appeared, looking quite mature. The charm of a mature man was undeniable, with a striking face that lingered in memory, and his courteous demeanor easily won hearts. "Mr. Liu." The guards quickly led her through. Liu Washu politely regarded the young girl, noticing her difficulty in walking. "Shall I assist you?" Ning Qiutang was taken aback, and the next moment, The indifferent youth swept her into his arms. Jiangsheng cast a haughty glance at Lu Washu, filled with disdain and arrogance, as he carried Ning Qiutang away. Lu Washu watched their retreating figures, and his secretary remarked, "That seems to be Jiangsheng." Yu Jiao observed her arrival, her demeanor as explosive as though she had consumed gunpowder, and remarked with a sardonic edge, "What else could possibly transpire? Damn it, even a meal cannot be enjoyed in peace. This woman has ruined my friend's birthday party, and I merely slapped her as a gesture of restraint." Qinjianxi immediately defended, "You speak nonsense. She clearly had no intention of coming over here. If you hadn't deliberately brought her along, she wouldn't have acted against you. One must act with a sense of morality. Your conscience must have been devoured by a dog." Chapter 10. You might as well just kill her. How utterly laughable. You dare speak of morality to me? The shameless are merely being dramatic. Yu Jiao's expression darkened, her fierce gaze fixed upon the troublemaking woman. It was baffling how these men had never encountered a woman before, completely smitten by an imbecile. Qinjianxi was merely stating facts. Who could blame her entourage for their penchant for bullying others, truly believing no one could stand up to them? Why must you insult others while speaking? Who am I insulting? If the shoe fits, wear it. Why are you so anxious? I haven't insulted you. Are you eager for a reprimand? Yu Jiao was indeed a formidable woman. Those who crossed her would find themselves at odds with her entire family. Regardless of the opponent, winning an argument was paramount. The girl with cascading waves of hair and striking red lips exuded a vibrant allure. Though she was aggressive, her presence commanded respect and deterred bullying. Observing the unfolding drama, Shen Wanwan stepped forward. "Please, do not quarrel. Yu Jiao, I apologize. It was my fault for not inspecting the cake that was pushed over earlier. You were right to target me. I offer my apologies." Yu Jiao maintained a stony expression, disdainfully commenting, "Look at this fool, feigning grace to appear magnanimous." Those behind her laughed openly. Ning Qiutang, sensing the tension, quickly grasped her best friend's sleeve. "It's just a trivial matter. There's no need for such a dispute. Luo Yan, it's your birthday. Let me treat you to a meal at Ping and Jing and arrange for an expedited cake delivery from the cake shop in the eastern part of the city." Yu Jiao's displeasure was palpable. Tang, what are you doing? This woman has brought this upon herself. Why should I spare her? She must bear the consequences of her actions. Why waste your resources? Luo Yan nodded vigorously. Exactly. Ning Qiutang, don't play the Good Samaritan now. People like her only learn when they face consequences. Others echoed their agreement, unwilling to let the matter rest easily. Shen Wanwan frowned at their obstinate attitude. Standing tall with unwavering confidence, "What do you want me to do? It was indeed my mistake, and if it will ease your anger, I am willing to do anything." She took a step back, embodying a willingness to compromise. Yu Jiao sneered, seizing a bottle of liquor from the table and approaching with an air of defiance, gripping her chin and forcing the alcohol into her mouth. "Anything, is it? That's what you said. You've emptied the bottle on the table. I shall grant you a reprieve." Shen Wanwan was taken aback by her cruelty, struggling against her grip. Yu Jiao offered no chance for escape, summoning others to restrain her. "Wasn't it you who said anything goes? Can you not maintain your facade?" Ning Qiutang furrowed her brow, glancing at the brooding young man. Jiangxing had remained silent throughout, but as he observed Shen Wanwan kneeling on the ground, an icy glint flickered in his otherwise calm eyes. There seemed to be some unspoken force compelling him to pay attention to this woman, even urging him to intervene on her behalf. It was reminiscent of previous encounters. Whenever he was near her, he found himself unable to ignore her. Grappling with feelings he despised, he suppressed his emotions, his expression growing colder than ice, a frosty veneer masking his heart. He detested being coerced, even more so the sensation of being controlled, that passive helplessness. He was inherently rebellious. Those who followed him thrived, while those who opposed him perished. Jiangxing's dark eyes, like shadows, swept over the pitiful Shen Wanwan, and he approached her, his gaze sharp as a knife. "You might as well just kill her." The young man's voice dripped with chilling indifference, akin to a demon whispering. Yu Jiao, misinterpreting his intent as a desire to save her, tossed aside the half-empty bottle of alcohol and boldly declared, "Very well, as long as the crown prince is willing." She shattered a complete bottle, pressing the jagged edge against the woman's neck, poised to strike. Ning Qiutang quickly intervened. Jiao, it's not that I don't allow you to do this, but rather that we cannot act in front of so many witnesses. She has already faced repercussions. You must not sacrifice yourself." She was uncertain if Jiangsheng planned to take action against Yu Jiao, intentionally provoking her to act, and then sending her to jail. Jiangsheng observed the bottle poised to pierce the woman's neck, disappointment flickering across his face that she had not acted. "Remove the surveillance," he ordered. Qinjianxi was taken aback. "Third brother, This, Zhao Linru kicked his subordinate. Go take care of it. The young man silently watched Yu Jiao, seemingly encouraging her to strike at his Jiao. Those who do not harbor affection for you will remain indifferent no matter how hard you strive. So do not inflict harm upon yourself or debase your worth, for he will remain oblivious and will not feel your pain. Let us turn back to the shore together. Turn back to the shore? You no longer have feelings for Jiangxing. Yu Jiaoju listened in a daze, gazing up at her dear friend as though she had seen through the complexities of life. Ning Qiutang replied with a heart as tranquil as still water. Yes. I no longer have feelings for him. Letting go is not as arduous as it seems. Yu Jiaoju pinched her face, looking intently into her eyes. I do not believe you, Tang Ing. You would rush to him at the slightest glance. Ning Qiutang shook her head. I would not. Yu Jiaojiao leaned against her, hazily murmuring. Wait until the final concert concludes, then I shall let go. Ultimately, Ning Qiutang called her brother to have someone come pick up Yu Jiaojiao. As they departed, they unexpectedly encountered Lu Washu, whom they had seen at the club earlier. The two exchanged glances across the corridor, as if traversing an entire expanse of time. Lu Washu approached her. Miss Ning. What a coincidence. The man exuded elegance and grace. Ning Qiutang politely nodded. Mr. Lu, thank you for your assistance earlier. Lu Wangshu's warm gaze rested upon her. It was merely a trivial matter. If you do not mind. Could we exchange contact information? Ning Qiutang paused, immediately shaking her head. Her expression was complex, seemingly filled with reservations. In her previous life, their outcome had not been favorable. She did not wish to continue causing him harm. To achieve her goals, she had made him sacrifice too much, leaving him in a state worse than death. In this life, it would be better to merely pass by each other, forgetting in the anonymity of strangers. I will take my leave now. Ning Qiutang followed her friend out. Lu Wangshu quietly watched her depart, his gaze lingering long after. Why does she feel so familiar? She is truly a beautiful and charming girl. The secretary could not help but speak. Mr. Lu, this city is filled with golden opportunities, while Miss Ning is akin to the moon in the sky, not of our world. Moreover, it is well known in the circle that Miss Ning is engaged to the heir of the prestigious Jiang family. A flicker of unwillingness crossed Lu Wangshu's eyes. It is all about human effort. The secretary fell silent. Ning Qiutang rose early to attend school. She called Yu Jiaojiao, hoping she had not become too tipsy from the previous night's drinking. They agreed to meet at school. Ning Qiutang brought a new lunchbox with her. At the school gate, she encountered Jiangxing. The boy, clad in a white shirt and blue trousers, wore his seemingly plain uniform as if it were a rare designer outfit. And in the bright sunlight, he appeared even more striking. It was rare for him to arrive without being late. Ning Qiutang reflected on this. Entering the school with unwavering focus, she walked with a slight limp. Not realizing that Jiang Sheng had naturally come up behind her, they drew closer. Onlookers began to take notice. The boy casually took her backpack, and she looked up in surprise at the person walking alongside her. Return it to me. Her heart raced, pressing against the wild growth of emotions that wrapped around her like layers of cling film. Jiang Sheng removed the backpack, his gaze falling upon her petite, helpless form, a hint of malice unconsciously surfacing in his demeanor as he smirked. Not returning it. I will carry it for you. Ning Qiutang found his behavior inexplicable. Did he not despise any form of contact with her? Then I shall not take it. She remained unyielding, turning to leave, her injured ankle causing her to walk slowly, yet it appeared resolute. Jiangxing followed closely behind her, matching her pace, his gaze fixed on her delicate figure. Truly not taking it? What secrets lie within your backpack? Upon hearing his words, Ning Qiutang's face flushed with heat as she suddenly recalled that there was indeed a love letter tucked inside. Enraged, she turned around, her eyes ablaze. Why are you rummaging through my backpack? Jiangxing had not touched her bag. He had merely been teasing. Seeing her so flustered amused him, and he playfully replied, there really is one. He reached toward her backpack. Ning Qiutang, without a second thought, lunged forward to snatch it back. Do not touch it. I despise you. In her fury, she attempted to grasp her backpack, but the boy lifted her instead, leaving her in an embrace, clutching his pristine uniform, her face aflame. Jiangxing wrapped his arm around her waist, lifting her slightly, the distance between them turning increasingly intimate, his dark eyes fixed on her blushing face as he chuckled softly. You despise me. Yet you still embrace me. Ning Qiutang's face turned a deep crimson. Under the gaze of so many, this was no different from flirting. Yet she understood this boy's mischievous nature. He did not like her. Yet he provocatively toyed with her feelings. He was indeed troublesome. I merely lost my balance. Does Jiang classmate also indulge in self-deception? She stood tall, meeting his gaze head-on. Only by being fearless could one instill shame in others. After all, she had resolved to disregard everything. She was not afraid of him. Chapter 12. Why do I appear so amiable? Unfortunately, she had misjudged one thing: Jiangxing was far more shameless than most. Pride and dignity meant nothing to him. Thus, Ning Qiutang's words fell upon deaf ears for this young master. Jiangxing released her, his expression inscrutable, the carefree glint in his eyes always managing to unsettle those around him. He replied with a teasing smile, "Then what shall we do? I only find you amusingly self-deceptive." Ning Qiutang glanced at the backpack he was effortlessly carrying. She should have packed more items before leaving home. The boy's gaze was piercing, as fiery as the sun. She touched her face, striving to regain her composure. Self-deception is a malady that requires treatment. You ought to schedule an appointment with Dr. Zhao to examine your brain. She turned and walked slowly toward the classroom. Jiangxing followed, observing her self-reliant demeanor without any intent to mock, merely savoring her retorts. How delightful it was to hear her scold him. Do scold me some more. Ning Qiutang was at a loss for words, unwilling to engage with him. Upon returning to the classroom, Jiangxing finally returned her backpack, as if he had truly only intended to assist her. Yu Jiao, resting her head on the desk, was not fully awake but was keenly aware of her friend's arrival with the troublesome Jiangxing. They were desk mates. You were so lucky. Your longtime crush gives you a ride to school and even carries your backpack. Don't tell me you two are dating? Ning Qiutang earnestly clarified. No, I will definitely dissolve our engagement. He is simply wicked. Seeing me no longer chasing after him, he suddenly became interested, thinking I am playing hard to get. His fleeting interest is not a sign of affection, but rather a harbinger of doom. Yu Jiao touched her forehead. You do not have a fever, do you? Have you recently taken up tarot reading? What are you even saying? Ning Qiutang was unsure how to explain her situation, pushing her hand away. Focus on your studies. Yu Jiao, distracted, glanced at her phone. Lend me your phone. I haven't voted for Pei Tingxi yet today. Sure. Ning Qiutang felt concerned. In her previous life, Yu Jiao became a stalker for the sake of a celebrity, even imprisoning Pei Tingxi. When the truth came to light, coupled with the troubles in the Yu family, no one was left to protect her, leading to her tragic demise. Those who resort to unscrupulous means in pursuit of love ultimately end up empty-handed. Those who do not love you will never succumb to vile tactics. Shen Wanwan's gaze shifted toward the two girls conversing nearby, the system's voice echoing in her mind. Warning, warning. The male lead has deviated significantly from the plot. Ning Qiutang's character is out of character, and the storyline has derailed by 5%. Has Ning Qiutang awakened? Perhaps. Damn it. Even if she has awakened, what of it? I am the female lead, and the male lead belongs to me. She cannot alter the original narrative trajectory. Please, host, promptly salvage the male lead's fondness for you. Shen Wanwan stared at the books on the desk, her mind racing with infallible plans. After school, it was their group's turn to clean. Shen Wanwan did not want to team up with Ning Qiutang and switch with someone else. Ning Qiutang eyed her warily before grabbing a broom to sweep the floor. Yu Jiao sat idly on her chair, blowing bubbles. Shen Wanwan, you are quite persistent. Shen Wanwan feigned innocence as she explained. Yu Jiao. Why do you always target me? Who classmate only switched with me because she was unwell? On, you need not explain. What is there to clarify with them? They take advantage of their wealth to bully others. And their disdain for you is not a new occurrence. Shui chimed in with a sarcastic tone. Yu Jiao suddenly kicked the table, her gaze fierce. Say one more word, and I shall tear your mouth apart. The temper of a young lady flared up without warning. Shui rolled her eyes, appearing unperturbed by the threat. Having some money does not make one a lord. Shen Wanwan, too, stood defiantly in front of her. Yu Jiao. If you have a grievance, direct it at me. Do not bully others. Damn it. Yu Jiao cursed, her anger reaching a boiling point. Ning Qiutang sighed, using the blackboard eraser to tend to her own affairs. Hurry up and finish so we can leave. Just as the atmosphere in the classroom became tense, Jiangxing appeared, and Wanwan was certainly there to seek him out. Shu Hui tugged at Shen Wanwan's clothes, exclaiming, how handsome. Alas, such a male deity would never spare them a glance. Shen Wanwan resolutely approached, stating, Jiangxing, you're just in time. The teacher mentioned a set of test papers. As she spoke, she noticed Jiangxing striding in confidently towards the girl at the podium who was erasing the blackboard. The setting sun cast its warm glow through the windows, resembling the divine light of the sun brought forth by the youth, both romantic and dazzling. Ning Qiutang, unable to reach the upper part of the blackboard due to her height, decided to fetch a chair. As she turned, she caught sight of him. Jiangxing, holding something in his hand, naturally took the blackboard eraser from her and began to wipe the top clean. Several students in the classroom stared in disbelief at the scene. Ning Qiutang was momentarily stunned, furrowing her brow as she remarked, Shen Wanwan is down there. Jiangxing's gaze slightly lowered, his lashes casting shadows over his eyes as he handed her the food container without glancing at the people below. "I came to find you," he stated directly. Ning Qiutang stared incredulously at the identical food container she had shattered the other day. Was this truly Jiangxing, the notorious troublemaker of the capital? Shen Wanwan's bright smile froze, disbelief washing over her as she witnessed the male lead initiating contact with the vicious supporting character. The male lead, who should instinctively reject and loathe the villainous, was treating Ning Qiutang in such a notably special manner. She nearly broke the broom in her grip. Yu Jiaojia laughed 3 times, jumping down from her desk and sarcastically saying, "The crown prince is truly turning over a new leaf. Why does someone look so sour? If Jiangxing doesn't like you, I'll certainly help promote you." Ning Qiutang, puzzled, looked at him and asked, "What do you want with me?" The cold food container in her arms was his first gift to her, and she contemplated returning it. Jiangxing cast a glance at her hand with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, warning her of the consequences if she dared to return it. Ning Qiutang's hand stiffened, feeling conflicted as she looked at him. "Let's walk home together after school," he invited, his tone brooking no refusal. Yu Jiaojia struggled to suppress her amusement, constantly provoking the ashen-faced Shen Wanwan. Ning Qiutang felt both flattered and wary, sensing a significant trap set for her. Stepping into it would be akin to leaping into a pit of fire. No, she decisively refused. Jiangxing leaned against the desk, pinning her between himself and the table, his youthful visage striking and vibrant. "Does it seem like I have a good temper?" He was informing her, not asking for her opinion. Chapter 13. I like her. Ning Qiutang slightly pursed her lips, realizing that he had always been this domineering. Even if she disagreed, he had countless ways to make her comply. Feeling confined in his presence, the girl felt frustrated and silently pushed him away. However, Jiangxing seized her hand and placed it on his neck. Suddenly, he lifted her effortlessly, cradling her in a manner that prevented her from squirming. Ning Qiutang was startled, questioning why he was being so intimate. The food container she was holding was placed on the desk. Jiangxing commanded the boastful Yu Jiaojia, "Bring her backpack." With a cheerful demeanor, Yu Jiaojia retrieved the backpack, watching as he packed the food container inside. One hand holding the backpack, the other embracing the girl as they exited the classroom. Just as they stepped outside, the boy's icy gaze discreetly swept over the unwillingly defeated Shen Wanwan standing in the middle. His unapproachable eyes resembled steep mountains, barren deserts, and the vast sea, their mere glance seeming to pronounce a death sentence. Shen Wanwan felt a chill run down her spine under his gaze, her heart racing with guilt as she instinctively took 2 steps back, knocking over a chair in the process. Wanwan, what's wrong? Shu Hui asked, supporting her with a puzzled expression. Yu Jiaojia chimed in. What else could it be? She can't accept Jiangxing being nice to any girl other than herself. During those few days he was kind to her, she foolishly thought she had transformed into a phoenix. How ridiculous. Who doesn't know that this crown prince is notoriously heartless and indifferent? Just because he has no women around him doesn't mean he is easy to attract. In reality, he looks down on girls like her. The barriers of social status are hurdles one can never overcome in life. After saying this, she left. Shen Wanwan leaned against the desk, her gaze flickering, her expression grim. Don't listen to Yu Jiaojia's nonsense. What era is this? It's all about free love now. As long as you're excellent enough, you won't lack for admirers of the same caliber. Shu Hui hurriedly comforted her, fearing she might be hurt. What is Jiangxing, anyway? There are always others out there. If it weren't for his surname Jiang, he would be nothing. Shen Wanwan clenched her fists, dismissing these as mere paper dolls' cages. If it weren't for the task at hand, she wouldn't endure this suffering. Yet, as the captivating female lead, she had never failed in her previous world, with all male leads and antagonists revolving around her. She refused to believe that any man could withstand a meticulously crafted beauty trap. I understand now. You're right. Moreover, there's no shame in admitting a crush on Jiangxing. Those who like him are lined up all the way to France. Shen Wanwan said gently, her expression hinting at her shyness. This is the era of free love. As long as you have the ability, why shouldn't you like him? He has no girlfriend, so anyone can become that special someone. Wanwan, how can you be so kind? I do secretly admire him, but the gap is too vast, Shu Hui confessed, feeling embarrassed that her feelings had been exposed. Shen Wanwan empathetically encouraged her, as long as you take 99 steps, he will definitely notice you. But what about you? Don't you like him too? Shu Hui asked, touched by her kindness. Shen Wanwan, understanding and insightful, replied, fair competition, in the realm of love, no one can concede. Really? Do you think I can? Shu Hui asked, as if under a spell. Shen Wanwan smiled mysteriously. Of course, it's all about effort. Downstairs, amidst the bustling crowd, Ning Qiutang buried her face in the boy's neck, utterly mortified. Let me down. I can walk by myself. Jiang Sheng set her down but tightly grasped her wrist, as if fearing she might escape. From now on, I'll walk to and from school with you, he declared, his tone unmistakably a notification. Ning Qiutang realized he wasn't joking. He was never one to jest. She looked up at him in astonishment and asked, "Why?" Jiang Sheng replied calmly, "To cultivate feelings." Ning Qiutang felt uncomfortable staring at her wrist he held. "I don't think it's necessary. We're re-ending our engagement anyway, so there's no need for this. Just give it a try," Jiang Sheng insisted, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Ning Qiutang was filled with questions. What exactly did he want? She was no longer the naive girl who crazily chased after love. She was acutely aware that he didn't truly like her. What was his purpose in all this? The two walked parallel down the tree-lined path of the campus. Jiang Sheng released his other hand, revealing a bloodied thumbtack he had pressed into his palm when he had suddenly embraced Ning Qiutang. A mysterious force had compelled him to push her away. A voice urged him not to let Shen Wanwan be hurt. Damn it. Why should I care? Expressionless, he tossed the tack into the drain, his palm bloodied and oblivious to the pain. Ning Qiutang silently walked alongside him and then got into the car to go home. Jiang Sheng turned and left, a malevolent glint in his eyes concealed behind his charming smile, his gaze as dangerous as a black hole, brimming with intrigue. Finally, these dreadfully mundane days held a hint of excitement. Who would fall first, Ning Qiutang or Shen Wanwan? In Dr. Zhao's office, old Zhao looked at the uninvited guest with a bit of a headache at his seemingly fabricated ailments. "Jiang Sheng, if it comes to it, I can prescribe you some sleeping pills." Jiang Sheng sat in the chair where Ning Qiutang had previously sat, casting a gloomy gaze at the doctor. "You don't believe what I say. According to your account, there's a girl in your dreams who keeps haunting you, yet you can't recall her appearance. Who do you think she is, and what are your thoughts on it?" Old Zhao adopted a professional demeanor. Pondering that perhaps this crown prince was indeed a bit disturbed, Jiang Sheng paused for a moment before declaring, "I like her." After saying this, he produced a sketchbook filled with faceless drawings. Old Zhao frowned at the sketches. "When did you start dreaming?" Jiang Sheng replied, 3 years ago. I must find her." The boy's tone was light, yet it concealed a fierce determination. Old Zhao scrutinized the boy's vengeful expression and wanted to ask if he truly liked her, or if he intended to harm her instead. Perhaps he had only glimpsed her, unable to draw her face, but once he met her, he would surely recognize her. That was his conclusion. Jiang Sheng appeared thoughtful, as two figures emerged in his mind, Ning Qiutang and Shen Wanwan. Ever since Ning Qiutang turned over a new leaf and donned the floral dress she adored, she increasingly resembled the girl from his dreams. Meanwhile, Shen Wanwan seemed more like a subpar substitute, her every action meticulously crafted with the intent of attracting him. It appeared that there was more than one such inferior substitute. How intriguing. Jiang Sheng's eyes sparkled with a newfound excitement. "Give me the same medication you prescribed to Ning Qiutang." Old Zhao sighed. "All right." Chapter 14. Still claiming not to like me, Ning Qiutang, burdened with thoughts, sank into the small sofa upon returning home. Her eyes unfocused on the test paper laid out before her, while beside it rested the lunchbox Jiang Sheng had given her. Her gaze would invariably drift towards in her previous life. She had been riddled with scars, crawling on the ground in a desperate plea for mercy, only to be met with the cruel torment that surged back to her mind, draining her complexion and causing her fingers to tremble. "Darling, you've been at it for quite some time. Perhaps you should take a break," Ning's mother suggested, entering with a plate of fruit. She gently patted her daughter's head and glanced at the test paper. Noting the scant progress, this was not the pace one would expect from her daughter, and she observed the unsettling change in her countenance. "What troubles you, sweetheart? Your face seems rather pallid," her mother inquired. Settling beside her with a voice as gentle as flowing water, Ning Qiutang snapped back to reality, her eyes reflecting a tinge of powerless despair. "It's nothing. I was just momentarily lost in thought over a problem." Seeing her daughter grasp the pen again, striving to focus, Ning's mother felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her, reminiscent of when her daughter was a child. "The Zhang family informed me of your broken engagement. Why didn't you discuss it with your mother?" Ning Qiutang lowered her head, taking her mother's hand in apology. "I'm sorry, Mother. I didn't realize how difficult it would be to annul the engagement. I thought it was merely a childhood promise." Ning's mother tilted her daughter's chin up, her hands, untouched by toil, resting gently on her cheek, her gaze filled with both tenderness and strength. "You have done nothing wrong, so there is no need for apologies. However, my dear, ending an engagement is indeed not as simple as you might think. Your bond with Jiang Sheng is not merely a childhood betrothal. It involves intricate family interests. And you are still young. But if you genuinely no longer wish to be with him, I will find a way for you to extricate yourself without too much sacrifice on your father's part." Embracing her daughter, A flicker of fierce determination crossed Ning's mother's eyes. No one is permitted to make my daughter suffer. The Ning family is not a minor household. Their alliance with the Jiang family signifies a power not to be underestimated. Ning Qiutang inhaled the gentle scent of lilies that enveloped her mother, wrapping her arms around her waist as tears began to well in her eyes. But, mother, in my past life, all I earned for my efforts was Jiang Xing's disdain. In his eyes, the Ning family amounted to nothing. 3 years later, we were left in ruins, and I lost everything. This is not the outcome I wish to see. Mother, we will surely find a way to resolve this matter. Let's postpone the discussion of the annulment for now. Ning's mother, sensing her daughter's resolve, refrained from pressing further. You are my only daughter, my precious jewel. Regardless of the outcome, no one is allowed to see you shed a tear. Ning Qiutang nodded vigorously, stifling her tears. I want tea. Though uncertain of Jiang Sheng's intentions, she was no longer the lovesick girl who revolved around him. This time, she would ensure her own escape. Her mother stayed with her for a while before departing. Ning Qiutang completed her test before heading to bed. The following day at school, she spotted Jiang Xing conversing with Chen Jinsher at the school gate. The group of young gentlemen stood at an even height. Their looks fairly comparable, with Jiang Xing standing out as a striking anomaly among them. As she approached through the throng, she felt the weight of her heavily laden backpack. A subtle smile graced her lips. Yesterday, she had pondered much. Although she could not fathom Jiang Xing's peculiar behavior, she understood that he simply did not harbor affection for her. His sudden interest was likely a result of her own transformation. Pretending to continue liking him, acting like a lovesick fool, would surely make him retreat. That settled it. As Chen Jinsher and his companions noticed Ning Qiutang's arrival, their expressions turned complex. Jiang Sheng had previously shown utter disregard for her, even displaying outright aversion. Why the change? Are you really able to handle all those books, good student? Jiang Sheng placed a hand on her shoulder, appearing in high spirits. Ning Qiutang assumed he intended to help with her backpack. Straightening up with newfound confidence. The more I do, the higher my scores. Do you think being a good student is easy? The others couldn't help but chuckle. Chen Jinsher laughed the loudest. Did you hear that? Third brother, keep slacking off, and you'll be repeating the year. Jiang Xing withdrew his hand, not assisting her with the bag, instead adopting a relaxed posture with his hands in his pockets, shooting a cool glance at the group. I won't graduate simply because I choose not to. Do you think you can graduate if you want? Chen Jinsher ceased his teasing. That said, even if our third brother is repeating, his skills are undoubtedly formidable. Who knows? He might even become the king of full marks this time. Li Yucheng chimed in. Third brother dares to international competitions. He is bound to aim for full marks. With a reputation that instilled fear among current students despite never participating in an exam. His prowess was unquestionable. Zhao Linru echoed the sentiment, and their flattery only fueled the rumors of Jiang Sheng being a hidden powerhouse. Ning Qiutang, her face drawn, felt her steps grow heavier. Why wasn't he helping with her backpack today? It felt so burdensome. Jiang Xing observed her silent suffering, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. Heavy, is it? Let me help you. Ning Qiutang tightened her grip on the straps, ready to hand it over. Yet, Jiang Sheng continued. Forget it. You scolded me yesterday for helping you with your backpack. Ungrateful. Ning Qiutang stared at him in disbelief. Oh, you even hear yourself? With determination, she set her backpack down, opened it, and retrieved a lunchbox, the very one he had given her yesterday. Filled with breakfast for today. Here, this is for you. Jiang Sheng's expression remained inscrutable, though the shadows in his gaze deepened as he regarded her with a mixture of intrigue and annoyance. As she presented her offering, the repulsion within him began to fester, yet he found himself drawn to her defiance. He accepted the carefully prepared breakfast, his demeanor suggesting a myriad of unspoken thoughts. Still claiming you don't like me, the boy's eyes glinted with a mix of secrecy and darkness, akin to a beast ensnared, fixated on its prey. Ning Qiutang struggled to lift her backpack, forcing a bright smile. You bought me an identical lunchbox, so consider this my way of thanking you. It's quite rare. Third brother, you're so thoughtful. She feigned admiration, relishing the way his expression shifted. Knowing she had successfully irked him, content, she hoisted her backpack and walked away, indifferent to his sour demeanor. Once she departed, Jiang Xing's warmth evaporated, replaced by a chill as he clutched the lunchbox. Feeling as though it had been encased in ice, his mood soured further upon noticing the triumph and satisfaction in her eyes. She was intentionally provoking him. He was indeed on the verge of feeling nauseous. His fingers tightened around the lunchbox, yet he refrained from tossing it in the trash. Very well, then. Chapter 15. A resounding slap to the face of the malicious female supporting character. This visceral nausea was not a mere whim. Something was inhibiting him from approaching anyone aside from Shen Wanwan. Jiang Xing's gaze darkened as he placed the lunchbox into his backpack. "Third brother, what's wrong? You look rather unwell," Chen Jinsha remarked. Initially intending to tease Jiang Xing about his flirting skills, but the boy's expression left him speechless. Sensing something amiss, Jiang Xing turned casually, catching sight of Shenwan approaching. The refreshing scent she carried gradually quelled his discomfort. "Good morning, Jiang Xing. Weren't you always late? Why are you here so early today?" Shenwan beamed confidently, embodying the innate allure that drew attention from the male lead. Chen Jinsha and the others exchanged glances. Sensing the strange atmosphere, Jiang Xing cast a cold glance at her. "What do you want?" Shenwan smiled radiantly, producing several delectable treats, one for each of them. "I made these myself. Do try them." Jiang Xing lowered his gaze, a storm brewing in his eyes. Indeed, he felt at ease in her presence, a sensation that only fueled his disdain. Shenwan's hand hovered expectantly, her gaze fixed on the striking youth before her. Jiang Xing, maintaining an aloof demeanor, accepted the rainbow candy she offered, yet remained silent. Shenwan beamed. "We have a special training session this afternoon." This young lady narrowly escaped capture. A classmate beside her remarked. "I've heard that many leaders are coming for inspections recently, so we've been busy with a thorough cleaning these past few days. The student council is particularly strict, akin to the end of the year when everyone is racing to achieve their targets." The others were in animated discussion. Ning Qiutang quietly memorized her notes, while Yu Jiao entertained herself with her phone, careful not to disturb her. The teacher entered, holding a certificate. "Congratulations to Shenwan for winning first prize in the national essay competition. Everyone should learn from her." The students lifted their heads to watch Shenwan as she went to receive her award, and the applause was thunderous. "Thank you, teacher, it is my honor," Shenwan replied. After transferring to this school, she actively participated in various activities, accumulating awards and prizes until her hands felt sore. Her classmates admired her greatly. In their innocent world, good grades and strength were truly everything. "Oh, by the way, although the college entrance examination is approaching, your primary task remains diligent study. However, some students with stable grades can participate in the poetry competition in a few days. The themes are unrestricted. Whether you win or not is secondary. Broadening your horizons is worthwhile," the teacher concluded, allowing them to review independently. "Wow, Wan, you're going to participate again. You just won first prize. You're incredible." "Indeed," Shenwan replied. "I have consistently ranked high in several major competitions, and there are those who wish to recruit me." Wan could have received direct admission, but she still wanted to prove her abilities by taking the college entrance examination. As she had always been the top in her grade, Shenwan basked in the admiration of others, her gaze drifting towards the corner where Ning Qiutang was studying quietly. The main task was to persuade Ning Qiutang to enter the competition and decisively counter the malicious female antagonist. "Ning Qiutang, I recall you are quite proficient in writing romantic poetry. You should join as well. If by chance I don't win, it would bring honor to our class and school, and it would be beneficial for you too," she said, repeating her usual line. Ning Qiutang's expression was cold as she looked at her exam paper. In her past life, she had constantly provoked herself to compare with Shenwan, only to be met with humiliation. Years of literary cultivation paled in comparison to Shenwan. Even her pride in piano was overshadowed by Shenwan's excellence. After losing competitions to her, out of jealousy, she had schemed against Shenwan. And when exposed, she became a figure of shame. She remained silent, feigning ignorance. Shenwan frowned. Nearby, Shu Hui immediately chimed in. "Ning Qiutang, you're not afraid, are you? Or do you feel inferior to Wan and plan to concede?" Yu Jiao, who was applying lipstick, turned pale upon hearing their chatter. Who were they to belittle her? It wasn't as if it was a competition solely against Shenwan. If she chose to participate, she would, and if she chose not to, she wouldn't. Did it mean Shenwan couldn't win awards without her? Ning Qiutang pressed down on Yu Jiao's hand, asserting that she would handle her own matters. Shu Hui was taken aback. How sharp-tongued she was. What nonsense was this? Wan merely thought highly of her skills and wanted to include her. If she didn't want to participate, who was begging her to join? Shenwan clenched her fists. How could she not participate? She had to take part. However, she refrained from further remarks, instead pulling Shu Hui down to quiet her. This only made her appear even more aggrieved. Ning Qiutang cast a calm glance in their direction, dismissing it as childish banter. Why, Yu Jiao retorted, "You keep yielding. Why should we? Your previous poetry teacher was a renowned expert in the 4 books and 5 classics. Well-versed in poetry and prose. What is this?" Ning Qiutang dismissively replied, "Such trivial squabbles are hardly worth comparing. The more you engage with them, the more smug they become. taking advantage of your attention. Ignoring those you dislike is the best form of insult. All right, you're always right, Yu Jiao conceded. However, during lunch, the Chinese teacher sought out Ning Qiutang, subtly implying that she should participate in the competition. Ning Qiutang initially intended to refuse, but the teacher insisted. Why are you being shy? After years of study, isn't it time to achieve something? Or are you afraid? You must have confidence in yourself. Participation is what matters. I've already registered you. You cannot say no. The teacher believed her foundation was solid, and her literary acumen surpassed that of most. Not participating would be a pity. Chapter 16. It turns out I'm so bad. What should I do? The teacher's resolute decision left Ning Qiutang with no choice but to comply. Yet, she didn't resist too much, suspecting that Shen Wanwan was behind the sudden push to make her participate. Just thinking about the humiliation she endured in her past life made her lower her gaze. Sensing something was amiss, the poetry she had prepared, while not unique, should not be inferior. Shen Wanwan's poem was indeed classic, but it didn't seem like something she could produce, since Shen Wanwan insisted on entangling herself with her. There was no reason for retreat. Upon reflection, she realized that she had always been secretly provoking herself to compete with Shen Wanwan, allowing her to become the so-called genius girl in the eyes of everyone. Let us see who will truly have the last laugh this time. Ning Qiutang. Take this poetry collection home and study it well. If you prepare earnestly, the teacher won't lead you astray. Your grades will surely suffice to get you into Jing University. The teacher opened a drawer and handed her a book. Ning Qiutang snapped back to reality, accepting the anthology of 200 poems. Just as she was about to leave, she spotted Jiangxing being escorted in by the dean. Their eyes met, and she quickly looked down, wanting to slip away. Jiangxing, do you never learn? What do you take this school for? Gathering to fight like this. Don't think that just because you have some money, you can act with impunity. The dean dared to speak so boldly because he was Jiangxing's uncle. Jiangxing stood there, enduring the lecture, his expression growing increasingly impatient. Aren't you the ones who say we treat this school like our home? Isn't it reasonable for me to deal with a few trespassers? As Ning Qiutang reached the door, she silently admired his audacity. Every student dreams of defying their teachers. No wonder he was dubbed Jiangxing and the Prince. She didn't linger. Jiangxing's fighting incidents were notorious. She had heard that during his first year, he single-handedly took on 18 school bullies, causing them to transfer out of the capital. His fame rose dramatically. Who didn't know of the Prince at High? As the school day drew to a close, Ning Qiutang resolved to be more prudent, not cramming her bag with too many items. Yu Jiaojia left early, claiming she was going to attend Pei Tinx's fan meeting. Shen Wanwan approached with a friendly demeanor. Classmate Ning, the teacher mentioned that only the two of us from our class will participate. What do you plan to write? By the way, here's what I wrote. Could you give me some feedback? Shu Hui, her ever-present shadow, followed closely behind. Wanwan. Why are you showing her? What if she plagiarizes your work? Ning Qiutang found their antics tedious, particularly Shen Wanwan, who seemed utterly ridiculous. It's written beautifully. It could become timeless. Such insults without foul language. Shen Wanwan's expression shifted as she caught sight of someone waiting for her outside. She quickly donned an innocent facade. I wrote just okay. But I heard your teacher is a renowned expert in classic literature. With your years of literary training, you must be even more skilled. I sincerely wish to learn from you. Of course, if you find it bothersome, just disregard my request. Look how gentle and gracious she was. Ning Qiutang furrowed her brow slightly. Upon turning, she indeed saw a young man suddenly appear at the window. Whenever Shen Wanwan feigned innocence, it signaled someone's arrival. Jiangxing leaned against the windowsill, and when she turned back, their eyes met with a playful glint. She quickly averted her gaze, having been caught in her moment of vulnerability. The young man's smile didn't reach his eyes, his lips parting slightly. It seems I've come at an inopportune time, interrupting your performance. Shen Wanwan's brow furrowed. Why couldn't Jiangxing's favorability toward her increase? Why was he becoming more concerned with this malicious female antagonist? This was illogical. For the male lead, wasn't he the female lead the most important? Ning Qiutang gathered her things, not intending to continue the verbal sparring with Shen Wanwan. Jiangxing placed his hand on her backpack, effortlessly seizing it. Write me a 2,000-word reflection. Good student. Ning Qiutang felt a surge of indignation. Why did he presume to command her so casually? I am not your subordinate. Why should I help you with this and that? What do you take me for? She was filled with resentment. Jiangxing switched her bag to his left hand and suddenly wrapped his right arm around her waist. Pinning her against the corner. He exuded a roguish charm, his lips tempting and inviting. I'm begging you to help me. Okay. Their proximity drew closer, the air thick with unspoken tension. Ning Qiutang, startled, pressed her hands between them, looking up at the brazen youth with a mix of alarm and trepidation. How peculiar that the lofty prince would lower himself to plead with her. She felt no blush or nervousness, only an intrinsic fear of him, daring not to entertain any delusions. The words of refusal hovered on her lips, but before she could utter them, Jiangsheng leaned down, his face inches from hers. Ning Qiutang swiftly turned away, fearing his unpredictability, her hands pressing against his chest with increasing force, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat beneath. "You cannot refuse, for I will be angry." Jiangsheng spoke with a gentle demeanor, devoid of any hint of menace. However, those familiar with him understood that refusing his request could lead to dire consequences. Ning Qiutang nodded eagerly, recognizing the wisdom in acquiescing to the situation. "I will write. Even 5,000 words." Jiangsheng, satisfied, released his hold on her waist, appreciating her docile compliance, and affectionately ruffled her hair. Both of them froze momentarily. Ning Qiutang, feeling a chill run down her spine, instinctively took a step aside to escape his touch. Jiangsheng's gaze darkened, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he observed her recoiling from him, as if he were a venomous snake. "It seems you always have surprises waiting for me to uncover. Why are you so terrified of me? Have I wronged you in any way?" The boy's keen sensitivity was piercing, revealing the deepest secrets of one's heart, leaving no room for concealment. Ning Qiutang's mind raced, her fingers gripping her clothing as she blurted out, "Everyone fears you. You dared to act recklessly in front of me before." Jiangsheng scoffed, unimpressed by her clumsy attempt at deflection. Ning Qiutang's thoughts raced faster. And suddenly, with glistening eyes, she looked at him, her voice trembling. "That was then. This is now. I need to remind you of how cruel you've been to me." As Jiangsheng observed her near tears, his cold demeanor gradually softened. The lofty prince leaned down, gently soothing her. "Oh, so I am that wicked, am I? What shall we do about it? Feel free to scold me a bit more, vent your frustration. I won't retaliate." Ning Qiutang struggled to maintain her composure. Was he serious or merely pretending? This gentle and patient Jiangsheng was a sight she had only witnessed in the company of Shen Wanwan. It felt surreal, like a dream. Eventually, she resigned herself to the fact that everything had changed, and considering his penchant for violence, it was entirely reasonable for her to fear an unexpected outburst. She composed herself and walked past him. Chapter 17. Jiangsheng, could you assist me? Jiangsheng observed the girl's feigned nonchalance as she walked away. Reflecting on his own memories, it seemed he had never struck a woman. He stepped forward and spoke in a low voice. "I do not hit women." Ning Qiutang, walking ahead, felt as though her heart had been pierced by a multitude of needles upon hearing his words. "That's wonderful," she replied dismissively. Jiangsheng frowned, then let out a derisive laugh. Questioning why he needed to explain himself, the two of them arrived at the school gate, and upon seeing her family's car, Ning Qiutang breathed a sigh of relief and hastily entered. Jiangsheng tossed her backpack into the car and unexpectedly asked, "Does your foot still hurt?" Ning Qiutang shot him a surprised glance. Such concern and patience were not a tribute she expected from him. Had he taken some sort of medication? Thankfully, Dr. Zhao's medicine was indeed effective. Jiangsheng found it amusing. Do you really think a psychologist would have medicine for bruises? This implied that the medicated ointment was something he had specifically acquired for her. Ning Qiutang regarded him with suspicion, long believing that Jiangsheng harbored ulterior motives and was not a good person. "Oh, how much was it?" "I'll transfer you the money," she said, reaching for her phone to find his contact. Realizing they were not friends made her feel rather awkward. Jiangsheng, propping himself against the car, took out his phone, using his fingers to effortlessly navigate her contact QR code and add her as a friend. The smoothness of his action left Ning Qiutang momentarily stunned. This was the advantage of having long fingers. Setting aside her thoughts, she casually asked, "How much was the lunchbox? Did you eat breakfast?" "I did," Jiangsheng replied tersely, stepping away from her car and closing the door. Ning Qiutang was skeptical about him actually having eaten. He was surely lying. "Well, I'm leaving now," she said, turning away. The lunchbox had cost over 800, and the medicine roughly 200. Watching her family's car drive away from the school gate, Jiangsheng glanced down at the transfer request and promptly rejected it. He sent a message, "Don't transfer it. I don't want it. Consider it payment for your reflective essay. The breakfast was delicious. Will there be more tomorrow?" Ning Qiutang sat in the car, contemplating the two messages from the black avatar. Jiangsheng's behavior was so normal it made her question her own life choices. His various changes complemented her own, leaving her feeling bewildered and lost. Perhaps if he harbored less malice towards her this time, she could avoid her demise at his hands. She sighed. "Uncle Wang, the driver?" remarked, "Miss, your relationship with young Master Jiang seems to be improving." Ning Qiutang frowned, replying, "Do you really think it's a good relationship? He clearly has ulterior motives." Uncle Wang chuckled. Young men often exhibit their affections quite openly. When they like someone, it becomes apparent. Ning Qiutang struggled to articulate her thoughts. Jiang Xing was not like most people. His mindset diverged drastically from that of the average individual, and his worldview was in stark contrast to the mainstream. Upon returning home, she had just completed an exam paper when her cousin called. "Sister, you haven't come to the races lately. There's an event today, and Xinggu will be there. Aren't you coming? Oh, and I have to tell you about this idiot named Xin Xingxing who wants to race against me. How deluded. You must come and see how I win this match." Her cousin's excitement was palpable, along with the noise of the event in the background. Ning Qiutang felt a surge of anxiety. She nearly forgot about this event. In her previous life, her cousin and Shen Wanwan's brother had raced on this very night. A seemingly foolproof race that her cousin was certain to win. Yet, as they neared the finish line, her cousin's car had encountered an accident, struck by Xin Xingxing, resulting in not only a loss but also a lifetime of disability. She had been present at the scene. Filled with regret for not preventing her cousin from participating, "Ning Xiaoyao, you are not allowed to race," she admonished. "Ning Xiaoyao, you don't believe in my abilities. I won't even need to exert myself against such a minor opponent." Ning Qiutang was exasperated with her disobedient cousin. "Listen to me. This Xin Xingxing is not to be underestimated. He has 3 years of racing experience and is no novice. Moreover, I suspect he might resort to underhanded tactics. Please. Dante, sister, you're being overly cautious. This is our territory. Why should we fear dirty tricks? If you're not coming, then just stay out of it." Ning Xiao hung up the phone. Ning Qiutang immediately stood up, changed her clothes, and prepared to leave. Her mother, returning home with her husband, saw her rushing out and asked, "What's wrong, darling?" "Oh, it's nothing. They invited me out to have some fun. I'll be back before midnight." As she spoke, she dialed a driver to take her there. Ning's mother instructed the driver to take care of her daughter. On the way, she attempted to call several times, only to be met with silence. Oh, Jiang Xing was there too. Fortunately, they had added each other as friends today. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to try calling him. The default ringtone echoed for quite some time. At the racetrack, Jiang Xing sat in a quiet corner, wearing a black cap, when his phone vibrated beside him. "Third brother, phone call." Chen Jinxi reminded him upon returning. Jiang Xing glanced at the screen, noting the ridiculous Rose avatar. As the ringtone neared its conclusion, he leisurely answered, "Why can't little Rose sleep? Third brother will tell you a bedtime story." Ning Qiutang was caught off guard by his words, a chill running down her spine. But at least he had picked up. "Jiang Sheng, is my brother, Ning Xiaoyao, with you?" Jiang Sheng's response was curt and icy. "He is not here." Ning Qiutang, needing his help, softened her tone. "Could you have someone look for him? If he is racing, please don't let him participate." Jiang Sheng replied with a hint of amusement. "What did you say when you got out of school? Who am I to you? Why should I take orders from you? Petty and vengeful. A villain." Ning Qiutang finally grasped that she could never expect any favors from this insufferably arrogant young master. "I beg you. Jiang Sheng, I'm on my way there now. Please help me." Jiang Sheng snorted coldly. Was he the type to fall for such pleas? "You have half an hour." He hung up the phone and summoned Chen Jinxi. Chen Jinxi hurried over. "Their brother." "What's up?" Jiang Sheng lounged on the sofa, legs spread wide, exuding an air of imperial authority as he commanded, "Bring Ning Qiutang's brother here." "Ning Xiaoyao? Has he crossed you?" Chen Jinxi inquired. Curiosity piqued as he pulled out his phone to call his younger brother for assistance. Jiang Sheng nodded slightly. Why ask so many questions? Chen Jinxi quickly left. When Ning Qiutang arrived, the racetrack was abuzz with excitement, the event seemingly reaching its climax, filled with people and fireworks lighting up the sky. Chapter 18. How many times have you thrown yourself at me? The race car sped across the vast racetrack, surrounded by barbed wire stronger than rebar. Flags of various colors, representing different teams, fluttered in the air, heralding a grand competition today. In addition to the circuit racing, there was also off-road racing, with the entire racetrack encompassing the winding mountain roads. During each event, the mountains would be closed off to prevent other vehicles from approaching. Helicopters hovered above, broadcasting the event live. Ning Qiutang made her way to the second floor of the VIP area where Jiang Sheng and the others were resting, her gaze inadvertently catching sight of Shen Wanwan, who rushed in only to be halted by security. She had come for her younger brother and also for Jiang Xing. Retracting her gaze, she proceeded directly into the luxurious lounge. Upon opening the door, She found Chen Jinxi and the others gathered around 16-year-old Ning Xiaoyao, teaching him how to solve problems. Oh, this is a first-year math formula. How come I've never seen it before? Chen Jinxi observed the concepts intently, puzzled as to why, despite being in his third year, these seemed entirely foreign to him. Liu Chen beside him was speechless. What on earth is wrong with you? This is a physics book. Zhao Linru pushed them aside, holding up the answer. Little brother, look, this is written by the mathematics department of Jing University. Just write it like this, and you won't go wrong. Jiangsheng sat on a single sofa, his hat pulled low, obscuring his face, shadows concealing his eyes, exuding an aura of chilliness. He toyed with a silver lighter, the crisp sound accompanying the blue flame, exuding an air of opulence. Ning Xiaoyao cautiously observed the formidable youth across from him. He was not timid, merely prudent, for who would come to this place to do homework? Upon spotting a graceful silhouette at the door, he sprang to his feet excitedly. Sister, you finally came. Ahahaha, I'm free now. No more of this dreadful homework. The others looked up to see Ning Qiutang as well. Jiang Sheng paused his lighter's movement, lifting his chin slightly to behold the girl he had just parted with earlier that afternoon. Ning Qiutang never anticipated that Jiang Sheng would be overseeing the unruly Ning Xiaoyao as he completed his assignments. Only he could subject others to such torment. Any other person would never have tamed this little rascal. Thank you all, Xiaoyao, come home with me. Ning Qiutang was resolute in not allowing him to race with Shen Xingxing, her gaze firm as she urged Ning Xiaoyao to pack his belongings and return home. Chen Jinxi and the others promptly settled down, relieved that their task of supervising was finally over. Ning Xiaoyao, unwilling, flopped onto the sofa, throwing a tantrum. No way, sister, I finally got this chance to have some fun. Why must you spoil it? I'm not going back. If anyone's leaving, it's you. I want to race and play. He behaved like a petulant child, throwing a fit to get his way. Ning Qiutang was at her wit's end. She approached and tidied up his backpack. No, you must come home with me this time, no matter what. Racing can wait, but not today. Ning Xiaoyao, oblivious to the consequences awaiting him, was filled with youthful bravado and pride. Having just boasted to his friends about teaching Shen Xingxing a lesson, making him kneel and call him daddy. Now, he was being forced to leave, and he adamantly refused. Ning Qiutang, her face stern with anger, tugged at her brother's ear. Do you not understand what I am saying? Ning Xiaoyao stretched his neck in embarrassment, feeling humiliated in front of so many people. It hurts, sister, I was wrong. As Ning Qiutang released him, she urged him not to dawdle and to hurry away. However, the slippery little rascal darted to Jiang Sheng's side, pleading, brother-in-law, please help me. I truly want to play his utterance of brother-in-law. Chen Jinxi and the others stifled their laughter. Brother-in-law, indeed. Did he not know how Jiang Sheng treated his sister? Ning Qiutang's face flushed with anger. Ning Xiaoyao was far too carefree, calling out indiscriminately. Ning Xiaoyao, don't shout like that. I will, brother-in-law, 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 Jiang Sheng, please save your brother. Ning Xiaoyao shamelessly pulled a face at his sister. Coincidentally, the principal character remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to being addressed as such. Ning Qiutang's face burned with embarrassment as she rushed to capture Ning Xiaoyao. While they were playfully tussling, Ning Xiaoyao accidentally pushed her, causing Ning Qiutang to lose her balance and sit directly in Jiang Sheng's lap. Realizing what had occurred, she quickly attempted to rise, only to be embraced by the youth, his broad chest pressing against her back. Have you had your fun? Jiang Sheng caught her effortlessly, trapping her in an embrace, his profile brushing against her ear in a rather intimate manner. Chen Jinxi and the others were left dumbfounded. Goodness gracious, even the king of hell has such a tender and indulgent side. The sun must be rising from the west. Ning Xiaoyao covered his eyes with his hand, peeking through his fingers. Sister, I didn't do it on purpose. Ning Qiutang's ears turned crimson, her cheeks flushed as she grasped Jiang Sheng's hand around her waist, her voice trembling. Why you? Let go of me. Jiang Sheng should have released her. As his physiological instincts made him uncomfortable, intimate contact with her invoked a sense of disgust, yet he disregarded it, allowing his body to act on its own accord, sensing the refreshing scent of roses emanating from her. The youth's throat moved slightly. How many times have you thrown yourself at me? If you want a hug next time, just come over. There's no need for all this theatrics. Ning Qiutang's blush gradually faded as her flustered emotions began to calm. His words cutting deep. I in your eyes. Is everything I do merely an invitation for your advances? Oh, am I repulsive to you? Jiang Sheng skillfully countered, his fingers toying with her long hair as if it were fine silk. Ning Qiutang rolled her eyes, struggling to free herself from his lap. If I could disgust you, I would just relieve myself on your head. She disregarded her image entirely. Chen Jinxi and the others gasped in shock. Ning Qiutang, you are ruthless. Jiang Sheng, complying with her wishes, released her, his gaze lingering meaningfully on the girl. Your brother has become entangled in a bet. Unless he concedes, he cannot leave. Rules are rules. No one is allowed to break them. Except for him, of course. Chen Jinxi immediately added, if he concedes, he must break a leg and will be barred from participating in racing activities in the future. Ning Xiaoao stubbornly declared, I don't care. I want he concede. Ning Qiutang knew well of Jiang Sheng's ruthless nature, his heartless and cruel demeanor, and now he was displaying it to the fullest. Change Xiaoyao's car, and keep a close watch on Shun Xingxing throughout. Jiang Xing, even seated, exuded a commanding presence, casually chuckling. Little Rose, are you giving me orders again? Then I'll find someone else. Ning Qiutang recognized his malicious intent at this moment. Refraining from adding fuel to the fire was already a feat. So how could she dare to command him? Chapter 19. My heart aches for you, Little Rose. Jiang Xing raised an eyebrow, his expression displaying mild irritation. Come back. I never said you couldn't give me orders. He gestured to the manager at the door. The manager, trembling with fear, approached. Boss. Jiang Xing nonchalantly stated, let Ning Xiaoao drive the tyrant. The manager was stunned. The tyrant? But that Esther car. Ning Xiaoao looked at his brother-in-law with excitement, thrilled at such good fortune. He had initially thought to refuse the car change but quickly complied. My car isn't that precious. Jiang Xing's gaze turned resolute as he looked at Ning Qiutang, conveying that the more she retreated, the more he would push her, ensuring no one would come out unscathed. Ning Qiutang furrowed her brows at Jiang Xing's ostentatious demeanor, feeling a sense of despair with nowhere to escape. Chen Jinxi chimed in. Let us hear what our young prince has to say. My car isn't precious either. Insured for 10 billion. Auction value exceeding 600 million. He calls it not precious. Such extravagance. Li Yuchen's mouth twitched. You're being too exaggerated. Ning Qiutang anxiously regarded the spirited youth, who seemed ready to spend lavishly. How can I repay you? Jiang Xing finally awaited this question. For a person with a strong moral compass would reflect on themselves, they could not shamelessly accept kindness without feeling indebted, always returning even the slightest favor with profound gratitude. The youth's enigmatic smile appeared as he patted the spot beside him. Come. Sit down. Ning Qiutang hesitated. Ning Xiaoyao began to playfully push his sister to sit beside his brother-in-law. What is there to be shy about? Your relationship is already so close. Isn't it? Right, brother-in-law. Ning Xiao felt a sense of triumph. As soon as Ning Qiutang sat down, she felt like a fish out of water, uncomfortable in every way. Xiaoyao, if you keep talking nonsense, do you believe I want to tell uncle and aunt? Ning Xiaoyao immediately fell silent. She sighed softly, addressing this brother who was not by blood yet closer than any sibling. Be careful during the race. I'm not trying to scare you. What is more important, winning or your life? If anything happens to you, how will I explain it to uncle and aunt? Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, on the verge of crying. Ning Xiaoyao, frightened by her demeanor, nodded earnestly. Sister, don't worry. I will definitely be careful. You mustn't stress. And, please don't cry. I can't comfort you. Upon his words, he hastily exited. Ning Qiutang wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Although she wished to refrain from weeping, it was only through such displays that Ning Xiaoyao would earnestly heed her words. Chen Jinxi and the others, possessing keen insight, discreetly withdrew. Jiang Xing uncapped a bottle of cola and poured it into a cup. Inquiring, how could you be certain that your brother would encounter trouble? Ning Qiutang, unwilling to elaborate, continued to weep silently, biting her lower lip in a restrained manner, for such sorrowful expressions often evoked pity in others. The cup that Jiang Xing extended towards her caught a few of her tears, and he gazed at the crystalline droplets with an unwavering expression, his fingers lightly stroking the cup. It pains me to witness your tears. Little Rose, Ning Qiutang nearly faltered under the weight of his sympathetic gaze, incredulously regarding the boy who spoke such nonsensical words, questioning his sanity. I cannot control my tears. Please do not mind me. She hastily dabbed at her eyes with several tissues, for while shedding tears was effortless, stifling them proved to be a true challenge. Otherwise, she would not have been burdened with such a tearful disposition. Jiang Xing sipped the drink, infused with her tears, and listened to her intermittent sobs without annoyance, turning on the television as the live broadcast commenced. The manager re-entered, stating, Boss, there is a woman seeking you, claiming to know you. Jiang Xing surmised who it might be, having previously instructed someone to investigate Shen Wanwan's background. Shen Xingxing's sister was indeed Shen Wanwan, and it was inconceivable that she would not attend tonight's race. Very well. He rose and stepped outside. Ning Qiutang, still shedding tears, stealthily followed to ascertain the situation. Outside, Shen Wanwan, spotting Jiang Xing, implored Jiangxing. I beg you to help me. My brother has been deceived. He knows nothing of this world. Can you assist in rescuing him? Jiangxing, hands shoved into his pockets, regarded the equally tearful woman with a chilling demeanor, his heart untouched by her plight, even feeling a surge of anger. Yet, in the face of Shen Wanwan, his inner turmoil inexplicably found solace, as if she were the antidote he could not afford to lose. Her tears stirred a flicker of compassion within him. Absurd, is this truly me? The boy's demeanor turned cold and ruthless. What reason do I have to assist you? The narrative had derailed by 60%. Shen Wanwan furrowed her brow in frustration. Why was he not adhering to the script? I simply need your help, and I am willing to do anything. Jiangxing sneered, his icy gaze akin to a blade. Do you believe you are worthy? Shen Wanwan's pride took a severe blow. Disbelief etched across her features as she regarded this protagonist who strayed from convention. His scorn and disdain glaringly evident. She retreated a couple of steps, grappling with existential doubt. Fine, if you refuse to help, I shall find a way myself. The heroine must not capitulate or resort to flattery. She could not stray from character, resolutely departing. Without the protagonist, she still had the sympathetic second male lead and the devoted third male lead, along with countless admirers. Host. The world task has deviated significantly from the norm. The narrative is collapsing too rapidly. Would you like to exit? Otherwise, you risk failure and even death. No. How could I possibly lose? There is no man in this world I cannot conquer. Shen Wanwan declined. Resolute in her commitment to complete the task, Jiangxing observed her departure with an impassive expression, withdrawing his bloodied hand from his pocket, discarding the thumbtack into the trash. He must not discover who was behind the chaos. Turning, he caught sight of the woman eavesdropping behind the door. Ning Qiutang was taken aback, confronted with the sight of his bloodied hand while simultaneously sensing Jiangxing's unsettling and twisted nature. He truly required medical attention. Jiangxing returned, and Ning Qiutang turned to flee, but her injured ankle hindered her speed, ultimately resulting in his capture. She gazed at him in despair, fear etched across her face. I merely wished to ascertain who had captivated your thoughts. Jiangxing pulled her back into her seat, sneering, eavesdropping is one thing, but your choice of words is rather intriguing. Ning Qiutang fell silent. Her gaze fixated on his continuously bleeding hand, feeling a tingle of unease. Will you not tend to that? Jiangxing retrieved a first aid kit from behind him. Observing her idle demeanor, he remarked. You do it. Ning Qiutang contemplated whether she could settle a score by inflicting some discomfort upon him with the alcohol. She carefully extracted the alcohol, cotton swabs, and cotton balls, stealing a glance at the aloof youth. Accidentally pouring too much alcohol, she proceeded to clean his hand. Had it been anyone else, they would have cried out in pain. Jiangxing displayed no sign of discomfort, his eyelids barely fluttering, mockingly observing her misguided attempts. Is this amusing? The phrase amusing emerging from his lips sounded almost ominous, as if he were about to strangle himself. Startled, Ning Qiutang trembled, diligently using tweezers to dab at the wounds. It was an accident. She defended. Jiangxing did not pursue the matter further, recognizing her timid nature. He offered a reprieve. Be more careful next time. Ning Qiutang complied obediently. She dared not test his patience, upon noticing 2 wounds on his palm. It became apparent that this was not the first instance of self-harm. She contemplated saying something but swallowed her words. His life choices were of no concern to her. It would be best if he simply harmed himself without dragging others into it. She sprinkled antiseptic over his wounds and wrapped them with bandages, her inexperience evident in her clumsy handling. This will have to suffice. It shouldn't impede recovery. Jiangxing had no high expectations, his gaze fixed upon her. While time permits, you should write a 2,000-word reflection. Ning Qiutang initially intended to focus on the live broadcast, wishing to protest the absence of paper and pen, only to watch Jiangxing retrieve them from Ning Xiaoyao's backpack. Ning Xiaoyao is unwell but still brought a backpack to play. Must I do it now? She asked weakly. Jiangxing posed a soul-searching question. It must be presented to my uncle tomorrow. You plan to forego sleep? Indeed. Ning Qiutang found herself at a loss for words, as he pressed paper and pen into her hands, silently writing on the pristine notebook. The words reflection paper were inscribed with utmost seriousness, akin to her own self-reflection. Respected school leaders. After writing a couple of sentences, the fervent cheers from the television drew her attention, and she beheld the race commencing, with cars surging from the starting line. One golden car stood out prominently, leading the pack. Concerned, she gazed at the vehicle, hoping Ning Xiaoyao was truly safe. Have you conducted a thorough check? Jiangxing glanced at the mundane race before shifting his gaze to the anxious girl. Under my watchful eye. No one shall cause trouble. Write faster. Ning Qiutang shot him an irritated glare, urging him not to rush her. She immersed herself in her writing, neat lines of script gradually filling the notebook's pages. Ah, I shall strictly adhere to school regulations, fully comprehend my mistakes, set an example, and refrain from fighting. Striving to become a model student. I have come to deeply understand my errors, hoping my classmates will not follow my example. Jiangxing observed her writing, reciting each line aloud while smirking. Ning Qiutang felt uncertain, looking at him innocently. Is this not how I should write it? Jiangxing's voice turned disdainful. You expect me to apologize in front of the entire student body? Ning Qiutang queried, puzzled. Isn't a reflection paper meant to be an apology? Jiangxing's icy gaze bore into her, his thoughts on her foolishness. You are correct, he finally conceded after a long pause. Ning Qiutang was utterly bewildered, lowering her head to conclude her writing. Meanwhile, the race approached its climax. Glancing up, she noticed something amiss with the golden car. Jiangxing, your car. Jiangxing remained calm, fully aware of his vehicle's reliability. I see words escaping his lips. What is wrong with my car? Meanwhile, as the remaining competitors neared the finish line, Shen Wan'an employed the system's abilities to force the golden car into malfunction. However, as the issue arose, a warning echoed. Host, attacking the male lead's vehicle constitutes a violation. You risk annihilation after 3 such violations. She had not harmed the male lead, and the occupant of the car was not him. Why was this deemed a violation? It seemed the male lead sensed the system's interference, leading to the violation's designation. Since she could not act against the male lead's vehicle, she redirected her focus onto others. Suddenly, the cars behind began to malfunction, spiraling out of control. Shen Xingxing, initially intent on colliding with Ning Xiaoyao, found himself in a precarious situation. As the golden race car surged forward, he pressed the accelerator, aiming to crash into it. Unexpectedly, Ning Xiaoyao accelerated and crossed the finish line. The vehicles trailing behind collided with Shen Xingxing. Apart from Ning Xiaoyao, all other cars met their demise. Emergency vehicles rushed onto the scene to render assistance. Ning Xiaoyao, shaken, exited the vehicle and turned to witness the horrific spectacle, grateful that he had chosen to accelerate. Shen Wan'an stared in shock, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. How could this accident not have resulted in Ning Xiaoyao's injury? The narrative had crumbled by 80%. In the lounge, Ning Qiutang watched the calamity unfold, her heart momentarily halting. It appeared that her vehicle was unscathed. Jiangxing sensed he was brushing against something dark and sordid. Ning Qiutang parted her lips. My brother. Ning Xiaoyao called her. Sister, I'm fine, so do not worry. Meanwhile, Shen Xingxing faced dire consequences from the devastating accident. Uncertain of his survival, Ning Qiutang let out a sigh of relief. As long as you're fine. Jiangxing was indifferent to the outcome of the competition. His fingers rested on the pristine notebook. What about the conclusion? Ning Qiutang pouted, hastily completing the final lines for him. I was wrong. Jiangxing read aloud, raising an eyebrow gently at the girl's whimsical expression. Ning Qiutang had deliberately pinned those 3 words. Upon hearing him say that, she thought to herself that even if he acknowledged his mistake, she would not forgive him, because the pain of dying was truly unbearable. Why is your tone so arrogant? If you admit your fault, you should have the attitude to match. She nitpicked. Jiangxing, with his tongue pressed against his cheek, observed her mischievous demeanor with a half-smile and asked, where did I go wrong? Ning Qiutang slapped the hard-earned apology letter into his arms. If you read I was wrong 1,000 times, you'll understand where the mistake lies. Jiangxing pinched the thin paper, his last words, I was wrong, written with great emphasis. Is that so? The 2 words he uttered were laden with meaning, as if he had uncovered a secret about her that was amiss. Shenjinsi pushed the door open. Third brother, everyone is waiting for you at the celebration banquet. Jiangxing tucked the apology letter into his pocket and pulled Ning Qiutang up. You all enjoy yourselves. I'll see this good student home. Ning Qiutang couldn't fathom his thoughts. Since he bore no ill intent, she decided to let it be for now. Ning Xiaoyao was also taken along, as he still had to obediently attend school. Shen Wan'an watched reluctantly as Jiangxing left with Ning Qiutang, realizing that she was also present. Wan'an, your brother's car, along with others, has issues. We should call the police. Qin Dang approached, glancing at the girl he admired. Willingly stepping up to assist her, Shen Wan'an gazed at him, profoundly grateful. Thank you, Qin. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do. My brother was clearly deceived into coming here. Besides, he's unfamiliar with this place and doesn't know who wishes to harm him. She added. Qin Dang replied, who else could it be? It must be Ning Xiaoyao. He'll do anything to win. If I find evidence, I'll help your brother seek justice. Chapter 21. I was wrong, but I would dare again. Jiangxing first took Ning Xiaoyao home. Ning Qiutang admonished her troublesome younger brother. Stay away from that Shen Xingxing from now on. Understood? Ning Xiaoyao sulked. Why? I'm not afraid of him. This isn't about fear. I'm your sister. You should listen to me. If you don't, I'll wash my hands of you. Ning Qiutang believed that after narrowly escaping danger, he should cherish life rather than live recklessly. Ning Xiaoyao, begrudgingly compliant, acknowledged her words, knowing he had to heed his sister. Upon returning to the Ning household, Ning Qiutang earnestly expressed her gratitude. Thank you for today. You're actually quite a good person. She spoke insincerely, reasoning that a few kind words wouldn't cost her anything. Jiang Sheng, absorbed in his phone, replied without lifting his head. What? Are you going to award me a prize? Ning Qiutang thought he probably didn't want to be labeled as a good person. That would be an affront to his character. How could someone so young have strayed so far? If you don't refuse, I can hold a ceremony to celebrate your goodness, she said earnestly. Jiang Sheng's gaze shifted from his phone to her face. Are you trying to use this opportunity to gift me something while claiming you don't like me, yet want to create a spectacle for others to see us together? Ning Qiutang's head slowly filled with 3 question marks. She hesitated, looking at him, and upon realizing they had arrived home, she fled the car in embarrassment, her steps betraying her admiration for the princely figure, wondering how he could be so self-absorbed. Jiang Sheng watched the girl rush home, bewildered as if he had seen a ghost. Isn't it true? Besides himself, what else could occupy her thoughts? Young master, it truly is time to head home, the driver cautiously suggested. Jiang Sheng's phone had been off, as the Jiang family had been attempting to reach him. Let us go. The following day at school, Ning Qiutang forgot to bring breakfast for Jiang Sheng. Initially, she had done so on a whim, not expecting him to actually eat it, spotting several people waiting for her at the school gate. She wished to escape, but Jiang Sheng noticed her, watching her with an air of amusement. Ning Qiutang bought 2 tea eggs, 2 pieces of bread, and glutinous rice balls, figuring it would be enough. She approached obediently, handing him the breakfast. Look, it's still warm. I kept it close to ensure the tea eggs wouldn't cool. Jiang Sheng cast her a teasing glance, as if he were blind. Chingency, hands in pockets, observed the girl gazing adoringly at Jiang Sheng, thinking that her earlier claim about breaking off the engagement was surely a ruse, a game of bait and tease. Why is it only for third brother? What about us? The other 2 chimed in unison. Jiang Sheng frowned, declining the meager tea eggs. Ning Qiutang, perceiving the disdainful expression of the esteemed young master, offered the tea eggs to them. Here, take them. He won't eat anyway. Chingency was taken aback, retreating a couple of steps, chuckling nervously. Ning Qiutang, don't be reckless. I was just joking. I wouldn't dare compete with third brother. Jiang Sheng, expressing his disdain, interjected. I want to eat. Ning Qiutang retorted, see, he won't eat. I've had my fill. It's all for you. She tossed the freshly bought items to them. Jiang Sheng grabbed her backpack and pulled her close as they walked into the school together. If you don't bring me something edible, I might just eat you. A threat, a coercion, intimidation. Ning Qiutang reluctantly queried. Then what exactly do you want to eat? It seemed she would have to call the housekeeper. Jiang Sheng scoffed. Anything. Ning Qiutang glared at him. You're just messing with me. Jiang Sheng looked down at her, watching her puff up like a little kitten, his hand gently caressing her cheek, drawing her closer against her tense demeanor. Outside the school, there was a breakfast shop whimsically named Anything. Ning Qiutang frowned, perplexed by such a casual name for a breakfast establishment. Chingency and the others trailed behind, confirming, it really exists. We've eaten there before. Ning Qiutang scoffed. You can't be suggesting I go buy something for you now? I have no time. I need to get back to studying. They have nothing to do. Let them go. She refused to play errand girl, even if it meant facing his wrath. Jiang Sheng regarded her with a playful expression, pinching her cheek, which felt as soft as cotton candy. Order takeout. Silly. No wonder people insult others with fool. The term silly and stupid did seem a bit too affectionate, with his increasingly excessive pinching. Ning Qiutang felt like a mere clay doll in his hands, subject to his whims. Speak normally. Why are you getting hands-on? She attempted to swat his hand away, wanting to distance herself from this peculiar young master. Jiang Sheng released her, knowing that one should not pursue their prey too aggressively. If I don't get hands-on, how would I know that the little Rose's face is so soft? Perverted. Ning Qiutang cursed inwardly several times, her fingers brushing her face, wiping away where he had touched. I'm heading back to class. Seizing the opportunity, she fled, fearing being dragged back. Jiang Sheng, with one hand in his pocket, felt the warmth lingering on his fingers, accompanied by a faint hint of rose fragrance, causing his heart to split in two, one half resisting, the other claiming. He chose to grasp everything within his palm. Accustomed to watching others struggle desperately. Third brother, did you write your apology letter? Your uncle is quite ruthless. I got several written for you. Want to buy one for 1,000? Li Yuchen retrieved several apology letters from his backpack, each with a different handwriting. Zhao Linru remained unfazed. As long as third brother doesn't write one, we 1T have to face the music. Chingency nodded in agreement, Have you ever seen that delinquent write an apology letter? Jiangxing produced a neatly pinned letter, his tone flamboyant. I have. The other two exclaimed. No way. I want one. Qinzhensi lowered his head, transferring 1,000. Zhao Linru gritted her teeth. I want one too. Li Yuqin shook his head at his good friends. The second one will cost extra, 2,000. Zhao Linru felt like punching him. Fine, fine, fine. During the grand break, all the students and faculty gathered. After everyone was in a state of excitement. Chapter 22. A resounding slap. The atmosphere was electric as all eyes turned in admiration towards the rebellious and audacious youth. Everyone aspired to be him. Yet none could surpass his brilliance. While others might appear awkward or juvenile in their attempts, he was Jiangxing, the most arrogant and ostentatious heir among the elite of the capital, when he declared his daring intentions. It was understood that he would follow through. Ning Qiutang locked eyes with him and discerned the unfathomable ambition and reckless arrogance glimmering in his gaze. Wow, your idol is absolutely stunning, Yu Jiaojiao exclaimed. Filled with admiration for the prince's flamboyant demeanor, dreaming of a life that could turn the world upside down, Ning Qiutang diverted her gaze and retrieved her Bluetooth headset to practice English listening exercises. Studying abroad requires taking the ELTS. And one must be proficient in daily English. One cannot afford to be ignorant. But I really don't know much, she admitted. As a citizen of Huaguo, I find learning these foreign languages quite unsettling. Yu Jiaojiao assured her that she had every right to feel confident. Eventually, the instructor led Jiangxing and his group away, and the rest were free to disperse. Ning Qiutang sat in the classroom, contemplating whether to use her previous life's poem for the competition. Wow, this is beautifully written, she mused. The sorrowful echoes of mountains, the cold mist of spring slumber, and the insurmountable 8,000 miles of snow, it's resolute. It's hopeless, it's his winter campaign. A small bridge, flowing water, a peaceful home. I see Jiangnan. But not her. Yu Jiaojiao, lacking literary finesse, exaggeratedly praised her friend's masterpiece. Ning Qiutang looked at her helplessly. Can you even comprehend it? Yu Jiaojiao shook her head. I don't need to understand it. Just as they were conversing, someone approached to summon Ning Qiutang. Ning Qiutang, the teacher wants you to go to the training room to assist those participating in the competition. Yu Jiaojiao remarked, how privileged they are, requiring our top 10 scholars to be their practice partners. The student dared not respond, but the message had been conveyed. Ning Qiutang complied, knowing the teacher would personally come to fetch her if she did not. The training room was a new classroom, with several individuals still tidying up. Shenwanwan approached with a cloth in hand. Ning, you're here. This new training room is quite spacious. Let us all clean it together. The others busied themselves with their tasks. Ning Qiutang cast a glance at a certain someone, unwilling to be in her company. Shenwanwan, eager to impress, quickly mingled with the others, but after a while, she noticed that the woman who was supposed to create trouble for her had actually left. System, even if she has awakened, does she not wish to take revenge? A rational person would seek vengeance after suffering an untimely death. Why is she distancing herself? Host, after assessment, it appears that Ning Qiutang is experiencing a rebirth rather than an awakening. She remains unaware that she is in a fictional world, even if it is a rebirth. Should she not seek revenge? In every regard, she aligns with herself. The system remains oblivious. Perhaps she fears confrontation. That cannot be. If she does not strike against herself and does not embody the role of the vicious female antagonist, how can the plot progress? I must enforce the narrative. The plot enforcement has commenced. You have 6 opportunities left to compel the storyline. Ning Qiutang felt as though her soul had been extricated. Initially intending to wash the cloth and leave, yet she found herself striding into the classroom, haughtily addressing Shenwanwan. You seem to enjoy cleaning so much. This classroom is now your domain, and no one else is permitted to touch it. The girl stood imperiously, embodying the arrogance of a wealthy young lady, her gaze fixed disdainfully on the defiant girl in the center of the classroom. The others hastily exited, unwilling to defy her. It is well known that Ning Qiutang possesses the power to make any disobedient individual suffer. After all, she is the queen bee. Shenwanwan's lips curled into a smirk, a fleeting expression of triumph crossing her face. Unnoticed by others, yet she defiantly stared back. What if I don't? Don't think everyone fears you, and that gives you the right to act as you please. Ning Qiutang, are you not afraid of the teacher finding out? And Jiangshang, he is. Ning Qiutang was taken aback, questioning why she had spoken so boldly, why she was so overtly targeting Shenwanwan. Was she out of her mind? Yet, she could not stop herself, continuing to issue threats. Don't mention him. Just because you have some connection to him doesn't he give you license to act recklessly in front of me. Even if he were here today, I would still make you pay. Hurry up and clean, lest you incur my displeasure. Shen Wanwan, filled with righteous indignation, tossed the mop aside and stormed out, declaring, "I'll see if there are any rules left in this school." "Do you really think you hold all the power?" Ning Qiutang, her expression cold, rushed over and seized her wrist. "I am the law here, and it seems you are seeking your own demise." She gripped Shen Wanwan's hand tightly, pushing her towards the door, ready to strike her across the face. At that moment, the door swung open. Jiangxing, expressionless, grasped Ning Qiutang's wrist, while Shen Wanwan hurriedly hid behind him. Trembling, "Ning Qiutang, you have truly lost your mind. In full view of everyone, you dare to strike someone." The others instinctively closed their eyes, pretending to see nothing. At that moment, Ning Qiutang felt she had regained control of her body. Staring in astonishment at the suddenly appearing Jiangxing, "What do you intend to do?" Jiangxing asked coldly, his grip tightening as if to break her wrist. Ning Qiutang felt as though her blood had frozen. Disbelief washed over her as she realized she had been a mere observer to her own uncontrollable actions and words. How could this happen? Had her condition worsened? Faced with Jiangxing's inquiry, she felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, her eyes stinging with unshed tears as she bit her lip to hold them back. Yet, how could she contain the flood of tears, much like her inability to control her own body moments ago? Despair enveloped her as she forcefully pushed Jiangxing away, her voice filled with uncertainty and confusion. "Did you not see what I wanted to do?" Jiangxing's gaze was as deep and cold as an unfathomable abyss, tinged with a sense of lifelessness. "If you strike, your hand will hurt." He turned to glare coldly at the oblivious Shen Wanwan hiding behind him. Ning Qiutang's heart plummeted like a roller coaster. Incredulity etched on her face as she gazed at the youth standing alongside her, wondering what he would say. The teacher approached, noticing that something was amiss. "What is going on?" Shen Wanwan promptly recounted the events that had transpired. The teacher frowned, casting a skeptical glance at Ning Qiutang, who was indeed capable of such behavior. "You bullied a classmate. Everyone witnessed it," Shen Wanwan added. The teacher scrutinized the surrounding witnesses one by one. They shook their heads. "We were just cleaning. We didn't see anything." Shen Wanwan's face turned pale, her fists clenched. The plot had deviated by 90%. The teacher looked at Jiangxing with suspicion. "Jiangxing, you were the one bullying, weren't you?" Ning Qiutang interjected. Jiangxing chuckled coldly. "Yes, it was me again." Chapter 23. Ning Qiutang, you will never surpass me. Only those who wrong you truly understand your innocence. The weight of this statement continues to rise. Ning Qiutang cast a complex glance at the scapegoating youth. "Teacher, actually what?" Jiangxing's chilling gaze fell upon her face, warning her that any further words would have consequences. Ning Qiutang obediently fell silent. The teacher shook his head, instructing everyone to continue cleaning before commencing an impromptu training session. The test papers distributed were a mixed set of Type A and Type B questions. Try your best to tackle them and see how you fare. Additionally, Ning Qiutang, Hu Xiuyan, although you did not participate in the competition, your abilities are undeniable. Once you finish the test, assist them with more challenging problems. Ning Qiutang nodded absent-mindedly, sending a message to Yu Jiao, asking her to gather some people after class. Regardless of what had transpired earlier, she was not one to suffer in silence if she was accused of bullying. She must solidify her innocence. Jiangxing sat beside her, drifting off to sleep. Time passed slowly. Ning Qiutang glanced at the test paper, solving one problem. Hu Xiuyan, the top scholar in the grade, also solved one. And they both wrote their answers on the blackboard. Shen Wanwan quickly solved Hu's problem. "Hu, let me challenge you with one of mine." "Sure," Hu replied, his face slightly flushed, a shy nod accompanying his response. Ning Qiutang shot a cold glance at the woman beginning to solve her own problem. After pondering for 2 minutes, Shen Wanwan declared, "It seems I made an error with this problem. If you can't solve the exam problem, then mine certainly won't be wrong," Ning Qiutang said, her pencil twirling effortlessly between her fingers, exuding confidence as she watched Shen Wanwan stir up trouble. Shen Wanwan boldly retorted, "So confident, yet you placed behind me in the last exam. You refused to admit your mistakes. Miss Ning, are you still concerned about your reputation?" The teacher returned, glancing at the problems on the blackboard. Pondering for a moment, this problem seems odd. "Teacher, Shen Wanwan claims it's incorrect," a nearby student reminded. The teacher immediately shook his head. "No, the problem isn't wrong. It's simply quite intriguing. Such problems have never appeared in competitions before." Ning Qiutang calmly stated, "If you solve this problem, you will undoubtedly achieve an excellent ranking in the competition, with the assistance of the system." Shen Wanwan has managed to solve the problem, yet her brow furrows tightly, seemingly reluctant to admit that she has indeed made a misjudgment. "Miss Ning, is it not true that your family is affluent and powerful? Surely, this cannot be a genuine competition question. Where did you acquire it?" The teacher, too, scrutinizes Ning Qiutang with suspicion, pondering whether her status might afford her the opportunity to obtain authentic questions. Ning Qiutang gazes at them in disbelief. Shen Wanwan. Did you come into this world merely to spew nonsense? Before accusing me of leaking questions, can you provide any evidence? Your mouth is even dirtier than a toilet. Shen Wanwan, unwilling to back down, retorts, what are you so anxious about? If you weren't guilty, why the defensive posture? A clear conscience fears no scrutiny. Do you truly fear what I might say? I am merely raising legitimate questions. Legitimate questions, you say? Last month, you clandestinely met with the vice principal before scoring first in the grade. May I not suspect you of cheating as well? Ning Qiutang regards her with a smile that borders on mockery. This is indeed a case of using magic to defeat magic, quite effective. Shen Wanwan's expression shifts immediately. You were talking nonsense. Where is your evidence? Oh, so I need evidence for my suspicions. While you can fabricate claims merely by opening that foul mouth of yours? Shen Wanwan, how hypocritical you are. Ning Qiutang glares at her, mystified as to how, in their previous life, she always found herself at a loss for words during their verbal sparring. This is her true strength. Shen Wanwan, trembling slightly as she points at her. The school bell rings. The teacher states, all right, everyone, prepare well. Class is dismissed. The moment the teacher leaves, everyone else hastily exits. Jiangsheng lies on the desk, appearing as if he cannot awaken. Shen Wanwan glances at Jiangsheng, and once everyone has departed, she smirks and declares, Ning Qiutang, you will never surpass me. Never. Ning Qiutang rubs her wrist. From this angle, she can see Yu Jiao approaching with a group of girls. She smiles knowingly, her tone dripping with disdain. Why should I compete with you over victory or defeat? What are you, after all? Shen Wanwan senses something amiss and is about to flee when she notices a throng of people gathering outside the classroom. Leading the charge is Yu Jiao, who kicks the door open, her demeanor akin to that of a vengeful spirit, and orders others to block the entrance. Shen Wanwan, I told you, you would inevitably fall into my hands. Shen Wanwan, both anxious and expectant, cast a desperate glance at the awakened youth. Jiangxing. Save me. Slap Ning Qiutang has endured for too long. She had intended to maintain a distance, but this woman is truly courting disaster. Does she think she is Hello Kitty? The force of her slap is considerable. Shen Wanwan's head nearly spins from the impact, and she stumbles, desperately clutching the desk, incredulity etched on her face. You dare hit me? I will fight back. Unable to tolerate such humiliation, she prepares to retaliate. Yu Jiao seizes her arm and shoulder from behind, restraining her. It's you little wretch, that I intend to strike. How long must I endure your antics? Enough is enough. The sting from the slap still lingers in Ning Qiutang's hand, her palm slightly warmer from the impact. Jiangxing's expression. Ning Qiutang displayed little interest in the amusement facilities, her large eyes sparkling as she clutched her pitiful bag while gazing at him. Jiangxing felt a profound sense of helplessness. Who on earth claimed that all girls adore amusement parks? At that moment, young Master Chen, surrounded by beautiful women on his yacht, sneezed. BRR, suddenly it's so cold. If you mention that damned homework again, I'll make you write it nonstop for 7 days and nights. Jiangsheng warned her fiercely, perplexed by her thought process. Ning Qiutang looked at him with a pitiful expression. Why are you being so fierce? If I don't write it, I don't write it. In truth, in her previous life, she had begged him countless times to accompany her to an amusement park. Yet he had never acquiesced. She had assumed he disliked childish games, only to discover later that he had taken Shen Wanwan to experience nearly every attraction. Thus, her enthusiasm for such amusements had waned. The two awkwardly wandered through the bustling crowd, and Jiangxing's expression grew increasingly grim. Ning Qiutang sensed trouble. This prince was about to cause a ruckus again. She discreetly led him to a shooting game stall. I want that largest plush toy. You must help me win it. Boys are indeed easy to coax. Jiangxing's demeanor lightened as he surveyed the wall of balloons, confidently declaring, I will win it for you. Oh, no need for so many. I only want the biggest, best, and most unique one, Ning Qiutang insisted, eyeing the strawberry bear. Hoping to leave the stall owner with some dignity, Jiangxing picked up the game gun from the table, casually firing shots that struck every target, obliterating the entire wall of balloons. The owner was left dumbfounded. Such skill. He can't possibly be a professional, can he? Jiangxing wore an expression of utmost arrogance as he effortlessly claimed the prize. Ning Qiutang's thoughts drifted. His marksmanship was indeed impressive, each bullet hitting its intended target. His assertion of never letting her off the hook resonated in her mind. Jiangxing stuffed the strawberry bear into her arms. Teasing, it looks just as silly as you. Ning Qiutang snapped back to reality, casting a complex gaze at Jiangxing, who, for the moment, seemed to play the role of a decent person. If I weren't silly, would I have been caught up with you? Jiangxing's gaze fell deeply upon her face, noting that she was hardly larger than the plush toy. Ning Qiutang fluttered her long eyelashes like small fans, saying, I also want to learn how to shoot. Chapter 25. When a girl cries, she wishes to be held. Is this all? Jiang Sheng naturally took her hand and led her to a semi-training shooting range. Although the guns were not real, the experience felt authentic. He guided Ning Qiutang into the training room, equipping her with a replica handgun and an assault rifle, personally teaching her. The effective shooting distance for a handgun is generally around 50 meters. Remember to chamber a round before firing. Real guns tend to be heavier. Give it a try. Ning Qiutang was taken aback that he truly brought her to practice shooting. As she caught the handgun he tossed her, she felt its considerable weight. Jiang Sheng demonstrated the process of chambering a round, aiming, and firing in slow motion. Give it a shot. Ning Qiutang failed on her first attempt to chamber a round. Lacking the necessary strength, Jiang Sheng chuckled. So delicate, can't even fire a gun. Yet, determined not to lose face, she successfully chambered a round on her second attempt, mimicking his stance to aim at the target. However, her hand trembled, causing her shot to stray. Just keep practicing. Jiang Sheng encouraged patiently from behind. As she continued to get the hang of it, though her aim was still off, she no longer missed entirely. Glancing back, she noticed Jiang Sheng, his hat pulled low, appearing as though he were about to doze off. He seemed perpetually tired. The cold metal of the gun in her hand inspired a sudden impulse. She raised it, pointing the muzzle at the boy who sat with his eyes closed in repose. Compared to her earlier calm, she now felt a surge of anxiety that made her hands shake. Jiang Sheng slowly raised his head, a teasing glint in his eyes as he remarked on her audacity. Even the little rose has learned to prick. Startled, Ning Qiutang dropped the gun, her eyes reddening with unshed tears. It's not like this gun could kill. Jiang Sheng stood up, unfazed, picked up the gun from the ground, and advanced towards her. The gun may not kill, but it certainly can hurt. He suddenly seized her hand, pressing the muzzle against her wrist, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Ning Qiutang was so frightened that her legs went weak, struggling to break free. The blast of air brushed against her delicate skin, which seemed fragile enough to break her wrist. Yet, the anticipated pain did not come. Her eyes glistened with tears as she looked at the mischievous rogue. Jiang Sheng raised an eyebrow, gripping her wrist tightly, a malicious glint in his eyes. The bullets in a handgun are limited. Once used, they need to be replenished. Why are you so afraid? If I had real bullets, I wouldn't dare hurt my little rose. Next time you aim a gun at me, you won't even get the chance to cry. He feigned disappointment that the handgun was out of ammo. Ning Qiutang trembled, her heart laden with the psychological shadows that gnawed. Is a rare occasion for her to relax and truly enjoy herself. She playfully pulls Jiang Sheng onto two rocking wooden horses. As the devices begin to spin, the two move in parallel, accompanied by cheerful and melodious music that heightens the ambience. Ning Qiutang glances back and smiles, capturing a moment in Jiang Sheng's phone. In Chapter 26, Together with You for Eternity, Jiang Sheng gazes at the candid photograph on his phone. His previously cold and indifferent demeanor softened slightly, akin to a vast desert receiving a sudden downpour, resulting in a lush oasis. This photograph becomes the sole image on his device. Lifting his gaze, he observes Ning Qiutang, childishly playing with nearby children, even sharing some snacks he had bought for her with others, laughing like a carefree toddler. Yet, his lips involuntarily curl into a faint smile, a brief arc that vanishes beneath his aloof facade. Ning Qiutang retrieves a bubble machine, her playful spirit ignited, producing a cascade of bubbles aimed at the capricious king of hell. Jiang Sheng, watch out, she exclaims. Jiang Sheng's expression darkens, yet he refrains from dampening her spirits. After the carousel ride concludes, she gradually composes herself, adopting a demure demeanor beside the cool youth, remarking, I don't usually act this way. Jiang Sheng, with bubbles still clinging to his hair, cast a sidelong glance at the whimsical girl, snorting, What's this? Like a threefold personality, each more unique than the last. Ning Qiutang's lips twitch. Can even the aloof male deity crack jokes? Oh, I thought you'd be happy, she retorts. Jiang Sheng pulls her into his embrace, gripping her chin with a low, threatening tone. My happiness comes from outshining others. Ning Qiutang shivers at his words, her smile fading as she recalls how, despite their childhood bond, she rarely sees him. Jiang Sheng seems to have never truly laughed or visited such childish places throughout his life. There's a haunted house. Let us go, she exclaims, tugging him along. Once inside, the timid Ning Qiutang is frequently startled, culminating in her burrowing into Jiang Sheng's strong arms, who claims haunted houses are not real. This is far more terrifying than any horror film. Jiang Sheng, enveloping the frightened little rose in his arms, gently wipes her tears while chuckling softly. It seems the ghosts are scarier than I am. You brought me here just to have an excuse to hold me. Ning Qiutang quivers, looking up at his devilish grin. She bites her lip, then just push me away. At least it's enough that he smiled. Noticing her legs trembling, Jiangsheng scoops her up in a princess carry. Pushing you away would only make you cry harder. How bothersome. Ning Qiutang closes her eyes in silence. How could someone so handsome be so mute? Once they exit the haunted house, she sits on a bench outside, feeling the warm breeze wash over her. As if she has been revived. Spotting a vendor selling glowing headbands, she purchases 2. Jiangsheng, following her with his phone, looks up just in time to see her donning a glowing cat headband atop her head. His expression darkens. Ning Qiutang, you've grown bold. She quickly adorns herself with one too. Don't be upset. We've come this far. We must experience everything. They are genuinely quite lovely, not detracting from your cool and aloof aura at all. Jiangsheng furrows his brows, pondering whether he has been too lenient with her. Hey, look, there's a floral parade. Ning Qiutang interrupts, dragging him along to watch. Jiangsheng tears the headband from his head, initially intending to discard it, but upon seeing her joyful smile, he hesitates and keeps it in hand. The parade arrives, vibrant and entertaining, featuring numerous striking models clad minimally, exuding a rugged charm. The surrounding girls cheer excitedly. Ning Qiutang gazes, enraptured by the bare-chested men, each more well-built than the last, unable to resist swallowing hard. Is this the allure of male models? Suddenly, a hand covers her eyes firmly. Jiangsheng leans close, whispering mischievously in her ear, if you enjoy watching so much, shall I take your eyes away? Enveloped in darkness, she feels his embrace from behind, grasping his hand, insisting, I won't look anymore, I just want to go home. Jiangsheng dismissively surveys the men, ultimately leading her away. As they rush out, they pass by a love pond, adorned with chains and numerous padlocks symbolizing eternal love. Suddenly, Ning Qiutang is halted by him, who then guides her to a stall selling locks. Let us get a pair. Jiangsheng pays for a pink love lock and 2 small wooden plaques. The vendor provides them with a pin. Ning Qiutang's eyes widen. The usually stoic Jiangsheng actually believes in this. At the pond's edge, Jiangsheng hands her the plaque and pin. Right. Together with me for eternity. Ning Qiutang stares at the wooden plaque, disbelief etched on her face, feeling as if she has entered a bizarre dream. Why write this? I'd rather write about acing the college entrance exam and never seeing you again. Jiangsheng leans closer, his gaze piercing as he smiles enigmatically. No reason, just because I wish it. What she wishes to avoid will inevitably occur. What she desires to escape will persist. Ning Qiutang refuses to write. Clutching the plaque and pen with a sorrowful expression, we should believe in science, be good materialists. This is not to be trusted. Right, Jiangsheng insists, refusing to let her off the hook, with downcast eyes. Her long lashes flutter like butterfly wings as she silently crouches, inscribing the phrase he demands, Ning Qiutang and Jiangsheng together for eternity. What use is it? In her past life, she wrote on a master's talisman that Jiangsheng would love her. Yet he ultimately killed her. Once completed, Jiangsheng snatches the plaque to read, then secures it with the love lock. If a deity dares to deceive me, I'll blow up their ancestral home. Ning Qiutang stands, bewildered by his thoughts. How could he not like her yet remain so entangled? Are you happy today? She inquires, her gaze fixed on him. At that moment, the amusement park's fireworks display ignites the night sky, bursting in a riot of colors, romantic enough to make lovers wish to remain together for all eternity. Jiangsheng, reflecting on her earnest expression, questions in return, do you wish for me to be happy, or not? Ning Qiutang replies candidly, I hope you are happy. Jiangsheng chuckles, brushing his fingers against her cheek, his demeanor unusually gentle. I am happy. This date feels quite pleasant. Ning Qiutang smiles faintly, echoing, I am happy too. Jiangsheng recalls his friend's words. A date must culminate in a kiss. He glances at her full lips, glistening like blooming red roses. Fireworks cascade above them, some so romantic they could last forever. It's late. We have class tomorrow. Let us head home. Ning Qiutang, oblivious to the youth's intentions, would surely flee if she knew. Jiangsheng frowned slightly. His earlier thoughts were far too dangerous and uncontrollable. How could he consider kissing anyone else? In chapter 27, from now on, I will pursue you on the way back. Ning Qiutang sits behind the youth. The long night stretches on, the moonlight gentle. She gazes at Jiangsheng's back, filled with confusion. No matter how well he treats her now, it cannot erase past grievances. Upon reaching the Ning residence, Jiangsheng watches as she removes her helmet and hands it back to him. Get some rest, he suggests. Ning Qiutang lifts her gaze, her eyes shimmering like gems soaked in clear water. She produces a thumb-sized glass orb containing a preserved rose. a gift received during a game promotion, childish and inexpensive. Jiang Xing, with his noble demeanor, would certainly not accept it. Ning Qiutang's long lashes flutter as she prepares to retract her offering. Why do you say that? If you don't want it. I'll take it back. Just as she attempts to reclaim it, Jiang Sheng seizes the item, his expression haughty. I never said I didn't want it. You could have insisted a bit more. Ning Qiutang pouts, refusing to indulge him. I can't. I'm going home. Jiang Sheng does not stop her, watching her retreating figure as he retrieves a cigarette and lighter from his pocket. Igniting the cigarette without smoking it, Ning Qiutang hastily returns home, glancing back at the youth lingering at the entrance. Jiang Sheng, sensing her gaze, looks up, but she quickly shuts the door as if his presence had burned her. The night is silent. He extinguishes the smoldering cigarette with his bare hands, his gaze darkening as he dons his helmet and drives away. Upstairs, Ning's mother stands by the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the scene below. Darling, why aren't you asleep yet? Ning's father stirs awake, noticing his wife's absence, and gazes at her. Our daughter is home, she replies, turning to her adoring husband. Isn't that good? I told you they're still young. That Jiang family boy would surely return our precious daughter safely. Ning Fu, feeling parched, rose from his bed to pour himself a glass of water. Ning Mu approached to assist him and inquired. Did you heed my words from before? If our precious daughter no longer favors that young man from the Jiang family, we must not force her into a dire circumstance. Rest assured, my dear. Should our daughter choose to break off the engagement, I would willingly forsake this family fortune to ensure her happiness, Ning Fu reassured, embracing his wife to soothe her worries. After finishing his drink, he took her hand and led her back to bed. Ning Qiutang, having completed her morning routine, lay in bed with her eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling, utterly devoid of sleep. She realized that her circumstances had gradually spiraled beyond her expectations. Entangled with the relentless Jiang Xing and the obstinate Shen Wanwan. Thus, the only way to escape was to sever all ties, lest she be dragged back into the depths of despair once more. The following day at school, she noticed the anticipated absence of Jiang Xing. Perhaps he had exhausted himself the previous night and was still asleep. Ning Qiutang felt a wave of relief. The extra breakfast could serve as her lunch. However, on her way to class, she encountered the last individual she wished to see, Shen Wanwan and Xu Hui approaching. With a wary glance, Ning Qiutang assessed Shen Wanwan's audacity to confront her again after the previous day's altercation. Ning Qiutang, I will not let you off the hook for yesterday's incident, Shen Wanwan declared with brazen insolence. Xu Hui, from the sidelines, condescendingly reproached, do not presume that your wealth and influence grant you immunity. This is a school, and your actions against a classmate will not go unpunished. Despite her face being swollen from their previous encounter, Shen Wanwan remained oblivious to her own standing. Ning Qiutang cast a disdainful look in their direction. We shall see about that. Until that day arrives, I could easily vanquish you both. Do yourself a favor and keep your distance. I find your presence utterly repugnant. She had grown weary of their antics. If they sought confrontation, she would show them just how resilient she could be. At worst, she could always start anew. Swiftly, she advanced, unwilling to linger even a moment longer in their company. Shen Wanwan scoffed. You have no idea what sort of person you are provoking. I will shatter your pride and make you beg for mercy. Wanwan, are you truly not going to report this? Xu Hui interjected. Indignant at the notion of letting them escape unscathed. Assault is inherently wrong. Shen Wanwan offered a vague smile. Xu Hui, I considered reporting it. But perhaps it is better to endure for now. Graduation is just around the corner. I simply wish for peace. You are far too kind. It is your fear of them that emboldens their arrogance, Xu Hui lamented, feeling sympathy for her friend's plight. Meanwhile, Shen Wanwan maintained an expression of indifference, allowing Xu Hui to fight her battles. Meanwhile, upstairs, Jiang Sheng leaned against the corridor, observing the commotion among several girls below. He absent-mindedly toyed with the small rose crystal ball that Ning Qiutang had given him the night before. His expression dark and pensive. Third brother, why are you up so early? Chen Jinxi asked, appearing dazed as he brought breakfast, still half convinced he was dreaming. Jiang Sheng shot him a cool glance. How can you sleep at a time like this? With exams approaching? Well, if I fail, I'll just have to return home to inherit the Chun family fortune. Chen Jinxi lamented dramatically. He handed the breakfast to the effortlessly charming youth. Jiang Sheng's gaze followed Ning Qiutang's ascent to the third floor, their eyes locking momentarily. His smile did not reach his eyes as he beckoned her closer. Ning Qiutang took a deep breath, her heart heavy with resignation as she approached him. She plastered a cheerful smile on her face and obediently retrieved her breakfast from her bag, presenting it to him. Today, we have crab roe buns and my favorite brown sugar rice cakes. Chen Jinxi, munching on a meat bun, glanced at the open lunchbox filled with Ning Qiutang's favorites. You brought breakfast for third brother. Yet it's all your favorite dishes? Ning Qiutang begrudgingly shoved the box into Jiang Sheng's arms. What is wrong with that? If you don't like it, then don't eat it. I certainly won't give it away. Qin Jinxi teased. Those in the know realize you adore the crown prince. Those unaware would think he is pursuing you. Jiang Sheng accepted the lunchbox, his gaze lingering on her disgruntled expression. From now on, I will pursue you, he stated nonchalantly. What? Ning Qiutang exclaimed, taken aback. Jiang Sheng exuded an air of defiance, his charming yet aloof demeanor making it difficult to discern sincerity in his words. What? Is my pursuit of you unacceptable? No, that S nodded. I need to get back to class. Ning Qiutang's heart raced uncontrollably as she averted her gaze, fleeing the scene in a panic. Qin Jinxi watched in astonishment as the crown prince effortlessly frightened her away. Look at how terrified she is. She has practically lost her wits. Jiang Sheng extracted a piece of the brown sugar rice cake from the lunchbox, commenting, this is truly unappetizing. He continued to munch on it. While Qin Jinxi remarked, I'm Qin Jinxi that I once believed my third brother was utterly devoid of emotion. But if he finishes this dreadful breakfast, I might reconsider. Chapter 28. I will bet my life against yours. Ning Qiutang delivered her composed poetry to the language department office. The teacher, upon reviewing it, was thoroughly impressed. I knew you would produce the finest piece. I believe you stand a strong chance of winning this competition. Has the teacher seen Shen Wanwan's work? Ning Qiutang inquired casually. The teacher shook his head. Not yet. She has submitted it. Ning Qiutang calmly responded, let the teacher read hers first before passing judgment on mine. Why the lack of confidence in your abilities? You have previously participated in similar competitions and won awards. The language teacher expressed faith in her talent, having only a brief acquaintance with Shen Wanwan and thus unaware of her capabilities. Regardless, I am certain you will receive recognition. Thank you for your kind words, teacher. Ning Qiutang placed the exam papers down and exited. Outside, Yu Jiao awaited her. The next class is cancelled. The ailing gym teacher has returned. Ning Qiutang was taken aback. We have gym class? Indeed, it appears some officials are inspecting whether the school is truly alleviating the students' burdens by encroaching on gym class. Yu Jiao chuckled. The sick gym teacher is here today. What a spectacle. Ning Qiutang bluntly remarked, at least it's the last class. We can head to the cafeteria for an early lunch. Yu Jiao grinned. Not just that. The students in science class 1 also have their last class. That is hardly a concern. Ning Qiutang thought of Jiang Sheng's shocking declaration from the morning, her heart racing at the prospect. She hoped he was merely jesting and would let her be. Quickly, confess the truth about what has been happening with Jiang Sheng lately. Why is he suddenly pursuing you? Yu Jiao pressed, her excitement palpable. So many people are aware of it now. Ning Qiutang felt a wave of despair wash over her. I have no idea what is going on. Perhaps he is simply rebelling. I do not like him. Yet he refuses to let go. Yu Jiao shook her head knowingly. That does not seem to be the case. This rebellious prince appears to be turning over a new leaf for you. Enough about him. It gives me the creeps. Ning Qiutang shuddered at the thought. Yu Jiao clicked her tongue. They say when a girl pursues a boy, there is a thin veil between them, but when a boy pursues a girl, it's an insurmountable distance. Jiang Sheng will not recover without a few bruises. Ning Qiutang remained silent, unconvinced of the reality. During class, the gym teacher instructed everyone to run a few laps, followed by some group exercises, and ultimately allowed for free play, though returning to the classroom was prohibited. Many students chose to read in corners, while others opted for sports like basketball, badminton, and jump rope. Jiang Sheng was among those playing basketball. As he made several three-point shots, the surrounding girls erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Jiang Sheng turned back with a scowl. Quiet down. Yu Jiao, holding an expensive camera, recorded the scene. If this prince ever entered the entertainment industry, he would undoubtedly be a sensation, captivating a multitude of fans. Is there even a possibility of 900 million women? Ning Qiutang remarked pragmatically. What about overseas? Yu Jiao insisted on the allure of Jiang Sheng's stunning looks, capable of eclipsing countless young stars and celebrities. What is going on over there? Some students rushing to see the excitement inquired. It turned out that Jiang Sheng and Qin Dang were playing basketball for a wager. The winner would receive a drink sent by Shen Wanwan. How absurd! Yu Jiao exclaimed. Is Shen Wanwan's drink made of gold? Didn't she just say she wanted to pursue you? Ning Qiutang was unfazed, donning her headphones to listen to English. Yu Jiao, frustrated, looked at her best friend. How can you give up on someone you like? You can't let a fool win. Ning, Jiang Sheng wants to see you. A student from science class 1 called out. Ning Qiutang sighed, realizing she could not escape this vortex of fate. Let us go. Let us go. We must see this. Yu Jiao exclaimed excitedly, pulling Ning Qiutang along. Make way, make way. The young lady approaches. Yu Jiao is exceedingly extroverted, completely indifferent to the well-being of others. The rest dare not provoke her. Clearing a wide path for her, Ning Qiutang is pushed to the front of the crowd, brazenly exposed before the youthful and vibrant figure of Jiangxing. Just moments ago, Jiangxing had been warming up. His hair slightly damp, and as he gazes at the girl thrust before him, he raises an eyebrow and chuckles. Must I send someone to invite you? You don't need to invite me. Ning Qiutang retorts defiantly. Jiangxing, taken aback, his expression darkening, replies coldly, say something nice, or I might just toss you out. Ning Qiutang furrows her brow at the audacious Qin across from her. Are you betting me as a stake? They say to gamble with what matters most. To me, you are the most significant. Jiangxing's expression is inscrutable, his indifference palpable as he speaks plainly. Yu Jiao, listening intently from behind, exclaims with excitement. Jiangxing's prowess is undeniable. He certainly won't lose. Ning Qiutang glares at the reckless youth, questioning whether this is truly a matter of winning or losing. You play your games. Why drag me into this? I am a person, not an object to be wagered at your whim. Damn it, I won't lose, Jiangxing thinks to himself, feeling a growing irritation at her demeanor, the contempt bubbling beneath the surface. Ning Qiutang gazes deeply into his eyes. If you truly care for me, how could you use me as a wager? Would you gamble with your life in a moment of peril? Jiangxing's expression grows increasingly displeased and impatient as he coldly responds, it's just a life. Is it really that important? Turning provocatively towards the eager Qin, he declares, I've changed my mind. Let us raise the stakes. I'll wager your life. Qin hesitates. Ning Qiutang stares incredulously at the unpredictable youth, thinking him a madman. She realizes now that she cannot perceive him through the lens of ordinary reasoning. He is utterly indifferent to his own existence, let alone hers. To maintain his status as the school bully. Qin glares menacingly at Jiangxing. Fine, but if you lose, don't think of running away. Shen Wanwan stands in the middle, holding a bottle of water, her expression shifting as she hears Jiangxing's change of heart. Qin, don't treat your life lightly. If anything were to happen to you, how could I be at ease? Qin gazes at her tenderly. No worries, that Ning Qiutang dared to bully you yesterday. I will definitely make it right today. This woman needs to be taught a lesson. She thinks she runs this school. Shen Wanwan cast her eyes downward, reluctant to shatter his confidence, knowing that this school is not governed by Ning Qiutang, nor by Qin. Chen Jinxi and others arrive, having skipped class to assist. Qin, just wait. I'll smash your head. A group gathers in the center of the court, encircled by onlookers. As the whistle blows, Qin seizes the ball and dribbles towards his side. Chapter 29. Only you in my eyes. Jiangxing swiftly snatches the ball back with a flick of his wrist, standing at a distance before launching the ball forcefully towards their basket, a stunning three-pointer. Impressive, brilliant. Yu Jiao exclaims, linking arms with her close friends, each basking in the glory of youth on the vibrant court. Ning Qiutang watches the boy effortlessly overpowering his opponents, her thoughts drifting back to a distant past life. She had once been among the many admirers of Jiangxing, delivering water and towels during his games, cheering him on, only to be replaced by Shen Wanwan's arrival. By the time of graduation, Jiangxing had played an intensely passionate match for Shen Wanwan, confessing his feelings before all, and they had officially become a couple. And today, Tang, be careful. Yu Jiao turns to warn the crowd behind her to step back, only to see the ball carelessly tossed in their direction. The strength of these boys is terrifying. A hit could certainly draw blood. Ning Qiutang snaps back to reality, realizing too late to dodge. Her eyes wide with trepidation as the basketball hurtles towards her. Suddenly, Jiangxing seems to flash into action, rushing over. However, in his haste, he loses his balance and falls to the ground, cradling Ning Qiutang. Those behind them reach out to steady them, preventing a disastrous fall. Ning Qiutang finds herself enveloped, as if by an impenetrable sponge, the scent of Jiangxing surrounding her, the surrounding noise fading away as she gazes at him in a daze. In that moment, as Jiangxing holds her, he catches the ball, turning swiftly to hurl it back with force. Do you enjoy throwing things? A lackey beside Qin gets struck in the face, stumbling to the ground. Jiangxing, play the game, not the man. With so many people around, it's an accident if the ball hits someone. You're out of your mind. The crowd grows furious, deeming it bullying. Chen Jinxi and his group are not to be trifled with either. If the ball is blind, why doesn't it hit me? It's either accidental or intentional. Don't think we're oblivious to your schemes. Zhao Linru, standing firm, sneers, If you're not playing basketball but throwing punches, is it a one-on-one or a brawl? Liu Qin, hands on his hips, looks at Qin and his band of fools. If you can't play ball, can T throw punches? What can you do? Qin. Damn it. Let us play some ball, brothers. Qin fury boils over. This arrogant Jiangxing truly believes he can do as he pleases. Qin Jinxi has long been itching for a fight. Just as tensions rise, school authorities arrive. What is happening here? He strides into the fray, his stern gaze sweeping over the chaotic scene, settling on the domineering Jiangxing. Jiangxing, toying with the ball, arrogantly replies, just playing basketball, director. Jiangxing, do you find it amusing to stir trouble? He glares at his own nephew, a mix of frustration and helplessness in his expression. Qin immediately complains, Director Lin. Just now Jiangxing threw the ball at someone. Look at what he did to Ma Yuan. Qin Jinxi, infuriated, adds, Director, you know Jiangxing. He wouldn't T-strike first unless provoked. If it weren't for this idiot, cough. Uria's student, such foul language is unacceptable. You'll submit a self-reflection paper by tomorrow. He shoots him a warning glance. Liu Qin, noticing the approaching officials, restrains the defiant Qin Jinxi, saying, Director Lin, we were genuinely just playing basketball. Injuring Ma Yuan was unintentional. We shall cover the medical expenses. After all, it's a friendly match. We shouldn't spoil the fun. Ma Yuan could hardly remain silent. Zhao Linru coldly states, Who are you? If you don't believe me, ask everyone. Did Jiangxing hit him? The crowd responds, No. Ma Yuan feels a surge of frustration. Your leader, Qin raises a hand to silence him. A wicked grin forming. Yes, we are merely playing. It's not over yet. Teachers, do you wish to watch? The officials nod in agreement. Your students are quite lively. They seem enthusiastic about gym class. Let us serve as referees and observe closely. He is none too pleased with this development, aware that these privileged youths are full of mischief. Any mishap could lead to disaster. Perhaps we should, Shaolin, let us watch for 10 minutes. We never had such good conditions back in our day. With the higher-ups weighing in, he can only force a smile. He glances at his troublesome nephew. Jiangxing, play well. Don't let anything go awry. Otherwise, I will have to deal with you severely. Jiangxing smirks. I will play well. The match resumes, the atmosphere even more charged than before. Qin Jinxi and his group resort to underhanded tactics. Qin crew is met with elbows and knees to their midsections, and within the first 3 minutes, Jiangxing's side has already scored 7 points. Ning Qiutang, gripping the basketball hoop, watches the intense game with unease. Tang, are you all right? Yu Jiao, noticing her pale complexion, fears she might have been hurt. When they fell, Jiangxing had shielded her from harm. Ning Qiutang shakes her head. I'm fine. I didn't expect him to save me. Yu Jiao hurriedly replies, Of course he would save you. The way he rushed over was incredibly heroic. Surrounded by so many, Jiangxing's eyes seem to be focused solely on her. Ning Qiutang observes Jiangxing maneuvering seamlessly on the court, her heart rippling like water disturbed by a breeze. Yet, with the recollection of past events, any flicker of hope within her is swiftly quelled. Jiangxing, dominant and relentless, snatches the ball from his opponents repeatedly, delivering several blows to Qin. Both sides engage fiercely, each refusing to yield, enduring pain without a sound. The score remains ever in Jiangxing's favor. No matter how hard Qin crew tries to catch up, contemplating the earlier wager, Qin expression darkens as he notices Shen Wanwan watching him intently. Unwilling to suffer embarrassment, he resolves to take down Jiangxing. Jiangxing, anticipating Qin move, reveals a haughty smile just before he retaliates, delivering a powerful kick to Qin thigh. Qin gasps in pain, collapsing to the ground, his face ashen. His expression shifts dramatically. Jiangxing has begun again. Qin Jinxi and his group exchange glances and quickly rush to support Qin. What happened to Qin? Let us get him to the infirmary. Jiangxing's lips curled with a mischievous smirk as he turned his back to the basketball hoop, effortlessly tossing the ball behind him for yet another perfect three-pointer, as if his back possessed a pair of eyes. Bravo! The leaders rose in approval, acknowledging the commendable atmosphere of their school. Your institution is quite remarkable. The young men here are all quite impressive, playing basketball with skills that nearly rival professional athletes. Chapter 30. There are no misunderstandings between us, you jest. Our school has consistently upheld a holistic development approach focusing on virtue, intellect, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. Their capabilities are a testament to the effectiveness of the physical education curriculum we offer. Lin Xinha exhaled in relief, casting a glance at his enigmatic, smiling nephew, eager to usher the leaders away. Shen Wanwan was on the verge of twisting her water bottle into a pretzel, She couldn't muster a smile, glaring intently at the show-stealing Ning Qiutang before turning to leave. As Jiang Xing walked back, he observed Ning Qiutang, whose expression was serene as if she had just clinched a victory. The lofty youth appeared increasingly distant and precious in the eyes of others. I said I would win. Ning Qiutang fixed her gaze upon him. I care not for winning or losing, but congratulations on your victory. Jiang Xing, displeased by her words, raised his hand, intending to ruffle her hair. Ning Qiutang instinctively dodged. Yet he proceeded to smooth her hair. The youth calmly remarked, before the game, Qin Dang mentioned wanting to teach you a lesson to amuse Shen Wanwan. Thus, he received a thorough reprimand. Ning Qiutang was somewhat taken aback but defended herself, asserting that she had no reason to be ungrateful. So that's how it is. When you blocked that ball for me earlier, your knuckles were scraped. She had noticed the severity of his injury. Jiang Xing turned his hand to reveal the bleeding wound. Accompany me to the infirmary. Very well, Ning Qiutang acquiesced, sensing the importance of the moment. Jiang Xing thrust his bag into her hands. Let's go. He strode ahead, while Ning Qiutang trailed behind, instructing Yu Jiao to wait for her in the cafeteria. The school boasted a vineyard, where each year, graduating seniors would harvest grapes to craft wine, which would be served at the graduation ceremony the following year. As they walked beneath the lush grapevines, Jiang Xing suddenly halted and turned to her. Why didn't you bring me water? Ning Qiutang gasped, clearly caught off guard by his inquiry. I did, but you refused it. Jiang Xing frowned. When did you offer it? I didn't refuse anything. The prince was known for his ostentatious demeanor, yet seldom played basketball at school, especially during crowded times. Today was indeed a first. Ning Qiutang had never had the opportunity to serve him water, at least not in this lifetime. I'll bring you some next time. Does that suffice? She felt it was not a significant issue. Jiang Xing clicked his tongue, his expression growing a shade colder. After tending to his wound at the infirmary, classes had ended. Ning Qiutang, having completed her tasks, intended to find Yu Jiao for lunch, her stomach growling. Jiang Xing seized her wrist. Where are you going? To eat. Ning Qiutang replied, bewildered, attempting to pull away. Jiang Xing, taking the opportunity, pulled her along. Together, Ning Qiutang thought to herself that he had always criticized the cafeteria food, refusing to dine there. By the time they arrived, Yu Jiao's flowers had wilted from waiting. Upon spotting her best friend and the campus heartthrob approaching together, her eyes sparkled with delight. This is quite a development. Ning Qiutang offered a grateful glance at Yu Jiao, who proceeded to serve herself lunch. Jiang Xing's meal was delivered by Chen Jinxi. Yu Jiao declared, I shall take my leave and not intrude upon your intimate moment. No, it's just a meal. Ning Qiutang felt genuinely awkward, while Jiang Xing remained unbothered by the presence of a third party. Jiang Xing, adopting a congenial demeanor, showed no objection to having company. Yu Jiao, emboldened, asked Jiang Xing, why did you previously assist Shen Wanwan in bullying Tang Tang? You cannot treat her like a mere plaything. Having neglected her before, you cannot simply reclaim her now. Ning Qiutang shot her a desperate look, astonished by her audacity. Jiang Xing, showing little interest in the food before him, replied nonchalantly, I never aided Shen Wanwan. Any adult should possess the discernment to navigate rumors. Yu Jiao felt insulted. On the very first day Shen Wanwan transferred, she provoked you deliberately. Why did you not confront her? You did not pursue accountability when she shattered the timepiece you held dear. Tang Tang was scolded for merely touching you. Ning Qiutang could only shut her eyes, wishing to flee. Do you wish to know why? Jiang Xing countered, as Ning Qiutang had consistently distanced herself from the situation. Ning Qiutang shook her head. I do not wish to, because it had nothing to do with her. Yu Jiao, anxious, implored her friend, how can you not want to know? You were so curious before. Jiang Xing's gaze turned icy as he regarded her earnest expression. Very well. Then he lifted his tray and departed. Yu Jiao, puzzled, nudged Ning Qiutang's shoe. Why do you refuse to listen? Misunderstandings arise when one remains silent and the other refuses to hear. Ning Qiutang resolutely declared, there are no misunderstandings between us. Fine, as long as you do not regret it. Yu Jiao relinquished her meddling. Jiang Xing sought a place to nap. Chen Jinxi incessantly chattered in his ear. Did you not witness Qin Dang's sour expression? You should have dealt him a heavier blow, perhaps granting him a couple of black eyes. However, it seems you have been overly concerned for Ning Qiutang lately. Are you truly smitten? It certainly does not appear so. As Jiang Xing perceived a piano melody, it began to meld with the music he often heard in his dreams. Silence. Following the sound, he found the piano room. Through the glass of the door, he spotted someone inside. What was Shen Wanwan doing here? Chen Jinxi's face was filled with astonishment, bewildered that this girl from the slums could play the piano so exquisitely. Jiang Xing regarded the elegantly poised girl at the piano with a cold, dark expression, Everything about her seemed borrowed from others. What, then, was truly her essence? The melody was not obscure. It was simply altered by the player's touch. He pushed the door open. Shen Wanwan immediately turned, her eyes lighting up with surprise. Jiang, classmate, who taught you to play like this? Jiangxing entered regally, each step echoing with an air of danger, as if he could obliterate anyone at will. Shen Wanwan looked at him innocently. No one taught me. I figured it out myself. I and her. Jiangxing saw the shadow of the woman from his dreams, yet it appeared laughably contrived, an inept imitator. His icy assessment fell from his lips. Shen Wanwan's heart raced as she sensed his apprehensive demeanor. I truly played this myself. Jiangxing's expression darkened, and he approached, delivering a kick to the piano. Do not let me catch you playing again. Next time, it will not just be the piano that suffers. With that, the ruthless, malevolent youth circled around the piano and exited. Chinjinsi followed closely. Shen Wanwan glanced back at the lavish piano, her emotions in turmoil. In the narrative, the protagonist's journey began with this very piano piece, which the male lead had taught the female lead. How could it come to this? Chapter 31. Is my condition quite serious? Host, be advised that the male lead has begun to suspect your motives, and his affection for you has plummeted to -28. According to the storyline, this piano piece was taught to the female lead by the male lead 4 years ago at the Qinglu Sanitarium and serves as a key element in their reunion 4 years later. The system suspects the male lead is intentionally rejecting the plot, refusing to acknowledge you. Shen Wanwan's expression soured. So you mean he may have sensed your presence and could deduce this as a fictional world? Perhaps, at least for now, he has not figured it out. Otherwise, your mission would have already failed. I wish to know how previous strategists failed. They fell in love with the male lead, yet he never reciprocated, even managing to deceive the system's affection detection. Just when each female lead loved him the most, just before the plot's conclusion, he cruelly eliminated them. Shen Wanwan's mind was consumed with tasks and calculations. She had no intention of falling for the male lead. So, if I simply refrain from developing feelings, I can complete my mission. Host, your task is to make the male lead fall for you, to love you, and to navigate through the entire plot until its conclusion, not simply to remain indifferent. But he could never possibly love the female lead. How could this work? Will you abandon your mission? Then, Shen Wanwan gritted her teeth, determined to press on. After school, Ning Qiutang gathered her belongings, unaware of Jiangxing's arrival and not waiting for him. She swiftly left. While Yu Jiao accompanied her. Darling, could you accompany me to the set tomorrow? I'm sorry, Jiao, but tomorrow is the weekend, and I must visit the Jiang family. Ning Qiutang looked apologetically at her friend. She nearly spent every weekend at the Jiang family's home, chatting and dining with the elderly Jiang grandfather and grandmother. This week, she had initially planned to skip the visit, but Jiang grandmother had expressed her desire to see her due to feeling unwell. Yu Jiao sighed. Very well. I shall not compete with your future in-laws, Jiao. Ning Qiutang had explained to her countless times that there was no future for her in Jiangshang. Yet, this girl continued to utter these unrealistic notions daily. Yu Jiao, sticking out her tongue, declared, as long as you haven't annulled your engagement, I will keep saying it every day. She hastily jumped into the car, fearful of being caught by Ning Qiutang. Ning Qiutang, looking at her with resignation, turned and entered her own family's vehicle. Uncle Wang, please take me to Dr. Zhao's clinic. Of course, miss, Uncle Wang replied, driving with great steadiness. Upon arriving at Dr. Zhao's clinic, Ning Qiutang sat outside for a while, waiting for the patients inside to emerge before she entered. Dr. Zhao adjusted his glasses and regarded the still healthy-looking Ning Qiutang, saying, please take a seat. How have you been this week? Not bad. I haven't had any nightmares, and I can eat, drink, run, and jump. The only concern I have is whether my condition might lead to a loss of control over myself. Ning Qiutang's visit to the doctor was primarily for this reason. Dr. Zhao frowned at her description. Loss of control. In what way? For instance, not being able to control my body. Feeling as if I were an outsider watching myself perform actions and speak words that I would never do. As if someone else were manipulating my body. Ning Qiutang struggled to articulate that absurd sensation. Using rather conservative terminology, it felt more like her soul had been extracted, with her body executing commands like a robot. To others, it would appear as though the soul within had been replaced. After listening, Dr. Zhao pondered for a moment. I've never heard of depression causing hallucinations or dissociative identity disorder. How often does this happen? Just once, which is why it feels so unreal. Ning Qiutang was indeed frightened, hoping she would not experience such a loss of control again. Dr. Zhao jotted down a few notes before crossing them out. Let us conduct a few tests. Ning Qiutang nodded, taking the complex questionnaire and, following Dr. Zhao's instructions, created a drawing and answered several questions. Finally, as Dr. Zhao examined the report in his hands. He seemed to question his own existence. There is nothing wrong. It should not be incorrect. It's neither a delusional disorder, nor dissociative identity disorder, and certainly not a mental illness. Ning Qiutang immediately interjected, Dr. Zhao, I believe I am quite normal. Let us wait until the next time this situation arises before drawing conclusions. It's too early to determine. Dr. Zhao felt the need to study further. Ning Qiutang stood up, intending to leave. Then I shall see you next time. Have you finished your medication? Dr. Zhao inquired, as he prescribed her a week's worth each time. Ning Qiutang nodded. Should I continue taking it? Dr. Zhao asked. Do you feel better? If so, you may choose to stop. Ning Qiutang decided. Then I choose not to take the medication. Very well. I wish you a swift recovery. Dr. Zhao sincerely hoped for her healing. After Ning Qiutang departed, Jiang Sheng swaggered in, plopping down in the very spot she had occupied moments before. Seeing him, Dr. Zhao felt a headache coming on. Jiang Sheng, are you unwell too? Jiang Sheng was not there for treatment. What did she say to you? Dr. Zhao replied with an air of integrity. Jiang Sheng. That is patient confidentiality. I adhere to professional ethics, but I am a family member. What did she say? Jiang Sheng's gaze was unyielding, despite Dr. Zhao being significantly older, nearly the age of his father, with no other option. Dr. Zhao finally stated, her condition is generally stable. She mentioned experiencing a loss of control over her body. I believe that does not quite indicate illness. Jiang Sheng toyed with a rose-shaped glass pendant in his palm, his expression betraying surprise. Not an illness. What do you think it is? It remains uncertain. We need to observe if it recurs to identify the root cause. Dr. Zhao insisted on scientific reasoning. Jiang Sheng scoffed. Interestingly, I have a similar issue. It's not that I cannot control my body, but rather that some force compels me to develop inappropriate feelings for certain individuals. For instance, I do not dislike Ning Qiutang. Yet every time I approach her, I experience a visceral aversion that drives me away, while I harbor no affection for Shen Wanwan, yet find myself drawn to her. He articulated his predicament clearly. Dr. Zhao raised an eyebrow. Jiang Sheng, I believe you are quite ill. Perhaps you should consider inpatient treatment to avoid further complications. I am not ill. Dr. Zhao stood. I have encountered many like you. You were treated at Qingmu Sanatorium 4 years ago. So you have a history. Your family hopes you will seek further evaluation. Jiang Sheng's face contorted with disdain. That old man. He stood and made to leave. Dr. Zhao mused. This young master undoubtedly has some ailment. I can hear you. Are you planning to quit, Dr. Zhao? Jiang Sheng turned back, his gaze icy. Dr. Zhao chuckled awkwardly. Chapter 32. Give me a kiss. Ning Qiutang was unaware that she had nearly no secrets from Jiang Sheng. That evening, she spoke on the phone with Yu Jiao, who rambled on incessantly. Pei Tingsu is really so handsome. If only I were his wife. I want to enter the entertainment industry and act alongside him. That would be incredible. However, during her visit to the set today, she noticed a woman who seemed to be quite close to him. How can there be another woman touching him? Yu Jiao was very concerned about this and insisted on uncovering the identity of that woman. Jiao, if you let go of Pei Tingsu, you'll find there are many handsome men in this world, Ning Qiutang advised earnestly. She truly hoped she could dissuade her from going down a misguided path, though she feared it might be in vain. Yu Jiao was unfazed by others' opinions. To me, he is the best. You cannot stop me. Ning Qiutang sighed. Putting everything else aside, Jiao, you must think twice before acting. Do not entangle yourself in a quagmire you cannot escape. I won't. I'm not a fool, Yu Jiao declared, surrounded by posters of her idols, holding a photo of Pei Tingsu standing on a stage, glittering under the lights, and kissed it passionately. Ning Qiutang found herself unable to sway her friend and worried she might need to see a doctor. Jiao, when we see Dr. Zhao next week, come with me. Yu Jiao gritted her teeth. I'm not going. I'm not sick. Sister, you have become obsessively ill. I genuinely fear you might repeat past mistakes and regret it. However, recalling her previous life, where she fell in a pool of blood, clutching the knife that had killed Pei Tingsu, Yu Jiao unabashedly proclaimed, I have no regrets. In the next life, his heartbeat will recognize me before he does. To hate me is also to love me. I love him. She chose to take her own life, vowing to be with Pei Tingsu for eternity. Ning Qiutang felt utterly helpless. Yu Jiao's obsession ran deep, and she could not accept unrequited love if she could not have it. She would destroy it. All right, I'm going to sleep now. Good night. Yu Jiao hung up the phone. After finishing her homework, Ning Qiutang also went to bed. The next day, on the weekend, she accompanied her parents for breakfast. I heard the Su family has found their missing eldest daughter after over a decade. Her name is Shin. In a few days, the Su family will hold a welcome banquet for their biological daughter. Dear, prepare a few gifts to take over, her father said while reading the newspaper to Ning's mother. Peeling an egg for her daughter, was surprised by her husband's news. The Su family has found their long-lost daughter? That is indeed joyous news. When the child was lost, Mrs. Su fell ill and never recovered. The Su family must have suffered greatly. Ning Qiutang's brow furrowed slightly. The eldest daughter the Su family had found was Shun Wanwan. Moreover, Shun Wanwan's return was driven by a desire for revenge. Her initial goal was the Su family, seeking retribution for herself and her mother. Su Jiaqing had been unfaithful to his wife while she was pregnant, resulting in the mistress bearing twins. The legitimate wife, having given birth to Shun Wanwan, could no longer conceive. Thus, the Su family accepted the mistress's children, allowing her to usurp the position. Eventually, the mistress had Shun Wanwan abducted during her childhood and was also responsible for the death of Mrs. Su. Shun Wanwan returned under an assumed identity, seeking vengeance against the Su family. In this scenario, Ning Qiutang had unwittingly become an accomplice, aiding the mistress's children in bullying. Ning Qiutang wished to prevent her mother from engaging in these heinous acts. Believing that their family could start anew, Ning's mother exchanged a glance with her husband. Their silent communication spoke volumes. During her midday nap, she awoke to find someone seated beside her. Jiang Sheng, engrossed in a game on his phone with the sound muted, acknowledged her awakening without looking up, remarking, "You snore when you sleep." Ning Qiutang's face flushed crimson as she immediately denied, "Impossible. How could that be? I don't believe it." Jiang Sheng then played a recording of her snoring, nonchalantly adding, "I wouldn't hold it against you. In truth, the sound was merely a slightly louder breathing noise, hardly snoring at all." Infuriated, Ning Qiutang glared at him, her face still flushed, demanding, "Delete it, you pervert. You recorded me." Jiang Sheng raised his phone high, smirking at her helpless expression. "Not only did I record, but I also took photos of you drooling in your sleep." Ning Qiutang's cheeks burned with embarrassment. She felt utterly mortified. Biting her lip before lunging at him, disregarding her dignity as she attempted to snatch his phone away. One could die, but social death was intolerable. Jiang Sheng, you are the worst. Delete it now. Jiang Sheng steadied her petite waist to prevent her from tumbling out, his youthful demeanor unwavering as he gazed down at the girl in his arms, who was struggling with indignation, as if she wished to battle him. "These are for my eyes only. I certainly won't let anyone else see them. You are not allowed to look either, you big bad wolf. Delete it at once." Ning Qiutang clutched his shirt, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, and no matter how furious she was, he remained the big bad wolf. Suddenly, Jiang Sheng seized her arms, wrapping them around his neck, leaning in closer, his gaze penetrating as he said, "Kiss me, and I will delete it." Ning Qiutang's eyes widened in shock, unable to articulate the cataclysmic turmoil within her. Realizing their proximity, she attempted to escape his embrace but found herself ensnared by him. She dared not look up, fearing that any movement would lead to a kiss, her entire being trembling with a cacophony of emotions. Feeling as though she might perish from the intensity, it was as if she had lost all strength and means of resistance in that moment. Sensing his closeness, Ning Qiutang resolved herself and struck him across the face. The sharp sound of the slap echoed throughout the hall. "Let go of me." Her hand tingled painfully from the force, yet it was sufficient to humiliate the esteemed Jiang heir. Chapter 33. Jiang Sheng kneels to apologize. Jiang Sheng's expression darkened instantaneously. His eyes shadowed with a tempest of suppressed fury, a chilling aura enveloping him. Ning Qiutang. The boy's wrath was palpable. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Qiutang pushed him away forcefully, managing to extricate herself, clenching her fists. She began to fear. "Who told you to act like a rogue? This is my home. Be careful lest my father comes down and punishes you." Jiang Sheng touched his face, experiencing, for the first time, the sting of a slap. His cold gaze settled on the oblivious woman before him. "Very well. Next time I shall simply act like a rogue from the outset." Ning Qiutang glared at him, feeling an urge to strike or scold him further, yet his proximity made her want to retreat. "Aren't we going to your house? Let's hurry." She surrendered, realizing that she could not compete with a madman in terms of audacity. Jiang Sheng rose, fixated on her audacity, barely restraining himself from throttling her. She feared her own boldness in striking him. "Let us go." He chose to overlook her transgressions and turned to leave. Ning Qiutang exhaled in relief, nearly believing she would face another ordeal. Grasping the gift box her mother had prepared, she obediently followed the young man into the sea. As she sat in the vehicle, Her discomfort mounting, she realized they were not heading in the right direction. Aren't we going to your house? Where are we? You know about the rainbow auction at Haiyan, right? Given your earlier aggression, you must now face the consequences. Jiangxing's mocking gaze bore into her, his eyes devoid of warmth. Reveling in her apprehension as if she were merely a plaything, the rainbow auction, as the name suggested, involved dividing individuals into 7 parts, draping them in 7 colors of cloth for auction, with the head covered in purple fabric. Ning Qiutang's face drained of color, fully aware of his willingness to disregard the law in such a manner. Trembling, she looked up at him with pleading eyes. Please, Jiangxing, I was wrong to hit you. Just slap me back. Let us call it even. We're neighbors. Don't do this to me. I don't want to be dismembered. Jiangxing's expression darkened, pulling her up from the ground, exasperated by her theatrics. Miss Ning. Today the elders have gone to Pudu Temple to pray for family safety, so we want to be going to the old residence. The driver was somewhat astonished, although the young master was formidable. It seemed unnecessary for Miss Ning to be so frightened. Ning Qiutang's sobs abruptly ceased, her tears cascading down as she truly felt terror, glancing back at Jiangxing's disdainful expression. Is that true? Jiangxing, suppressing his discomfort, handed her some tissues to wipe her tears. What do you think? Do you really think I would kill you out of spite? You are quite capable of such cruelty. You are heartless and cold-blooded, killing without a second thought. Ning Qiutang blurted out, immediately regretting her words as a shiver ran down her spine. At this moment, her intellect rivaled that of Einstein. However, to be fair, this was merely the opinion of outsiders. In reality, Jiangxing was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, righteous, astute, and amiable. There, that should suffice. Jiangxing observed her cautious demeanor, realizing this woman could change her expression faster than one could turn a page. If you speak so favorably of me, it seems you must have feelings for me. Oh no. At this moment, Ning Qiutang wished she could become mute. Third brother, I'm just shy. She feigned ignorance. Avoiding a direct response, hoping her exaggerated demeanor would repulse him, Jiangxing's gaze landed on her cunning face, snorting, shy, my foot. His words were coarse yet held a kernel of truth. Ning Qiutang, unable to retort, wept softly, feeling utterly wronged. What more do you want? Just kill me already. Jiangxing, caught off guard, truly couldn't he discern whether she was genuinely afraid of death or simply fearless. This scheming woman. Silenced, he opted to close his eyes and meditate. Attempting to quell his anger, Ning Qiutang, resigned, complied. Finally, they arrived at the mountain. She eagerly exited the vehicle, rushing towards the temple, while Jiangxing followed languidly, a contemptuous smile on his lips as he observed her desperate flight. Escape is the least effective form of resistance. From a distance, Grandma Jiang spotted the girl in the green dress approaching and instructed someone to bring an umbrella for her. Oh my dear little Haitang. Yuvi finally arrived. Ning Qiutang, feeling as if she had found refuge, dashed into her grandmother's embrace. Grandma, I missed you so much. Jiangxing entered the temple, observing their affectionate reunion with indifference as he walked away. Grandma Jiang held Ning Qiutang's hand, noticing her reddened eyes, clearly indicative of recent tears. Oh dear, what happened? Your eyes are all red. Did that rascal Jiangxing bully you again? Grandma, you must help me. Jiangxing threatened me in the car, saying he would kill me if I didn't call off the engagement. I was so scared. Ning Qiutang, with her remarkable acting skills, conveyed her fear so convincingly it was impossible not to believe her. Grandma Jiang's face darkened with anger. Jiangxing, you've really gone too far this time, bullying my precious granddaughter again. Jiangxing emerged, his expression frosty as he glanced at the woman hiding behind Grandma Jiang. Scoffing, if she were truly your granddaughter, this engagement would be a joke. Grandma Jiang shot him a disapproving glare. Is this how you speak to me? No wonder little Haitang claims you bully her. You treat me with such disdain. How can she not be bullied? She believed this was a fair assessment. Her grandson, who was naturally indifferent to emotions, was indeed a source of family distress. Ning Qiutang chimed in. Exactly, Grandma. Jiangxing bullies me terribly. I cry 800 times a day, and he still finds me repugnant, frightening me and forcing me to do things I don't want to do. She poured out her grievances in one breath. Jiangxing remained silent, watching her performance with a cold smile. Grandma Jiang, with a serious expression, commanded, Jiangxing, come here and kneel to apologize to little Haitang. Ning Qiutang, understanding the gravity of the situation, timidly interjected. Grandma, maybe it's not necessary. Third brother want tea. To her surprise, Jiangxing walked over and unexpectedly knelt down, grasping Ning Qiutang's hand with a smile. I was wrong. All of Ning Qiutang's words lodged in her throat. Astonished by the sight before her, questioning whether the boy before her was truly Jiang Sheng, Grandma Zhang's satisfaction was evident. "All right, dear, see how this boy admits his mistakes. Let us not cry or be angry anymore." Ning Qiutang felt a cold sweat trickle down her back. Although the boy smiled, his expression was devoid of warmth, sending chills throughout her body. "Third brother, I forgive you. Please get up." She hurriedly went to help the person up. Chapter 34. I insist on being entangled with her until death. What a joke, having the great demon kneel and apologize to oneself. She has enough lives to play with, taking advantage of the moment. Jiang Sheng seized her hand, enveloping her small hand tightly, and slowly stood up with a cool demeanor. "Have you really forgiven me? No more tears?" Grandma Zhang looked at her grandson, who finally seemed to have come to his senses. With a sense of relief, cheerfully leading the other bystanders out, Ning Qiutang wanted to follow her grandmother, but Jiang Sheng firmly grasped her wrist, and she looked up at the boy with her teary eyes. Fear evident. "I really forgave you. You know I lost control of my tears. I simply couldn't help it." Once the elders departed, Jiang Sheng's expression darkened instantly. He pulled the girl into his embrace. Gazing at her pitiful pretense, "You keep saying I bully you. I neither touched you nor kissed you, yet you take all the advantage. Did it feel good to complain?" This rogue, how shamelessly he spoke. Ning Qiutang struggled in his arms, one hand pressed against his chest to prevent him from acting on his whims, her round and delicate face pinched painfully by his grip. Who is taking advantage? "Clearly, it's you who keeps touching me. Let go of me. Why are you squeezing so hard?" Jiang Sheng pinched her lips, making them pout in a way that reminded him of the red and white ornamental fish raised in the courtyard, which he found somewhat adorable. He thought to himself how lovely she looked that day. With his other hand, he flicked her forehead with a finger. "Little Rose, your lips look quite kissable." Ning Qiutang immediately pressed her lips together. Feeling that such a stance lacked impact, she extended her tongue to moisten her own lips, purely to disgust him. "Then kiss me," she boldly challenged, determined to never apply lip balm or lipstick again, nor to brush her teeth. Jiang Sheng clicked his tongue, releasing her face, genuinely disgusted by her shameless antics, and wiped his fingers on her skirt, his expression openly revealing his disdain. Ning Qiutang exhaled in relief, rubbing her flushed cheeks triumphantly. "Humph, with how tall you are, your physique must be magnificent. Surely you have an 8-pack, right? Let me feel it." As she tugged at the boy's shirt, her gaze was filled with infatuation as it lingered on him. For the first time, Jiang Sheng took a step back, looking at her with a complex expression before turning to leave. He needed to go to the restroom to vomit for a moment. Ning Qiutang pouted, realizing that to deal with shameless people, one must be even more shameless. She happily went to find Grandma Jiang. In the restroom of the lounge, Jiang Sheng, with damp hands, leaned against the clean mirror. His pale face bent over as he retched, a rare display of vulnerability. His reflection in the mirror was cold, with a profound sense of world weariness filling his eyes. The faucet kept running, and suddenly, he punched the mirror on the wall, shattering it into countless fragments that fell to the ground and into the sink. He picked up a sharp shard from the water and squeezed it tightly in his palm. Blood oozing from his left hand, dripping into the sink. "If you want tea, let me touch her. I will insist on being entwined with her until death." Jiang Sheng forcibly suppressed his body's uncontrollable instincts, discarding the shard into the trash can, stepping out to tend to his wound briefly, instructing someone to clean the restroom. Ning Qiutang listened as Grandma Jiang recounted stories of her marriage and childbirth with old Master Jiang, mentioning how the family used to cultivate numerous lotus flowers, and every summer, she would prepare a pot of sweet lotus seed soup for the family to enjoy, refreshing and soothing. Eager to learn, she volunteered to pick lotus seeds and learn how to make the sweet soup. In the temple's backyard lay a vast pond. Ning Qiutang took a basket, sat in a small wooden boat, and began gathering lotus flowers, lotus pods, and leaves. She played joyfully on her own, snapping photos and videos to send to Yu Jiao. Nestled among a pile of delicate pink lotus flowers, her beauty was not overshadowed by the stunning scenery. With rosy lips and pearly teeth, she smiled like a blooming flower, occasionally letting her hand dip into the water, lost in her delight. When Jiang Sheng arrived, he was met with a visually striking scene. Standing in the pavilion, his gaze fixed on the tender green figure on the small boat, as if he wished to etch the moment into his memory forever. Ning Qiutang's long hair cascaded down to her waist. She treasured her locks, which glistened and flowed under the sunlight, the tips trailing in the water, oblivious to her surroundings. Her skin was fair, with a rosy glow reminiscent of ripe peaches and wearing a pale green dress. She resembled the most exquisite flower in the lotus pond, captivating hearts in an instant. Suddenly, the girl screamed as she stood up, losing her balance and falling into the pond. Without hesitation, Jiangxing jumped in to rescue her. Ning Qiutang clung to him like a drowning person grasping at a lifeline, soaked to the skin, disregarding her embarrassment, her lips trembling against his body. Hurry to the shore, there's a snake. Please, hurry. She was terrified of snakes, her face drained of color. Jiangxing glanced around, not spotting any snakes, and first saved her, lifting her by the waist with one arm while the other encircled her legs. Setting her down on the dry bank, Ning Qiutang, still in shock, coughed and spluttered, having swallowed several mouthfuls of water, hastily pulling her legs out of the water. I really saw a snake. Jiangxing emerged from the water, pulling her up, leading her back. I'll have someone drain the water and clear away the lotus flowers and leaves to see what the snake looks like to frighten you so. That's unnecessary. The snake has likely fled. While you're here at the temple, it's best to accumulate good deeds to avoid future retribution. Ning Qiutang gradually calmed down, finding his overreaction somewhat excessive. She was no longer afraid. After all, it was just a snake, and there were so many people around. Jiangxing, noticing she was about to struggle again, remarked, Ning Qiutang, your clothes are quite see-through. Ning Qiutang froze. Glancing down at her chest, the fabric, when dry, concealed everything, but once wet, it revealed all. Her face flushed crimson as she stopped struggling, hugging her chest tightly. You're not allowed to look. All right, I want to look. Jiangxing replied calmly, diverting his gaze to ABC. Probably a C cup, he thought, not realizing that although her face was small, other parts were not at all insignificant. He saw nothing wrong with his thoughts. After all, it was his fiancée he was thinking about. Jiangxing took her back to the room. Upon hearing that the girl had fallen into the water, Grandma Jiang rushed over with concern. Seeing Jiangxing emerge from the room, drenched, she inquired, how's Xiaonang? Is she all right? It's my fault for allowing her to go alone. I suggested that Aunt accompany her, but she insisted on going by herself. She is fine, just a little frightened. Both our clothes are soaked. I'll drive back to get her some change of clothes. Jiangxing reassured his grandmother, personally going to buy clothes for Ning Qiutang. Chapter 35. Tang Tang wants to tutor Jiangxing. Ning Qiutang, almost undraped and wrapped in a blanket, overheard the conversation outside. Upon seeing her grandmother enter, she quickly said, I'm sorry for worrying you. Grandma, I'm fine. Oh, my poor child, you really are prone to misfortune. Once your grandfather finishes praying, I'll ask Master Guangji for a few safety talismans for you. Why is your hair still wet? Ning Qiutang shook her head, being understanding. I've already dried it with a towel. It's just that there is no hairdryer here. It's hot now, so it will dry soon. You mustn't be complacent. Not having a hairdryer doesn't mean you should rely solely on the towel. Even in hot weather, people catch colds. Grandma Jiang, concerned for her, took a towel and began drying her hair. Our little shouting S hair is truly beautiful. So smooth to the touch, unlike Grandma S, which has turned white and no longer feels soft. Grandma, I know a great hair dye. We can have someone dye your hair, and you'll look 20 years younger. Ning Qiutang genuinely liked Grandma Jiang. Her own grandmother had passed away early, and she had never met the younger generation of her family. Thankfully, Grandma Jiang cared for her, making her the most cherished little princess in the capital. Getting whatever she desired. Her mother had told her that her engagement to Jiangxing stemmed from her childhood whim of wanting to marry third brother, leading to the arrangement of her becoming Jiangxing's bride. Back then, she had no understanding of what it meant to marry someone. Grandma Jiang cherished her. Only you know how to win my favor. Next time, bring it for me to try, so I can give my old man a little surprise. Grandma and Grandpa Jiang had a wonderful relationship, having been married for 4 or 5 decades, right? Ning Qiutang, still young, once believed that loving someone meant forever. Now, she realized that no one ever truly loves another for a lifetime. Grandma Jiang held her hand, her expression nostalgic as she slowly recounted. When I was young, I was just like you. I adamantly refused to marry, and my family arranged the marriage, and I had never even met him. How could I possibly marry? Yet, I can never forget the day I tried to run away from the marriage. Your Grandpa Jiang, dressed in military uniform, came to stop me. He said he had someone he admired too. But this was the family's choice, and he had no objections. He asked if I truly didn't want to marry. He could help me escape that time. I was quite naive. Seeing how handsome your Grandpa Jiang was, I immediately followed him back to get married. I thought that since he had someone he admired, Our married life would be filled with mutual respect. But unexpectedly, within the first few years, we had 4 children. Years ago, due to the circumstances of Lao Si's birth on the battlefield, my health was frail at that time, and the child had not been nurtured well in the womb. Tragically, the baby passed away just a month after birth. Consequently, your grandfather Jiang underwent a vasectomy, forbidding me from bearing more children for the sake of my health. But where am I going with this? In truth, Zia Heitang, love and marriage are not synonymous. One can fall in love without necessarily marrying, yet marriage inherently allows for the possibility of love. You once cherished Jiangsheng deeply. Can you truly claim to have lost that affection? Ning Qiutang fell silent, pondering this very question. Reason urged her to remember that Jiangsheng had harmed her in a past life. To harbor feelings for him now would only invite suffering. Yet, her free will whispered that Jiangsheng had transformed, that the transgressions of a previous existence were behind them, and in this lifetime, he had committed no wrongs. Jiangsheng's allure had only intensified, leaving her ensnared and vulnerable. As the emotional ties once severed began to sprout anew, she found herself irresistibly drawn to him at every glance. Grandmother, I once believed love could conquer all adversities. But now I realize that love can never triumph over indifference. I am uncertain of what the future holds. I merely wish to live in the present without regrets, Ning Qiutang asserted firmly. Unable to forget the pain he had inflicted upon her in a past life, nor could she reconcile with the passage of time and the endless waves that had swept by. Grandmother Jiang did not press her to accept anything, tenderly stroking her head as she spoke. Ultimately, this is your life, and you must take charge of it. I grant you 3 opportunities to reconsider. When you mention breaking off the engagement for the 3rd time, the Jiang family will no longer object. Ning Qiutang lowered her gaze, the warmth in her eyes gradually blossoming as she nodded. Understanding her grandmother's foresight, half an hour later, Jiangsheng returned home. Grandmother Jiang kept Ning Qiutang company, exchanging laughter and sharing the recipe for sweet lotus seed soup. Ning Qiutang changed into a new dress and promptly headed to the kitchen to prepare lotus leaf chicken. However, she was entirely unaccustomed to cooking, and even following a video tutorial, the resulting dish was a dismal sight. During dinner, old Master Jiang emerged from the master's meditation room, seemingly rejuvenated after listening to the master's teachings. Upon seeing the unappetizing dish on the table, he inquired, "What new dish is this, Grandfather Jiang?" "This is lotus leaf chicken." Ning Qiutang thought the presentation was far from commendable. It was hardly recognizable as chicken. The corners of Grandfather Jiang's mouth twitched. "Old lady, is our chef planning to retire? This was made by Zia Heitang herself." Grandmother Jiang sighed. Jiangsheng immediately ordered the dish to be removed. "Everyone has witnessed your heartfelt efforts. It can now rest in peace." Ning Qiutang certainly would not let everyone partake in it. It was burnt to a crisp. Old Grandfather Jiang, who had recently adopted a vegetarian diet, refrained from touching the meat dishes. "Tang Tang, with the upcoming exams, you should assist Jiang Sheng in his studies. If he succeeds, I shall grant you one request." Ning Qiutang's eyes lit up momentarily before dimming again. How could the formidable figure possibly study diligently? Yet, old Grandfather Jiang had no reason to worry. Jiang Sheng's abilities were beyond question. He simply preferred not to showcase them in front of others. "Grandfather, actually, 3rd brother is quite capable. He can manage without my help. And you could also hire other tutors." Ning Qiutang wished to refuse. Her relationship with Jiangsheng was already challenging, and now she was expected to tutor him. There was no escape. Jiangsheng cast a cold glance her way. "Are you so reluctant to teach me? Fearing I might consume you? Rest assured, if he dares to bully you, come directly to the Jiang family, and I shall deal with him." Old Grandfather Jiang was indeed bold, handling matters without hesitation, resorting to force when necessary. Ning Qiutang found herself in a predicament, ultimately nodding. "All right, I shall give it a try." She only hoped that this formidable figure would not be too troublesome, due to the limited availability of meditation rooms in the temple. Jiangsheng and Ning Qiutang were assigned to share a sleeping space. Ning Qiutang observed the young man preparing a makeshift bed. "We could return home. Grandfather said staying here for a night would ward off misfortune." Jiangsheng had never been so compliant. Ning Qiutang noticed the fresh bandage on his left hand. "How did you injure your hand again?" "It's nothing," Jiangsheng replied curtly, turning off the light and lying down. The room fell into a serene silence. With the temple's primitive lifestyle, there was no air conditioning, only a fan. Although the mountain air was cooler than down below, the pampered Ning Qiutang still felt warm. She lay on the bed, grumbling. "Jiangsheng, aren't you hot?" Chapter 36, It would be better to ask for my love. Jiangxing tossed the fan towards her. Fan yourself. Thanks to the mosquito-repellent incense burning. The room was free of pests. The window was open, allowing the gentle evening breeze to flow in, while the bamboo grove outside rustled softly. After a while of fanning, Ning Qiutang's wrist grew sore, and her hand fell to the ground. Feeling even hotter. Jiangsheng, I am so hot. Jiangsheng, regretting not bringing a small fan, realized the temple lacked many electrical installations and maintained a primitive lifestyle. Not providing fans, the mountain was indeed refreshing, but she, raised in luxury, could hardly tolerate even the slightest warmth, her back damp with perspiration. Jiangsheng retrieved his phone to send a message, sitting up and leaning against her bed. Using the fan to cool her down, so now you call for me. Typically, she avoided him as much as possible. Ning Qiutang felt the cool breeze on her face. The moonlight illuminated the room, preventing it from being completely dark. She lay on her side, observing the obedient demeanor of the young man, feeling a sense of suffocation slowly ease as if the protective film around her heart was loosening. When you saved me from drowning, my wound got wet. You really ought to take better care of yourself. Why are you so chatty today? Are you not going to sleep? Jiangsheng pinched her cheek, which felt soft and squishy like a rice dumpling, and he seemed unable to let go. Ning Qiutang found it difficult to sleep, especially considering that this was their first time sharing a room in both this life and the last. She was mostly afraid he might kill her to silence her. Stop squeezing my face, it's so annoying. I'm not dough. Jiangxing flicked her forehead lightly, his tone quite harsh. Have I been too nice to you? Ning Qiutang covered her mouth, thinking to herself that he must have a misunderstanding about his kindness, that he had never shown her a kind face, always appearing fierce and ready to kill her at any moment. How could he dare say such a thing? Forget it. Forget it. I won't argue with you. Once I graduate, I can leave and soar far away, and no one will be able to harm me. Good night, she said, finding a comfortable position to sleep, hugging the blanket and disregarding her image as a young lady, even adjusting the tool's hand to direct the fan at her face. Jiangxing's grip on the fan tightened slightly as he gazed down at her tranquil sleeping face, his expression unexpectedly entranced. Having encountered countless beauties, the young prince suddenly realized how beautiful Ning Qiutang was, so stunning that one might be tempted to take a bite. Just as this thought crossed his mind, his body reacted against it, an undeniable physiological aversion compelling him to quickly divert his gaze. That an hour later, someone brought in ice cubes and a battery-operated fan that did not require plugging in. Jiangsheng placed the ice in the room and turned on both fans, letting the cool air circulate. Only after Ning Qiutang's breathing steadied did he lie back down to sleep. The following day, as Ning Qiutang drowsily opened her eyes, she was startled by a monkey at the foot of the bed. Jiangsheng, she shrieked, clutching her pillow and retreating into the corner. The monkey was equally startled, leaping off the bed to sit at the table and munch on some apples. Jiangsheng, displeased, opened his eyes and sat up, observing the frightened girl on the bed, then glancing at the monkey on the table. You have such a small heart. Are you a mouse? The temple, nestled near a forest, occasionally welcomed monkeys, making it one of its unique features. He turned his neck, clearly having not slept well. The young prince's morning mood was grim, his dark expression more terrifying than that of a ghost. Ning Qiutang glared at him. How could a young lady, upon awakening to see a monkey perched beside her head, not be frightened? I want to go home. She hurled her pillow at the rebellious young prince. Jiangxing merely lay back down. Safe travels. I want to see you off. Ning Qiutang slipped on her shoes and dashed outside. It was only a little past 8 in the morning. The temple was enveloped in a tranquil serenity, broken only by the occasional chirping of birds and insects. Grandmother Jiang had risen early, clad in a dark purple qipao, having the maid style her hair, and upon seeing Ning Qiutang, instructed the preparation of breakfast. Grandmother, I want to go home. I haven't finished my homework, and I have classes tomorrow. Ning Qiutang was preoccupied with thoughts of her studies, having never been so fond of school. Grandmother Jiang gently patted her hand, urging her to sit. There's no rush. We will return after the ceremony. Let us eat first. Where's Jiangxing? He is still asleep. Ning Qiutang sat down to enjoy the porridge, which contained lotus seeds and lotus flowers gathered the day before. Grandmother Jiang remarked, They say the morning is the key to the day. Your third brother seems to be perpetually half asleep. What can he accomplish in a day? Grandmother, perhaps it is the diligence of others that allows them to catch up with genius, while Sangu has long surpassed his peers, rendering effort unnecessary for him. He effortlessly becomes the target of admiration in the eyes of the talented. Ning Qiutang, recalled waking up that morning to find 2 fans in her room and remnants of ice that had melted into water. A clear indication of the ice blocks acquired in the depths of the night. In her heart, Jiangxing had, to some extent, truly changed. Grandmother Jiang smiled and said, "You certainly speak well of him." Ning Qiutang sweetly smiled as she added a touch of cinnamon to the bird's nest. "He has always been remarkable. It is just that others are unaware." "That's good. That's good." Grandmother Jiang beamed. Urging her to eat more at noon, the grand religious ceremony commenced. Following Buddhist etiquette, Grandfather Jiang observed 3 days of vegetarianism and prayer, bathing and changing before kneeling before the Buddha statue to recite scriptures. Jiangsheng also arrived. After the elders had paid their respects, the younger generation would continue. Ning Qiutang knelt beside him, obediently bowing in reverence. However, Jiangsheng neither knelt nor bowed, displaying an air of disdain towards the proceedings. Grandfather Jiang did not compel him, engaging in conversation with the master instead. With a devout heart, Ning Qiutang knelt, lifting her gaze to the sacred statue, inwardly questioning, "Buddha, why have I been reborn? Since I have been given a second chance, will my fate be different? I only wish to live this life in peace. Instead of seeking the blessings of deities, you might as well ask for my love." Jiangxing, seated on the mat, suddenly leaned closer, reaching out to tug at her hair, his expression inscrutable. Ning Qiutang's heart raced uncontrollably, akin to a startled deer, leaving her limbs feeling weak. She looked at him with a complex gaze. Then, "What if I implore you to let me go?" The corners of Jiangxing's mouth curled into a slight smile, his expression both playful and indifferent. Though he did not speak, his meaning was unmistakable. "Let go? Such good fortune does not exist in this world." Ning Qiutang anticipated this response. She dared not harbor genuine hopes, lowering her gaze, her expression melancholic. "I cannot afford to be extravagant. A difficult fate is destined." Chapter 37. Aren't you eager to touch my abs? The youth beside them snickered. In Jiangsheng's eyes lay a sense of control and oppression over everything. He fixed his gaze on the girl's innocent face, coldly stating, "You are unlike others, Ning Qiutang. Your fate can only be determined by me." Ning Qiutang could not help but feel a pang of sadness. His words echoed in her mind, as if there truly were no escape. "Please do not frighten me. I am very afraid." Jiangsheng smirked in satisfaction. "Fear is precisely what is needed. Only those who fear will obey. Hurry up. Don't you want to go home?" He stood up, displaying a complete lack of patience. Ning Qiutang wiped her tear-stained eyes, grasping the incense to place it in the burner. Grandfather Jiang beckoned Jiangsheng over, handing him a string of sandalwood beads. The master remarked that his karmic burdens were heavy, and this life would be fraught with tribulations. Wearing them would help suppress his negative energy. Jiangsheng, skeptical of the supernatural, accepted the beads without desire. "If you dare to discard or destroy them, I will make you regret it." Grandfather Jiang anticipated his defiance and shot him a stern glance, a clear warning. Just as Jiangxing was about to utter something, Ning Qiutang approached and placed the string of beads around his wrist. "Let us go." "Grandfather Jiang, we're leaving." She tugged Jiangsheng along hastily. Jiangsheng had intended to reprimand her for her impulsiveness, but upon donning the beads, he felt the uncontrollable sensation rapidly subdued. The youth raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at the unremarkable string of beads, bewildered. Ning Qiutang settled into the car for their journey home, exhilaration evident on her face. Jiangsheng removed the beads and pulled Ning Qiutang onto his lap. Confused, she noticed that her knee-length skirt was precarious, and the position was somewhat awkward, prompting her to consider resisting. The youth's arm tightened around her slender waist, warning, "Do not move." "What are you doing?" Ning Qiutang looked at his gloomy, detached expression, pondering who had provoked this formidable being. Jiangxing, having tried several times, discovered that the beads indeed suppressed another force affecting him, and thus, he decided to wear them. His frivolous demeanor appeared rather reckless. "Aren't you interested in touching my abs?" "Huh?" Ning Qiutang struggled to follow his train of thought, his hand already grasping hers and slipping beneath his shirt. Her face flushed crimson, disbelief etched upon her features as she confronted his unpredictable nature. Pushing against his shoulder with one hand, the moment her fingers met his heated skin, she recoiled as if burned, desperately attempting to escape. "No need to be so polite. I was merely joking." Ning Qiutang believed he had lost his sanity. The texture of his well-defined muscles beneath her palm overwhelmingly enticing. Jiangsheng released her hand, his mood inexplicably buoyant, grasping her chin and leaning closer. "Did you intentionally make me wear the beads because you knew something? Or are you simply eager to get close to me?" Ning Qiutang's mind filled with question marks. She anxiously stammered. No, Jiang Sheng. You've misunderstood. Is there a problem with the beads? I only wanted you to appreciate Grandfather Zhang's good intentions. Who wants to get close to you? I don't understand what you're saying. Please let me go. Seeing her expression of utter bewilderment, Jiang Sheng surmised that she truly did not know. Shoo, lower your voice. The driver is still here. He gripped her delicate waist, his gaze brimming with excitement akin to a beast unleashed. The driver had already discreetly raised the partition. Ning Qiutang, her cheeks flushed and palms clammy, found it difficult to breathe as she was enveloped in his embrace, lowering her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Please, don't do this. Why is my little rose trembling? Is something bothering you? Jiang Sheng shed his aloof facade, whispering sweetly into her ear, embracing his fragrant and soft fiancée. Ning Qiutang clutched his shirt, her eyes welling with tears as he drew nearer, leaving her feeling vulnerable and helpless in his embrace. Jiang Sheng, I feel unwell. Please touch my forehead. I might be ill. She was not lying. Upon waking that morning, she had felt slightly off, attributing it to the heat, but soon began to experience dizziness and feverishness. She was anxious to return home, fearing she might fall ill. Jiang Sheng, half believing, touched her forehead and cheeks, realizing her flush was not from shyness but genuine heat. His fingers brushed her neck, feeling even hotter. To the hospital, he instructed the driver. Ning Qiutang sighed in relief, tears streaming down her cheeks and splattering onto the back of the youth's hand. It's all your fault for bringing ice into the room. You were the one who kept complaining about the heat. I certainly couldn't fan you all night. Jiang Sheng observed her tearful demeanor, generally disliking such displays, yet he found her current state remarkably pitiful. You caught a cold last night. He gritted through clenched teeth. The heat was not merely discomfort. She was genuinely ill. This little fool, Ning Qiutang weakly retorted. How was I to know I was sick? I just felt hot. She sobbed, breathless, her eyes red like a rabbit's. The once headstrong young lady now whimsically indulged in her vulnerability. Jiang Sheng found himself at a loss. The only option was to rush her to the hospital. Half an hour later, they arrived at the largest hospital. Jiang Sheng assisted her in registering for treatment, and she was ultimately diagnosed with a cold and a high fever of 38 degrees. The youth's expression darkened. She had been able to endure until now, but her true condition was finally emerging. Ning Qiutang leaned against Jiang Sheng, her hands clinging to his shirt, tears continuing to fall, perfectly embodying the delicate and helpless persona she often portrayed when unwell. This was not unreasonable. Throughout her life, illness had always rendered her most vulnerable. Even when faced with danger, she clung to him without regard for past grievances, demonstrating her fragility. Their striking appearances led others to assume they were a couple. Jiang Sheng exhibited extraordinary patience as he guided her through the medical process, ultimately settling in the infusion area for an IV drip. A nurse approached to administer a needle. Ning Qiutang bit her lower lip in fear of the pain, gripping Jiang Sheng's hand tightly, her nails nearly digging into his flesh. 3 bottles of medicine were to be administered. With the nurse instructing her boyfriend to keep an eye on the 4, Ning Qiutang nodded, cautiously glancing at the youth, whose expression was a tempest of emotions. If he instructed Chunjianxi to go to the Ning family to fetch her backpack and blanket. The air conditioning in the hospital was quite strong, leaving her legs feeling chilly. Chapter 38. Falling ill and encountering Shun Wanwan, Ning's mother sent her a message, inquiring why she hadn't returned home yet, and why the young man from the Chen family had come to collect her belongings. Ning Qiutang evasively replied that she would stay at the Jiang family for another day, not daring to admit her illness. Given the commotion her family had caused, the incessant nagging of her parents echoed in her ears while she was in the hospital, and she had no desire to worry them further. Leaning against the cold, hard chair, she felt uncomfortable and tentatively leaned against the person beside her. Previously, she would never have dared to do such a thing, but at this moment, she truly craved someone's care. Someone to lean on. She had always had a penchant for being close to others. When she fell ill, she wished to cling to anyone nearby, as though they were her lifeline, providing her a sense of security. Fortunately, Jiang Sheng did not push her away. He slightly lowered his gaze to her tousled hair, with her long, thick eyelashes fluttering like tiny brushes, and her exquisitely shaped nose appeared almost like a work of art. With a hint of pink on its tip, Ning Qiutang closed her eyes in relief, tightly gripping the young man's arm, fearing he might leave her. After more than half an hour, Chunjianxi arrived. Upon seeing Jiang Sheng, he hurried over, intending to speak, but was met with a cold glare from the prince, who noticed the girl asleep against him. With remarkable insight, he lowered his voice. Ning Ai truly dotes on her daughter. I merely asked a few questions while fetching something, and this honest child nearly couldn't contain herself. Jiang Xing retrieved a blanket from the bag and draped it over Ning Qiutang's legs. How could she fall ill when she seemed perfectly fine? You should have some patience, he remarked. Chen Jinsi was astonished at their intimate demeanor, questioning whether this was the same ruthless, unfeeling prince he had known. After all, Jiang Sheng had always been indifferent, even disdainful, towards those who pursued him fervently. What on earth had transpired in the past few days for their relationship to develop at such a rapid pace? Had he inadvertently missed their impending marriage? Jiang Sheng, finding him bothersome, said, "Go entertain yourself outside." Chen Jinsi immediately zipped his mouth shut and sat quietly on the side, engrossed in his phone. "Third brother, I'm thirsty." Ning Qiutang mumbled drowsily, her nails lightly scratching at the young man's arm. Jiang Sheng grasped her restless hand. How could someone who was ill be so clingy? He glanced at his idle good friend. Chen Jinsi nodded, willing to fetch water for the young lady. "Make sure it's hot water," Jiang Sheng reminded. Chen Jinsi nearly stumbled, his face filled with trepidation. What had this little girl done to third brother? The cold and unfeeling Jiang Xing had never shown concern for anyone, yet here he was, displaying such thoughtfulness. While he was outside getting water, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure, Shen Wanwan. Oh right. Her brother was in the hospital for treatment. It was only natural for her to visit him. However, her identity was unexpectedly complex. She was the daughter of the Su family, which could be seen as a form of fortunate suffering. Yet, she was accompanied by another person. Zhou Mu. They came over with medication. Chen Jinsi felt a pang of guilt as he returned with the water. What a coincidence. He rushed over to sit beside Jiang Sheng and said, "Third brother. It seems Shen Wanwan is also unwell." Just as he finished speaking, Shen Wanwan entered, a fever-reducing patch affixed to her forehead. She appeared to be searching for a seat and immediately spotted Chen Jinsi, trying to hide. Then walked over to see Jiang Sheng and the woman sleeping against him. Is Ning classmate also ill? Shen Wanwan chose to sit opposite them. Zhou Mu, the class monitor, though not as affluent as these wealthy young men, had excelled academically, having participated in numerous competitions and won an abundance of awards. "I'll go get your test results," he said gently and patiently. Shen Wanwan smiled politely. "Thank you, monitor," after Zhou Mu left. Chen Jinsi exchanged glances with her. Jiang Sheng brought the cup of water to Ning Qiutang's lips. She slightly opened her eyes, took a sip, and upon glancing up, found herself staring directly at Shen Wanwan. Her foggy mind instantly cleared. The silent standoff began, an unspoken battle unfolding between them. The heat radiating from her body gradually subsided, and instinctively, Ning Qiutang leaned away from Jiang Sheng that he furrowed his brow. Who truly had the power to summon the other at will? Ning Qiutang. "Did you think I couldn't bear to see you?" Ning Qiutang looked at him, feeling that her previous vulnerable clinginess lacked fortitude. Yet he selflessly cared for her. "I'm not sleepy," she argued, her throat dry. Shen Wanwan, unable to endure it any longer, addressed her as if she were invisible. "Jiang Sheng, the teacher has been insisting that we pair up for the questions. What misunderstanding do you have about me that you refuse to listen to me? Since the situation is so fortuitous today, let us settle this matter officially." She indeed pulled a test paper from her bag and handed it to him. Jiang Sheng did not take the paper. With the pressure of the beads, he finally felt a complete ownership of his own body, and in the face of Shen Wanwan, he no longer viewed her through the haze of his previous impressions. He could completely disregard her. Not in the mood. If you enjoy doing problems so much, why not go to a printing factory? Shen Wanwan's expression stiffened. The prior flicker of goodwill from him had vanished, replaced entirely by malice. She quickly replied, "It's nothing, I was just asking." Ning Qiutang sensed the chilling atmosphere. The dynamics between these two were entirely the opposite of the previous life, as if she and Shen Wanwan had swapped roles. A nurse came to administer an injection. Ning Qiutang changed to a second bottle of medication, and her temperature was measured again, revealing a decrease. She sighed in relief. Zhou Mu returned with her medication and sat beside Shen Wanwan, attentively caring for her. Ning Qiutang glanced at Zhou Mu. To be honest, Shen Wanwan had an abundance of admirers, as if every man was drawn to her charm. Even Chen Jinsi was no exception. However, at that moment, he was engrossed in his phone, fixated on a game, completely ignoring Shen Wanwan. For a while, no one spoke. Suddenly, a group of individuals burst in. The leading girl entered and slapped Shen Wanwan across the face. "What gives you the right to compete with me for our parents' love? I am the only true daughter of the Su family. Why do you even exist? Why don't you just disappear? Su Wei's eyes were filled with rage as she glared at the woman who had taken everything from her, cursing and striking without restraint, utterly lacking in decorum. Others could not hold her back. Shen Wanwan defiantly raised her head. What is you've had a good life as a foster daughter in the Su family all these years. You better understand that if I hadn't gone missing, you would have had no right to that position. You owe me your gratitude, understand? I'll tear your mouth apart. Shen Wanwan's formidable verbal duel utterly overshadowed everyone present, leaving a man and a woman blushing furiously. Doctors and security personnel rushed in to maintain order. In another hospital room, Ning Qiutang sat on her bed, peering through the crack in the door at the uproar outside, pressing her hand against her heart. She recalled the words she nearly uttered. Shen Wanwan, you wild child, whether you are truly a blood relative of the Su family is still debatable. You dare concoct any tale to secure a place in a prestigious family. Had she spoken those words, she would undoubtedly have been swept into the chaos. Although Su Wei was merely an adopted daughter, she engaged in a fierce rivalry with Su Yun within the Su household. Neither yielding to the other, her temperament undoubtedly haughty and domineering. Now, with the eldest daughter of the Su family returning, fearing for her status, she had stormed into the hospital, creating a ruckus. Such thoughtlessness, Chenjinsi, engrossed in a game, offered a mock serious commentary. Fortunately, we managed to evade the turmoil. Otherwise, we would have been caught in the crossfire. Jiang Sheng gently touched Ning Qiutang's forehead and asked, Are you hungry? It had been 5 or 6 hours since lunch, and the sky had darkened outside. Ning Qiutang nodded vigorously, her stomach already rumbling. That I want to eat soup dumplings. No, something better. I'm unwell and need to nourish myself. I crave barbecue hot pot. Jiang Sheng promptly ordered a special meal for her from the dining hall. Priced at 18,000, barbecue and hot pot are off the menu. Ning Qiutang pouted, feeling wronged. How can I recover if I don't eat well? Jiang Sheng cast her a fleeting glance. Is barbecue hot pot the epitome of good food in your eyes? Indeed, delicacies like mountain treasures and seafood are just passable. Barbecue hot pot is truly delectable. Ning Qiutang would not allow him to disparage her top culinary choice. Jiang Sheng's tone turned cold. How ambitious. The shouting outside quickly subsided. Ning Qiutang curiously glanced outside. Aren't you going to help? What are you staring at? Don't you know that observing from a distance can lead to being scorched by the sparks? Jiang Sheng obstructed her view. Your own health is not yet restored. Why are you so concerned about others? Ning Qiutang pouted and turned away, propping her pillow higher to read. She recalled the matter entrusted to her by Grandpa Jiang and cheerfully addressed the esteemed young master. Jiang Sheng, I have a needle in my right hand. I can't write. How about you assist me with my homework? Chenjinsi, overhearing her audacity, couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Her courage was extraordinary. You think our young master is your servant? Willing to do your homework, unless the sun rises at night. The next moment, Jiang Sheng sat down, pulled out her homework and exam paper. How do I write this? Chenjinsi was taken aback. Wait, you used to scoff at doing homework. Ning Qiutang cast a triumphant glance at the incredulous young master Chen, reveling in her privileged status. You can't even do your homework. It's merely about finishing the questions, she replied. Jiang Sheng raised his eyes. His tone resolute. What I mean is, how do I solve the problems? I don't know. Ning Qiutang responded with an O, though she was skeptical in her past life. Jiang Sheng had merely appeared to be a layabout. But in reality, his intelligence was extraordinary, almost monstrous, rendering him formidable. These high school questions were akin to simple addition and subtraction for a 3-year-old. It's quite simple. First do this, then that. And finally this. Do you understand? Ning Qiutang explained earnestly, pointing to one of the questions for him to solve. Jiang Sheng followed her instructions without a hint of impatience. And then, look at the problem. First understand its meaning, and then solve for the unknown based on the known conditions to arrive at our desired answer. Ning Qiutang had taken on the role of an authoritative teacher, her commanding presence growing increasingly self-satisfied. After completing a question, Jiang Sheng observed her bright and lively expression, a slight smile curling his lips. Your tail is almost wagging in delight. Ning Qiutang immediately turned to check for a tail, puffing lightly. Hurry up. There are still so many left. She eagerly explained the questions to him, relieved that he did not become addicted to gaming or tire of asking her why. Otherwise, she would have truly been overwhelmed. Chun Jinsi watched in astonishment as the young master exhibited remarkable patience toward Ning Qiutang. Was this truly the Jiang Sheng he knew? Had he suddenly developed a sense of humanity and even smiled? Had the previous expression he wore been tinged with a hint of affection? What was this inexplicable sweetness? Jiang Sheng immersed himself in work, completing all the questions she had described. Ning Qiutang naturally credited her own efforts. So, how about it? Studying isn't so difficult, right? I believe you're doing quite well. Under my guidance, you'll surely get into university. She decided to take advantage of the moment. Jiang Sheng chuckled ambiguously. Indeed, our little teacher is quite remarkable. I understood everything you said. Ning Qiutang was nearly bubbling with joy, as if she were floating on a cloud. Its because third brother has a natural gift. That's why you learned so quickly. The two engaged in a mutual exchange of flattery. Before long, the intravenous infusion concluded. After the final temperature check, Ning Qiutang's temperature returned to normal. The doctor advised her to continue taking medication and to exercise diligently to enhance her immunity. Ning Qiutang made a mental note and followed Jiang Sheng out of the hospital. Just as she entered the car, Shen Wanwan reappeared, audaciously blocking Jiang Sheng's path. Jiang Sheng, come with me to a place. Chen Jinxi observed, eager for the unfolding drama. Jiang Sheng's expression betrayed his disdain and irritation. Are we that familiar? We met 4 years ago, but you seem to have forgotten. Don't you recall? I am Shen Wanwan. Shen Wanwan gazed at him with deep affection, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, filled with unspoken grievances. Jiang Sheng, lacking patience, retorted, who you are has nothing to do with me. Get out of my way. Shen Wanwan produced her trump card. I have that key, which you personally gave to me. Upon hearing about the key, Ning Qiutang recalled events from her previous life, where she had gone to great lengths to locate the key he had hidden. All to curry favor with Jiang Sheng. To her surprise, it had ended up in Shen Wanwan's hands, prompting her to resort to extreme measures to reclaim it, impersonating Shen Wanwan in hopes of winning Jiang Sheng's approval. Only to be immediately recognized and humiliated for her shamelessness and unscrupulousness. She had imprisoned Shen Wanwan in the basement, and he had personally rescued her. That key seemed to hold great significance for him. Indeed, the previously indifferent young master's demeanor shifted in an instant. You wait in the car. Shen Wanwan's eyes lit up, casting a challenging glance at the woman in the car before ultimately heading to Chen Jinxi's vehicle. Jiang Sheng opened the car door, handed her backpack back to her, and said, the driver will take you home. Ning Qiutang felt no disappointment, as she had never held any expectations. Jiang Sheng noticed her lackluster reaction and slammed the door shut. Striding over to Chen Jinxi's side, watching the car pull away, his expression darkened, becoming cold and impassive. Let us go. Chapter 40. A fire consumes all. Shen Wanwan watched the obediently seated figure beside her, casting furtive glances at the aloof and indifferent youth. I know you've forgotten everything. I'm not here to force you to remember anything. The key you entrusted to me back then was said to be your most cherished memory. Now that we have reunited, I certainly must return it to its rightful owner. After she spoke, her gaze remained fixed on him, for he was her destined partner, deserving of more warmth than this coldness. Chen Jinxi, seated in the passenger seat, fiddled with a silver Rubik's Cube, glancing at her through the rearview mirror. Our third brother did indeed spend some time at the Qingmu Sanatorium 4 years ago. But, Shun, given your words, it seems you recognized him long ago. Why only admit it now? Jiang Sheng stared intently at his phone, his messages to Ning Qiutang sinking into oblivion. TSK. His phone felt as useless as a brick, if it was of no use. It might as well be recycled. He sent another message. Shen Wanwan lowered her gaze, putting on a sorrowful expression as she self-dramatized her plight. First, I wasn't certain, and I was afraid. He seems quite dangerous. If you are afraid of me, then stay far away. Jiang Sheng, not receiving a reply from Ning Qiutang, felt his mood darken further. He lifted his icy gaze to her face, his expression dripping with disdain. Shen Wanwan, terrified, shifted back slightly, mustering the courage to say, but you said to let it go. Since you refuse to acknowledge it, there is nothing more to discuss. You take back your belongings, and I will maintain my distance. Jiang Sheng's face was as cold as ice, his mood exceptionally foul. He had only agreed to come along to see what she intended to do, and to teach her a proper lesson in the process. Before long, the car arrived at the mountain forest behind the sanatorium she had mentioned, where a man-made lake lay beside a small wooden cabin. As they exited the vehicle, Shen Wanwan hurried toward the cabin. Jiang Sheng, even if you've forgotten, we once fished together, sprawled on the lawn soaking up the sun, and made promises to rely on each other in the future. She appeared as if she had returned home. Her face adorned with an impeccable smile, brimming with beautiful hopes. Jiang Sheng gazed at the wooden cabin, seemingly recalling something that he walked behind, stepping on a withered branch, and glanced back at Chen Jinsi. Chen Jinsi did not exit the vehicle. Upon receiving a signal, he retrieved 2 barrels of gasoline from the back. Jiang Sheng, come quickly. Look, this is our photograph, and here are the little clay figures we made together to be. By the way, you once asked me how I could play that hand piano piece. It's because you taught me. Shen Wanwan appeared exceedingly excited, producing an array of items to prove that they once shared unforgettable memories. She had brought him here in advance to strengthen their emotional bond. If this continued, he might very well become someone else's companion. Jiang Sheng regarded those items with indifference, his mind slowly piecing together her words, yet he remained as unresponsive as a soulless automaton. Shen Wanwan attempted to continue speaking. Suddenly, the youth produced a cigarette and a lighter, asking, "Have you said enough?" An ominous premonition struck Shen Wanwan, especially upon seeing the gasoline barrels that Chen Jinsi carried. What are you planning to do? Jiang Sheng's expression darkened, exuding an eerie stillness as if a storm were imminent. With a semblance of a smile, he looked at her and said, "In this world, only what I acknowledge is real. If I do not recognize it, it has never occurred. Discussing memories with me? That is utter nonsense." Chen Jinsi doused the wooden cabin with gasoline, and afterward, he clapped his hands, remarking that like attracts like. Those who could play together were certainly of the same ilk. He squinted and smiled slightly. "Classmate Shun, you might not understand, but young Master Jiang is utterly incorrigible." Shen Wanwan's eyes widened, and she suddenly grasped why this world's quests were so insurmountably difficult. It was an impossible task. No, Jiang Sheng, you cannot do this. You think you are merely destroying a wooden cabin. Do you even comprehend who you are truly opposing? Destroying pivotal plot points, severely disrespecting the world's overseers. Did he understand the gravity of this? In an instant, the previously starry sky darkened with ominous clouds, and the streetlights flickered ominously, creating a terrifying atmosphere. Opposing whom? It always culminated in a life-or-death conclusion. Jiang Sheng tossed the half-smoked cigarette into the wooden cabin. With a thunderous roar, lightning struck. The cabin was swiftly engulfed in flames. Shen Wanwan, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground, faced with the system's red alert. "It's not my fault." She frantically waved her hands. Trying to dismiss the system, the thunder grew increasingly louder, yet the rain refused to fall. The fierce flames blazed, enveloping the surroundings in a cloud of ash. Suddenly, Jiang Sheng's complexion turned pale, clutching his chest. He sank to one knee. "Third brother." Chen Jinsi was horrified and rushed to support him. Jiang Sheng's veins threatened to burst. He endured the immense physical reaction, resolute and unyielding, that a sudden gale arose, and a bolt of lightning struck the lake. "What the hell is happening? Jiang Sheng, you are arrogant and deluded. You cannot change anything." Shen Wanwan laughed derisively as she sat on the ground, pointing at him. The plot had deteriorated by 15%. Jiang Sheng coldly regarded her, drawing a knife from behind and pressing it to his chest. "Is this all you can do? Torture me, yet fear to let me die?" It was as if he were conversing with someone from a distance. Third brother. Chen Jinsi was at a loss for how to deal with this unforeseen circumstance and attempted to seize the sharp knife. In the next moment, everyone collapsed into unconsciousness. Ning Qiutang had just returned home when she beheld the gloomy sky and the moon amidst the night. Resembling a single eye, when she had perished in her past life, the moon had also been blood red. A sharp pain pierced her heart, and she instantly fell to her knees. Her complexion turned pale. Tears streamed down her face, and her entire being felt as if it were encased in ice, her blood flowing in reverse. "Miss," the driver hurried to support her. She too succumbed to unconsciousness upon awakening. She found herself in her mother's embrace. "Darling, you're finally awake. Are you feeling unwell?" Ning mother's eyes were reddened with tears, frightened by her daughter's frail appearance. How could a mother endure such a sight? Ning Qiutang slowly sat up, realizing her body had returned to normal, devoid of the excruciating pain she had just experienced. That moment of agony felt dreamlike. "That I seem to be fine now. No, I must go for a medical examination." Ning mother gently caressed her face, urging her to comply. Ning Qiutang dared not refuse, fearing her mother would discover the events of the day. Upon their arrival at the hospital, as Ning Qiutang exited the emergency room, she noticed an ambulance arriving, with several medical personnel carrying someone down. She stepped aside, inadvertently catching sight of a drooping hand, long and slender, with distinctly defined joints, adorned with a familiar string of prayer beads. Jiang Sheng. Her feet moved of their own accord, leading her directly towards him. Chapter 41. A cycle repeated again and again. Jiang Xing was wheeled into the emergency room. Ning Qiutang received a call from her mother, informing her of her location. Soon, she spotted Qinjianxi being pushed in as well. What was happening? Hadn't they left with Shen Wanwan? How could this be? Oddly enough, they received a fire alarm call to the Qingmu sanitarium. Yet upon arrival, there was no fire. Instead, 2 individuals were found unconscious. Their point, one young man was wielding a knife. Was he attempting suicide? Are today's youth so fragile? I suspect it might be a case of tragic love. After all, both were men. Perhaps their families disapproved. Ning Qiutang was speechless. Had gossip become so absurd? Uncle, they are friends. They went over together merely for. She was unsure of the reason. Young lady, do you know them? The 2 uncles ceased their wild speculations. Ning Qiutang nodded, simultaneously contacting the Jiang family. When Grandma Jiang and Old Master Jiang arrived, Jiang Xing and the others were just being wheeled out. Old Master Jiang had already dispatched people to investigate who had harmed his family. Tang, what are you doing in the hospital? Grandma Jiang, having learned the details, was puzzled by her unexpected presence. Had she fallen ill? Ning mother interjected. Old madam, my daughter fainted unexpectedly on the way home, so we brought her here for examination. The results showed nothing wrong. That's good. Our little darling is rather prone to illness. How could the Buddha not protect you during a visit to the temple? Grandma Jiang felt this deity was unreliable. Perhaps they should instead worship the Taoist deity, the 3 pure ones. Ning Qiutang wisely replied, perhaps the Buddha is simply too busy. Not everyone can be looked after. Grandma Jiang chuckled, her slightly furrowed brow softening with affection. You do have a talent for making excuses for others. I wonder what your 3rd brother is up to. The doctor then remarked, Old madam. After young Master Jiang was brought in, his vital signs were stable, and all indicators showed no issues. That we are still investigating the cause of his unconsciousness, but he is fine and should awaken soon. Old Madam Jiang nodded. Thank you for your trouble. Not at all. It is our duty, the doctor replied before departing. In the hospital room, Jiang Sheng indeed awakened swiftly. Upon seeing the Jiang elders and Ning Qiutang, he recalled the events that had transpired. However, he realized a portion of his memory from before losing consciousness was missing. Xiao Sheng, what on earth were you doing to end up unconscious in that place? Grandma Jiang gently patted her grandson's head, exasperated by his troublesome behavior. Jiang Sheng frowned. The fish there were quite good. I intended to catch a couple for you to taste. Suddenly, thunder rumbled, and lightning struck, catching both him and Chun Jinxi off guard. He dared to claim such an absurdity, which no one else would believe. What nonsense are you spouting? There was no thunder today. In that place you fainted and showed no signs of lightning whatsoever. Old Master John's expression darkened, his anger rising at the reckless young man before him. He still refused to speak the truth. Jiang Sheng fell silent. What could he say? That he remembered nothing. I was fighting someone and lost. You little rascal. I knew you were up to no good. Who were you fighting? I'll take care of their entire family. Old Master Jiang was fiercely protective. Jiang Sheng casually mentioned a few names. Qin Dang, Lu Feixing, Lin Ziyuan. These were all peers of similar ilk. It was said that the first generation was righteous while the second conspired. Only the third was more despicable and shameless. A dreadful lot. Ning Qiutang allowed him to act as he pleased, her gaze falling upon him once more as she recalled the doctor's words about the wound on his chest, which had nearly grazed his heart. That I'm fine. The doctor said I'm fine, he insisted. But tell me, what exactly happened? What about the injury on your chest? Jiang Sheng grasped her wrist, feeling her delicate frame, her wrist so slender it seemed it might break with a gentle twist. I don't remember anything. This wound, I suspect it was from threatening something. He spoke vaguely. Ning Qiutang found his words incomprehensible. Well then, I shall return home. You should rest well. I spent an entire afternoon with you. Can't you spare me one evening? Jiang Sheng tugged her hand, unwilling to let her leave. Ning Qiutang's cheeks flushed slightly, her wrist warmed to the touch. My mother is still waiting for me. Why haven't you replied to my messages? Jiang Sheng had forgotten what transpired by the lake, but remembered her silence. My phone ran out of battery. I was busy playing games while receiving for treatment, she replied. You should go now. Jiang Xing released her, not insisting she stay. Seeing his somewhat forlorn expression, Ning Qiutang poured him a glass of water. How could a person simply lose their memory? Think it over. I'm leaving. She dashed away swiftly. Jiang Sheng took a sip from the glass, pondering. Indeed, how could a person lose their memory so inexplicably? What had he forgotten? On the other side, Shen Wanwan returned home and locked herself in her room. I wish to detach from this world. The male lead was utterly deranged, willing to perish alongside others at the slightest provocation. How could one continue to play this game? Host, due to the activation of world safety protocols. You cannot leave at this moment. You must wait until the danger detection value drops below 20%. Are you toying with me? Shin Wanwan questioned. Host, please remain calm. When you chose to accept this task, I informed you of all the rules and dangers. I mentioned that the probability of completing this task was 0. You insisted on accepting it, the voice replied. Shin Wanwan clenched her fists in frustration. Her anxiety palpable. You saw for yourself. The male lead has lost his mind. He knows of your existence. He knows everything. And he refuses to accept the narrative. Indeed, thus he is doomed to die repeatedly. To relive the cycle again and again. The next day at school, as Ning Qiutang entered the gate, Jiang Sheng wrapped his arm around her shoulders from behind. She had grown accustomed to his familiar touch. He was the only one in this school bold enough to be so unabashed. Are you feeling better? Jiang Sheng lowered her backpack, effortlessly retrieving a box of breakfast and slinging her bag over his shoulder while consuming a small steamed bun. Not particularly. I'm feeling a bit dizzy, Ning Qiutang noted, observing his expression that seemed devoid of deceit. If you're not well, why were you discharged? Didn't the hospital prescribe you any medication? Jiang Sheng devoured 8 small buns in one go. Still not satisfied, as his appetite was considerable, especially with his towering height of 188 centimeters and weighing over 150 pounds. That's because I was missing you, little Rose, he replied, his eyes deep and intense. Liberated from any bothersome thoughts that might cloud his mind, Ning Qiutang found it difficult to adjust to his shameful remarks, which clashed with his usual aloof demeanor. Do you find it amusing to tease me? He looked at her as one would regard a toy, cherishing it when pleased but discarding it when disinterested. Jiang Sheng finished his breakfast, speaking casually. There are far more enjoyable things. Why would I single you out for teasing? Why is little Rose so sensitive? I wouldn't dream of bullying you. A chill coursed through Ning Qiutang, discomfort washing over her, goosebumps rising on her skin. Jiang Sheng, I prefer the way you used to be, rebellious and untamed. Why not revert to that? She felt that he harbored ulterior motives, and she feared falling into his trap if she let her guard down. She had declared her disinterest in him. Why did he persist in provoking her? It's not bothersome. I'm simply wary of repeating past mistakes. Ning Qiutang, am I not good to you? Jiang Sheng's gaze was heavy as he watched her, genuinely perplexed by her constant desire to maintain distance. Frustrated, Ning Qiutang retorted, a weasel offering New Year's greetings to a chicken is hardly sincere. Don't pretend you suddenly find me appealing. It's obvious you wish to toy with me. With that, she attempted to leave. Jiang Sheng pulled her back, returning her backpack as they approached the teaching building. First of all, I'm not a weasel, nor are you a chicken. Besides, why such a lack of self-confidence? Aside from our entanglement, do you truly believe you can escape unscathed? What must I do for you to let me go? Ning Qiutang felt her head buzzing, his words incomprehensible, and she had no desire to understand. Jiang Sheng engraved her exquisite features in his mind, amused by her relentless determination that it will never be possible that he released her. Ning Qiutang longed to slap him again, turning to ascend the stairs, fearing he might catch her once more. Jiang Sheng watched her hurried retreat, a faint smile gracing his lips. The girl who had once adored him so fiercely had turned her back, unaware that her safe harbor was also his. She still sought to escape. How curious, had she become immune to male charm? What had she endured? Third brother, you left your backpack with me, and I came rushing to deliver it to Ning Qiutang. Am I the only one injured? Chinjianxi, laden with backpacks, resembled a turtle. Jiang Sheng walked upstairs without glancing back. You're weak. Exercise more. If you faint and remember nothing, what use are you? But buddy, you don't remember either? Chen Jinxi found the situation perplexing, sensing something was amiss. Why does it feel like you're acting just like Zhao Linru, suspicious of everything? Jiang Sheng felt the weight of the prayer beads on his wrist. What had transpired last night? Clearly, only one person held the answer. Ning Qiutang returned to the classroom to find Yu Jiaojiao sobbing uncontrollably at her desk. Jiaojiao, what's wrong? Ning Qiutang rushed to her side. Sensing something was terribly wrong. Yu Jiaojiao, relieved to see her best friend, buried her face in her embrace. What else could it be? I've experienced a heartbreak. Did Pei Tingsu announce something? Ning Qiutang furrowed her brows, surprised that the timeline had shifted so abruptly. They still had 2 years. Yu Jiaojiao nodded vigorously. He said he is already married. I refuse to accept this. It can't be right. He was single just yesterday. Clearly, Pei Tingsu had garnered quite a fanbase in their class, predominantly female, and most were unable to process the news of their idol's marriage. Ning Qiutang felt overwhelmed. Jiao Jiao, listen to me. Since he is already married, there's no point in crying. It's alright. You can find someone else to like. There are plenty of handsome men in the entertainment industry. Why you Jiao Jiao's eyes were swollen from crying. No, I only like him. He belongs to me. The girl's eyes reflected a stubborn obsession, her fixation on him deeply ingrained. Ning Qiutang was taken aback, gripping her shoulders in an attempt to reason with her. Jiao Jiao, don't think that way. There are countless men in this world. You don't need to sacrifice your future for him. No one is worth you inflicting harm upon yourself. Tang Tang, I'm just that kind of person. My affections never change. I'm possessive. He either belongs to no one or just to me. Why you Jiao Jiao's mind was made up. Ning Qiutang was left speechless when it came to matters of the heart. She realized how futile it was to reason with someone so stubborn, especially when you Jiao Jiao had a tendency to charge headlong into obstacles without looking back. That's not the way. Wait, Jiao Jiao, how about we try a different approach? Since you like him so much, why not find another way to pursue him? You must never confine him, never bully him, and absolutely never lose your mind. What approach? You Jiao Jiao's heart felt as though it were withering, desperate to reclaim that person. Ning Qiutang quickly suggested, at the very least, you should let him know you exist. You need to give each other a fair chance to choose. You must see if he is willing. Rather than forcing anything upon him, if you pursue him recklessly, he will hate you for a lifetime. Why you Jiao Jiao fell silent, seemingly contemplating her words. Ning Qiutang sighed in relief, realizing she would need to keep a close watch on Yu Jiao Jiao in the coming days to prevent her from making rash decisions. Throughout the day, a sudden, piercing scream from a girl erupted from the management room, causing Ning Qiutang to furrow her brows slightly. She glanced down at her phone, noticing that a message she had sent to Jiang Sheng just a few minutes prior had gone unanswered, which felt rather peculiar. Is that you, Jiang Sheng? She thought. But there was no response, only the sound of something crashing to the ground in the management room. Without hesitation, she turned to leave, only to find the main door had been shut from the outside. Who was out there? Ning Qiutang's mind was flooded with questions. What was Jiang Sheng up to? Hadn't she merely said a few unflattering words to him that morning? Was it really necessary to escalate matters to this extent? The door to the management room swung open, and several girls dragged the barely conscious Shu Hui out. Sister Tang, we followed your instructions and taught this woman a severe lesson. Unfortunately, we couldn't find Shun Wanwan today. But surely you'll be pleased with what we've done to her. Ning Qiutang did not recognize these girls, yet their words easily pushed her towards the abyss. Shut your mouths. I don't even know you. Ning Qiutang, how can you be so malicious? I haven't provoked you. Just a few harsh words, and you set people on me to beat me to death. Unless I die, I will never yield. Shu Hui lay sprawled on the ground, her face swollen and battered, glaring at Ning Qiutang with resentment and defiance. The girls looked at her with smug expressions. Sister Tang, wasn't it you who asked us to deal with this little wretch? Now you're denying it? I have the evidence of your message to prove it. Ning Qiutang was now certain that someone had set her up. Soon you will learn that all schemes and conspiracies are mere paper tigers in the face of true strength. After all, the Ning family was a prominent clan. Such petty tricks could not harm her. Suddenly, Shu Hui cried out, "Help! Help! Ning Qiutang is trying to kill me." Ning Qiutang regarded her theatrics with calm disdain. As the door opened once more, upon turning, she found Jiang Sheng standing there, accompanied by Shun Wanwan. What on earth happened? Shu Hui, how did you end up in this state? I'll call an ambulance. Jiang Sheng looked at them in shock, his gaze falling on the disfigured woman on the floor. He rushed over, eager to assist. You people have gone too far. What do you think you are? Get out of the way. The girls behaved like thugs, more unruly than street ruffians. Shin Wanwan seized one of the girl's hands and forcefully pushed her away, indignant and righteous. Don't overstep. This is a school, not your playground. The girl scoffed. Sister Tang, say something. We are only following your orders. Ning Qiutang shot them a disdainful glance and directed her icy gaze at Jiang Sheng. Why did you message me to come here? Jiang Sheng quickly glanced at the fidgeting Shin Wanwan, about to explain, when the head of the administration, along with security, arrived. Upon seeing Jiang Sheng and Ning Qiutang, his expression soured instantly. What is going on here? He scrutinized the injured student, his blood pressure rising. Shu Hui, now sobbing and distraught, cried out, Director Lin, I don't know what I did to provoke Ning Qiutang, but I can't believe she would go this far to have me bullied. You will stand up for me, won't you? The girls, resembling mice confronted by a cat, quickly chimed in. Director, it's not our fault. We only did what Ning Qiutang told us. Sister Tang said we could do as we pleased, and she would ensure we were safe. All evidence pointed towards her. Director Lin regarded Ning Qiutang with suspicion, having witnessed her involvement in similar matters before. Ning Qiutang, is this true? Ning Qiutang looked at them, their black and white reversal of truth infuriating. Director Lin, I came here only because Jiang Sheng summoned me. They are the ones staging this charade to frame me. I genuinely do not understand their motives. The girls produced their phones. We have the messages you sent us. Ning Qiutang retrieved her own phone. I have no. As she opened it, she was shocked to find that the girls indeed had her messages, including conversations about teaching Shu Hui a lesson. What is happening? Director Lin. Look, it's real, and she is still trying to deny it. The girls looked triumphant. Director Lin felt a headache coming on, glancing between his nephew and his future niece-in-law. Ning Qiutang, I will handle this matter with due process. Uncle, I did ask Ning to come to the warehouse. As for them, Jiang Sheng interjected, moving towards the ventilation shaft of the management room. Retrieving a miniature camera, he then pulled out his phone to access the live feed. The footage revealed the girls conversing with Shu Hui. Be gentle when you hit her point, one of the girls said. If we're too gentle, it won't seem authentic. No one will believe us. Shu Hui had asked, will we get caught doing this? Another girl reassured, don't worry. She said we won't get exposed. Then the scene showed Shu Hui being assaulted. In the background, Ning Qiutang could be heard calling for Jiang Sheng. Everyone was now aware of the truth. Seeing the evidence, Shu Hui's legs turned to jelly, fearfully gazing at the icy demeanor of the young man before her. Director Lin, I only. Just as she was about to reveal the true mastermind, she faltered. What are you trying to say? Don T tried to dodge responsibility. You brought this upon yourself. The school's safety committee will hold you accountable and expel you. And you lot. What are you doing with your lives, if you don't want to be students? Then perhaps you should seek your place elsewhere. Director Lin sighed in relief, glad that this incident did not implicate Ning Qiutang. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Shen Wanwan clenched her fists, glaring at Jiang Sheng, who was unwaveringly protective of Ning Qiutang, her eyes filled with resentment and anger. Host, you have violated the rules a second time. Another infraction will lead to your eradication. Shen Wanwan was further incensed. She had intended to play along with the plot to make the male protagonist despise the vicious female antagonist. Shu Hui glared at the true mastermind, Shen Wanwan. Why couldn't she say her name? Jiang Sheng checked his phone, realizing he hadn't messaged Ning Qiutang, yet he had no qualms about lying to protect her. He left the ensuing situation to his uncle and took Ning Qiutang away. I have no record of messaging you, he informed the contemplative girl beside him. Ning Qiutang showed him her chat history. But I do. Jiang Sheng inspected the messages, noting they were indeed from his account, his expression darkening. Then this is strange. If it was you, then who sent it? Ning Qiutang pondered her rebirth and wondered if there were truly inexplicable phenomena in this world. Chapter 44. Proposing the engagement to her mother as she contemplated her rebirth. She acknowledged that such occurrences could indeed defy scientific explanation. Was it possible that someone could engage in such clandestine activities? Jiang Sheng remained silent, reflecting on who else might possess such audacity. Why did you come with Shen Wanwan? The timing seems too coincidental. Ning Qiutang detested being in a passive and uncertain situation. She feared that the entity targeting her, or the force at play, could be one that would lead her to despair. Jiang Sheng looked down at her. It is rather coincidental. I went to the classroom to find you, and she insisted on accompanying me, claiming you had gone to the warehouse with someone. I wanted to see what she could stir up. Truly foolish. Ning Qiutang fell into silence, pondering what the young master considered intelligent. How did you bring out the camera? Did you already suspect someone would cause trouble? What kind of good person carries a camera around at all times? Jiang Sheng clarified. I have an experiment that requires a substantial amount of visual data, so I installed cameras in many corners of the school. Ning Qiutang's expression shifted as she regarded his lofty visage, contemplating whether he was truly the type to invade others' privacy. You're infringing on others' rights. Placing cameras everywhere is quite rude. I would never do such a thing. Perhaps it's related to my upbringing. Jiang Sheng pulled her closer, resting her chin on his shoulder, his gaze piercing. Oh, righteous. When they questioned you earlier, why were you at a loss for words? You're only bold in my presence. Not at all. I merely wanted to remind you that obtaining others' privacy without consent is wrong. Be cautious of those who might use this against you. Ning Qiutang attempted to push him away. Irritated by his persistent closeness, Jiang Sheng chuckled, grasping her chin. Concerned for me? Rest assured, I won't come to any harm. Ning Qiutang regarded him with an expression that conveyed her helplessness at his unwavering belief. Let go. I want to go home. The driver halted the car before them. Jiang Sheng playfully tapped her ear, speaking in a casual tone. It's been a while since I visited Aunt Ning. As your future fiancé, would you mind if I stopped by for some tea? Ning Qiutang's ears turned a suspicious shade of red, a mix of embarrassment and wariness flashing across her face as she replied. What on earth do you want to see my mother for? For tea, of course. Aunt Ning's exclusive medicinal pu'er tea is even favored by my grandmother. I'm going to fetch a couple of jars for her. Jiang Sheng naturally took her hand and led her to the car, showing no sign of hesitation. Ning Qiutang watched the carefree and reckless youth with a sigh of resignation in her heart. Upon arriving at the Ning residence, Ning's mother had already prepared a nourishing herbal concoction for her beloved daughter, believing that the recent stress must have taken a toll on her health. Otherwise, she would not have fainted so suddenly. When she saw her precious daughter return with someone, her eyelids twitched, and an ominous premonition washed over her. Aunt Ning, Jiang Sheng said, surprisingly polite, displaying a humble demeanor in front of Ning's mother. Ning's mother was somewhat taken aback. Who was unaware of the Jiang family's young lord's notoriously reckless nature? Expecting him to adhere to decorum and manners was akin to expecting the sun to rise from the west. Ah, very well, very well. What is this about, Tang Tang? You've brought him home after calling off the engagement, and yet we have yet to hear anything from your family. Ning Qiutang awkwardly explained. He said he wanted to come for tea. Jiang Sheng glanced at the reluctant girl beside him and stated directly, Aunt Ning, I am here to discuss the engagement between me and Ning Ning. Ning Qiutang's expression soured as she realized he had finally revealed his true intentions. She had known he harbored ulterior motives. Perhaps you should return to the Jiang family. My aunt is on holiday, and my mother doesn't cook that I plan to gnaw on the large tree in the yard. Ning's mother interjected, There is no need for such a drastic sacrifice, my dear. She composed herself and regarded the nearly 20-year-old youth calmly. Very well, let us speak in the study. Ning Qiutang retorted, Is there anything I cannot hear? I can become a member, Ning's mother, observing her daughter's nonsensical chatter with a heart full of concern, thought to herself that this girl was so infatuated with Jiang Sheng that a cancellation of the engagement would be detrimental. Darling, you go ahead and have your meal. I will have a word with him, she said. Jiang Sheng gazed meaningfully at Ning Qiutang. What are you in such a hurry for? You will know soon enough. Ning Qiutang distrusted him, akin to the Cold War between the Soviet Union and the United States post-World War II. As she entered with her backpack, sitting in the dining room, surprised by the abundance of dishes laid out before her. Is this too much? Does Mom think I'm too thin? In the study, Ning's mother poured tea for him. Jiang Sheng cut straight to the chase. I am aware that Ning Ning wishes to call off the engagement. And I do not agree. You do not agree? Ning's mother sharpened her gaze. Then I must ask you, why was it that when she liked you, you paid no attention to my precious daughter? Yet now that she has lost interest, you come crawling back. Do you find this amusing? Ning's mother, seated in her authoritative chair, scrutinized him sharply. Do not think I am unaware of the rumors at school. You have been linked with someone named Shen Wanwan. Jiang Sheng quickly clarified. Yes, I previously ignored her, but that does not mean I will not treat her well in the future. He felt unable to explain that his distance from Ning Qiutang was due to some external influence. And during the time she was infatuated with him, she had indeed seemed rather rigid, almost as if she were a character in a pre-written script. Only when she became genuinely vibrant did he notice her distinctiveness. From a mother's perspective, Ning's mother felt no trust in his words. What you say to me is of no consequence. Should my daughter insist on calling off the engagement, we, as her parents, will not interfere. I understand. The reason I came here was solely to alleviate your worries that I will never treat her as I did before, and I intend to win back her heart. Aunt Ning, grant me this opportunity. Let us resolve the engagement matter ourselves. Moreover, there have been issues with the herbal cultivation base under your management. If you lose the Jiang family's protection, the consequences will be catastrophic. Jiang Sheng spoke calmly. The balance of benefits and drawbacks is something every adult must consider. Ning's mother's expression darkened slightly upon hearing about her herbal garden, yet she firmly stated, the matter of the herbal garden will not affect your engagement. I will not push my daughter into a fire pit, that I will not use her as a tool for profit. Jiang Sheng, that I hope there will come a day when your affection for Tang Tang is as unconditional and limitless as ours. allowing you to face any storm without feared as a mother. She could not gamble with her daughter's happiness. She would undoubtedly protect her. Jiang Sheng, deep in thought, replied, "You might want to investigate your most trusted financial manager. His accounts have discrepancies, and he has sided with your rivals." That Ning's mother had long harbored suspicions, but had always lacked evidence, and could not believe that a close friend of many years would betray her. "All right, I understand." Jiang Sheng then exited, heading downstairs to find Ning Qiutang. Chapter 45. Can I steal a kiss yet? Ning's mother made a phone call that lasted quite some time. Ning Qiutang served herself a bowl of pig trotter, red date, and ginseng soup, its strong herbal aroma filling the air. Just as she was enjoying her meal, she noticed Jiang Sheng descending the stairs. "I don't usually eat much," she instinctively remarked, quickly realizing her words. She added, "What does it matter how much I eat? It's not like I'm consuming your family's rice." With a sense of righteous indignation, she took a large bite of meat, savoring its deliciousness. Jiang Sheng approached, surveying the bountiful spread before him, then glanced at the girl who seemed protective of her food. "That my pet dog is less possessive than you." "Humph, why should you care?" Ning Qiutang couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Unwilling to let him spoil her appetite, Jiang Sheng had no intention of sitting down to eat. He grabbed the tea leaves and prepared to leave. Ning Qiutang, her eyes darting, asked, "Are you really leaving? Won't you sit down and have something to eat?" Jiang Sheng chuckled lightly. "You need not be so polite. After all, the only one you need to please is yourself. I won't be angry, as you are indeed quite unwell." After making his remark, he left with an air of satisfaction. Ning Qiutang recognized the double entendre in his words, biting her chopsticks in frustration. "What does it matter if I'm unwell? The hospital has a certificate." How infuriating! Did this person's tongue not poison him while he was at it? She could only eat until her mother came down. Seeing her mother preparing to leave, she asked, "Mom, aren't you going to eat?" Ning's mother appeared somewhat anxious and spoke to her gently. "It's all right, darling. I'll be back to eat later. I have some matters to attend to, so you rest early." Ning Qiutang nodded in understanding, watching her mother depart. What could Jiang Sheng have said to her mother? Would there be any trouble? After a moment's thought, she decided to message Jiang Sheng. "What did you say to my mom?" Jiang Sheng replied, "I can tell you. But tomorrow you need to help me with my studies." Ning Qiutang responded, "Then you go first." Jiang Sheng continued, "Aunt Ning's herbal garden has encountered issues. Someone is using her brand to sell counterfeit medicines and engaging in smuggling." "Is it that serious?" Ning Qiutang felt a surge of anxiety. "Is my mom all right?" Jiang Sheng reassured her. "If discovered in time, it can be remedied. Besides, the Jiang family has connections. The matter can be handled lightly." Ning Qiutang sighed in relief. "Then I really must thank you." She was not naive. Jiang Sheng's warning about her mother's herbal garden and the Jiang family's assistance were intertwined with favors. He was not someone who idly meddled. Jiang Sheng added, "Be nicer to me tomorrow." Ning Qiutang sent him a forced smile emoji. The next day, during the lunch break, Ning Qiutang brought her exercises to find him. Jiang Sheng had chosen a quiet study room with air conditioning to wait for her. As soon as Ning Qiutang sat down, the youth presented her with 2 cups of strawberry milkshake-flavored tea. "Why you Jiao Jiao said you liked this flavor." Ning Qiutang thought to herself that her best friend had no sense of pride, selling her out so quickly. "You should do these exercises first." It was exhausting. Clearly, he knew everything, yet still insisted on making her struggle. Jiang Sheng reciprocated by giving her a set of test papers. "Let us see who finishes first." Ning Qiutang's eyes lit up at the sight of the papers. They were unfamiliar and well-crafted. "All right, let us compete. The loser must agree to one condition." Jiang Sheng seized the opportunity to propose a request. Ning Qiutang hesitated. She knew he was adept at playing the fool while hiding his true strength. She might not win, but how could she know the gap without trying? Ning Qiutang pushed his hand away. "Humph. So what? No matter how impressive you are, no one knows you. I'm not envious." Jiang Sheng's desire for attention was shattered. He had never encountered a woman as indifferent as Ning Qiutang. "What did you say earlier?" "You promised to grant me a request if you lost." Ning Qiutang immediately backtracked. "I never said that. It doesn't count." She attempted to flee but was caught by Jiang Sheng, who pinned her against the wall. "Thinking of playing tricks? You can't afford to." Ning Qiutang, blushing, pushed against him with both hands. "You did this on purpose, knowing I would lose and setting me up. This doesn't count." "Yes, I did it on purpose." "So, will you grant me a kiss?" Jiang Sheng looked at her domineeringly, his gaze resting on her luscious, tempting lips, never having imagined being so close to a girl. Ning Qiutang gasped, confirming she hadn't misheard. She quickly covered her mouth, shaking her head. Rogue. No way. Let go of me. I'm not playing with you anymore. Jiang Sheng was unwilling to let her go, but he remained calm that if he truly frightened her, it would be troublesome to coax her afterward. What are you afraid of? If you're unwilling, can I force you? The prince stepped back slightly, graciously allowing her some space, yet he held on to her arm, preventing her escape. The supplementary class hadn't concluded yet. Ning Qiutang was truly exasperated. Did he genuinely wish to continue the lesson, or was he merely taking the opportunity to bully her? The sun hung high in the sky, its lights streaming through the window. Jiang Sheng continued solving problems, spending a minute on each question, a minute pondering, and then a minute writing down the answers. Ning Qiutang watched him with admiration. It was no wonder students naturally idolized academic prodigies. Such individuals could captivate hearts for a lifetime within the school. What are you staring at? If you're not going to solve problems, we can do something else, Jiang Sheng suddenly remarked. Ning Qiutang snorted, diverting her gaze to her book. She needed to rest at noon. Unable to endure any longer, she laid her head on the desk and fell asleep. Jiang Sheng glanced at her again. The scorching light gradually approached her face, her skin a delicate pink reminiscent of a ripe peach. He shielded her from the sunlight with a book and leaned closer. If he couldn't kiss her openly, could he not steal a kiss? The young master had his own principles. Chapter 46. Your father really came today, as sun blazed fiercely, its dazzling rays rendering all dark creatures unable to survive. Just as Jiang Sheng was about to touch her face, Chen Jinxi burst in, yelling, "Third brother, you have to help us take revenge." He had finally found Jiang Sheng, hastily pushing the front door open. He was taken aback to witness their aloof and indifferent prince acting so brazenly. Chen Jinxi's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. His loud entrance quickly roused Ning Qiutang from her slumber. Upon opening her eyes, she found Jiang Sheng's handsome face mere inches away. While it was quite pleasing to the eye, what on earth was happening? She swiftly retreated, pressing against the cold wall, her gaze wary. Jiang Sheng, what are you doing? Jiang Sheng ground his molars, casting a chilling glance at Chen Jinxi, who was utterly oblivious. Get lost. Chen Jinxi covered his eyes and hurriedly exited. What? Didn't you see? This distance and this action, what else could it be but an attempt to steal a kiss? Jiang Sheng boldly admitted, unashamedly. The young man leered at her, inching closer, his overwhelming aura making it hard to breathe. What are you afraid of? Last year, you stole a kiss from me. Ning Qiutang instantly felt mortified, hastily covering his audacious mouth. That was merely an accident. What stolen kiss? It was just a brief encounter. Don't distort the truth, confuse concepts, and spout nonsense. Jiang Sheng chuckled lightly, unperturbed. If he truly got angry with her, she would be at a loss. He seized her hand, tugging it away. Just a brief encounter? Then let me have a brief encounter too. Isn't it fair to reciprocate? Wait, was that what she meant? Ning Qiutang felt the pressure and danger, her misty eyes glistening with moisture, glaring at him with a complete lack of resistance. That's not it. Let go of me. I need to return to class. She bristled, refusing to let him touch her. Jiang Sheng encircled her with his arms. The more she kept her distance, the more curious he became about what had prompted her transformation from affection to fear. Was it because of Shun Wanwan? The rapid shift in topics caught Ning Qiutang off guard, yet an instinctive hostility emerged. Jiang Sheng observed her expression keenly, seamlessly continuing, You're certain I have something to do with her? How do you know we would be together? Ning Qiutang finally grasped the meaning behind his probing. Faced with his insinuation, the pain of her past flickered in her gaze, and she looked at him with a hint of grievance. What do you want to know? Even if you know, what difference does it make? Can the past be erased? After speaking, she abruptly stood, climbed onto a chair, then onto the table, escaping. She fled without looking back. Jiang Sheng contemplated her words. The past was indeed the past. And she was aware of certain events that had transpired. The past, by definition, was merely a memory, such as if he were to return to his childhood, it would still be considered the past. Was Ning Qiutang from the future? So, where did Shun Wanwan come from? Chen Jinxi watched as Ning Qiutang stormed out, thinking that third brother really didn't know how to make a girl happy. Driving her away instead, he cautiously approached. Third brother, if you don't go over now, Lu Feixing's idiot is about to go after Zhao Linru's arms and legs. Jiang Sheng snapped back to reality, gathering his books and papers as he stood and walked toward the door. Is Lu Feixing's leg healed? Of course not. He is on crutches and wants revenge, gathering a group to block us in the music room. Jinzi added embellishments. The discord among their generation was no secret. Jiangsheng, Qindang, Lu Feishan, and Lin Ziyuan all reigned as kings in their own right, each refusing to bow to the others. However, Jiang Sheng was far more ruthless than the rest. While they merely sought face, when faced with the prince, they all bowed their heads quickly. Jiang Sheng strode with an air of indifference, the crowd instinctively parting for him, not daring to provoke him. What a waste of time going to the music room, where artistic refinement had turned into a farce. Truly, what a wicked delight. Jinzi chuckled dryly. It's all because Li Yuqin is pursuing a girl. That girl is Lu Feishing's person, deliberately using her beauty to ensnare Li Yuqin, who has fallen for her hook, line, and sinker, running to the music room every day. Then they were blocked, with Li Yuqin refusing to believe that the girl was merely toying with him, almost challenging Lu Feishing to a duel over her. Jiangsheng's expression turned icy, disdainful of this group of troublemakers. They need a lesson. Exactly. Lu Feishing is asking for it. Jinzi wholeheartedly agreed. Jiang Sheng regarded everyone with equal disdain. I say the same about all of you. Jinzi felt dejected. What does that have to do with me? I don't fight. Jiang Sheng, uninterested in reprimanding him, headed toward the comprehensive building to eye in the music room. A throng of people gathered. Among them, a girl was sobbing while playing the violin. Trembling and feared, Li Yuqin glared fiercely at the shameless Lu Feishing. What the hell are you doing? Bullying a girl? What kind of person does that? Lu Feishing, unfazed, appeared remarkably brazen. What? You care about her? If you do, go play. If you play well, I'll reward you. His lackeys pointed their phones at the girl. Live streaming. The live stream would only cease if donations exceeded 10,000. They deliberately barred Li Yuqin and his friends from participating, kicking them out of the stream. Damn it, Lu Feishing, your grandfather is coming. Jinzi and Jiangsheng made their grand entrance. Upon seeing the school as troublemaker, others began to retreat nervously. Lu Feishing leaned on his crutch, still as arrogant as ever. Every time there's trouble, you call for your father. Jinzi, you've become so accustomed to being someone's dog. Without your father, do you still dare to shout? Jinzi was about to retort when Jiang Sheng's expression turned icy as he approached, kicking Lu Feishing's crutch away. You call for your father? Here he is. You think I'm afraid of you? Jiang Sheng. Lu Feishing had long sought to usurp him. Why should others call him the prince while he was merely referred to as young Master Lu? That distinction was simply too vast. Jiang Sheng delivered a swift kick to Lu Feishing's thigh before he could comprehend the situation. If you're not afraid of me, then let us fight. If you lose, call me father. Lu Feishing immediately retreated, losing his balance and collapsing to the ground, his former bravado completely vanishing. Jiang Sheng, you're going too far. Lu Feishing revealed a mysterious smile to that moment. Two burly men entered from outside, their muscular frames capable of crushing one's confidence with a single punch. Jinzi was rendered speechless. He thought they might have some trump card. I truly look down on you. Third brother fights stronger opponents. These are nothing, he scoffed at Lu Feishing. Jiang Sheng regarded the reinforcements Lu Feishing had summoned without flinching. I should break both your legs. A wheelchair suits you better. Chapter 47. If you have the ability, punish me. When Ning Qiutang returned to the classroom, she spotted Shen Wanwan sneaking around her desk, doing something. As she entered, the item in Shen Wanwan's hand fell to the ground. It was a piece of cake. Ning, you're back. I heard you like the cakes from Forest of Mystery, so I bought this for you. But could you please let Shu Hui off the hook? She didn't mean it. She's young and doesn't understand. Please don't hold it against her. Furthermore, she is merely a student at present. Her life should not be irrevocably ruined over this incident. Your kindness surely leads you to overlook minor transgressions. Shen Wanwan has once again donned the guise of a saint, proceeding to retrieve a broom and dustpan to address the cake strewn across the floor. Then using a mop to wipe away the cream, her demeanor appears sincere. Ning Qiutang, however, is utterly disinclined to engage with her. Step away from my side. My nature is malevolent and ruthless. Do not plead for mercy from me. Should the judge decree her death, I would celebrate with champagne. Ning Qiutang, why must you be so calculating? She is merely an ignorant girl. Recognizing her mistakes and seeking to amend them is of utmost importance. Why must you drive her to the brink of destruction? Shen Wanwan seems to radiate a benevolence akin to that of an angel. Ning Qiutang's disdain for her only intensifies. Did she truly lose to such a person in her previous life? Leave at once. Speaking with you is a waste of time. You wish for me to ensure you meet a fate worse than death? With that, she strides over and shoves Shen Wanwan forcefully. Shen Wanwan falls perfectly, inadvertently colliding with the corner of a table and losing consciousness that moment. Someone enters and witnesses Ning Qiutang's act of aggression. Shen Wanwan, are you all right? They, out of camaraderie, rush to assist her. Shen Wanwan lies unresponsive. Call 120. Ning Qiutang rolls her eyes and retrieves a sharp thumbtack from the table. But I've heard from doctors that the simplest way to rouse someone from unconsciousness is through pain. She grips Shen Wanwan's hand and forcefully drives the sharp end into her palm. Shen Wanwan, taken aback by the cruelty, cannot suppress a scream. She truly has awakened. The classmates stare in astonishment at Ning Qiutang. Her method is indeed swift and ruthless. Shen Wanwan glares, her expression darkened as she fixes her gaze on the smug Ning Qiutang. That, oh dear, I feel so dizzy. Shun, hold on. The ambulance is on its way. Her classmates comfort her. The teacher arrives, concern etched on her face upon seeing Shen Wanwan, who looks weak and has a large bump on her forehead. Shen Wanwan, are you all right? With tear-filled eyes, Shen Wanwan murmurs. Teacher, I'm fine. It's just that Ning. Why did you push me? The teacher casts an exasperated glance at Ning Qiutang. Ning Qiutang, how could you bully a fellow student like this? I did push her. But the force was not sufficient to cause such a collision. She provoked me deliberately, forcing my hand, and then feigning innocence for all to witness my actions. This person is cunning and utterly untrustworthy. Ning Qiutang is left speechless. Is this all Shen Wanwan can resort to, such underhanded tactics? Shen Wanwan's tears flow freely. My head hurts so much, and my hand is bleeding. The teacher's tone turns stern as she addresses Ning Qiutang. I will report this incident to the school authorities. This is not the first time you have bullied a classmate. Prepare for the consequences. She instructs others to assist Shen Wanwan downstairs to wait for the ambulance. Ning Qiutang feels no fear, only a sense of disgust, as if she has swallowed a fly. After school, she is summoned to the administrative office, where a gathering of school leaders awaits her, resembling a tribunal. Ning Qiutang enters with an air of calm. To her surprise, Jiang Xing is also present, along with Chan Jinsi and his entourage, who are lamenting their misfortunes. Jiang Sheng raises an eyebrow as he catches sight of Ning Qiutang. Director Lin casts a disapproving glance at his slouching nephew. Can you not stand up straight? What sort of appearance is that? Jiang Sheng lazily straightens up, his eyes fixed on Ning Qiutang, curious about what has vexed her. If I stand up straight, won't all the leaders' necks ache? After all, he is notably tall. Director Lin glares at him. Silence. How dare you speak? Ning Qiutang observes the nonchalant youth, unfazed by the oppressive atmosphere, and finds his arrogance quite irksome. Ning Qiutang, based on multiple eyewitness accounts and surveillance footage. You indeed push Shen Wanwan. Do you have anything to say in your defense? The bespectacled woman with long hair, the head of the senior year group, speaks up, making her point clear. Ning Qiutang feels no guilt. She dislikes the interrogative tone. There is a vast difference between giving her a gentle nudge and pushing her into a state of incapacitation. It's akin to purchasing insurance. Would you claim compensation for merely being nudged? If I had truly pushed her and caused a severe injury, I would have no qualms about admitting it. However, as it stands, why should I confess to something I did not do? Moreover, the police require evidence. Based solely on her word, you cannot conclude that I caused her condition. Isn't that rather hasty? Indeed, a fine display of logic from a humanities student, another vice principal remarks. Yet, in plain sight, you still attempt to deny your actions. The surveillance footage serves as evidence. Furthermore, it is well known that you and Shen Wanwan are at odds. Intent to retaliate is hardly implausible. Another vice principal adds, you claim we cannot rely on her testimony. How then is your own perspective not merely one-sided? How can you prove that a gentle push wouldn't lead to her injury? Jiang Sheng watches the debate unfold, bemused. How about this? Let little Rose push me and see if I end up with a head injury. Ning Qiutang shoots him a glare. With the situation already chaotic, he is only adding to the confusion that I need not prove anything. You can punish me as you see fit. Her words, the leaders fall silent. Setting aside Ning's family's status in the capital, the Jiang family alone poses a formidable presence. What punishment could they impose? Another vice principal suggests, children will be children. Let this minor squabble pass. Ning Qiutang makes a valid point. Discerning right from wrong in this case is challenging. Both parties should receive a reprimand and be educated. Others nod in agreement. There is no need to stir this murky water. Although Shen Wanwan is indeed a genuine heiress of the Su family, their stance remains ambiguous, leading them to lean towards favoritism. In the end, Ning Qiutang departs politely. Jiang Sheng, feeling fatigued, remarks, "If there are any issues, contact my father. I'm leaving." He shows no regard for the authority of the leaders. Following Ning Qiutang out, the Lu Feishan grumbles, "The school cannot do anything to him. My family is not to be trifled with." Director Lin shoots him a glance. The school's food too dry. I'll instruct the cafeteria to add more water tomorrow. Lu Feishan protests, "Is there truly no one to speak up for me?" Chapter 48. The little schemes of those who favor you. Ning Qiutang senses someone trailing her once more, and she promptly breaks into a run. Yet she is immediately halted as the person grasps her collar, causing her to tumble into their embrace. Looking up, she finds Jiang Sheng's defiant face before her. "Dante, you think you've been haunting me a bit too much lately?" Jiang Sheng smirks. "Am I a ghost, then?" Ning Qiutang pouts, managing to stand upright despite his relentless pursuit. She considers biding her time until everything is arranged before making her escape. "You are far more terrifying than a ghost," she candidly assesses. The two exit together. Jiang Sheng seizes her wrist, preventing any resistance. "If I were truly a ghost, you would have nowhere left to run." Ning Qiutang cannot agree. It is all about human agency, and his certainty seems unwarranted. She suddenly inquires, "Do you truly have no feelings for Shen Wanwan? You would never consider being with her?" Her question arises from the memory of Shen Wanwan's erratic behavior. Her past targeting of the girl had not been without reason. This woman is both foolish and reckless. If Jiang Sheng were to pursue Shen Wanwan, she would wage war against that entire group of fools. Nobody would escape unscathed. Jiang Sheng looks at her in bemusement. "What makes you think I would ever be interested in her? Does she even deserve it?" Ning Qiutang finds herself in agreement. This prince is indeed lofty in his standards, looking down on everyone equally. The mere thought of him being with Shen Wanwan seems absurd. "Then, whatever I do to her, you want to intervene, correct? Just to clarify, I'm on the verge of losing my patience. This woman truly treats me as a fool. Does she believe herself clever?" Jiang Sheng observes her simmering anger and replies, "She has been attempting to provoke you, aiming to incite a destructive confrontation. Have you considered the consequences if you let her achieve her goal?" While brute, she strode forward with determination, seemingly uninterested in his interference, as if she wished to maintain a distance from him. Jiang Sheng's cold gaze fell upon her face. "Ning Qiutang, I mentioned that I would come. Await the video call tonight." Ning Qiutang felt a surge of excitement within, though her expression betrayed a hint of anger. "Why are you meddling in my affairs?" "It's infuriating." Jiang Sheng chuckled, pinching her cheek. "I've caught you red-handed. Is deceiving and scheming truly so unfamiliar to you?" Ning Qiutang, unfazed by being exposed, calmly replied, "I shall become adept at it in the future." Jiang Sheng's eyes darkened as he regarded her. He wasn't angry. His emotions were perpetually flat, undisturbed by anything. Yet, he found himself puzzled by this usually dull-witted girl who seemed to be courting trouble. What could she possibly desire that required such scheming? This plot was certainly not aimed at him. The heart of the youth was as cold and hard as stone within an iceberg. Devoid of feelings, yet amidst the warmth, he sensed a rare comfort that made him eager to melt. This Ning was indeed quite endearing. Ning Qiutang gazed up at him, pondering why she felt such affection. In her past life, she had schemed relentlessly, yet he had expressed disdain for her cunning nature. What had gone awry in this lifetime? I must return home. She was reluctant to dwell on it, for recalling her past life brought only painful memories. Jiang Sheng could not stop her, but agreed to one imperative request. He would allow her to leave. His gaze followed her departure, and then he pulled out his phone to instruct a few individuals. Upon returning home, Ning Qiutang awaited Jiang Sheng's message, instructing her aunt to prepare a milk bath and some snacks. As she soaked in the tub, Yu Jiaojiao messaged her, "Isn't tomorrow the weekend? Come accompany me to a variety show." Ning Qiutang guessed, "Is Pei Tingsu also going?" Yu Jiaojiao replied, "Yes, you said to give both parties a choice." "All right." Ning Qiutang consented, reasoning that overseeing it personally would ensure nothing went awry. She played a film on her tablet, one that taught the art of perfect crime. The opening line was, "Friends who frequently commit murder are well aware." Ning Qiutang mused, "Can the victims also be aware?" Just as she mused, Jiang Sheng's video call came through while she was dozing off. Surprised, she accidentally answered, and upon seeing Jiang Sheng's face, her mind went blank for a few seconds. Until he chuckled, "Is this a pre-sleep treat?" Startled, Ning Qiutang dropped her phone into the water. She quickly retrieved it, but alas, her phone met a glorious demise. Setting it aside, she resorted to chatting with Jiang Sheng through her tablet. "Why are you video calling me out of the blue?" Jiang Sheng replied, "You didn't say I couldn't. Besides, You could have chosen not to answer. By answering, does that imply you wanted to show me something? Ning Qiutang retorted, no, I didn't. Don't make wild assumptions. It was an accident. Jiangxing said, all right, I believe you, but next time, you should wear something appropriate. I am a man, after all, and I can't help but think. Flustered, Ning Qiutang pretended to be dead to the world. Jiangxing sent her a video lasting half a minute. Ning Qiutang dazedly clicked on it. In the video, Shen Wanwan was blindfolded, surrounded by several individuals who mercilessly assaulted her, threatening her to either drop out or transfer schools, or else face daily beatings. Jiangxing asked, are you satisfied? After watching, Ning Qiutang felt little, expecting satisfaction from revenge, yet finding none. After all, this would not erase the scars of her past life. Are you with her? Jiangxing replied swiftly. Do I have the time to deal with that personally? I'm at home. Thank you. Good night. She ended the conversation, placing the tablet down and emerging from the tub, intending to rest. Meanwhile, Jiangxing sat at his supercomputer in the Jiang residence, playing games with his friends. In between messages, he secured several kills. Chingency exclaimed, we won effortlessly. This is exhilarating. Chapter 49. If you have the skill. Surprise me with a kiss. After finishing his game, Jiangxing inquired about Ning Qiutang's plans for the next day. Ning Qiutang read the message but chose not to respond. Jiangxing then asked Yu Jiao, who candidly mentioned, we're going to participate in a variety show tomorrow. That program has a plethora of handsome young men, and our Tang Tang has yet to experience love, completely unaware of what men are like. These words nearly set Jiangxing ablaze with jealousy. That very night, he contacted individuals from the entertainment company to inquire about the variety show Yu Jiao mentioned. He then made arrangements to appear unannounced. There was no venue too exclusive for him to infiltrate, especially since he was more than just affluent. He was the epitome of a wealthy and handsome young master, replete with power, truly the quintessential protagonist of a novel. The following morning, Yu Jiao picked Ning Qiutang up for the recording. The variety show was titled Hello, My Lover, featuring newlywed couples embarking on a honeymoon-style travel show. Their first destination was Lianshui Bay in the capital. A stunning natural expanse revealed after the tide receded, situated amid the moon bay of the river, lush and picturesque. Ideal for camping. Yu Jiao had secured a position as a moving backdrop, operating a barbecue stand, selling drinks and lamb skewers. Ning Qiutang assisted her in setting up the barbecue stand, arranging tables and chairs, erecting a rain shelter, and unpacking the ingredients. Jiao, can you actually grill? She asked, concerned that things might go awry. Yu Jiao confidently patted her chest, assuring her, I learned from the chef at home before coming. Don't worry, my barbecue will be absolutely delicious. As they busily prepared, the production team began to arrive, while carrying a large box. Ning Qiutang nearly stumbled as she couldn't see her path. Fortunately, someone steadied her. Thank you. Upon focusing, she realized it was Jiangxing. What are you doing here? Jiangxing, dressed casually in a short-sleeved shirt, shorts, and a baseball cap, radiated youthful exuberance that made everyone around him seem dull by comparison. What a coincidence, you're here too. Ning Qiutang responded, puzzled. Jiangxing took the box from her and carried it to the barbecue stand. What can you do with those skinny arms and legs? Don't let the box crush you. Ning Qiutang pouted. What do you think of me? You should be resting, young master. Jiangxing placed the box on the table, raising an eyebrow at her sarcastic tone. Is it that I'm so easygoing that you aren't afraid of me anymore? Ning Qiutang's cheeks flushed as she retorted. What if I am afraid? I still have to see you every day. Yu Jiao, busy as ever, exclaimed, Tang Ang. I remember there are pancakes to grill. Ning Qiutang searched through the box. They're probably still in the car. Yu Jiao called the bodyguards, urging them to deliver the items quickly. Soon, Ning Qiutang spotted the guests preparing to enter. Among them, the strikingly popular Pei Tingsu stood out, exuding handsomeness even in casual attire. Pushing his wife into view of the camera, his wife, confined to a wheelchair due to a disability, evoked sympathy from fans who accepted her as part of their beloved star's life. They had grown up together. And when a devastating fire claimed her family when she was 15, it left her with lifelong injuries. Pei Tingsu had since devoted himself to caring for her, leading them naturally to marriage, a tale of pure love that rekindled faith in romance for many. Jiangxing noticed the girl beside him staring intently at the crowd surrounding the man. Oh, you prefer this type? He looked at Pei Tingsu, who appeared composed and steadfast, like an unyielding mountain upon which countless beings could settle and flourish. Ning Qiutang snapped back to reality and replied, It's not me. It's Zhao Zhao who likes him. Then what are you looking at? Jiangsheng pressed, sensing the complexity in her earlier gaze, filled with emotion, as if she felt regret. Ning Qiutang casually lied, it's their happiness. For some, transitioning from love to marriage is quite a journey. Don't worry, our marriage will be smooth sailing. Jiangsheng confidently declared. Ning Qiutang sat down to pour herself a glass of water, reflecting that one must learn to feign deafness and silence. Yu Jiao Jiao was initially washing lettuce, but upon lifting her gaze, she spotted the person she had been yearning for. Her actions paused, and her gaze shifted to the gentle and serene woman in the wheelchair. Although that woman was not conventionally beautiful, she possessed the entirety of Pei Tinxu's affection, making her the happiest woman in the world. Yu Jiao Jiao felt a pang of jealousy, yet held no resentment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, everything was set for the recording to begin. Ning Qiutang regretted wearing a skirt, having been bitten by mosquitoes in several places. It was too early for Yu Jiao Jiao to arrive. Leaving her no opportunity to change clothes, Jiangsheng stepped away for a brief moment, returning with a bag containing mosquito repellent and an electronic mosquito repellent device. After sitting down, he took Ning Qiutang's hand and sprayed the red welts on her skin with the soothing spray. The cool sensation quickly alleviated the itchiness. Ning Qiutang looked down at the attentive youth, her heart a tumult of emotions. She recalled how Jiangsheng had previously only had eyes for Shen Wanwan, leaving her heartbroken, and now, the tables had turned. Where else itches? Jiangsheng inquired, checking the exposed areas of her skin for places that could be treated. Ning Qiutang hesitated, touching a somewhat private area beneath her skirt. I'll handle it myself, she said, retreating indoors. Yu Jiao Jiao was busy, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, when Pei Tinxu suddenly approached, several cameras trailing behind him. Upon seeing him, her heart raced. Welcome to Jiao Jiao's barbecue restaurant, she announced. Pei Tinxu, nearly 30 yet appearing ageless, embodied an elegant presence that was unparalleled in the entertainment industry, with a fanbase that had shattered Guinness records. Please grill me some small buns and gnocchi mushrooms, chicken wings, and squid. Thank you. Yu Jiao Jiao's hands trembled slightly as she hurried to fulfill his order. You should sit and rest for a moment. I'll have it ready shortly. I'll help you, Pei Tinxu replied, displaying remarkable initiative as he moved closer and began to assist her. Yu Jiao Jiao, flustered, struggled to maintain her composure. I don't know how. Could you teach me? She asked politely. Yu Jiao Jiao nodded, albeit slowly. Sure. It's really quite simple. Meanwhile, Ning Qiutang had just finished applying the spray when she inadvertently spotted a bug on the ground and let out a startled scream. Jiangsheng rushed in immediately. What happened? Ning Qiutang, in a moment of panic, leaped into his arms, refusing to look down. There's a bug. A bug. Jiangsheng caught sight of the caterpillar on the floor, while the girl in his embrace pressed closer, overwhelmed with fright. Just as he was about to comfort her, Ning Qiutang clung to his neck, leaping onto him, her legs draping around his waist. In an unexpected turn, she found herself kissing his chin, nearly brushing his lips. Jiangsheng was momentarily stunned, his hands instinctively supporting her bottom and waist, his gaze growing increasingly mischievous. What an unexpected surprise! Ning Qiutang blushed furiously, hastily separating from him. Jiangsheng's demeanor shifted to one of playful ambiguity, a smile gracing his lips. If you have the courage, try to surprise me again. Chapter 50. Don't you find everything rather strange? This rogue, how could he be so audacious? Ning Qiutang struggled to disentangle herself from him. Do you think I'm foolish enough to kiss you again? Jiangsheng casually remarked. Why are there so many bugs on the ground? Ning Qiutang immediately became compliant, not daring to move. Are there many? She asked, terrified of insects and unwilling to glance back. Jiangsheng observed her obediently clinging to him. Refusing to set her down, he teasingly raised an eyebrow. Oh yes, there are swarms of them. Why not take a look for yourself? Ning Qiutang, I shut tight, refused to turn around, patting his solid shoulder as she pleaded. Please, just go outside. Don't stand here. In truth, there was merely a single small caterpillar inching along the ground. Jiangsheng chuckled, cradling her as he carried her outside. The cool breeze hit her skin, prompting Ning Qiutang to open her eyes. Exhaling in relief. You rascal, why did you scare me? Jiangsheng found her tone endearing, smiling mischievously as he explained, there are bugs everywhere in the wild. Weren't you the one seeking out scares? Ning Qiutang realized their positions were overly intimate and began to sway her legs in the air, murmuring, put me down. How long are you going to carry me? She was petite, creating a noticeable disparity in size and height, resembling a younger sister in his arms. Jiangsheng complied, setting her down, cautious not to provoke her anger further. He even helped adjust her skirt, noting, "The wind picks up in the evening. Your skirt is too light." Ning Qiutang swatted away his inappropriate touch, huffing, "That's not a valid reason for you to mess with a girl's skirt. If I wanted to touch you, I wouldn't need an excuse. That's absurd," Jiang Xing retorted, assertively grasping her wrist to prevent her from moving. He deemed it unsafe, leading her toward his car. Retrieving his jacket to drape over her shoulders, Ning Qiutang was uncertain about what she meant by not giving up. However, seeing the lack of obsession in her eyes brought her some comfort. Suggesting that she had come to terms with certain matters, during the guest QA session, a question was posed. If you were to part ways in the future, would you regret getting married? Each participant offered their own response, with most expressing hopes for mutual respect and understanding and a deepening affection over time. Pei Tingsu's answer was resolute. "We will always be together, in the past, in the present, and in the future." Chapter 51. Yet I have already turned back to the shore. Everyone envied the woman who appeared the happiest. Yao Ji smiled softly, her demeanor as gentle as the moonlight. If that day were to come, I would be grateful for Pei Tingsu's years of care. It would be a form of liberation for him as well. Her words fell like stones cast into water, creating ripples of confusion among the crowd about her meaning. Pei Tingsu's gaze shifted, and he grasped her hand firmly, saying, "Yao Ji, don't speak nonsense." Yao Ji regarded him in silence, her eyes seemingly harboring unspoken thoughts. During the subsequent break, Yu Jiao brought over the grilled skewers. Yao Ji noticed her fingers were reddened, as though they had been burned. "Your hand is injured. I brought some medicine. Shall I have someone bring it to you?" Yu Jiao shot her a cold glance. "It's nothing. I can handle it myself." She would not extend kindness to a rival. Later, Ning Qiutang also sought out medicine for her. Unexpectedly, Pei Tingsu approached with a remedy. "Miss Yu, this is a burn ointment made by my wife. She enjoys researching formulas in her spare time. You should give it a T or Y. Yu Jiao is pleased by his visit, yet his words caused her to frown. Her smile vanished, though she did not refuse. "Thank you. Just set it down." Pei Tingsu observed her indifference and cautioned, "Burns can be troublesome. As a lady, you should be especially careful." "Thank you. By the way, how was the barbecue I made?" Yu Jiao concealed her admiration for him, maintaining a distance as if they were strangers. Pei Tingsu replied honestly, "It was delicious, even better than what you find outside. Is there a secret recipe?" Yu Jiao did not expect him to engage her in conversation. After a brief pause, she shook her head. "No secret. It's the taste that comes from my own hands." "You must have many repeat customers then." Pei Tingsu glanced at her hand, urging, "You should apply the ointment soon." Yu Jiao would not use a rival's medicine. Fortunately, at that moment, an assistant called for him to continue filming, mentioning a game later for the right to sleep in the tent or RV. Yu Jiao promptly discarded the ointment into the trash. She gazed at the silhouette of her beloved, her eyes filled with a fervent possessiveness and disdain. Ning Qiutang was outside packing things up. Overhearing their conversation clearly, Pei Tingsu, though gentle, exhibited a tendency to be overly accommodating, showing concern for everyone. "Planning to sleep on the riverbank tonight?" Jiang Sheng asked, observing her wipe the table for the 8th time. His gaze curious about the barbecue stand. Ning Qiutang instinctively replied, "Aren't there tents? I haven't camped outdoors before. Aren't you afraid to stay here with so many people?" Jiang Sheng chuckled coldly, "You seem quite carefree. Aren't you worried about unexpected incidents? You mentioned there are many people who would dare to act recklessly." Ning Qiutang felt that these individuals would not ruin their own futures. In ancient times, both she and Yu Jiao belonged to noble families. Others would think twice before crossing them. Jiang Sheng tapped his fingers on the table. "That's why I'm staying to watch over you." Ning Qiutang was somewhat taken aback, yet he was always domineering in his decisions, impervious to others' influences, and she saw no need to argue further. "Did you bring your own tent? I'll sleep in the car." Jiang Sheng had a cleanliness obsession. There was no way he would sleep outdoors. Ning Qiutang wrinkled her nose at the smell of barbecue clinging to her. "I'll ask Jiao how to take a shower. Yu Jiao summoned her bodyguard with a phone call to handle the cleanup. Exhausted, she did not want to do it herself. Upon hearing Ning Qiutang's question, she remarked, "Who said we're sleeping in tents? I had someone bring the RV over. Feel free to wash up." The password is 8866. Ning Qiutang suddenly understood. Following Yu Jiao to the luxury RV, she noticed others had RVs too, but none compared to Yu Jiao's, which was a world apart. Her RV was custom-made by a high-end company, adorned in a pink princess theme, featuring fingerprint locks or password entry. Inside, it resembled a lavish hotel with sofas, a wine cabinet, a large television, a luxurious bed, air conditioning, a wardrobe, and a bathroom. All amenities were present. Ning Qiutang casually inquired, "How much did this RV cost?" "Not expensive. Just 8 million I wanted. I can give you the business card." Yu Jiao spoke as if it were merely 80,000, sitting on the sofa while applying her own ointment to her burn. Ning Qiutang genuinely thought the price reasonable. The most expensive RVs in the industry could reach tens of millions, comparable to a house. "You've sacrificed quite a bit for your love," she remarked with a hint of admiration. Yu Jiao pulled out several phones and logged into various accounts, calling for votes in a group chat while casually distributing red envelopes worth thousands. She had Weibo and Douyin accounts. And as Pei Tinx's biggest fan and financial backer, it was fair to say he wouldn't have reached such heights without her support. In the group chat, someone commented that Pei Ji's wife was elegant and knowledgeable. A perfect match. Yu Jiao immediately silenced the discussion, forbidding any comments, even instructing someone to monitor trending topics. She did not want to see any news about Pei Tinxu with his wife. With her wealth, she wielded power, declaring that without trending topics, there would be none. Ning Qiutang assisted her with voting and asked, "He still doesn't know you're his most mysterious fan, does he?" Even Pei Tinxu's several fan accounts were hired by her. The account Yusu had gained notoriety in the entertainment industry, boasting millions of followers. Many fans were enamored with the notion of a mysterious, wealthy fan and a top idol being a couple, even writing fanfiction. Of course, none of this concerned Yu Jiao. She did not indulge in dreams or fantasies but pursued her desires directly. "I don't know. And even if he did, it would be useless." Yu Jiao was busy removing trending topics. She had never considered revealing this layer of her identity. Ning Qiutang acknowledged, "For now. It truly is of no use. I'm going to take a shower." She grabbed a change of clothes and headed off, with the sense of security provided by the RV and the bodyguards outside. She emerged comfortably, only to find Yu Jiao was nowhere in sight. A message on her phone indicated that she had left 20 minutes ago. Citing urgent matters, Ning Qiutang dried her hair and donned Jiangxing's jacket before stepping outside. As she exited the vehicle, she spotted Jiangxing leaning against his Maybach, smoking. The glowing ember flickered, casting shadows that deepened the contours of his handsome face. Upon hearing her approach, he looked up. "Come here." Ning Qiutang hesitated for a moment, crossing her arms, but eventually moved closer. "I'm looking for Jiao. Have you seen her?" Jiangxing extinguished his cigarette, the smoke dissipating in the wind. "There seemed to be a fight over there." Yu Jiao went to help her idol. As he spoke, he drew her closer, their proximity evoking memories of a fleeting kiss that lingered in Ning Qiutang's mind. In the past, she had failed to appreciate his genuine affections. But now, realizing it was not too late, she yearned for a chance to pursue him. Ning Qiutang sensed his sincerity. The lofty prince was unlikely to utter such crude jokes, but I have already turned back to the shore. Jiangxing. Chapter 52. Do not fear. I will not harm you. Jiangxing's striking features slowly darkened, his cool gaze glinting with a chilling light as he looked at her, half smiling. "If you drift uncertainly, I will be your buoy. If you turn back to the shore, I shall be your boundless harbor. Your choice has always been me." Ning Qiutang could not help but take a step back. Feeling his brazen and domineering demeanor, Jiangxing held her tightly, the fragrance of the freshly bathed young girl enveloping him in a blissful haze. Ning Qiutang, hearing noise from the other side, shifted her head from his embrace to divert her attention, saying, "I believe in Jiao's fighting spirit. After all, she managed to knock out several young masters. My concern lies with the safety of others." Jiangxing gradually released her, granting her freedom. "Could we not be so serious in our conversations from now on? You know I am not a solemn person. If you were a bit more earnest, I wouldn't have to keep repeating this tedious talk." Ning Qiutang hurriedly moved past him to find Yu Jiao. Jiangxing took the driver's seat, watching the girl run off into the distance. A notification pinged from his phone beside him. "Everyone is waiting for you." Jiangxing replied succinctly, "Not going." Suddenly, a scuffle broke out among the guests, sparked by a male guest's offensive remark about Pei Tinx's wife. Yao Ji was pushed away by her assistant, distancing her from the scene. Yu Jiao rushed over and restrained the foul-mouthed male guest. The young lady, known for her fiery temper, directly declared, "If you can't record, then scram." Everyone looked on in astonishment. The director quickly intervened to smooth things over. "Ahem, let me introduce. This is our show's investor." The troublesome guest immediately fell silent upon hearing this. After all, she was the boss, and they wouldn't dare jeopardize their careers. Pei Tinxu looked on in surprise at this young benefactor. Yao Ji's gaze shifted thoughtfully to the girl who had rushed out to protect Pei Tinxu. As if a realization dawned upon her, eventually, the production team rearranged the set. The male guest apologized to Yao Ji. She shrugged it off, noting that he was not the only one who referred to her as disabled. Pei Tingsu expressed his gratitude to Yu Jiao, that I never expected you to have such an identity. Thank you for your assistance. Yu Jiao smiled slightly, her eyes sparkling with delight. People lacking manners and upbringing ought to be taught a lesson. Pei Tingsu chuckled lightly before returning to attend to his wife. Yu Jiao suppressed her lingering gaze and turned to leave. Ning Qiutang collided with her, seizing her best friend's hand and saying, "You just exposed yourself, didn't you? Well, I can't conceal my identity when introducing myself, can I?" Yu Jiao was aware of this, and the two moved aside to watch the recording. As they decided where to sleep that night. The guests needed to play a game of mutual understanding to determine their sleeping arrangements. Naturally, the games were designed for pairs, but due to the female participants' reasons, Pei Tingsu could manage the tasks alone. The game they drew involved couples facing each other, squeezing balloons to transport them from the starting point to the finish line, which spanned a total of 20 meters. The selection would be based on the number of balloons transported within the allotted time. Everyone was brimming with confidence. Yao Ji suddenly exclaimed, "I can't do the task with Pei Tingsu. Can someone else substitute for me?" "Yao Ji, what are you saying?" Pei Tingsu's expression darkened. Why was she saying such things? Ignoring him, Yao Ji turned to Yu Jiao and asked, "Would you be willing to step in for me and participate in the game with him?" Ning Qiutang was taken aback. What was Yao Ji trying to accomplish? Which newlywed wife would push her husband away? Yu Jiao frowned. She preferred to seize opportunities herself and did not need others' sympathy or to step back, just as she was about to refuse. Pei Tingsu approached her earnestly, saying, "Don't make a fuss. I can handle this myself." Yao Ji looked at him calmly. "It's fine. Everyone else is in pairs. It wouldn't be fair for you to do the task alone." Missy was just substituting for a moment. "What are you afraid of?" Pei Tingsu wanted to say something, but Yao Ji interrupted him. "That's the way it is. Either I won't participate, or we do this." Pei Tingsu fell silent. Yu Jiao found it peculiar. "Miss Jiao, please help out. Otherwise, he would be too pitiful." Yao Ji looked at her almost pleadingly. Yu Jiao stepped forward, curious to know what this rival was truly scheming. She suggested to the solemn and silent man, "How about we transport the balloons back to back?" Pei Tingsu nodded in agreement. Noticing Yao Ji's indifferent demeanor, the cameras took their positions. The other three couples, genuine in their affection, eagerly positioned themselves face to face, ready to tackle the balloon challenge. In stark contrast, Yu Jiao and Pei Tingsu felt like strangers, as if an entire galaxy separated them, even while back to back. At the director's command, the game commenced. The other couples sprang into action, seamlessly transporting balloons, while this newly acquainted pair stood awkwardly, unsure of their next move. Yu Jiao turned to suggest he take the lead. Pei Tingsu spoke first. "Let us take our time. Winning or losing isn't what matters." With his exceptional professionalism, he endeavored to make the recording go as smoothly as possible despite the odd tension. Yu Jiao responded with a soft and they began to shift, initially slowly, gradually familiarizing themselves with each other's movements, then picking up speed. Both seemed to be strong-willed individuals, and as they grew accustomed to collaborating, their efficiency improved significantly. While the other couples joked and played, they focused intently on completing the task, their determination unwavering. Ning Qiutang watched intently, surprisingly. This duo exuded an air of compatibility that seemed to disregard others' well-being. Suddenly reminded of her own husband still present, she chastised herself for her unseemly thoughts. Chapter 53. Dare you say you love me? As the time concluded, the judges counted the balloons collected by each pair. Naturally, the winners were the two diligent strangers. Yu Jiao smiled at the preoccupied man beside her and said, "We won." Pei Tingsu snapped back to reality, regarding her joyous expression with a complex gaze, and replied, "Thank you. It was your skill." Yu Jiao subdued her smile, knowing when to retreat gracefully. As the recording neared its conclusion, everyone paused for a break. The winning pair was awarded a luxurious RV for their slumber. While Yu Jiao and Ning Qiutang were moving items from the barbecue stall, they passed a large vehicle and overheard a heated argument behind them. "Yao Ji, why did you do this? I believe that aside from me, anyone else would suit you perfectly. Look, you won. Don't say that. I've never thought poorly of you. But Pei Tingsu, I think poorly of myself, and I see issues with you. You claim we are married. Can you produce our marriage certificate? This is deceiving the fans. Yao Ji, we will definitely get married. I promised your parents I would take care of you, so please don't refuse me anymore." "Pei Tingsu, do you dare say you love me? Forget it. I want to marry someone I don't love. nor will I marry someone who doesn't love me. But the person you love has left you. If it weren't for him, you would have been able to stand up years ago. Yao Zhi, responsibility outweighs love. I want to abandon you. Pei Tingsu, you don't understand. Because we don't love each other. I don't want us to be forcibly bound together. I need my happiness, and you need yours. Even if we could live well together, I wouldn't be content. Unintentionally overhearing their conversation, Yu Jiao and Ning Qiutang exchanged glances. Realizing why there was tension between them, it all made sense now. Why Yu Jiao pulled Ning Qiutang away, sensing they were about to emerge on their way back. Ning Qiutang pondered the past, realizing that Pei Tingsu had always felt a sense of obligation toward Yao Zhi, and that their marriage was not genuine. The sudden appearance of Jiao had disrupted their lives, and Yao Zhi was unwilling to settle for less, not wanting to hinder Pei Tingsu either. Was she attempting to orchestrate a union between them? Pei Tingsu was already in pain, and with Yu Jiao's pressure and threats, their ending was bound to be tragic. Jiao, while I'm pleased to discover the issues in their relationship, I want to act recklessly. Why Yu Jiao believed that circumstances could be altered and that she would make Pei Tingsu fall for her. In this light, Yao Zhi seemed less detestable. Ning Qiutang finally felt reassured. It appears you've had an unexpected gain. But Yao Zhi is the key factor here. If you can establish a good relationship with her, ensuring her happiness. Jiangxing has no habit of dining in the evening. It is already quite late. Ning Qiutang let out a sound of acknowledgement and truly left. Jiangxing was engrossed in his phone as a group of rascally friends bombarded him with messages. Qin Dang and Lu Feishan. Those two rascals were in a frenzy, urging him to come to the rescue. He did not respond. After a while, Ning Qiutang returned, tossing a blanket at him. Cover yourself while you sleep tonight. Jiangxing ran his fingers over the brand-new blanket, which was a rather garish pink. The prince found it distasteful. Ning Qiutang, perceiving his disdain, retorted, "What's wrong with pink? I simply adore it." Jiangxing curved his lips into a smirk, his expression one of amusement. "Oh, nothing at all. It's quite nice." Ning Qiutang, clad in her slippers, made a clattering retreat. She locked the door behind her. Yu Jiao emerged from her shower, drawing the curtains closed. The car windows were bulletproof. Ensuring safety. As she applied body lotion and essence oil, she mused, "Has Jiang the prince truly turned over a new leaf? The lengths he has gone to pursue you are indeed a rare spectacle. Of course, it is not that I believe you are unworthy. You are the most perfect woman in the world, and it is others who are unworthy of you. Yet, Jiangxing has always been an insufferable narcissist. And his previous relationship with you was akin to a Cold War. This sudden pursuit seems rather out of character." Ning Qiutang, unable to fathom his thoughts, poured herself a glass of water and sat pensively. Indeed, Jiangxing has always been viewed as unattainable, his perfection stemming from his lofty demeanor, looking down on others, unable to lower himself to the level of an ordinary person. Yet now, it seems he has discovered a new game. Momentarily descending into the mundane, positioned in a place of absolute power, reveling in the suffering and struggles of others, playing with hearts merely for the thrill. Yu Jiao exclaimed in astonishment, "Incredible. You understand him better than he understands himself." However, no matter how reckless Jiangxing may be, he would never harm you. Given the relationship between the Jiang and Ning families, he would be risking his life to act carelessly. You needn't worry. After all, life is too short not to embrace a little madness, and we are young enough to afford mistakes. At worst, you could engage in a playful rivalry to see who truly masters the game. Ning Qiutang was almost swayed by her words, but the thought of the potential consequences extinguished her fervor. Forget him. I should prepare for bed. She wanted to make her bed in the dead of night. The Maybach parked beside the RV departed. Jiangxing drove back to the city center, taking over an hour but still maintaining a swift pace. He arrived just in time for the night banquet, where a private luxury car parking lot was filled with young masters treating their expensive vehicles like toys. In the passenger seat of one car sat Shenwan beside Qin Dang, who regarded Jiangxing with a piercing gaze as he approached. Care for a little race? Two cars faced each other, bumpers nearly touching. The objective was simple: who could push the other out first? With the loser's fate resting on luck, given that being continuously rammed would likely lead to vehicle destruction, if not worse. Chapter 54. A near-fatal blow to his heart. Jiangxing had not intended to participate. But Qinjianxi was being toyed with by Qin Dang and Lu Feishan to the point of near destruction. They had set a trap for him, and he fell for it, accepting the wager, only to find himself suspended in midair, swinging like a pendulum. Qin Dang, you should be called a beast. I can't believe I was foolish enough to play along with you. Third brother, avenge me. Qinjianxi, with his lack of foresight, poked his head over the edge to shout at Jiangxing. Zhao Linru and Li Yuchen could only feel embarrassment. unable to bear the sight of their brother's folly. "You're just hanging there, aren't you? It's only natural to be scared. If you don't learn your lesson now, expect to lose all face later." Liu Chen leaned against his dark purple luxury supercar, watching Qinjian's predicament with a smirk. Qinjian was indignant. "Is this how you treat your own? A brother keeps you in his heart, and you shove him into a ditch." Lu Feixing, holding a walkie-talkie, issued commands. "Let us amp up the intensity for our young master Qin. Shake the car." Immediately, the crane swung its mechanical arm. Qinjian clung desperately to the car door. Lu Feixing, "You bastard. Just wait until I get down. You want to escape unscathed. Don't act like a sore loser. You were the one who challenged us, and now you refuse to accept the consequences?" Lu Feixing lounged atop the car, one leg casually draped over it while fiddling with a butterfly knife. Jiang Sheng revved his engine, lowering his window to display a hand that seemed to have emerged from a comic. Making an obscene gesture, a reckless grin spread across his face as he charged toward Qindang's car. Gasps erupted from the crowd as they instinctively stepped back. Qindang slammed down on the gas, determined to meet him head-on. "Jiang Sheng, while you may be arrogant on a regular basis, today you must come to terms with who the true prince is." The crowd buzzed with excitement, shouting Qindang's name in response to the roaring engine. Shen Wanwan watched from behind the windshield, her heart racing at the sight of the aloof young man. She had avoided getting too close these past few days, contemplating other strategies. The system had informed her that retreat was not an option. She had to continue with her mission. Thus, even if it meant risking everything, she was determined to win his affection. "Qindang, don't do this. I told you I can handle things with him. You're jeopardizing everything," she pleaded, fear gnawing at her. She didn't believe Qindang could outplay Jiang Sheng, nor could he match his intensity. Qindang's eyes burned with resentment. He was eager to crush Jiang Sheng. "One-on, if he bullies you, I will stand up for you. This city does not belong to him alone. He cannot simply claim the title of prince. Don't worry. Even if we can't be friends, I can still protect you. Being with me is far better than being with him." Shen Wanwan, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, retorted, "Stop fighting with him. I don't want to see either of you get hurt. You're still concerned about him. Today, I want to see who you'll weep for if we both perish here." Qindang, equally proud, felt himself a match for Jiang Sheng, though Jiang Sheng viewed everyone as beneath him, whereas Qindang felt the need to compete with everyone, wanting to showcase who was truly the strongest. He thrived on the spotlight, especially when challenging Jiang Sheng. He had to claim victory. Today was no different. He had deliberately provoked Jiang Sheng, aiming to prove to everyone that he was not invincible. With a sharp turn of the steering wheel, Qindang accelerated, ramming Jiang Sheng's car out of the way. His eyes gleamed with the madness of a conqueror. Jiang Sheng, losing is no disgrace. "No one will mock you." The impacts echoed like thunder, sending shockwaves through the onlookers, who felt as if they were witnessing a death wish. The vehicles, colliding with maximum force, sustained severe damage, and without airbags, a serious crash would spell disaster. Jiang Sheng feigned retreat, prompting Qindang to pursue, believing he had frightened him. "Ha ha ha. Jiang Sheng, from now on you shall be known as Jiang the loser." Qindang lunged forward, intent on shoving him out of bounds and slamming him against the wall, rendering him incapable of recovery. But just as he was about to succeed, Jiang Sheng executed a perfect 180-degree drift, evading the blow. Simultaneously, Qindang found himself unable to steer after the earlier collision, his car suddenly veering out of control and crashing into the wall. Jiang Sheng swiftly turned back, delivering the final devastating blow. "Wow, impressive." Zhao Linru and the others sighed in relief. This was the calm of a professional driver. The wall crumbled under the impact, dust billowing into the air. All present were left in shock at the brutal outcome. As Jiang Sheng had shown no mercy, stepping out of his vehicle, Jiang Sheng examined the wreckage inside, a certain structure having come perilously close to piercing his heart. Liu Chen, approaching, noticed the change in Jiang Sheng's expression. It was no wonder he held the highest esteem among the third-generation elites. Everyone looked up to him as a role model, for he was undeniably the most ruthless. To be frank, all the third-generation heirs had originally emerged from prestigious backgrounds, each a rising star within their families, distinguished talents in every regard. Yet, within this circle of elite offspring, one rogue had emerged. While everyone else embraced a bright future, this prince had plunged into darkness, teaching the third generation a brutal lesson with his unadulterated malice. The victor takes all, while the vanquished are rendered outlaws. In a short span, all the third generation youths veered into an opposite extreme, violently shedding their privileged titles, refusing to be mere pawns of their families, each becoming increasingly rebellious and deranged. Qinjian was lowered back to the ground, instantly assuming a false bravado, laughing boisterously. Lu Feixing, "Are you convinced yet?" Qiutang, are you finally bowing down? The prince was indeed a prince. It was second nature for him to overshadow others. Lu Feixing, propped against the car roof, nimbly slipped into the driver's seat. Donning sunglasses with an air of arrogance. Qinjianxi, don't bark like a dog. If I can't outplay Jiangxing, I won't be able to deal with you either. Ugh, this is dreadfully boring. The young master strode away, his facade of bravado masking a chill beneath. Jiangxing delivered a swift kick to Qinjianxi's rear. Buy a ticket to the museum. Go in and take down the pig head from the 12 zodiac statues. That pig brain of yours should be displayed there. Li Yuchen laughed uproariously, devoid of any decorum. If I were you, I would call Shang Dad. I have saved you several times. Zhao Linru, engrossed in her phone, suddenly remarked, Zhao Yunsheng and the others are about to arrange for assessments again, and this year they won't allow the 3-3 system. Chapter 55. Ning Qiutang, you are mine. The school conducts a joint examination among 10 institutions. While these illustrious families partake in annual assessments, aimed at enhancing the physical prowess of the elite youth and showcasing the strength of their respective clans, the first generation evaluates the second. The second scrutinizes the third, and the third generation is nothing but pure livestock. In recent years, these grand competitions have shifted from determining who is strongest to assessing who is more unscrupulous, with cheating and rule-breaking becoming the norm. Each year, the leading second-generation participants nearly suffer from heart attacks due to the stress. Zhao Yunxing, deeply affected. Back then, how did they not foresee such a turn of events? Particularly, the ingenious methods of cheating and the shameless antics of the 3-3 system. Qinjianxi trembled with trepidation. Can I feign illness? Let this year be one where I was struck dead. The annual assessments are far more terrifying than college entrance exams. Although they cheat and behave like beasts, the older brothers are merciless, leaving them on the brink of collapse each time, utterly exhausted. Li Yuchen's fox-like eyes turned to Jiangxing, narrowing with a knowing glint. Your second brother nearly met his end at your hands last year. This year, he will surely target you. Jiangxing remained unfazed. Dialing for a car to pick him up, it was already 4:30 in the morning, and he needed to return. With threats directed at him in abundance, he had to wait his turn. He stepped outside. Unwilling to continue the charade with them, the three exchanged glances. Qinjianxi looked expectantly at his good brother. Shall we form a team? I'm tired. Thanks for the invite, Li Yuchen replied, getting into his car and stepping on the gas to leave. Zhao Linru shrugged, a look of resignation on his face. I forgot to mention, we're not allowed to team up this year. He walked out, continuing to savor the pleasures of the night. Qinjianxi lamented. Qiutang was rescued from a pile of bricks. Shen Wanwan, aside from some minor abrasions, was essentially unharmed, thanks to the system's efficacy. Otherwise, she could have faced disfigurement. It hurts like hell. Be gentler with my legs. Qiutang complained, his foot fractured and his body covered in dust, chastising those around him for their lack of consideration. Shen Wanwan accompanied them to the hospital. Jiangxing returned to the camp around 5 o'clock. The riverside was eerily quiet. Everyone else was still resting, except for the recording crew, who began preparations for filming. As the guests were required to rise by 7, the security personnel of the recording crew dared not impede his passage. Who would dare provoke a car with a license plate of Jing A0? At that moment, Ning Qiutang awoke to the sound, leaning against the window and spotting Jiangxing returning in a different vehicle. When she checked the time on her phone, it was already 5:13, and someone had posted an 8-minute-long video in a group chat. The thumbnail featured Jiangxing, with a group of night owls excitedly discussing the game involving Jiangxing and Qiutang. Having grasped the gist, she sipped some water and intended to go back to sleep. Jiangxing sent her a message. Get out of the car. If she didn't respond, he would simply call her. Dressed in a white nightgown, Ning Qiutang stepped out, bleary-eyed, casting a resentful glance at the wide-awake young master. I'm tired. Sit in the passenger seat, Jiangxing commanded, his tone leaving no room for argument. Reluctantly, Ning Qiutang complied and took her place beside him. Had she hesitated, he would have bound her and tossed her into the car. She assumed he merely wanted to exchange a few words. Leaning against the car window while yawning and asking, What do you want? Suddenly, Jiangxing leaned in, his hand resting on her waist. Ning Qiutang's reflexes were quicker than her thoughts, and her palm met his face with a sharp slap. She jolted awake. What are you doing? Jiangxing's expression turned icy, the morning breeze colder than his demeanor, as he regarded her with an inscrutable look. Buckle your seatbelt. He swiftly secured his own. Returning to his seat, increasingly agitated as he reflected on the slap he had received, he ought to take some action. Glancing at the wary girl beside him, he scoffed derisively. Ning Qiutang was momentarily taken aback. Buckle my seatbelt. Her wrist felt chilly. Would he cut her hand? This was already the second time. You said to buckle it. I can do it myself, she emphasized. Irritated by his sudden approach, Jiangxing drove away from the camp, teasingly asking, "So, can you guess why I didn't say it but chose to buckle it for you?" "No need to guess. You deserve it," Ning Qiutang retorted, refusing to indulge him, knowing she would face repercussions either way. If he had the gall to retaliate, she would fight back. As Jiangxing drove up the mountain, they approached a several hundred-meter high peak, though it seemed off-limits. "Can I really kiss you next time, and then you can hit me?" Ning Qiutang said with a haughty snort. "No," Jiangxing replied, shamelessly adding, "Fine, if you hit me, I'll kiss you forcibly." Ning Qiutang felt deceived. No matter how he approached, he was bound to be insistent. "If you kiss me, I'll bite you to death." Jiangxing raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the prospect. "Can I choose where to be bitten?" Ning Qiutang's face flushed. She hadn't anticipated his audacity, and why had she comprehended so quickly? She chose to remain silent, feeling far from innocent. After a while, the car halted at the mountaintop, where an abandoned rain pavilion stood. "What are we doing here?" she wondered, feeling uneasy even as dawn approached. It was desolate, and one could never tell what mischief he might be up to. Jiangxing retrieved the pink blanket she had given him earlier from the back seat. "Wrap yourself in this. We're getting out to watch the sunrise." Ning Qiutang took a moment to process his unexpected words, incredulous that such a scoundrel would utter something so considerate. He was not inherently romantic. It felt rather peculiar, watching Jiangxing stand at the front of the car, igniting a cigarette with an air of mature melancholy. His youthful charisma felt disjointed. Pushing the car door open, she wrapped herself in the blanket and approached him, leaning against the car's front. Following the boy's gaze towards the distant horizon, she observed the darkening line where the earth met the sky. "What made you think of bringing me to see the sunrise? Can it even be seen from here?" Ning Qiutang was filled with questions, and at that moment, they seemed to have returned to a time when nothing had transpired, everything so harmonious and beautiful. Jiangxing exhaled smoke, which diffused into the air, not acrid or unpleasant, but rather carrying a faint scent of cedar. His chiseled features were exceptionally alluring under the dim light of dawn, the coldness masking his indifferent gaze and thin, harsh lips. "Bringing a girl to witness the sunrise is indeed romantic. Does it not show sincerity in pursuing you?" Ning Qiutang lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes fluttering gently as she focused on the stones beneath her. The gentle breeze caressed her ankles, her hair drifting towards the young man beside her, and her heart seemed to mend. "Yes, it is sincere." It was undeniable that watching the sunrise was a profoundly romantic experience, especially when shared with someone who was not particularly romantic. "Ning Qiutang, you are mine," Jiangxing suddenly declared, his voice unwavering like the mountains, relentless as a flowing river, and once spoken, it could not be retracted. Ning Qiutang's tears began to fall, her vision blurring, her heart aching and stirred. The suppressed emotions could never deceive her. She still harbored feelings for Jiangxing, deep, profound feelings. Loving Jiangxing was as inevitable as the sun rising in the east. Romantic and eternal. Chapter 56. Why did you suddenly stop liking me? His slender, jade-like fingers brushed beneath her eyes, the faint bitter scent of smoke clinging to his hand, causing her tears to flow uncontrollably. Jiangxing stepped in front of her, one hand cradling her face, the other gently wiping her tears, his tenderness and patience unwavering, even if he could not completely dry her eyes. "Little Rose, tell me why. Why did you suddenly stop liking me? Why are you afraid of me? Why do your eyes always carry such profound sorrow?" Ning Qiutang's tears flowed like a broken dam, her lower lip bitten in hesitation as she gazed at him, questioning if Jiangxing truly understood their childhood bond. Could the pain he had once inflicted upon her, vivid in her memory, truly be forgotten? Could they genuinely stand on the same ground, unwavering in the face of all trials and dangers? "Jiangxing, if I said you had once harmed me, making my life unbearable, should I hate you?" Her question detonated like a bomb, shattering the filters of calmness. Should their relationship not be steeped in enmity? Jiangxing regarded her tear-streaked face, her flushed nose and cheeks, appearing even more beautiful in her sorrow. "You should not only hate me but feel compelled to kill me. Tell me how much it hurt. Recount how I treated you." His tone was as though he spoke of another's plight. Ning Qiutang furrowed her brow gently, her clear, bottomless eyes revealing no secrets. "I had a dream. In it, you locked me away, withholding food and water, leaving me in perpetual hunger, with your wolf dog you raised beside me, watching me with a predatory gaze. You commanded it to bite me but spared my life, keeping me alive with potions, torturing me cruelly whenever I begged for death. Jiangxing, you gouged out my eyes, severed my tongue, broke my arms and legs, and for 3 months, I was subjected to your torment, fed to that dog piece by piece, until you grew weary and ended my life with a bullet. As she spoke of these matters, it was as if she were once again drawn back into that cage, shrouded in darkness. where she endured relentless torment yet remained alive, confronted daily with fresh humiliations. Suddenly, she seized the boy's hand and bit down hard on his arm, as if expending all her strength, tasting the metallic tang of blood in her mouth. Jiangxing's gaze darkened, cold and stern. He did not resist her outburst, but instead enveloped her in his embrace, his voice a low, chilling murmur of reassurance. I believe you. Do you wish for revenge against me? I promise I shall not retaliate. Although he was uncertain of the situation, he felt that as long as she could forgive him and let these matters fade from her heart, everything would be worthwhile. Ning Qiutang released her grip, her eyes drawn to the severe wound on his arm, blood dripping onto the ground, flesh nearly torn away. I find you quite peculiar. Everything about this is strange. Let us speak of it when you have clarity. She still harbored resentment over their past life, convinced that Jiangxing's torment of her was an undeniable truth. Surely, there could not be two of him. She could neither bring herself to hate him nor continue to harbor affection. If there were indeed hidden reasons, they could address them later. She always felt it was odd that during those two uncontrollable moments, Shen Wanwan had been present, and he had directed malicious intent towards her. Perhaps, Shen Wanwan was the key to all the troubles. Both in their previous and current lives, it all revolved around her. Jiangxing lowered his hand and, seeing that she had ceased crying and stood to the side, said, I speak truly. If there comes a day when you seek my life, I shall willingly grant it. Ning Qiutang offered her blanket to press against his wound, lest he bleed excessively. I do not desire your life. I only wish to be spared. Was not her initial intent to distance herself from him? She had never forgotten that. Jiangxing's expression darkened instantaneously, the dim horizon gradually illuminated by the brilliance of a rising sun, dispelling the shadows, while his form remained as frigid as ice. Aside from this, I can promise you anything. Ning Qiutang responded with a nonchalant "oh," not emphasizing their impossibility as she had previously. After all, he had never been receptive to such notions. The sun, radiant and full of hope, finally broke free from the mountain's grasp, scattering golden light across the landscape, rendering it nearly blinding. As dawn broke, she turned to him, asking, Earlier, you inquired about my reasons. Now I pose a question to you. Why did you suddenly fixate on me? Obsessively desiring my presence, she gazed at the sunrise, feeling the chill around her dissipate. Jiangxing's hand was wrapped like a dumpling. He then looked directly at the perplexed girl and stated, I have always felt as though I existed in a world apart from everyone else. Until you began to defy convention, becoming distinctly different. It was then I realized we inhabit the same realm. You know why I was sent to the Qingmu Sanatorium 4 years ago. Ning Qiutang recalled events from that time, which, though not distant, felt hazy. They all claimed you had lost your mind. Jiangxing looked skyward, a chilling smile gracing his lips. It was not I who was mad, but rather I could no longer pretend. Everyone here seemed to operate like pre-programmed machines, their every word and action strictly adhering to certain rules, even manifesting as bugs. I searched long and hard, discovering that all were merely cold programs, leading me to recklessly seek death, yet never succeeding. The old man deemed me insane and sent me to the Qingmu Sanatorium, but he seemed to recall something, his gaze growing particularly frigid. This statement plunged Ning Qiutang into deep contemplation. Everyone operated as if scripted. She dared entertain a bold thought. Was this not akin to a television drama or novel, where each individual played a specific role, bound to follow a predetermined script? So you noticed me, seeking to test something. We need not necessarily be together. Jiangxing observed her understanding, noting a glimmer of sharpness in her eyes. Perhaps she had made a deduction. What if I were to say I have feelings for you? Ning Qiutang regarded him with an expression devoid of emotion. If you like me, must I reciprocate? Just as I once adored you, yet you did not return my feelings. Jiangxing chuckled, a hint of self-mockery evident. Very well, let us cooperate. Childhood friends shall never betray one another. Ning Qiutang crossed her arms, nearly retorting that he had betrayed her long ago. You should return. I am nearly exhausted. She turned to sit, feeling a weight lifted from her heart, breathing more easily, and her perception of Jiangxing had notably shifted. When they returned, they happened upon the production crew recording. Yu Jiao was once again borrowed, substituting for Yao Ji and Pei Tingsu in a game. Yao Ji generously remarked to Ning Qiutang, I might just ship them. Chapter 57. His hand rested upon her waist. Ning Qiutang's head was filled with large question marks. Sister, do you not fancy the star Pei? Why are you no longer even pretending? She felt compelled to remind her. Jiao is only 18, while Pei Tingsu is already 26. Yao Ji blinked. So what? Pei Tingsu looks barely over 20. To him. Miss Yao, let me remind you, Pei Tingsu is currently your husband. Ning Qiutang found herself at a loss for words. The complexities of these adults were bewildering. Yao Ji, seated in her wheelchair, tugged at Ning Qiutang's clothing, conspiratorially urging her to lean down. Ning Qiutang bent closer. In truth, we have not acquired a marriage certificate. And we do not harbor mutual affection, Yao Ji earnestly explained, exhibiting no interest in the illustrious Pei Tingsu whom everyone aspired to marry. Ning Qiutang's lips twitched. Was it possible they were already aware? Moreover, Miss Yao, you are wearing a microphone. Yao Ji looked up to see everyone staring at her in astonishment, including Pei Tingsu, who was still engaged in the game. The onlookers were consumed with curiosity. What was happening? That was Pei Tingsu. After all, how could anyone possibly not like him? The absurdity was compounded by the fact that Pei Tingsu had not genuinely married her, yet brought her on a variety show. What would others say? Even Yu Jiao appeared stunned, thinking the sister might be a bit eccentric. Pei Tingsu promptly approached. I apologize. Please disregard her words. We had a disagreement last night. He first moved Yao Ji aside. Likely to negotiate once more. Yu Jiao set down her game props and walked over to her close friend. If you truly end up with Pei Tingsu, Yao Ji will undoubtedly claim the main seat. She would be eager for you to get married on the spot. Ning Qiutang had never encountered such a magnanimous rival. She imagined Yao Ji would be the type to act as a witness at their wedding. Yu Jiao grew perplexed. This Yao Ji is quite hard to resist. She certainly does not play by the rules. An hour later, they reappeared, seemingly having reached an understanding. The next activity involved water sports. The production team had prepared small boats, pairing couples to see who could catch the most fish, providing them with an opportunity for intimate interaction. Yao Ji expressed her fear of water and once again invited Yu Jiao to take her place. Yu Jiao glanced at Pei Tingsu, contemplating a refusal. Pei Tingsu, appearing resigned, said, Then I must trouble you. Miss Yu Jiao shook her head. It's no trouble. They boarded the boat and gradually paddled to the center of the river. Ning Qiutang and Jiangxing passed by, carrying a box. Are you not going to tend to your wound? She inquired. The boy, aloof, replied, There is no need. Yao Ji immediately called out to them. Miss Ning. Could you please come over for a moment? Ning Qiutang nodded, approaching to see what she wanted. This time, Yao Ji had learned to be clever, turning off her microphone. What is it? Ning Qiutang asked, finding everyone rather peculiar. Yet this did not seem to align with Jiangxing's assertion that everyone had to follow the script. Yao Ji pleaded. Could you help me find someone? Ning Qiutang recalled what she had mentioned the previous night. Realizing she already had someone else in her heart. Who are you looking for? Why do you think I could find them, or even agree to your request? It struck her as odd. Yao Ji provided a reasoned explanation. A significant portion of the Ning family's business is overseas, focused on international trade, and the person I seek has been abroad. If you assist me, I would have a means to bring them together. It did seem quite logical. Ning Qiutang glanced toward the heart of the river, where her heartthrob was interacting closely with a starry-eyed fan, letting out a sigh before conceding. It appears I have no choice but to oblige you. I can only say I will try. But there is no guarantee I can find them. As long as you can help me look, that is sufficient. At least I wish to see the person alive or the corpse if they are deceased. Yao Ji's expression was complex, fearful that her recurring nightmares might be true. Ning Qiutang nodded, providing her contact information. I will inform you if I have any news. Is there anything else? Yao Ji's eyes were filled with melancholy as she gently shook her head. Ning Qiutang then departed with Jiangxing. Grandfather Jiang will check your homework. Do not falter, she earnestly advised the indifferent boy. Jiangxing, with a playful glint in his eye, replied with surprising tenderness, I shall heed your words. Ning Qiutang cast a lingering glance, seemingly surprised by the significant transformation Jiangxing had undergone after their candid conversations. She had been astonished more than once by this unexpected side of him. Inside the car, she invited Jiangxing to come in, placing her books and exam papers on the table. Before long, a video call from Grandfather Jiang came through. Ning Qiutang positioned her phone on the table, angling the camera to capture both of them. Good afternoon, Grandfather Jiang. Have you had your meal? Jiangxing chuckled softly at her polite demeanor, thinking she truly was a good student. Grandfather Jiang initially wore a smile, but his expression soured upon seeing his mischievous grandson. Jiangxing, don't you know how to be polite to a young lady? Do you understand the concept of respecting your elders and cherishing the young? Jiangxing smirked, his eyes glinting with mischief. If I call you grandfather, will you live an extra year? You little rascal. If you continue to provoke me, I might just hang myself at your door tomorrow. Grandfather Jiang huffed, his anger palpable. Then I'll get you a chair to sit on, lest you struggle to reach it. Jiangxing shot back, just as the two were on the verge of bickering. Ning Qiutang quickly covered Jiangxing's mouth. You should tone it down a bit. I genuinely want grandfather to live a few more years. Jiangxing naturally wrapped his arm around the girl's slim waist, raising an eyebrow teasingly as she leaned against him. All right, I'll heed your advice. Grandfather Jiang, observing the affectionate exchange on the screen, couldn't he help but feel a sense of satisfaction without my connections. How could you possibly have such a wonderful fiancé, and still speak to me like that? Jiangxing glanced at the loquacious elder, his gaze seemingly conveying his gratitude to all his ancestors. Well, you both study hard. Tang Eng, your grandmother made lotus seed cakes. We'll have someone deliver them to you. Remember to rest as well. Don't overexert yourselves. With that, the old man ended the call. Ning Qiutang shot an exasperated look at the troublemaking young master beside her and, releasing her grip, sat down. Don't tell me you're deliberately opposing your elders, just to keep them from being so cold and distant. Them why Ning is truly clever. You can read my thoughts. Is this not a meeting of minds? Jiangxing remarked, his hand on her waist being swatted away as he spoke with an air of self-satisfaction. Ning Qiutang blinked, realizing he was indeed right. Oh dear, hurry and do your work. Don't talk to me. She handed him a pen, urging him to get to it. How wonderful it is to have someone do your homework for free. She mused. Chapter 58. Good students are so boring. Ning Qiutang took out some snacks and drinks, sitting beside him as he worked on his assignments. Her gaze wandered to the boy casually spinning his pen as he worked. And perhaps due to the gentle summer light, his formerly frosty features appeared even more handsome. She munched on her chips, thinking that good looks can indeed be a feast in themselves. If you're going to look at me like that, why not come sit in my lap for a closer view? Jiangxing seemed to sense her thoughts, lifting his gaze and arching an eyebrow at her, patting his lap invitingly. Ning Qiutang quickly averted her eyes. Oh come on, focus on your work. You've still got pages left. All right, I'll finish it up shortly. I want to let a good student fail to turn in their assignments, Jiangxing replied. His pace relentless, akin to a child tackling simple arithmetic. Unable to restrain herself, Ning Qiutang asked, since you're so brilliant, why pretend to be a slacker? Is being a bad student really that exhilarating? Shouldn't good students get a taste of what bad students do? Jiangxing did not respond directly but questioned her in return. To him, it seemed he had grown weary of the monotonous routine of daily life. He craved excitement and a rebelliousness that made him feel alive. Ning Qiutang pouted, recalling her own experiences. Isn't it just fighting, smoking, drinking, clubbing, skipping classes, and early romances for thrills? Isn't that the case? Jiangxing beckoned her closer. Curiously, she approached, watching him pull out his phone to show her a video. There's also rock climbing, paragliding, skydiving, diving, and making money. The video concluded with a screenshot of his bank balance, displaying a plethora of zeros. Jiangxing seemed to embrace danger, disregarding his own safety. Ning Qiutang reflected that only a wealthy family could afford such reckless pursuits. No wonder grandfather Jiang kept such a close watch on him. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. Why are you interested in how good students live? What else could it be? Good students are rather dull, Jiangxing remarked, noticing the fine fuzz on the girl's face, which appeared endearingly soft against her fair complexion. Ning Qiutang shook her head, staring into his eyes. Then wouldn't you like to try experiencing what good students do? Sure, let us consider it a form of companionship. Jiangxing replied nonchalantly, just wanting her to be happy. Ning Qiutang plotted how to turn this to her advantage later. After watching him work for a while, Yu Zhaojiu called, asking for help finding an ice pack in the fridge. Ning Qiutang urged Jiangxing to finish quickly, as they would soon be heading home, and then she went to retrieve the ice pack. When she arrived, she saw Pei Ting's attending to Yu Zhaojiu's wrist. Is it serious? Ning Qiutang inquired, noticing the swelling. Why Yu Zhaojiu nodded vigorously, having now experienced the pain her best friend had endured last time. Aren't their medical staff accompanying you? Ning Qiutang glanced over to see the doctor and nurse approaching. Pei Tingsu looked on with concern. Doctor, please check if she's injured badly. The doctor examined her and reassured. Fortunately, it's just a sprain. The bones are fine. Rest well and apply ice to alleviate the pain. Thank you, doctor, Pei Tingsu replied politely. The doctor added, the conditions here are rudimentary. If it's really painful, you should head to the hospital as soon as possible. Why Yu Zhaojiu nodded. I feel better now. It's a pity about that big fish. If we had caught it, we would have surely claimed first place. Pei Tingsu looked at her, surprised by her down-to-earth demeanor despite being a wealthy heiress. No worries, I'll try again. We still have time. We will definitely secure first place. He picked up his fishing rod and resumed fishing. Yao Ji was pushed over by her assistant and, upon seeing the injured Yu Zhaojiu, expressed her concern. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have involved you. Why Yu Zhaojiu's hostility diminished, and she calmly replied, it was my own carelessness. I'm fine. Ning Qiutang noticed she wanted to leave and supported her as they walked away, only to unexpectedly bump into him. Lu Washu looked pleasantly surprised. What a coincidence, Miss Ning, we meet again. Ning Qiutang paused, recalling he was an investor familiar with the entertainment industry, so it was not unusual for him to be around. Hello, Mr. Liu. After exchanging greetings, she guided the gossiping Yu Jiao to walk past him. Lu Washu, with his refined demeanor, called out, I hear there's a bonfire party tonight. Will you be attending? The implication was clear. Ning Qiutang turned back, about to decline when Jiang Sheng suddenly appeared in front of her, dismissively saying, she has a date. She is not available. Ning Qiutang did not deny it. In her past life, she had to escape her own fate, and she couldn't drag others down with her. All she hoped for this time was that Lu Washu would live well. Lu Washu observed their subtle exchanges and seemed to understand. All right, we'll meet again another time. He gracefully turned and left while Yu Jiao watched the peculiar tension, surprised that her best friend had a connection with this seemingly charming and mature man. Jiang Sheng looked at the nonchalant girl with a smirk. What a coincidence, you ran into him again. Older men like that aren't to be trusted, you know. You're only 18, and he is already pursuing you relentlessly. While Yu Jiao was stunned. Was the young master feeling jealous? Ning Qiutang shot him an exasperated glance, retorting, do you think everyone is like you, dark and twisted? Besides, I've only met him twice, both times by chance. If anything, you're the one being persistent. You're just as bad. Yu Jiao secretly gave her best friend a thumbs up, impressed by her sharp retort. Jiang Sheng stepped closer, his presence imposing as he spoke. Comparing me to him is absurd. There is a disparity between people. He doesn't have to do much for you to regard. Jiang Sheng was enveloped in a palpable air of resentment, his gaze fixated on Ning Qiutang with an almost mournful intensity. Yu Jiao felt a sudden chill in the sweltering summer heat, and promptly tugged at her best friend's hand, suggesting they retreat to a more open space if all else failed. She proposed, one could always hurl a stone at him. With an abundance of rocks scattered about, it would be easy to pick one up and throw it at him. She firmly believed that the Jiang family would be magnanimous and biased in favor of Ning Qiutang's defense. Ning Qiutang blinked and suddenly remarked, do you see that stone over there? Jiang Sheng, perplexed, followed her pointed finger and spotted a hefty 30-pound rock nearby. What about it? Go ahead and lift it, Ning Qiutang calmly commanded. Watching with anticipation as he remained proud and unyielding, Jiang Sheng, with a knowing look, approached the stone without hesitation and lifted it, declaring, all right, I'll indulge you this once. Once he had it in his grasp. Ning Qiutang's lips curved into a subtle smile, her spirits lifted considerably. Just stand still. She then quickly took Yu Jiao's hand and walked away. Jiang Sheng, surprisingly, stood motionless, still clutching the stone. While Yu Jiao turned back repeatedly, incredulous at the sight of the notoriously unruly young master obediently standing there. Goodness, this audacious young master is actually complying? What sort of esoteric training has he undergone recently? Even dog trainers could learn a thing or two from you. Ning Qiutang, without looking back, boarded the van and organized her assignments. I can't play with you anymore. I truly must return home. While Yu Jiao nodded, reluctantly letting her go. And what about young Master Jiang? Are we really leaving him standing in the sun? Ning Qiutang replied, with his personality, he'll find it embarrassing to stand there for long and will move on his own. He won't truly heed my words. What if he really doesn't move? Yu Jiao pondered, thinking Jiang Sheng might genuinely be turning over a new leaf, feeling an urge to lay bare her heart. Ning Qiutang confidently asserted, that's impossible. While Yu Jiao hesitated, but ultimately watched as her cousin drove away. An hour later, Ning Qiutang returned home, promptly heading to the shower to change clothes. She then reclined in her air-conditioned room, indulging in chilled watermelon while watching a movie, relishing the moment. Ning's mother knocked on the door. Sweetheart, Xiaoyao is here. Ning Qiutang opened the door for her mother, asking, what does he want? He says he has come to play. He hasn't been here for several days. Ning's mother observed the slight blush on her daughter's cheeks, likely from the sun exposure over the past couple of days. Is your sunscreen ineffective? Ning Qiutang initially intended to discuss matters with her parents. Is Dad home today? Yes, but he'll be leaving shortly. Ning's mother looked tenderly at her daughter. Ning Qiutang took her mother's hand and led her to the study. I have something important to discuss with both you and Dad. Ning's mother nodded, and the duo entered the study where Ning's father was engrossed in documents. Ning Qiutang seated her parents and poured them each a cup of tea before speaking slowly. Mom, Dad, could we consider relocating our business entirely overseas and live abroad as well? Ning's father and mother exchanged bewildered glances. The implications of her statement were significant. Ning's mother calmly inquired. What's the matter? Do you not enjoy being in the country? Besides, you're still betrothed to Jiangsheng. Mom, I'll be honest. I don't wish to marry him, so can we call off the engagement? Additionally, I want to study abroad, so it's better for us to go overseas. Ning Qiutang's intentions were clear, and her parents would certainly understand, although her interactions with Jiangxing had revealed troubling signs. She still wished to uncover the truth in the remaining time. Yet, she was determined to leave. This was a form of insurance, ensuring she had a way out, no matter what transpired. After a moment of silence, her father spoke. Ending an engagement is no trifling matter, especially with the Jiang family involved. If you've truly made up your mind, we as your parents will certainly understand and support you. However, relocating our entire business abroad won't be easy, nor can it be done swiftly. I will need a year for preparations. Ning's mother nodded in agreement, gazing at her daughter with utmost affection. Indeed. Whatever you wish to pursue, your parents will unconditionally support you. I only want my daughter to be happy. This matter must be handled discreetly. For now, focus on preparing for your studies abroad. Ning Qiutang felt deeply moved by her parents' unwavering love. Recognizing their selflessness. In her previous life, she had disappointed them and inadvertently led them to a tragic fate. This time, she vowed to save everyone she cared about. You go play with Xiao Yao. I need to discuss something with your mother. Ning's father suggested she step outside first, as adult matters were evidently more complex. Ning Qiutang understood the difficulty of her situation but felt compelled to address it unless the Jiang family chose to let it slide. Yet, given Jiangxing's vengeful nature, it was unlikely he would allow her to escape unscathed. Outside, Ning Xiaoyao hurried down the stairs, covering his mouth as he rushed, having overheard a conversation. His cousin wished to break the engagement and wanted to move abroad, possibly taking the whole family with her. Ning Xiaoyao questioned whether he had misheard. It all seemed so sudden. Should he inform third brother? No, he decided. He could differentiate between kinship and distance. This was something he needed to keep secret. When he reached downstairs, he took a sip of water to calm his nerves. Ning Qiutang looked at her brother, puzzled. Have you stirred up trouble again? Ning Xiaoyao, with a stiff neck, insisted. Not at all. Am I really just a troublemaker in your eyes? Ning Qiutang wanted to nod in agreement but refrained, concerned about hurting his pride. So what exactly are you here for? Ning Xiaoyao hesitated. Scratching his head. Actually, it's nothing much. Sister, you're my wonderful sister. Just tell me what's going on. Ning Qiutang exclaimed, slapping his head lightly. His hesitance usually signified something significant. Ning Xiaoyao pouted, mumbling, I lost my mom's heirloom in a bet, and I was hoping Brother Xing could help me out. Ning Qiutang stared at him, incredulous. Who did you gamble with this time? You dare wager your mother's heirloom? Why not just gamble your own head? Ning Xiaoyao wailed. I didn't know it was intentional by Lu Feixing. He's just bullying me because I'm younger and have no one to back me up. Lu Feixing, you're finished. That young master is just like Qin Dang and his group of wealthy friends. You brought this upon yourself. I told you not to associate with those people. Ning Qiutang sighed. Realizing why her brother had approached Jiangxing for help, he was indeed the only one who could assist him now. Go plead with Jiangxing yourself. I can't help you. Remembering her earlier request of Jiangxing, she felt like a clay figurine crossing the river, unable to save herself. Chapter 60. She who loves yet cannot attain. With this thought, Ning Qiutang opened her phone to check her messages. Yu Jiao, still at the camp, had sent her a video. Sweetheart, did you really make him stand still? What if he comes back for revenge later? Ning Qiutang noted the timestamp of the message, just minutes ago. Jiangxing had been standing in the sun for quite some time, clutching the stone. She didn't feel sorry for him. Compared to her own suffering, this was trivial. Yet, a sense of unease lingered. Would he truly plot against her? Never mind. She needed to maintain calm before leaving, ensuring a harmonious parting. She called Yu Jiao. Hello, sweetheart. What's up? Yu Jiao answered promptly. Ning Qiutang first inquired, how's your hand? Yu Jiao, munching on something, replied, it's fine. Are you hoping I could tell Jiangxing he doesn't need to stand anymore? Ning Qiutang responded affirmatively. By the way, you must keep our plans to move abroad confidential. Understood. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. After hanging up, Ning Qiutang turned to Ning Xiaoyao. My relationship with Jiangxing isn't as close as you think. One must have a story to tell. And not everything requires seeking help from others. I'll accompany you to retrieve the heirloom. Recalling Lu Feixing and his entourage's misdeeds, she contemplated potential. Ning Xiaoyao cautioned her sister not to go to the wrong place. Ning Qiutang glared at him, genuinely perplexed as to whether this foolish brother was truly anxious or merely pretending. Mind your own business. Regardless, I can retrieve the items for you, and this will be the last time. Ning Xiaoyao, if you continue to act recklessly, do not expect me to intervene again. Understood. Sister. I was wrong, and I will heed your words from now on. Ning Xiaoyao hastily grasped her sleeve, offering a sincere apology. Ning Qiutang shrugged off his grip, knowing his promises were empty. This was always the case. Before long, they arrived at the Yu residence, where she informed the butler of her visit to Miss Yu. They were promptly escorted to the flower room. Yu Moli had a profound affection for flowers. Being unable to see, she relied on their fragrance and sounds. The girl in the white dress diligently cared for her blossoms. Her expression brimming with anticipation, Ning Qiutang noticed several cards hanging from the flowers, each adorned with heartfelt blessings, likely sent by Lu Feixing. The two had grown up together, childhood friends, but had since parted ways. Lu Feixing had continued to look after his former sister. Hello. Yu Moli sensed the presence of a stranger, her vacant eyes directed toward her. Ning Qiutang approached, gently taking her hand. Greetings, Miss Yu. Do you remember me? I am Ning Qiutang. Yu Moli felt the coolness of her palm and offered a faint smile. I remember. Miss Ning, do you have something to discuss? She was well acquainted with her flower room. Leading Ning Qiutang to a tea table where she gracefully prepared tea to honor her guest. Let me be direct. Miss Moli. Lu Feixing has schemed to take away my brother's family heirloom. And this matter is rather disgraceful. Could you assist me in retrieving it? If we, the younger generation, cannot resolve this privately, it may escalate, and neither family will emerge with dignity, not to mention Lu Feixing will surely face repercussions. Ning Qiutang indeed had a contingency plan, involving their elders if necessary, but that path was fraught with complications, creating another enemy in the process. Ning Xiaoyao curiously observed the girl his sister was earnestly addressing. Could she truly lend a hand? He bore no disdain for the blind, yet he wondered why Lu Feixing would heed her, given the young master's notoriously rebellious temperament. Yu Moli had not heard that name in a long time, and a shadow of sadness crossed her face. Why would Brother Lu scheme to take your brother's family heirloom? Ning Qiutang kicked her brother lightly. What do you think? Ning Xiaoyao stammered. What else could it be? He simply cannot stand to see others happy. I have no idea who offended him, but he must find someone to make an example of. I did indeed draw some attention that day, but it hardly warranted such drastic measures, Miss Yu. I certainly did not provoke him intentionally. Yu Moli was familiar with Lu Feixing's temperament and acknowledged that he could indeed fly into a rage for no apparent reason. I cannot guarantee I can help you retrieve it, but let us try. Ning Qiutang replied apologetically. I only came to disturb you because I felt I had no other choice. If this poses any difficulty for you, or if you're unwilling, that is perfectly fine. I shall seek other means. I have not seen Brother Lu for 2 years. It is about time I do. Yu Moli shook her head, indicating that it was not a significant issue. She simply missed Lu Feixing, who once tended to her flowers and sang to her. Now, however, she felt an overwhelming solitude. Ning Qiutang sighed in relief, supporting her as they stepped outside. Do not worry. I will ensure your safety, even if my brother and I encounter trouble. Are you suggesting Brother Lu would harm me? He would never. Brother Lu is the kindest person in the world to me. Yu Moli smiled faintly, her grip on Ning Qiutang's hand tightening, her face brightening with anticipation at the thought of reuniting with Lu Feixing. She could not understand why he had not come to see her in 2 years. Did he truly mean to forget her? Ning Qiutang recalled their past life, where they seemed to only gaze at one another, filled with disappointment, and felt a pang of regret, wondering if there was some misunderstanding between them. It appeared that since Yu Moli returned to her family, their correspondence had ceased. Was she, then, a bridge connecting them? Indeed, Lu Feixing held her in special regard, which was precisely why she sought Yu Moli. Ning Qiutang observed the lovesick Miss Yu and saw a reflection of her own unrequited love. At this moment, she dared not entertain such feelings. Chapter 61. Only trust Jiangxing on their way to the night banquet. Both Ning Qiutang and Ning Xiaoyao received a phone call from Jiangxing and Lu Feixing. The siblings lowered their voices as they answered. Jiangxing's tone was ominous. Where are you? I just left your house. Ning Qiutang almost replied that she was at home, but quickly swallowed the words. I am at the library studying. Jiangxing, you are about to take your college entrance exams. How can you so shamelessly indulge in frivolity? I must focus on my studies. The library was the furthest location from the night banquet, requiring over 2 hours to return, ample time to fabricate a lie. What if I go to the library and do not see you? What do you think will happen? Jiangxing was clearly driving, his voice laced with barely concealed fury. Ning Qiutang fell silent. Then calmly responded, if you wish to retaliate against me, you will have to wait your turn. I am currently too busy. She decisively hung up. Whatever, she thought. Let's first deal with the matter at hand. Yu Moli suddenly remarked. That was Jiangxing's voice. You know him? Ning Qiutang was taken aback. Apart from the lack of connection between the Jiang and Yu families, how could the reclusive Yumoli have met Jiangxing? Yumoli explained, yes, for years ago, I was taken to the Qingmu sanatorium, and it was because of Jiangsheng that I was not bullied. I have yet to properly thank him. Ning Qiutang did not doubt her words, but found it curious. Jiangsheng did not strike her as a good person, nor did he seem like someone who would act heroically. Merely passing by without causing harm was a high compliment. Why did he help you? She inquired. If there is an issue, it is best to ask. That is what a good student would do. Why Yumoli pondered for a moment before responding. I suppose he felt relieved to see another living person. What do you mean? Ning Qiutang recalled Jiangxing's candid confessions. If Yumoli was considered a living person, what did that make her? Yumoli grasped the fabric of her clothing, pulling her closer and whispering, I have a secret that I cannot reveal. Initially, I was not blind. I lost my sight because I saw something I should not have. Miss Ning, no matter how absurd or bizarre this world may seem, you must believe that someone loves you dearly. And I have been waiting for you, truly. The beads on Jiangsheng's wrist. Those must never be removed. There are 7 of them, and if they shatter, we will both perish. Ning Qiutang's eyes widened in shock. Her expression one of disbelief. Were these words not overly bizarre? Yumoli blinked, holding her hand tightly, her face resolute. I may soon become mute, and you may doubt anyone, but never doubt Jiangxing. Suddenly, a car accident occurred. Before Ning Qiutang could react, she instinctively shielded Yumoli. The vehicle screeched to a halt, and they were thrown against their seats. Ning Qiutang felt dizzy, her long hair swirling around her as she clutched the seat. Momentarily disoriented. Yumoli quickly reassured her. I am fine. Are you all right? Ning Xiaoao climbed up. I am okay. Ning Qiutang sensed something within her mind being swiftly erased, and panic surged. She hurriedly retrieved a pin from her bag, attempting to write on her arm, but despite the pin appearing intact, it refused to leave a mark. The thing she had forgotten multiplied. With determination, she pierced the pin's tip into her skin, enduring the pain as she inscribed 4 words. Trust Jiangxing. In the next moment, everything she had just heard vanished from her mind, and she felt a sharp pain in her arm, watching her blood-soaked hand, and the words as tears blurred her vision. Why trust Jiangxing? Why? Yumoli anxiously queried. Miss Ning, what is wrong? Who is Jiangxing? Ning Qiutang sensed something was amiss. No, it was wrong. She suddenly clutched Yumoli's hand, tears streaming down her cheeks. You do not know him. Ning Qiutang casually tended to the marks on her arm, pulling her sleeve down to conceal them. She appeared unperturbed by the notion that these scars might leave lasting impressions, as if what she truly desired was for them never to be erased. At long last, the evening banquet commenced. Ning Qiutang guided Yumoli inside. Lu Faxian was engrossed in a card game with Lin Ziyuan when a subordinate approached, informing him that Ning Xiaoao had arrived with company. Lin Ziyuan scoffed, remarking, recently, Jiangxing has been drawing closer to the Ning family. If he has summoned the young Master Jiang, will you not find yourself leaving here on a stretcher? He added, I'm more concerned he won't show up. Lu Faxian, with his dyed blonde hair, exuded a strikingly handsome demeanor that defied the usual ruffian stereotype. Upon hearing footsteps, he arrogantly lifted his gaze, only to find himself transfixed by the girl beside Ning Qiutang. Xiaomoli, he exclaimed. Lu Gidge, I've come to find you, Yumoli replied, her innocent smile illuminating her otherwise vacant eyes, reminiscent of twinkling stars. Lu Faxian hastened over, almost stumbling as he seized Xiaomoli from their midst. Why did you come out with them? It's far too dangerous, he scolded. Ning Qiutang, have you lost your mind? Do you not realize Xiaomoli's health is fragile? His fury was palpable. This woman was cunning. Having summoned Xiaomoli to manipulate him. It was no wonder Jiangsheng held her in disdain. Ning Xiaoyao immediately interjected, return my family heirloom at once. Ning Qiutang restrained her brother, urging him to remain silent, and calmly regarded the opposition. Is it strength you rely upon to oppress the weak? Xiaoyao is simple-minded. Even without bait, he would bite the hook. Why must you covet another's heirloom? Surely you understand that for you. Right and wrong hold no significance, only your own amusement. Today, seeing Xiaomoli should bring you joy, so return what is ours. I doubt you wish for her to witness your disgraceful behavior. Yumoli clutched Lu Faxian's sleeve, pleading, Lu Gidge, please return their belongings, or I shall be quite upset. Lu Faxian felt a blend of frustration and helplessness as he gazed at the long unseen Xiaomoli, his heart in turmoil. But I'll lose. Then again, as long as I can see you, losing doesn't matter. I can return the item to you, but it is no longer in my possession. The youth smirked, his expression mischievous, seemingly intentional. Yumoli grasped his hand. Why would you do this? Is it intentional? Lu Faxian gently squeezed her hand, attempting to placate her. Qin Dang asked for it back. and he offered me a car in exchange, which I naturally accepted. Ning Xiaoyao was incensed. This was merely a game to them. If it is no longer yours, why summon me here? You could have simply said to look for Qin Dang. Lin Xuan observed the unfolding drama from a distance. Disinterested in gossip but intrigued by the spectacle, particularly when it involved women at odds. But Qin Dang is present as well, Lu Feixing remarked as he settled Yumoli down, showing no inclination to engage with them. Yumoli playfully touched him. You seem to have grown taller and more imposing since a few years ago. Indeed, I now stand at 185 cm, Lu Feixing replied, feeling a rush of affection for her. Yumoli chimed in, if you are so strong now, you ought not to bully the weak, especially by stealing someone else's heirloom. Would you kindly return it? Her petite stature made her appear younger than her years. And her gentle, melodic voice was utterly enchanting. Just as Lu Feixing was about to respond, Qin Dang strode in with Shen Wanwan, arrogantly kicking the door open, his head bandaged, casting a glance at Ning Qiutang who stood alone. Oh, Jiang Sheng hasn't he arrived? He sneered. This young master is quite fortunate. Having just been hospitalized last night, he emerges today, undeterred by his injuries. Upon seeing Shen Wanwan, Ning Qiutang instinctively sensed trouble, as if their energies clashed inherently. After Jiang Sheng had dealt with her so harshly last time, had she truly returned to provoke him again? He is not acquainted with me. His presence or absence bears no significance, she thought. Eager to resolve the matter swiftly, Ning Xiaoyao, spotting the girl beside Qin Dang, remarked, ISNT that Shen Xingxing's sister, surely, this bodes ILL.at last. Her foolish brother displayed some wit. Qin Dang lounged in his seat, observing her with the airs of a spoiled heir. If he has tea come, you're finished. If you desire your family heirloom, it's quite simple. He made a call, and soon, an abundance of alcohol was brought forth, nearly overflowing the table. By your own words, this is a private matter. You don't wish to escalate it, do you? Ning Xiaoyao lost. He must either pay 100 million, without borrowing or using anyone else's funds, or drink all this alcohol. Ning Xiaoyao had no such wealth. Even if he were kidnapped, he wouldn't reach that sum. Moreover, both siblings from the Ning family struggled with alcohol. Drink. I'll risk it all, Ning Xiaoyao declared boldly. Ning Qiutang interjected, attempting to restrain her impulsive brother, exposing the young master's deceit. Everyone knows that young Master Qin is notorious for his untrustworthiness. Trusting your words is akin to believing a sow can climb a tree. Qin Dang smiled coldly, his expression rife with malicious intent. Believe what you will. If you wish to forfeit your claim, so be it. Who says we don't want it? You can place your family heirloom beneath the bottles, and we'll drink at our leisure. You are not to interfere. Ning Qiutang glared at him, her previously delicate demeanor now imbued with resolve. Should you refuse, we shall abandon it, and we'll see whose family holds more power. The Ning family was no easy target, after all. Qin Dang's expression darkened. Ha, sharp-tongued. Are we? I'll leave it here and watch how you retrieve it. He glanced at the girl beside him. Shen Wanwan produced a bracelet from her bag, placing it beneath a bottle, her tone dripping with significance. So this is your family heirloom. No wonder it's so unimpressive. The bracelet was not particularly rare, but held sentimental value, said to belong to Ning Xiaoyao's mother's family. A token of love from generations past, thus, it was precious. Ning Qiutang realized that the woman had dropped her pretense. Where once she feigned gentleness and purity, she now showed her true colors. Of course, once you touch it, it becomes tainted. Qin Dang, defending his companion, glared at them with malice. Enough chatter. Hurry up. Ning Xiaoyao shared a glance with his sister, understanding her silent cue. He boldly lifted a bottle, proclaiming, a drink. He gulped down the contents for a full minute before finishing. While Yumoli felt uneasy, grasping the young man's hand. Miss Ning, please help. Were it not for you, when would we have met? Lu Feixing was reluctant to meddle, as they had all maintained a respectful distance. It's fine. Don't concern yourself with them. You've been out too long. I'll escort you home. He attempted to lead Xiao Moli away. No, you must help. Otherwise, I may never see you again, she insisted, her nails digging into his arm. Lu Feixing found himself utterly defeated. If Qin Dang proves untrustworthy, I shall assist them. Just as he finished speaking, the two siblings, in their inebriation, caused Ning Xiaoyao to lurch and crash onto the table, bottles rolling to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Qiutang snatched the bracelet. Run. The pair dashed toward the entrance, only to find a wall of black-clad bodyguards blocking their escape. Without hesitation, Ning Xiaoyao stood protectively beside his sister. Even if I must be beaten to death today, I will not allow you to approach my sister. Qin Dang was unfazed by their little ruse. He had already prepared for their arrival. Even if they chose not to drink today, they would remain trapped. Shenhuanan grinned, confident of her impending triumph. Ning Qiutang quickly grasped the situation. The theft of the bracelet was a trap set for her, a scheme meticulously crafted to ensnare her. Qin Dang, do you wish to harm me? Are you not afraid my parents would retaliate against the Qin family? The Ning family was not to be trifled with. He believed that as a Jiang, he could. Moreover, you mentioned that I owe you an apology, and while it may not seem significant to let off some steam, I have indeed experienced the discomfort of being pursued by you in the past. Ning Qiutang did not expect him to engage in self-reflection. They deliberately set a trap for me. Jiang Sheng nodded, a wicked smile playing on his lips. I shall assist you in dealing with them. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me, even just a little? Ning Qiutang felt the heat of his sincere gaze and, recalling the words etched on her arm, hesitated for a few seconds before replying directly. I forgive you to the extent of 0.1%. Very well. A small step is still a step forward. Is it not? Jiangxing felt a profound gratitude toward this fool. Without Qin Dang, he would not have so swiftly chipped away at Ning Qiutang's seemingly impenetrable defenses. Ning Xiaoao exchanged knowing glances with his sister, saying, Look, Shengge truly has a special affection for you. He treats you exceptionally well. Ning Qiutang pushed her silly brother away, unwilling to engage in conversation. Qin Dang could no longer tolerate it. Why were they ignoring his own romantic endeavors? Treating him like air. Jiangxing, I am truly showing you leniency. He recklessly grabbed a nearby chair and hurled it at him. Jiangxing pulled Ning Qiutang aside and raised his hand to block the chair, effortlessly catching its edge and flinging it aside. Seeking death, are you? In the next instant, Jiangxing glanced at the ominous, shadowy sky, as if some peril lurked quietly, heralding an impending storm. It appeared my suspicions were confirmed. A captivating smile played at the corners of his mouth, and his icy gaze seemed ready to pierce the very fabric of the world, unstoppable by anyone. Suddenly, one of the beads on his wrist bracelet shattered. The broken bead splintered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. Jiangxing frowned slightly. At the moment the bead fractured, it felt as though a nail had been driven violently into his heart. This agony was not physical, but rather a sensation of pain without a wound. Mental anguish 999. His complexion turned ashen in an instant as he picked up the shattered bead, discovering something peculiar about its fragments. They did not resemble wood. What was this? Send me to the Bosch testing facility. Very well. Uncle Wang casually glanced at the young master through the rearview mirror, taken aback. Why did the young prince's face suddenly turn so pale? Are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital? 20 kilometers away, there's a temple. Old Master Jiang, troubled, opened his eyes. Suddenly, the master burst in. Old Master, Jiangxing's longevity tablet is shattered. Our methods may not suffice. It seems he is marked for a short life. Don't panic. Let us first investigate the situation. Old Master Jiang despised the mention of that term. The esteemed master, a figure of great renown with considerable abilities, sighed under the old man's scrutinizing gaze. The two then proceeded to the hall. Behind the golden Buddha statue, the young disciple presented a tray, upon which lay the broken longevity tablet. Ba, it seems this is fate. This was the first time in his life that the master had encountered such an event. In truth, Jiang Sheng, the heir of the Jiang family, had faced countless tribulations since childhood. Almost stillborn, he was saved only after his mother made 3 bows and 9 kowtows at the temple seeking blessings, surviving the snowstorm that followed. 4, he nearly drowned. Only barely rescued. 9, he was kidnapped and taken abroad, where those ruthless criminals could have easily killed him. Yet, the young prince clawed his way out from the pile of corpses, after being rescued. At 16, driven by vengeance, he ventured alone into the perilous Golden Triangle, eliminating their leader and those who had wronged him. Then there was the incident 4 years ago at the Aoki Sanatorium, where Jiangxing attempted suicide multiple times, but none were successful. The old man had always believed it was a matter of the family's feng shui, until, once more, he sought the temple, convinced that it had the power to save his grandson then. And it surely could do so now. With the master's assistance, they had crafted the longevity tablet, hoping to extend Jiangxing's life with the endless incense offerings. The master claimed Jiangxing bore the mark of a short life, destined not to live long. The old man refused to accept this notion. How could one's life be predetermined? Who was heaven? He himself was heaven. Enough of your superstitious talk. Recently, Jiangxing has done nothing to warrant the breaking of the longevity tablet. Old Master Zhang's expression darkened. The Jiang family had high hopes for Jiangxing. Fortune tellers had proclaimed that he embodied the pinnacle of prosperity for the Jiang family, which was already quite wealthy and powerful. But only Jiangxing could elevate them further. Moreover, his concern for Jiangxing extended beyond mere family interests. Jiangxing was raised by him and his wife, their cherished jewel, though he was strict. It was because the boy had grown accustomed to mischief, capable of turning the world upside down. Additionally, their reluctance to allow Ning Qiutang to break off the engagement stemmed from the fortune teller's assertion that only one person in this world could save Jiangxing, Ning Qiutang. Their fates were intertwined, a match made in heaven. Without marriage, fortune would evade them, leading to an early demise. The master continued to rotate the prayer beads. I cannot predict fortunes either, logically, having bestowed the prayer beads upon him. There shouldn't be any issues, I cannot fathom it. Old Master Jiang's expression soured. Bring me my heavy hammer. I will smash this Buddha statue. Wait a moment. It's not that there is no solution. Let us arrange the engagement first. The master hurriedly stopped suddenly. A piercing headache assailed him as he leaned against the wall and slowly crouched down. No, he would never harm Ning Qiutang. He, Jiangcheng, would absolutely never inflict harm upon her. Why could he not recall anything about his time at Qingmu Sanatorium? What had he truly discovered there? Young master, the Qingmu Sanatorium was disbanded shortly after your discharge. All medical staff and patients have either vanished or been relocated elsewhere. Many are now untraceable. The one who orchestrated the disbandment was the old master. His assistant entered, holding a stack of documents. Surprised to see the young master display such a helpless expression for the first time. After all, the young master was invincible and feared nothing. Why would he feel helpless? Jiangqing glanced at the documents. Finding them largely unhelpful, only the old master likely held the answers. However, he caught sight of a name, Yumoli. Had they resided in the same place? Let us go. Jiangqing stood, realizing he could only inquire with a few individuals. Ning Qiutang, Shen Wanan, the old master, and Yumoli. The next day, Ning Qiutang appeared as though she had not slept a wink, rushing towards the young man waiting at the school gate with her backpack. Likewise, Jiangqing bore an equally haggard appearance, his dark eyes shadowed with gloom. Ning Qiutang offered him breakfast, saying, "You must eat breakfast every day. Otherwise, you could develop appendicitis." Jiangqing silently acknowledged her with a murmur. Ning Qiutang sensed something was amiss. Her gaze fell upon the missing bead from the prayer beads on his wrist. Why is one missing? Her reaction was somewhat exaggerated, though she herself could not understand why it stirred her so deeply. Chapter 66. Are you truly her? Noticing her strange reaction, Jiangqing immediately retorted, "What is the issue with one bead missing? What harm could it cause?" Ning Qiutang found herself unable to articulate her thoughts. Her heart in turmoil as if clawing at her insides. She felt an overwhelming urge to speak, yet words eluded her. Her mind was a blank slate, convinced the bead held significance, though she could not explain its importance. Jiangqing regarded her with an enigmatic gaze, slowly articulating, "You've forgotten." Ning Qiutang faltered. Had she truly forgotten? I don't know. The hue of Jiangqing's eyes darkened, cold and unforgiving, as he pressed on. So your initial aloofness towards me stemmed from that dream. You believed I should be with Shen Wanan, and in the dream, your affection for me incited my wrath, leading me to cruelly harm you. Thus, you resolved to distance yourself from me. His words flowed with clarity, devoid of preamble, leaving Ning Qiutang stunned, her gaze fixed on his grim, rebellious countenance. She found herself nodding in acknowledgement. Are you certain it was me? Did I truly inflict such torment upon you? Seeing her acquiescence, Jiangqing felt no particular joy. It implied that the dream might not have been mere fantasy. Who could deny the concept of past lives? Shen Wanan was not merely Shen Wanan. Ning Qiutang might not be Ning Qiutang either. Ning Qiutang struggled to respond. Had she been asked before, she would have vehemently affirmed, "Yes, it was him. I was tormented to the brink of despair." Yet now, uncertainty clouded her mind, a voice urging her to refrain from hating Jiangqing, to trust him. She shook her head, rendered speechless. Jiangqing, however, firmly grasped her arm, his gaze as cold as a hawk's. "And you? Ning Qiutang, who are you? Are you truly her?" In his perception, they belonged to the same world. Yet, if Ning Qiutang, like Shen Wanan, were an outsider, he could almost guarantee that if he had indeed harmed her, it could only mean one thing. She was not Ning Qiutang. In an instant, Ning Qiutang grasped the gravity of his question, recognizing the same murderous intent reflected in his eyes from their past life. She pushed him away, exclaiming, "Jiangqing, can you not recognize me as Ning Qiutang? Do you truly fail to see who I am? If someone has taken control of me, would you even be able to discern it?" Jiangqing's expression turned icy as he unhesitatingly pulled her back, scrutinizing her face, which seemed subtly altered from his memories. He suddenly embraced her tightly, his voice tinged with a rare confusion. "Ning, you are all I have. You are my only anchor. In this world where truth and illusion intertwined, Ning Qiutang represented the sole person he could trust, the only one he perceived as real. He had to hold on to her. With her face pressed against his chest, she could hear the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, her eyes reddening. She did not return the embrace but softly inquired, "Are you afraid?" She too felt fear, having lived for so many years only to discover that the world was not as she had envisioned, that there were forces working to obstruct their quest for truth. "I am not afraid. I am simply lost, unaware of anything." Jiang Qing's heart calmed, and he slowly released her, his gaze fixed on her exquisite features. Ning Qiutang had many unanswered questions of her own, yet she managed to smile reassuringly, declaring, "If fate is indeed guiding us, then it seems the heavens are on our side. Otherwise, we would truly know nothing at all. Given the peculiar events, if those attempting to thwart them truly wished to conceal the truth, they would not have permitted their rebirths, nor would they have allowed Jiang Qing to differ from others. Let us find a place to converse at leisure." Jiang Qing nodded in agreement, and they made their way towards the reading pavilion, where the campus was filled with the sounds of students engrossed in their studies, oblivious to their presence. After the boy and girl in blue and white uniforms settled down, the morning sun cascaded upon them. Jiang Qing spoke first. "I had the prayer beads analyzed, and it turns out this is my heart." "Huh?" Ning Qiutang, even after grasping the absurdities of this world, was taken aback by such a claim. "Are you saying this object is your heart?" Jiang Qing continued, observing her bewildered expression. "Don't worry, I double-checked, and my actual heart is perfectly intact. Yet, curiously, the bead revealed my DNA and cardiac tissue structure. And it is crimson when immersed in the decomposition fluid, exuding a metallic scent." Ning Qiutang, unable to comprehend the situation surrounding the bead, suggested, "This was brought down from a temple. Perhaps we should consult the temple's master or grandfather Jiang." Jiang Qing nodded. "Shall we go after school?" Ning Qiutang, with nothing pressing to attend to, agreed to investigate the matter further. The two fell into silence, but Ning Qiutang finally spoke. "You were right earlier. Your suspicions are valid. I am indeed not the same Ning Qiutang I once was. What I mean is, the former me and the current me differ because I have attained enlightenment through past lives, and my dreams were indeed real. As for your question about whether I can be certain you are you, I'm afraid I cannot, as my memory seemed fragmented." Then, returning to the original question, "What prompted your sudden interest in me?" "Because I believed you to be akin to Shen Wanwan, and before I donned the prayer beads, I felt a visceral aversion towards you. This was not my intention. Rather, an external force compelled me to feel repulsion. Whenever I drew near, discomfort consumed me." Jiang Qing explained further, understanding that only through transparency could they truly trust one another. "Yet, I still yearned to be close to you. The more it resisted, the more I felt compelled to fight against it. Seeking ways to be with you, hoping to uncover some truths." Ning Qiutang pondered, realizing, "So your injuries stem from resisting that force?" "Indeed." Jiang Qing gazed deeply into her eyes, feeling the sunlight enveloping her in a golden glow. After hearing his revelations, Ning Qiutang was nearly convinced that something sinister was indeed at play, likely the so-called system. Just as she prepared to share her discoveries, a chilling sensation coursed down her spine. Rendering her speechless, she stared intently at Jiang Qing, sealing her lips. Jiang Qing, however, suddenly cupped her face in his hands and, locking eyes with her, asked directly, "What is it that prevents you from speaking?" Ning Qiutang found herself unable to nod. Blinking a few times, her gaze sparkling with intensity, Jiang Qing, fixated on her eyes, removed the prayer beads from his wrist and placed them upon hers. "How about now?" Chapter 67. The male lead falls for the malicious female supporting character. Ning Qiutang felt she could move again, yet she still struggled to articulate her thoughts. She opted for a different approach. "Meet me at noon after class." She intended to return the prayer beads to him. Jiang Qing insisted, "You should wear them." Ning Qiutang felt an innate sense that the beads belonged to him and were tied to his very existence. "No, I believe I am not so easily perishable." Jiang Qing remained adamant. "Wearing them signifies your acceptance of my heart." His sudden declaration rendered Ning Qiutang momentarily speechless, prompting an eye roll as she retorted without hesitation, "Before I ascertain whether you truly killed me, I will not allow my heart to waver. If it was indeed you, then I shall repay you with a life." Jiang Qing interjected, observing her expression with utmost seriousness. Ning Qiutang sighed, noting that class was about to begin, urging him to hasten his breakfast, while she herself returned to attend her lessons. Jiang Qing sat on a bench in the pavilion, watching her figure vanish around the corner, gradually retracting his gaze as he stepped out into the brilliant sunlight. As he exited, he unexpectedly collided with the couple, Qin Dang and Shen Wanwan. Jiang Sheng cast a cursory glance at Shen Wanwan, noticing that her first look was at his wrist, drawn to the Buddhist beads. Shen Wanwan, believing herself to be clever, averted her gaze, standing beside Qin Dang with a beaming smile. Jiangxing, you haven't been eating during class lately. It seems like you're truly on the path of redemption. But is it too late? There was a veiled meaning in her words. Jiangxing detected this, the corners of his lips curling into a slightly audacious smile, puzzled by the woman's triumphant demeanor. What exactly were her assets and supports? Wanwan, while it said that a wayward son returning is worth more than gold, your situation is akin to a cataclysm when Jiang Taizi decides to turn back. But for me, it's different. I have never needed to look back. Qin Dang regarded Jiangxing, his longtime rival, with a provocative gaze, an expression of arrogance plastered on his face. Despite suffering several defeats, he remained unyielding, having forgotten the pain from past injuries. Yet his wounds had yet to heal as he sought yet another confrontation. Jiangxing approached, and surprisingly, Qin Dang instinctively took a step back. The youth let out a mocking laugh, delivering a punch to Qin Dang's abdomen. I welcome your continuous challenges. Let us see whether your bones are sturdier or my life is more resilient. Furthermore, you should be cautious about the woman beside you. Know your place and do not embarrass yourself in front of others. Jiangxing, do not look down on others. Wanwan is now the true heiress of the Su family. Even if she weren't, I would not disdain her. In my eyes, Wanwan is the most wonderful woman. Qin Dang, utterly infatuated, defended Shenwanan without hesitation, willing to fight for her. Shenwanan smiled slightly, satisfied with her leading man. Classmate Jiang, I believe there's been a misunderstanding. Why do you harbor such strong opinions against me? Although I once had feelings for you, I also know my place. I haven't clung to you. Now that I'm with Qin Dang, it's a fitting match, so why meddle in matters that do not concern you? Besides, Qin Dang is also participating in the competition, and we will surely win. Why are you telling him this? Who doesn't know that Jiang Taizi is a good-for-nothing, utterly unlearned? Just as Qin Dang finished belittling Jiangxing, Chen Jinsi and his companions appeared behind him. Young Master Chen delivered a swift kick to Qin Dang's back. What nonsense are you spouting, Qin Dang? Early in the morning. Did you eat something foul in the restroom? Chen Jinsi, still harboring resentment from being plotted against, found little solace in delivering a kick. Enraged, Qin Dang was ready to retaliate against Chen Jinsi, but Jiangxing intervened, reminding him, this is school. Be mindful. Chen Jinsi was taken aback. Third brother, what absurdity are you speaking? When have you ever cared about being in school? Shen Wanwan, wishing to avoid a direct confrontation, pulled Qin Dang away. Liu Qing, sipping his AD calcium milk, remarked, third brother, you don't look too well. Were you secretly watching films all night? Our third brother is aloof and abstinent, disdaining such things, you know. Zhao Linru shot him a glance. That's ridiculous, brother. Jiangxing observed them, a glint of darkness flickering in his eyes. Go see. Didn't you want that Bugatti Chiron? Consider it yours. Wow. Third brother, you're in a good mood today. That car is one of a kind in the world. It's not just exorbitantly priced, but you're giving it to me? Chen Jinsi felt as though he had won the lottery, overwhelmed with excitement, grateful for their brotherly bond. Liu Qing and Zhao Linru exchanged glances, sensing something amiss, while third brother was generous. This peculiar generosity felt unsettling. Only Chen Jinsi remained oblivious, like a naive fool. Indeed, it's yours. Jiangxing generously handed him the keys to his garage, allowing him to take it for a spin. Even Chen Jinsi, though dim-witted, sensed something was off. Third brother, I haven't caused any trouble lately. It's nothing. I simply wish to try something new. Those cars are of little use to me. If you like them, take them for a joyride. Jiangxing explained casually as he headed toward the classroom. Chen Jinsi exclaimed behind him, third brother is too good to me. I'd be willing to dedicate my life to him. Ning Qiutang returned to the classroom, discovering that Yu Jiao had already arrived. You're here quite early today. How was yesterday's outing? Yu Jiao's right hand was still somewhat incapacitated, but at least she didn't have to do homework. What a relief. It was fine. It seems Pei Tingsa still regards me as a little sister. Ning Qiutang wanted to say, isn't that so? He is practically a man approaching 30. If he didn't treat you kindly, his fans would tear him apart. Take your time. He certainly won't be pursuing a romantic relationship anytime soon. If you catch up to him, consider it a lucky break. By the way, what about that novel you mentioned to me earlier? Didn't you say it was worth reading? Yu Jiao rummaged through her desk, finally locating the novel she had overlooked for so long. Ning Qiutang opened the book, skimming through the pages. It's different now. I'm quite intrigued why Yu Jiao presented her other novels for her to see. Look, I think all of these are good reads, and I highly recommend this one, Little Rose. The male and female leads are truly tragic. The ending is a heart-wrenching. It infuriates me. I want to find the author and send her a blade. Ning Qiutang was captivated by the book Little Rose, immediately diving into its pages. It was about a male lead who fell for a malicious female supporting character, while the female lead opposed this. As they were the true couple, the system assisted the female lead in reclaiming her beloved and ensured the female antagonist's permanent disappearance. Yet, the author's name was absent. Indeed, this novel is so heart-wrenching. Although the male and female leads are the official couple, the characters have their own emotions. What's wrong with falling for the person they choose? The system's insistence on correcting the plot shows how much my sister has suffered. Yu Jiaojiao lamented. Chapter 68. Is she going to take action against Yu Jiaojiao? Ning Qiutang hurriedly read a few pages. The opening was explosive. The male and female leads reunited, with misunderstandings arising from the vicious female antagonist, leading to their 5-year separation. The malevolent female took advantage of her childhood friend's status to entangle them, resulting in constant misunderstandings, breakups, and ultimately a happily ever after. Notably, the ending of this novel mirrored her past life's conclusion. Was it mere coincidence? Aside from their different names and identities, many plot points felt eerily familiar. This included, but was not limited to, the vicious female antagonist sabotaging the female lead during a competition to snatch her fiancé, only to face dire consequences herself. Losing her guaranteed admission. On graduation day, she made a grand confession only to be rejected by the male lead, who turned to kiss the female lead in front of everyone, leaving her as the fool. Multiple times, she used her depression to force the male lead to stay by her side, leading to the female lead's misfortune. The male lead severed ties with the malevolent female, determined to divorce her as soon as possible and thoroughly loathed her. The male lead celebrated lavishly with his white moonlight on a luxury cruise, while the vicious female tried to sabotage them, resorting to various underhanded schemes, including kidnapping and hiring assassins. These were all actions she had taken in her previous life. Ning Qiutang traced the words on the page, as if witnessing that person's life unfold before her eyes, tears suddenly rolling down her cheeks and staining the pristine paper. Why are you crying? Am I right? This novel is utterly disgusting, and that male lead, who once adored the female lead, suddenly claims not to love her anymore. What a scoundrel! How could he bear to treat someone he once cherished so harshly? Yu Jiaojiao relentlessly criticized it, giving the book an 8.5 out of 10, saving 1.5 points for its absurdity. Ning Qiutang felt a pang in her heart and suddenly asked, "Do you think this male lead loves the vicious female antagonist?" She had never realized it before, but upon reflection, it was as if a novel had come to life. Moreover, Jiang Xing was far more charismatic than the male protagonist in that story, epitomizing the pinnacle of wealth and power in this world. Who, like this young prince, could truly be considered a paragon of affluence and attractiveness, without mentioning his retired general grandfather from the military or his esteemed grandmother from the field of scientific research. His mother was a diplomat and his father a magnate of a state-owned enterprise. His elder brother was a hero in the military, while his second brother was an exceptionally accomplished politician, currently serving as the third in command of the city, not to mention the numerous uncles and aunts excelling in various other fields. Children hailing from such a wealthy and prestigious family, including this golden spoon prince, were often depicted even more conservatively in novels. Ning Qiutang found herself unable to disclose the truth to her. Perhaps they were indeed characters from such a narrative. She remarked that the world resembled a grand farce, terrifyingly fictitious. With a sigh, she said, "What a coincidence." Indeed, it seemed the author had been secretly observing them. Yu Jiaojiao exclaimed thoughtlessly, but her words sent a chill down Ning Qiutang's spine. Was someone truly watching them? Was there someone manipulating their lives? Shen Wanwan breezed into the classroom, her demeanor radiant as she produced 2 certificates. The results of the poetry competition are out, and I am honored to announce that I have secured the first place. Of course, Ning classmate has also achieved the second place. Congratulations to you, Ning. Her words seemed to imply that no matter how wealthy one was or how prestigious their mentors, they would always play second fiddle to a girl from a humble background. Yu Jiaojiao slammed her hand on the table, rising to glare with hostility at the smiling white lotus on the podium. What of being second? Isn't that an honor? Your congratulations sounded more like a death knell. Shen Wanwan's expression shifted dramatically, glaring at the woman who spoke so indiscriminately, her anger palpable. Yu Jiaojiao, enough. Don't think I'm truly afraid of you. What kind of girl are you, spewing such filth? I congratulated her, and you twisted into something sinister. Second place is impressive. I didn't say anything wrong. Yu Jiaojiao seized a book from the table and hurled it at her, followed by a ceramic pen holder, a pencil case, and even a brick. A brick. Ning Qiutang was startled and quickly restrained her best friend's hand, exclaiming, "Wait, someone might get hurt. If that happens, you'll have to write a self-reflection, and I won't help you this time." You've already accumulated 30,000 words of reflections. Only then did Yu Jiaojia relent, her eyes filled with disdain as she gazed at the woman. Can you not keep your mouth shut? If you can't. So it's shut for you. Graduation is near. Flaunt your achievements all you want. But must you dance before us to showcase your superiority? Shen Wan'an glared at her, determined to make this woman pay. The system reminded her that Yu Jiaojiao's fate had ended rather early, and yes, it involved suicide. Could it be prevented? Yes. The host merely needed to have Yu Jiaojia harm Yao Ji. Shen Wan'an revealed a chilling smile. Choosing not to engage further, there was no need to argue with someone destined to die. Ning Qiutang instinctively felt that Shen Wan'an's smile held a calculating intent as she watched Yu Jiaojiao. Was she planning to harm Jiaojiao? Recalling the outcome from her previous life, she immediately pulled Yu Jiaojiao down and urged her, Jiaojiao, listen to me. Take your time with Pei Tingsu. It will yield good results. Besides, Yao Ji has asked me to help her find her former lover. Once Yao Ji has someone to care for her, Pei Tingsu will surely see your worth. You mustn't do anything foolish. Remember, as long as Yao Ji is alive, you and Pei Tingsu will inevitably be together. Yu Jiaojiu looked at her, perplexed by her seriousness. I understand. Why are you so earnest? Oh. I've come to realize that sometimes not getting what you want is okay. As long as he is happy. Perhaps the recent interactions had shown her that Pei Tingsu was far better than he appeared on the big screen, and someone like him deserved to be happy. Ning Qiutang's expression grew complex as she glanced at the beads on her wrist. Girding herself, she asked, do you believe in past lives? She couldn't say this was a fictional world or that they were merely characters. She could only speak of past lives. Are you unwell? Yu Jiaojiu looked at her sister with concern, fearing the woes of love had taken a toll. Chapter 69. Dare to bully Tang Yang, and I'll annihilate his entire family. Ning Qiutang grasped her hand and pulled her outside, to a secluded area, where she solemnly declared, no, I'm not sick. Jiaojiao, don't you wonder why I've changed? It's because I've been reborn. You know how the female protagonist in novels often gets reborn, right? Yes, I've been reborn. In my past life, I suffered a tragic death due to unrequited love, which transformed me overnight. I no longer chase after Jiangshin because I don't want to die. Furthermore, you like Pei Tingsu, and your desperate attempt to claim his affections led to Yao Ji's demise. You thought he wouldn't be with you because he loved Yao Ji, so you pushed her down the stairs. Pei Tingsu hates you. You imprisoned him, forcing him to marry you. But he committed suicide on your wedding day. And you? Yu Jiaojiao's expression shifted as she responded, I also committed suicide? Ning Qiutang nodded vigorously. It seemed she believed her. Why Yu Jiaojia pondered deeply. To be honest, when I first learned about Yao Ji, I did think that way, but your constant reminders and my encounters with them made me realize Yao Ji isn't so bad. So I dismissed that thought. However, do you think I really need to see a psychologist? Because those thoughts of harming Yao Ji keep resurfacing. Ning Qiutang nearly blurted out, you're not sick, you're being controlled. But she realized that her words were muted. How absurd. What did you say? Yu Jiaojiao eyed her strangely, wondering if her voice had failed her. Ning Qiutang's face fell. She wanted to curse the heavens, demanding they let her speak, that they stop silencing her and erasing her memories. What were they afraid of? Was she not even worth a mere insect, to be toyed with at their whim? Were they just puppets in their hands? Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the clear sky. Yu Jiaojiao looked up at the heavens and joked, sometimes I really suspect we are living in a virtual world coded by someone. Look at all the unreasonable bugs that keep cropping up. We're all insignificant NPCs. After her words, Ning Qiutang fell into an eerie silence. Sister, you've uncovered the truth. Really, don't doubt. This is indeed a fictional world. Forget it. You're not ill. Jiaojiao. I believe you can take control of your own destiny. Yu Jiaojiao smiled. Of course, I am the master of my own body. By the way, you mentioned being reborn due to unrequited love. What did Jiangsheng do to you? Ning Qiutang relayed her previous words about Jiangsheng. Yu Jiaojiao turned on her heel and walked away. Ning Qiutang quickly grabbed her, asking, where are you going? Damn it, Jiangsheng has lost his mind to treat you like that. I'll confront him. Yu Jiaoji was serious. After all these years of sisterhood, they were practically inseparable. Dare to bully Tang Yang. I'll annihilate his entire family. Ning Qiutang was touched, pulling her into a tight embrace, saying, no, it's not worth it. This matter wasn't even certain. Deep down, she held a glimmer of hope that perhaps Jiangxing truly hadn't done anything. Yu Jiaojiao looked back at her, puzzled, is that even a possibility? Just don't act impulsively. We'll discuss it later. Ning Qiutang soothed her, suggesting they return to the classroom. Yu Jiaojiao remarked, I take back what I said about you two being a perfect match. Pfft, he is not worthy. Ning Qiutang chuckled. Indeed, You certainly isn't. I finally understand why you wanted to leave. Let us make a run for it tonight. Why you Jiao grasped her sentiment, surpassing her. Anyone who didn't flee would be foolish. The two returned to the classroom. During lunch break, Jiang Sheng brought her lunch. Why you Jiao cast him a disdainful look, her expression a mix of incredulity. Jiang Sheng observed as Ning Qiutang anxiously prepared to descend into the fray. He cast a glance at Qin Jinxi, who, along with his companions, begrudgingly made their way to the water room. They retrieved a hose identical to those found in fire cabinets and, upon connecting it to the water supply, directed a powerful stream downwards. Numerous individuals were caught off guard, struggling to maintain their footing as they were drenched. Qin Dang shielded Shin Wanwan, inadvertently gulping several mouthfuls of tap water, sputtering, "Damn it, cough, cough." Director Lin, once again bringing his team, barked, "Qin Jinxi, why haven't you shut off the water yet?" These troublesome souls, serving as directors in this school, seemed to age him by 20 years. Qin Jinxi retorted, "Director, I'm merely trying to prevent a brawl within the school. You know that when they start fighting, many will undoubtedly get hurt. This way, not only can they not engage in combat, but they'll also behave more submissively. Should I award you a prize for this?" Director Lin glared at them, clearly at a loss for any kind words. Qin Jinxi pressed on, "That wouldn't be out of the question. I want a school-wide announcement." Director Lin clenched his teeth. "I'll give you a school-wide warning." Qin Jinxi promptly returned the hose to its place. Qin Dang, having risen and thoroughly soaked, exclaimed, "Director Lin, they were bullying Shin Wanwan alone. I was merely protecting her. Enough. All of you, come with me to the Academic Affairs office." Director Lin, infuriated, ordered them to follow. Naturally, Ning Qiutang insisted on accompanying them to assess the situation. Intending to discreetly dispose of Yu Jiao's weapon, what sort of good student would engage in such antics? Jiang Sheng smiled faintly as he watched her slyly toss a brick into the flower bed. Ning Qiutang met his gaze defiantly. "This is a reasonable risk avoidance strategy. Besides, the world is like this. What is the use of being a good student?" Jiang Sheng finally shifted his attention back to the novel in hand. Chapter 70. But all I want is to kiss you. Countless thoughts raced through Ning Qiutang's mind as she gazed at the exuberant youth and declared, "If the world were to end, I would bury the hatchet with you." Really? Jiang Sheng's eyes sparkled with fleeting madness. It was not out of the question. Ning Qiutang regarded him with a complicated expression, pondering whether he had no one in this world who truly cared for him. She shook her head and hurried to catch up with Yu Jiao, with Jiang Sheng trailing closely behind. Director Lin reprimanded them for over an hour. As the afternoon classes loomed, Ning Qiutang, reassured that Jiao would be fine, waited in the Academic Affairs office with Jiang Sheng. He finally began to read the novel she had given him. The boy scanned the pages with remarkable speed, his brow furrowing deeper as he progressed. Upon finishing the last page, he turned to the eager girl beside him, his gaze dark and profound, as if she were desperately hoping for something to unfold. Jiang Sheng attempted to articulate his thoughts, but found his words stifled in his throat. Ning Qiutang, staring at him, seemed to grasp his unspoken query. "Do your thoughts align with mine?" Jiang Sheng flipped through the book, locating a passage that elaborated on the existence of a system. At this, Ning Qiutang's eyes widened in realization. He was astute. Overcome with excitement, she lunged forward to embrace him, nodding vigorously. "Yes, that's it. You knew. You guessed it." She finally understood why Jiang Sheng had been so fixated on her upon realizing they were kindred spirits. Only they could truly comprehend one another. Jiang Sheng felt an overwhelming sense of solitude in this world. Thus it was only her presence that mattered. Ning Qiutang, unbeknownst to her, felt a bead on her bracelet crack once more. Jiang Sheng wrapped his arms around her tightly, inquiring, "Is there a reward for guessing correctly?" As Ning Qiutang regained her composure, she realized their proximity was too intimate. Just as she attempted to withdraw, he held her firmly in place, refusing to let her escape. "The reward is a slap." Jiang Sheng's expression darkened, but he quickly released her, turning away as if offended. Ning Qiutang found his reaction amusing. How could such a stoic figure display such contrasting behavior? "Be serious. The situation is quite dire." "It was you who initiated the embrace," Jiang Sheng countered, dismissing her reasoning. Others might have dubbed him a prince, but before her, he was merely a beleaguered feline. Observing his genuine frustration, Ning Qiutang grasped his shirt and began to placate him. "Oh, I was just joking. How could I ever strike you? Have you never done so?" Jiang Sheng's voice rose a few decibels. How dared she deny it? Ning Qiutang cleared her throat and tugged at his hand. "A true hero doesn't dwell on past glories. Now, what do you propose as a reward?" His extraordinary intellect made it clear that ordinary individuals could never decipher his motives. Kiss me once. Jiang Sheng was inexplicably insistent on this matter. Ning Qiutang frowned. Let us try something else. Then kiss me twice, he insisted, his demeanor unyielding. Ning Qiutang, exasperated, turned on her heel to leave. Jiang Sheng quickly grasped her arm. Wait, you can't just leave without discussing this. It doesn't have to be a kiss. Ning Qiutang, bemused, replied, I'll buy you a kissing toy. You can kiss it however you wish. Jiang Sheng gazed at her intently, his typically indifferent eyes now radiating warmth. But all I want is to kiss you. Ning Qiutang found his gaze both cold and fervent, causing her to instinctively retreat, only to be caught by his grasp on her shoulders. The youth leaned in, cradling her face as he drew closer. Without the restraint of the prayer beads, the aversion he had previously ignored surged within him, yet he chose to disregard it entirely. Jiang Sheng's eyes shimmered with rare reverence and sincerity, sparkling like stars as he looked at her. Is that permissible? The atmosphere grew charged with an almost palpable tension, the surrounding sunlight acting as a catalyst, infusing the colors around them with a vibrant warmth. Ning Qiutang, feeling a rush of anxiety, struggled to respond, her thoughts a jumble as her mind stalled. In an instant, the youth pressed his forehead gently against hers. Locking eyes with her, Jiang Sheng's heart blossomed with joy, a carefree smile gracing his face, pure and untainted. I will kiss you at the world's end, and I will kiss you in moments of despair. I will only kiss you when you love me. Ning Qiutang's heart raced uncontrollably, drawn to the brilliance in his eyes, even if it meant being a moth to the flame. In this fragmented world, love was a patchwork of hope. Tears welled in her eyes as a torrent of sorrow overwhelmed her. Jiang Sheng, those words sound familiar. I feel as if you've told me this before. Yet, I cannot recall when, and that thought brings me more pain than I can bear. Jiang Sheng lifted his gaze, tenderly wiping away her tears. Last night, I visited the Qingmu Sanatorium. My former hospital room was adorned with apologies. Yet among countless apologies, one understated phrase lay hidden. I feel as though I have uttered that phrase innumerable times. Each utterance feels like a parting of life and death. If there are past lives in this one, then I must have loved you in circles unbroken. Ning Qiutang seemed to grasp an elusive memory, yet it slipped away, leaving her clutching her heart, inundated with an unending sorrow that felt insurmountable. Jiang Sheng sighed softly, guiding her to sit down. Ning, do you think that is insurmountable? Ning Qiutang shook her head, uncertain. In the face of countless lifetimes, she felt they had undoubtedly failed many times. In this light, it truly seems insurmountable. Yet, we are not the lifeless characters in this novel, forever controlled by fate. I shall never yield. Jiang Sheng embodied that spirit, resolutely refusing to submit, always presenting himself with an air of defiance that proclaimed he would never capitulate. Ning Qiutang nodded slightly, the ache in her heart gradually subsiding. As she shifted her wrist, she noticed another bead on her bracelet had shattered, fragments falling to the ground. She quickly crouched to gather them. Why is this happening? Jiang Sheng looked skyward, disdain etched across his features. Because it is angry. Ning Qiutang surveyed the remaining 5 beads, an unsettling sense of foreboding creeping in. She feared that if this continued, calamity would surely follow. There must be another way. Surely, a solution exists. Jiang Sheng pulled her up, his steady gaze meeting hers. It's all right. There is no immediate danger. You're right. There must be alternative methods. When Jiao emerged, her puzzled expression met their unusual demeanor. Tang, you've been crying. Jiang Sheng, I'll fight you. Chapter 71. Repeating 100,000 times, just for her. Jiang Sheng frowned, perplexed by her brashness. Jiao. No, he has bullied me. Ning Qiutang grasped Jiao's hand, urging her to accompany her to class as the bell rang. Jiang Sheng watched her depart, then turned his attention back to the novel. Pulling out his phone to make a call. Help me find the author of this novel. It was just a matter of having hands. It was a fixed price. Jiang Sheng sent a photo. And within minutes, the reply came. Your Highness, are you joking? There is simply no record of this person. Jiang Sheng replied. No need to investigate further. Then no refunds. Returning to the classroom, Ning Qiutang remained enveloped in the sorrow evoked by that utterance. Grappling with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. How had she suddenly become so listless? Upon catching a glimpse of her idol's selfie, Yu Jiaoju was elated, revitalized as if reborn, her anger dissipating even while writing a self-reflection. Ning Qiutang endeavored to gather her emotions. Now that a promising beginning had been established, it was imperative to contemplate the next course of action. It was merely the midday sun that had grown somewhat oppressive. You haven't succumbed to heatstroke, have you? That damn Jiangxing actually let you bask in the sun. Yu Zhaojie placed all the blame squarely on a certain individual, asserting that it was indeed his fault. In truth, she had not been under the sun for long. She was merely fabricating an excuse, realizing that she could not convey the truth to others through any direct or indirect means only validated the existence of their surveillance. Several thoughts flitted through Ning Qiutang's mind. Xin Wanwan was the so-called strategist from beyond the world, and the system was her cheat. Their shared objective was the male lead. Xin Wanwan often resorted to coercive tactics to ensure the plot unfolded, making it vital for them to maintain the storyline's integrity. Conversely, if they continuously disrupted the narrative, would it not significantly impact them as well? What would transpire if the plot were entirely dismantled? Both of these questions required confirmation from the involved parties, ideally with Xin Wanwan being the one to voice them. Ultimately, how could they save themselves, if indeed there were countless cycles of reincarnation? If they had truly experienced numerous failures, had they ever attempted to rescue themselves, leaving clues and information for their reborn selves? Furthermore, what was the significance of this prayer bead, and why did it represent Jiang Sheng's heart? What had transpired at the Qingmu Sanatorium 4 years ago that seemed to suggest all issues revolved around Jiang Sheng? Additionally, could forgotten memories truly never be recalled? She thought of Dr. Zhao. Was there not a method called hypnosis that could awaken buried memories? Ning Qiutang meticulously organized these thoughts, gradually finding a measure of solace within herself. The tales of the foolish old man moving mountains and the mythical bird filling the sea teach us that no challenge is insurmountable. Only self-abandonment, but a slight smile graced her lips. It no longer seemed so daunting. Meanwhile, Xin Wanwan was curled up in a restroom stall, on the verge of madness. Warning: the plot has deviated by nearly 40%. The host should be aware that the novel's world exists in a perpetual loop, where characters lose their memories after the grand conclusion, returning to the story's inception, and this world had repeated itself 100,000 times. The chaotic narrative had led to a loss of readership. Once this world is forgotten by all, it would face complete annihilation. The male lead, Jiang Xing, had identified the world's discrepancies during the first plot progression. Having fallen for the malevolent supporting character, thereby severely disrupting the narrative. Consequently, this world had been flagged as a red moon hazard, and we had subsequently erased deep-seated memories from the male lead. Yet, he continued to elude the narrative's grip. Thus, we dispatched our most elite strategists to preserve the storyline's normal development, having sacrificed far too many employees already. This would be our final attempt. Failure would result in the world being cast into the abyss of self-destruction. And host, you cannot return. Why? I toil for you, and you promised to return me to the real world. You deceived me. Xin Wanwan was teetering on the brink of insanity. After all her efforts, was this the outcome they had wrought? I sincerely wish to assist you, but this is the directive from above. Unless you can truly have Qin Dang replace Jiang Xing, we all face demise together. Rest assured, I cannot escape either. Xin Wanwan took a deep breath, suppressing her tumultuous anxiety, striving to regain her composure as she inquired, what is so special about Jiang Xing? He is not exceptional, akin to all male leads across worlds. However, his love for Ning Qiutang drives him towards self-destruction. To be honest, I cannot comprehend the complexity of human emotions. Is living not preferable? Xin Wanwan found herself feeling a tinge of sympathy for Jiang Xing, who had faced death countless times yet refused to yield to the narrative. Loving Ning Qiutang despite being the very one who had taken her life in the plot. Moreover, why should he not love his destined partner? Their relationship had been meticulously crafted by the author. A match made in heaven. Why should he not love the female lead? He had brought this upon himself, seeking his own demise. I do not understand. Why is living not preferable? Xin Wanwan resolved to embrace her darker side. What had she done wrong but strive for survival? Yet, she overlooked that while everyone else could live, both Ning Qiutang and those she cherished would perish. Thus, Jiang Sheng merely desired for Ning to continue living. He wished for her world to be adorned with blossoms, radiant as a song. After school, Ning Qiutang met Jiang Sheng at the school gate. The two of them embarked on a journey to the temple. Grandfather has also requested that I visit the temple. Jiang Sheng believed that the old man must possess some insight. Ning Qiutang candidly remarked, only Xin Wanwan knows certain matters best. We must extract some information from her. Jiang Sheng nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the tranquil temple, the towering tree obscured the path up the hill. Hand in hand, they ascended the steep staircase. Eventually, they boarded the cable car, heading towards the lofty mountain. In the sanctified grounds of the Buddhist temple, Ning Qiutang was taken aback by the old man's request. What, an engagement right away? Jiangsheng raised an eyebrow, intrigued by such fortuitous news, eagerly welcoming it. The old man, noticing the prayer beads on his grandson's wrist had found their way to Ning Qiutang's hand, said nothing. Yes, an engagement immediately. My old bones are not feeling well. You two should hasten the engagement. Ning Qiutang's lips twitched as she observed Jiangsheng's submissive demeanor. Indeed, he seemed to relish the idea. Wasn't he the one who had vowed never to succumb? However, grandfather, this rationale is rather tenuous, absent a compelling reason for the engagement. I remained steadfast in my original intention. Despite the many unexpected twists in the revelation of the world's greatest secret, she would not wed the one who had taken her life before the truth of her past life had been unveiled. The old man sighed deeply, saying, when Jiangsheng was young, a Taoist priest foretold his misfortunes and short lifespan, which prompted me to establish a longevity tablet for him in this temple. However, it shattered just a few days ago. Jiangsheng appeared entirely oblivious to this matter. Replace it with an iron one. Repeatedly hearing this was excruciating. Previously, she had mentioned a happy ending. Could it truly be achieved? Chapter 72. Very clever. We are a perfect match. Upon hearing his words, Ning Qiutang's expression grew somewhat peculiar. What kind of reasoning was this? The old man pondered. You know, it is not entirely out of the question. He then turned to the master behind him, whose mouth twitched. You handle it. Ensure this longevity tablet does not shatter again, or I shall break it myself. The golden Buddha statue seated in the lotus position behind them seemed to tremble in response. The master, startled, immediately replied, Change it at once. In the pavilion at the back courtyard, a gentle breeze carried the fragrant aroma of lotus flowers from the pond. Ning Qiutang, feeling flustered, kicked Jiangsheng's leg, urging him to inquire, lest the old man bring up the engagement again. Jiangsheng, straightforward as ever, asked, Grandfather, I've come here specifically to ask 2 questions. What exactly transpired 4 years ago at the Qingmu sanatorium? And what is the origin of the prayer beads you gave me? The old man paused mid-sip of his tea, casting a suspicious glance at his grandson, whose expression was shadowed, while he fanned himself with an empty fan. Have you recalled something? No, if you had, you wouldn't be asking me. Ning Qiutang discreetly exchanged a glance with the old man, sensing potential intrigue. Jiangsheng, unfazed, attempted to deceive the old man. I've recalled a bit. Please do not play coy with me. What happened? The old man shot him a glare. You dare ask me what transpired? Back then, you suddenly began self-harming like a lunatic. I had no choice but to send you to the Qingmu sanatorium. The doctors suspected you were suffering from split personality disorder and delusions, but in reality, you were merely seeking death, constantly conversing with yourself in the surveillance footage, uttering apologies to someone, all the while trying to end your life. This continued until the 3rd month after you arrived at the Qingmu sanatorium. That night, you fell into a coma, and upon awakening, you orchestrated a massive fire that nearly engulfed the entire facility, endangering so many medical staff and patients. You could have acted, yet you refrained, and afterward, you regained your senses. However, you also forgot all about the Qingmu sanatorium. Perhaps forgetting is for the best. One must always look ahead. Jiangsheng absorbed the key information. Are there surveillance videos from that time? Indeed. Do you want them? The old man handed him a key. There's a small cabin behind the Qingmu sanatorium, with a basement containing all the surveillance footage from the time you were ill. Ning Qiutang regarded the old man with curiosity. A key carried on one's person could only signify its importance. Yet, the old man spoke so nonchalantly. Had she been overthinking it? Jiangsheng's mind, however, momentarily spiraled into confusion upon hearing about the small cabin, exclaiming, Wasn't that cabin burned down? Ning Qiutang glanced at him, recalling the incident when Jiangsheng had collapsed and been hospitalized. They had been rescued from outside that very cabin behind the Qingmu sanatorium. At that time, the firefighters had stated they received a fire alarm but found no flames upon arrival. The old man interjected, Burned. It remains completely intact. Jiangsheng chose not to press further, seemingly accepting the fact that the cabin still stood. And the prayer beads? What about that? The prayer beads? When the longevity plaque was established for you back in the day, the master remarked on the bond between you, placing it behind the longevity plaque to receive incense offerings for several years, until it was recently returned to you. Why is there an issue with the prayer beads? The old steward suddenly approached and said, Old master. The young master encountered an incident while on a mission in the Red Sea. The old master immediately stood up and remarked, they should hurry back to school and focus on their studies. Before striding away with purpose, Ning Qiutang, filled with questions, murmured to herself, Does he wish to keep us in the dark, thus rendering any actual evidence non-existent? Jiangsheng glanced down at the familiar key in his hand. pondering if he had seen it before. Indeed, when Shen Wanwan had taken him to the Qingmu sanatorium, it was this very key that she had given him. His brow furrowed in concern. He felt this key should not be here. Why do you two look so troubled? The master inquired, his enigmatic presence approaching. Ning Qiutang's eyes brightened upon seeing him. He had arrived just in time. Master, what exactly are the prayer beads you gifted to Jiangxing? Or rather, who bestowed them upon you? The master, with kind and compassionate eyes, appeared as a benevolent deity. The Bodhi tree has no roots. The bright mirror is not a platform. Originally, there is nothing. Where then can dust settle? The world has no origin, and the human heart never truly dies. There is no absolute truth. The world remains the world, and you remain you. The prayer beads are you. The longevity plaque is you. And the world is also you. The final statement was directed at Jiangxing, as if containing some profound secret. Ning Qiutang was left bewildered. Was the master always so cryptic in his speech? She pulled out her phone. Shaoyi, translate the master's words. The master responded, and Jiangxing, appearing contemplative, seemed to understand. It is what I prepared for myself. The master smiled enigmatically. Ning Qiutang exclaimed, "Huh." The master vanished without a trace. Leaving them no opportunity for further inquiries, in a secluded corner, the master, stroking his bald head, gazed at the heavens with a smile. 100,000 worlds turned upside down should finally come to a close. A white butterfly gently landed on his clasped fingers, as if a mirage that had never existed on the cable car descending the mountain. Ning Qiutang fixed her gaze on the somber-faced youth across from her. What troubles you? Let us not watch the surveillance footage of the cabin just yet, Jiangxing suddenly said. Why not? Ning Qiutang inquired. Jiangxing frowned, sensing an instinctual aversion. I don't know, but I have a disquieting feeling. Observing his discomfort, Ning Qiutang thoughtfully removed the prayer beads and placed them on him. How did you ascertain that the prayer beads were left for you? He replied, the prayer beads are me. They represent my heart, a gift I left for myself if the truth pertains to me. It cannot escape my control. Jiangxing analyzed, handing her the key. If you wish to see, you may do so. Let us wait until you are ready. Ning Qiutang trusted her instincts. If he encompassed himself, he also included everyone, and she too must trust her guidance. Jiangxing contemplated the last 5 prayer beads. What do you think will happen when all the prayer beads shatter? Ning Qiutang mused. Typically, such artifacts in various films and novels have a countdown effect. Each time a bit of power is consumed, it signifies the artifact's maximum threshold. When the artifact becomes utterly useless, we shall face the ultimate truth and conclusion. Jiangxing gazed at her radiant and charming demeanor, a slight smile playing on his lips. Very astute. We are indeed a perfect match. Ning Qiutang playfully shot him a glare. Who spoke such bashful words in this manner? Jiangxing clasped her hand, intertwining their fingers forcefully. You may attempt to flee, but I will pursue you to the ends of the earth. Chapter 73. To overturn fate for you. To welcome you home. Ning Qiutang could not break free. Her palm felt slightly warm. She chose to sit beside him and asked directly, do you truly like me? Jiangxing, initially you categorized me into your world because of my differences. You perceived us as akin, driven by curiosity and perhaps a desire to toy with me. Now, as we can tentatively call ourselves allies. Do you truly understand what liking someone entails? Jiangxing answered with utmost certainty. I know, Ning. I truly know. Liking is the willingness to give your entire self, to intertwine our lives inextricably. The world is yours, and so am I. Liking is a voluntary surrender. I shall worship you through lifetimes, for seeing you is akin to spring. Liking is an indelible possession. Even amidst trials, I would overturn fate for you and welcome you home. He spoke without hesitation, pouring out his heart. I like you, truly like you. Jiangxing's affection was not born of a fleeting moment. It had always been her, even in the face of forgotten memories. A body beyond control or flaws, his heart remained unreservedly devoted to her. Ning Qiutang felt deeply moved. The initially sealed-off layers of her heart were violently torn apart, as if she were basking in the fervent sunlight. New branches sprouting from her heart to heal it seems. I cannot forgive you solely because you like me. Liking is no justification for the pain you've caused. I need to know the entire truth. If you truly have harmed me, such affection cannot touch me or be accepted. Jiangxing nodded in understanding. I know. The cable car finally reached the base of the mountain. Ning Qiutang shook off his hand, warning him not to overstep. Jiangxing, unashamed, though he released her hand, kept his gaze fixed upon her, a sense that as long as she was present, everything was worthwhile. Together they proceeded to the Yu residence. Yu Moli, upon touching Ning Qiutang's hand again, appeared exceedingly joyful, though this time she could no longer speak. her eyes vacant and devoid of spirit, staring blankly ahead. She wore a bright smile, seemingly oblivious to the pain of becoming mute. Ning Qiutang felt immensely perplexed. She seemed fine before. What happened? Jiangxing furrowed his brow as he looked at Yumoli. What could be asked when she was in such a state? You still dare to question? It must be because you took little Molly out last time that led to her discomfort, rendering her unable to speak. Lu Feixing approached, cradling a pot of jasmine, and glared at them disapprovingly. Ning Qiutang felt irked at the sight of him. How could he say such things? Were it not for his misdeeds, she would never have sought out Yumoli. However, was it truly her outing with him that caused this sudden change? She grasped Yumoli's hand with guilt. The doctors couldn't determine the cause. This is too strange. Why Yumoli wrote a few words in her palm. It's all right. This isn't your fault. Ning Qiutang's heart ached for her even more. She felt a tumult of emotions, knowing something was amiss, perhaps related to their investigation. Lu Feixing, visibly displeased, remarked, if the doctors could figure it out. Little Molly wouldn't be in this condition. You should all leave quickly. Yumoli slammed her palm on the table, clearly displeased with Lu Gige's manner of speech. She had no friends, and was quite happy that someone was willing to visit her. Don't mind him, she wrote in Ning Qiutang's palm. Ning Qiutang's eyes turned red as she looked at Lu Feixing and asked, when did little Molly lose her voice? Lu Feixing scoffed. Why should I tell you? Yumoli wrote in her palm. 4 years ago, at the Qingmu Sanatorium. Ning Qiutang immediately exclaimed, Jiangxing, you really don't know him. You both were treated at the Qingmu Sanatorium. Yumoli shook her head, indicating she had not heard of him. Jiangxing suddenly interjected, this doesn't add up. I am quite well known in the capital, even if Yumoli seldom ventured out and was indifferent to the outside world. She wouldn't completely be unfamiliar with me. Lu Feixing clicked his tongue. Is not knowing you a crime? Yumoli reacted slightly to Jiangxing's voice, gripping Ning Qiutang's hand tightly, her expression complex and troubled. What's wrong? Ning Qiutang observed her clenched fingers. Had she recalled something? Yumoli wrote. Paper, pen. Ning Qiutang promptly retrieved paper and a pen from her bag. While Yumoli began to write. His voice is very familiar. It feels as though I've heard it somewhere before. The Qingmu Sanatorium had a massive fire. I can't remember. Ning Qiutang, noticing her anxious demeanor, gently reassured her. Molly, it's fine. If you don't remember, just let it go. Don't torment yourself. And don't dwell on it. While Yumoli bit her lower lip and nodded, innocently asking, is what I've forgotten important to you? Not really. I was just casually asking. Don't think too much about it. By the way, can I come see you more often in the future? Ning Qiutang could tell that she seemed quite lonely. Having another friend could open new avenues for her, and she was eager to spend time with Molly. While Yumoli's face lit up with joy as she wrote, really? You want to be friends with me? Ning Qiutang smiled warmly. Of course. Our Molly is so beautiful and lovely. Who wouldn't want to be friends with you? Yumoli immediately wrote. They never liked me before. Now I have a friend. Ning Qiutang embraced her. Yes. We are friends now. I have another best friend. I'll bring her along next time to play with you. While Yumoli nodded vigorously, hugging her with delight. Lu Feixing scoffed. Little Molly, I send my company sufficient for you. Yumoli ignored him. Jiangxing gazed at Ning Qiutang, who resembled a radiant little sun, tirelessly striving to warm anyone she cared about. In the end, they uncovered nothing and planned to head home. The competition is tomorrow. Shouldn't you prepare a bit? Ning Qiutang noticed the notification in the class group, while the most unexpected dark horse beside her remained utterly unconcerned. Jiangxing seemed to have just remembered. It's nothing. Not important. It should be quite significant, considering Shenwanwan arrived with a certain agenda. Whatever she does must carry some peculiar significance. Could this be something she is compelled to do? If you continue to disrupt her desired outcome, might you uncover something? Ning Qiutang reasoned sensibly. After all, the essence of the protagonist with a system in novels was to maintain the normal progression of the plot, and she and Jiangxing had consistently deviated from the main storyline. Following Shenwanwan would surely reveal some extraordinary truths through the tiniest clues. At the very least, if she were to feel thwarted, perhaps her true intentions would be exposed. Jiangxing succinctly stated, replace the plot? That seems worth a try. If the plot can indeed be altered, then everything would become crystal clear. Ning Qiutang's face lit up with excitement. Was this not the mark of genius? Chapter 74. The sudden news of death. They agreed to meet at school the next day. Upon returning home, Ning Qiutang found her parents seated across from each other, both bearing grim expressions. Mom, she sensed a palpable tension in the air. Were they arguing? Yet her parents had been lovingly devoted for many years. In her memory, they had never quarreled. They had always treated each other with mutual respect and support. embodying for her the true essence of a happy marriage. Ning's mother, seeing her daughter return, masked her frustration and stood to greet her beloved child. "Why are you home so late?" "Darling, I visited Grandpa Jiang at the temple." Ning Qiutang spoke the truth, merely concealing her true purpose. She anxiously glanced at her mother and caught sight of a distinct red mark on her father's cheek. What on earth had happened? Ning's mother took her upstairs. "Are you hungry? I'll have the maid prepare you something to eat." "All right, I'll take a shower first." Ning Qiutang sensed something was amiss with her mother but chose to remain silent out of understanding. Ning's mother murmured distractedly as she left to change clothes. Once in her room, Ning Qiutang pondered deeply before messaging Jiang Shang. "Can you help me look into my parents' recent issues?" Jiang Shang promptly sent her a photograph. The image depicted her father entering a hotel with another woman who nestled in his embrace, laughing charmingly. This woman was entirely different from her mother, delicate and endearing. Ning Qiutang was taken aback. Why did he send her this photo so quickly upon her inquiry? Was her father cheating? How could that be? Jiang Shang, your parents have been planning to divorce since your 18th birthday. Ning Qiutang. Jiang Shang, I just found out. They've kept it very secret. Ning Qiutang. But last time, her parents did not divorce, and they were very loving. Jiang Shang. It's all very sudden, as if it were orchestrated. Ning Qiutang felt utterly exhausted. Jiang Shang. He has made his move. Ning Qiutang sat on her bed, furrowing her brow. Was he trying to convey through the arrangement of her loved ones that resistance leads to dire consequences? While she was deep in thought, a loud crash echoed from downstairs. She immediately rushed out, only to witness her mother hurling a vase at her father. Ning Tingxiao, after so many years of marriage, if you had grievances, you should have voiced them earlier. Did you need to discuss me like this to seek a divorce? Su Jianwei, things are not as you perceive them. Ning Tingxiao dodged, his stern features contorted in resignation as he observed her frantic demeanor. Su Jianwei scoffed. If it isn't as I see it, does that mean someone is forcing you to share a hotel room with another woman? You must have long harbored resentment for not being able to bear me a son. Ning Tingxiao fixed her with a cold gaze. I have said that, in that situation, your life is more important than anything else. Do you think I am the kind of man who would demand your death for the sake of a child? Are you not, a hypocrite, pretending to be a good husband and father all these years? Has that been a torment for you? Su Jianyue's eyes reddened as tears streamed down her face. She held her head high, utterly contemptuous of him. Ning Tingxiao could no longer endure it and turned to leave. Unreasonable. You leave, and if you have the ability to go, then don't come back. Su Jianwei clenched her fists, her eyes filled with both hatred and resentment as she glared at him. Ning Tingxiao left without hesitation. We'll talk when you've calmed down. Su Jianwei silently watched her husband depart with indifference, then let out a cold laugh. Sitting on the sofa to call her lawyer, Ning Qiutang hid behind a pillar, witnessing her parents argue, her heart racing in turmoil. She had never seen them fight like this. In the past, whenever her mother was upset, her father would go to great lengths to comfort her. She wrestled with two possibilities in her mind. Either her father was indeed cheating, or he was being manipulated. Was this the result of a mysterious force's threat? Was he warning her to obey, or else face the destruction of her family, ensuring she could never alter her destined outcome? But if she resisted, she would perish, and if she complied, she would also die. Why then should she follow orders? Ning Qiutang resolved to confront the situation and descended the stairs. Hearing footsteps behind her, Su Jianwei wiped her tears with a tissue, forcing a smile as she looked at her daughter gently. Darling, you see, your father and I have marital issues. There's something I haven't shared with you. When you came of age, I initiated a divorce with your father. But at that time, I had no idea he was cheating. It was merely because I could not let go of losing your brother. Ning Qiutang sat down, holding her mother's hand, wiping her tears and reassuring her. No matter what you choose, Tang Ang will support you. But are you truly certain that Dad is unfaithful? I saw the photograph, and he has been acting strangely lately. When I confronted him earlier, he didn't explain, and silence implies consent. Su Jianwei sipped water, casting aside her vengeful emotions. After all, she was a lady of privilege, proud and unwilling to cry endlessly for a man. Ning Qiutang echoed her sentiments. Regardless, Tang Ang will always stand by you. As long as you are happy. She needed to uncover the truth behind it all. They shared a meal, but Su Jianyue's appetite was poor. She ate a little before stating she needed to step out. Ning Qiutang hastily called Jiang Shang. Before she could speak, he began. My parents' flight back home crashed. Their whereabouts are unknown, and it seems grim that my elder brother, on a mission in the Red Sea, is likely to have fallen. The entire Jiang family has returned to the ancestral home. Upon hearing this, Ning Qiutang's breath caught. How could this happen? Jiang Xing, don't worry. There is still hope until we have confirmed news of their demise. His situation was far worse than hers. Yet Jiang Xing's voice remained unervingly calm. Your parents' issues and my family's troubles occurred simultaneously. I leaned towards it being his warning. I fear nothing. Ning Qiutang heard what sounded like a helicopter in the background. Where are you? Ning, I'm going to rescue my brother and bring him back. My parents have been confirmed dead. Wait for me to return. With that, the signal abruptly cut off. In the span of just an hour. Ning Qiutang had thought they were making progress in their investigation, drawing closer to the truth, only to be struck down by the horrifying realization of his terrifying nature. Ning Qiutang had no time to wallow in despair. She steeled herself and contacted her father's secretary. Have him here in half an hour. Chapter 75. The mastermind has made his move in the final minute before the deadline. A man in a suit arrived breathlessly at the Ning family estate. Miss, you called for me? The secretary had been with her father for 15 years and knew everything, enjoying his trust. Ning Qiutang glanced at him from her seat, methodically inquiring. Who is the woman accompanying my father? The secretary hesitated. Speak, or I'll have my father replace you, claiming you've bullied me. The secretary broke into a sweat, quickly divulging. She was introduced by a business partner at a gathering a month ago. Since then, Director Ning has been in contact with Miss Bai. You mean to say my father is indeed involved with this Miss Bai? Ning Qiutang felt a surge of agitation. Whether her father was the initiator or merely a pawn in this affair was equally repugnant. This was precisely his cunning, to disgust you. The secretary stammered. I haven't seen it firsthand, but once the secretary pondered for a moment and replied, that would be rather difficult to articulate. This marketplace is akin to a battlefield, where one inevitably offends someone. However, given the chairman's esteemed position, there are only a select few who could be affronted. Observing his compliance, Ning Qiutang stated, I shall assign you a covert mission. This matter is to remain undisclosed even to my father. Otherwise, you will certainly find yourself unable to accompany him any longer. As you wish, miss, the secretary responded, feeling a sense of trepidation. He contemplated whether to decline, reasoning that at her age, it would be more prudent for her to focus on her studies. Ning Qiutang commanded, from this day forth, you are to report to me at all times regarding my father's whereabouts and his activities. Additionally, you must arrange for surveillance on that woman. I expect to be notified the moment they come into contact. The secretary hesitated, clearly finding this task somewhat daunting. Ning Qiutang stood up, fixing him with a glare, and declared, you are either to carry out your duties diligently or cease all business henceforth. Without further hesitation, the secretary acquiesced. Very well, I shall execute this task to the best of my abilities. Ning Qiutang nodded in satisfaction. You may leave now. The secretary exited with caution, closing the door behind him. Upon returning to her room, Ning Qiutang found herself unable to concentrate on her homework, her mind a chaotic whirlwind of thoughts. Numerous obstacles lay before them, impeding their approach to the truth. The competition scheduled for the following day would be attended by her personally. As she was determined to uncover Shen Wanwan's true intentions, the next day, upon rising and descending for breakfast, Ning Qiutang was surprised to find her mother present, having returned without notice. You must eat before heading to school, Su Jianwei insisted. Ning Qiutang complied, observing that her mother's demeanor had improved significantly. Mother, if you are not too busy lately, please take some time to rest at home, she suggested. I am well, my dear. Did I not promise you I would pursue opportunities abroad? I'm currently occupied with matters of asset relocation, Su Jianwei replied, her laptop open before her as she worked. Ning Qiutang felt a wave of relief at her mother's apparent lack of sorrow. Her mother's decisiveness and rationality were traits she had not inherited. If only her mother had been able to let go of burdens in the past. Mother, I have finished eating. I shall head to school now. Very well, but remember we must visit the Jiang residence after school. Jiangxing's parents have met with an unfortunate incident, and they could not be saved. Such a sudden turn of events is quite alarming. Su Jianwei had a good relationship with Madame Jiang, and had recently discussed the children visiting home after graduation, never anticipating such a tragedy. Ning Qiutang acknowledged with a nod, understanding the necessity of visiting. The driver escorted her to school, where she was greeted by a welcome banner for the competition. The student council, led by Lin Ziyuan, warmly welcomed participants from various schools as they arrived. Ning Qiutang proceeded to the administration office, seeking to temporarily participate in the competition using Jiangxing's quota. Meanwhile, Shen Wanwan hid in an empty classroom, perplexed by the altered narrative. How had the story unraveled so drastically? Ning Qiutang's parents were divorced. Jiangxing's parents had perished in a plane crash, and his elder brother was lost as well. Were they all dead? This was no ordinary demise. Clearly, their leader was enraged and had taken action. At the mention of the leader, Shen Wanwan instinctively trembled. He was the mastermind behind the World Management Bureau, overseeing countless narrative realms, with all personnel and systems utterly obedient to him. She had previously wondered why. Despite his wariness of this world, he did not simply obliterate it or resolve matters himself, sacrificing so many strategists instead. This world had completely evaded the Management Bureau's control, and due to certain relative laws, the leader could not intervene directly. Even as this world teetered on the brink of collapse, all he could do was manipulate the storyline, erasing or affecting only inconsequential cannon fodder characters. Shen Wanwan's heart sank further. She found no joy in this revelation, realizing she too was merely a pawn. The mastermind's actions rendered even her attempts to rectify the plot futile, for he cared little for her fate. However, should she succeed in having Qiutang usurp the male lead's role, the original storyline would vanish, along with its associated characters, making way for their narrative to take precedence and allowing this world to function anew. Their demise was inevitable. The host's proactive engagement in tasks signified the mastermind's first intervention within the world, underscoring their significance. Shen Wanwan dismissed the system's rhetoric, regarding it as nonsensical. She resolved to devise her own strategies. At the competition venue, Shen Wanwan stood alongside Qiutang, their striking appearance drawing attention. Ning Qiutang made her entrance alone, and at that moment, Shen Wanwan furrowed her brow, frustrated by the omnipresence of this woman. Did she not realize she resembled a supporting character in a drama, intent on stealing the spotlight? Qiutang, observing her, mockingly remarked, "What is this? Is the Prince of Jiang, who is inseparable from you, weeping at home?" Ning Qiutang shot him a frosty glance, unfazed, and retorted, "After all, he has parents, whereas some may have emerged from a sow, possessing not only a pig-s brain but also a pig-s mouth, only capable of consuming without articulating coherent speech." Qiutang's expression darkened as he glared at the audacious woman opposite him, gritting his teeth in frustration. "Enough of this meaningless quarrel. Let us focus on securing first place," he urged. Shen Wanwan smiled broadly, soothing the perpetually irritable youth beside her. It was no wonder Jiang Sheng was the male lead. Despite his seemingly reckless demeanor, he handled matters with poise and possessed an almost supernatural intelligence and charm. Who wouldn't be drawn to him? In comparison, Qiutang paled. Chapter 76. Was she contemplating poisoning? Everyone assumed Ning Qiutang was competing alone, but unexpectedly, Zhao Linru and Li Yuqing stood beside her at the last moment. Zhao Linru smiled and said, "Third brother conveyed that he cannot attend. While we may not possess his brilliance, we are more than capable of dealing with Qiutang." Li Yuqing nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we haven't even begun in earnest." Yet they genuinely believed us to be inept. Ning Qiutang looked up at them, realizing they were akin to Jiang Sheng. Both concealed their true capabilities. Everyone presumed they were merely privileged youths with no ambition, unaware of the depths of their hidden talents. Each could play and fight, having not squandered their family's investment in their upbringing. "Thank you," Ning Qiutang thought, relieved that individual scores could be secured, though team totals presented a challenge. Shinjinsi fell short in that regard, but he was resourceful. He rallied a large group to act as cheerleaders, shouting, "Sister-in-law, go for it." Ning Qiutang chose to ignore them. The onlookers were astonished at this unexpected alliance. Was it not said that the princelings and Ning Qiutang were at odds? Your connection is shaky. Jiang Sheng is with Ning Qiutang now. No, they are not officially together yet. The hurriedly arrived Yu Jiaojiao shot them a scowl. "Do you all have nothing better to do than spread baseless rumors? I'll tear your mouths apart for slandering me." Others hastily retreated, unwilling to provoke her. Yu Jiaojiao disdainfully glanced at a certain someone. "What is with your grandstanding? Do you not realize they need quiet to concentrate? Furthermore, is that polite? Who do you call sister-in-law? Our Tang Ang has no connection to your third brother." Shinjinsi, equally defiant, glared back. "Who says there's no connection? What if they become engaged? You have no idea what love truly is," Yu Jiaojia retorted disdainfully. "Love? Jiangxing is undeserving of it. Let us make a bet, Yu Jiaojia. What if they end up together?" Shinjinsi relented, finding her utterly exasperating. Yu Jiaojia refused to wager, cherish life, stay away from gambling and drugs. As the competition time approached, Ning Qiutang led them into the examination hall. Shen Wanwan fixated on Ning Qiutang, coldly scoffing inwardly at her audacity, for she possessed a cheat. With the system's omnipotent abilities, playing against them would be child's play. Qiutang reassured her, "Don't worry, Wanwan. Although I may seem incompetent at times, I am quite capable. My poor grades are merely a facade." Shen Wanwan was well aware of this and found it quite absurd. Why pretend to be useless? Because of Jiang Sheng? I'm simply more impressive than him. At the outset, Qin Deng was not like this. They had pursued the pinnacle of strength from a young age, thus their efforts were immense. However, with the emergence of the rebellious Jiangxing, they began to feel that surpassing others was too pedestrian. And consequently, they all started to feign mediocrity, masquerading as incompetent scions of wealthy families. This is what one might call reverse pretentiousness. Shen Wanwan, both speechless and disdainful, noted that the original characterizations of the supporting cast were quite normal, an assembly of exceptionally talented and affluent young men encircling her. The protagonist, making her the focal point of the world. Yet, to her astonishment, these young masters had veered off course so naively that upon her arrival, she momentarily thought she had mistakenly entered a different narrative. Jiangxing was undeniably the root of all evil. Upon entering the examination hall, everyone swiftly found their seats. Ning Qiutang and Shen Wanwan sat adjacent to one another, easily able to see each other with a mere turn of the head. As the final bell tolled, the invigilator began distributing the test papers. This competition was crucial for securing their admission slots, and it demanded their utmost seriousness, as it would also determine rankings for the national high school competition group. This year, the Jiang family had prepared a prize pool of 10 million yuan, with corresponding monetary rewards for the top 10 contestants. Everyone was urged to strive for excellence, as the team with the highest points could represent the nation in a global mathematics competition. Should any instances of cheating be uncovered, we would not only impose rigorous sanctions, but also publicly announce the transgressions nationwide, resulting in the loss of both competition and college entrance examination eligibility. The teacher, succinctly summarizing, commenced the distribution of the papers. Ning Qiutang glanced at the determined Shen Wanwan. If her actions were all aimed at preserving the narrative, then dealing with it would not be insurmountable for her. She possessed memories from her previous life, and, more importantly, her adversaries remained oblivious to their awareness of the secret. She recalled that this competition was originally meant to be attended by Shen Wanwan and Jiangxing together. But an unexpected incident occurred midway. Someone had poisoned the food in the cafeteria, and all participating students were affected. The competition was divided into two halves, with a lunch break in between. In her past life, she had been the one to administer the poison, but this time, she refrained from doing so. Who would take her place? She thought of one individual, Xu Hui. The examination duration was 80 minutes. Ning Qiutang completed her paper effortlessly in 1 hour. She turned to observe Zhao Linru and the others. They too had completed their test with ease. Raising her hand, she requested, "Teacher, may I use the restroom?" The teacher consented. After her departure, Shen Wanwan instructed the system to erase or alter the answers that Ning Qiutang had completed. Ning Qiutang messaged Yu Jiaojiao, urging her to quickly investigate in the cafeteria. Suspecting that someone had poisoned the lunch. Yu Jiaojiao replied affirmatively. After sending the message, she returned to her seat only to find her blank answer sheet, momentarily taken aback. Had she not finished, with no time to ponder? She hurriedly resumed her work. Fortunately, she felt as if she had completed it before, directly writing down answers as she recognized the questions, finishing just as the final bell rang, wiping her brow of non-existent sweat with her sleeve. Her mind was a jumble. Had she really taken the test? Shen Wanwan doubted anyone could finish, yet she had witnessed it with her own eyes and urged the system to continue. No, that last action had already constituted a violation. She had one final chance for a rule infringement. Shen Wanwan was not pleased. After the exam concluded, they all exited together. Qin Deng continued to issue threats at every opportunity. Don't get too cocky. This was merely the first round, just an appetizer. The second round will be a different story altogether. It was unwise to boast too soon. In mathematics, aside from the third brother, he had never acknowledged anyone else. Zhao Linru looked at him with a smirk, full of disdain. Qin Deng gritted his teeth. "It seems today you will have to concede to me." How amusing. He truly believed himself to be significant. Zhao Linru's arrogance mirrored that of Jiang Shang, her laughter dripping with contempt. Liu Chen clicked his tongue. "Qin Deng, today you're nothing more than a laughingstock. Mark my words." Ning Qiutang exchanged a glance with Shen Wanwan. The tension between them was palpable. Chapter 77. It truly wasn't me. The students marched into the cafeteria. Number 1 high school truly lived up to its reputation, providing lunch of a banquet-level standard, especially during school events, where the dining standards were extravagantly unparalleled. Moreover, over 90% of the meals were complimentary. The students participating in the competition all gathered in the first cafeteria, particularly in a small private room on the second floor, where they had been allocated a special dining area. They arrived neither too early nor too late, as others had already begun their meals. After taking a seat, Shen Wanwan consumed her food while displaying a mysteriously enigmatic smile. Wow, how did I never notice before that Shen Wanwan resembles a pig's head? Exclaimed her deskmate, Chen Jinxi, in a sudden outburst, his voice lacking any attempt at subtlety. Everyone else lowered their heads, hoping to avoid being implicated. Qin Dang slammed his hand on the table, glaring at the group. Chen Jinxi, did you eat in the restroom today? Shen Wanwan feigned innocence, her eyes brimming with untainted tears, looking pathetically at them. Chen Jinxi, I haven't provoked you, so why say such things about me? How could he not know this bunch of fools? If you don't provoke him, he will still bark like a dog. Qin Dang scoffed, filled with disdain for them all. Shen Wanwan appeared utterly wronged, clearly unaware of any misstep on her part. Perhaps it truly was my fault. Chen Jinxi was taken aback, as if something monumental had occurred. Damn it! How did I not realize this woman was so much like green tea before? My goodness, he had grown perceptive enough to discern the nature of green tea's sister-in-law. Is she the kind of green tea you all speak of? Upon hearing this, Shen Wanwan's expression tightened, her gaze turning sharply upon them. Zhao Linru smiled slightly. Little Qin, you've finally noticed something amiss. Haven't you? When has Shen Wanwan ever been a good person? Li Yuqin chimed in. Remarkable. This ironclad straight man has finally recognized green tea. Remember when you used to praise Shen Wanwan? How does it feel to be slapped in the face now? Chen Jinxi clicked his tongue, reflecting on his previous folly. I said that because of Jiang Shang. Shen Wanwan felt completely overlooked, her heart seething with resentment and unwillingness. Wasn't she supposed to be the charmer? The world's bug could not be fixed, causing her allure to diminish. Shen Wanwan's face darkened with rage. How could this be? Her charm level. How could she win others' affections without it? Host, can't you utilize your own inherent charm to endear others to you? Shen Wanwan retorted. If she possessed her own charm, would she need to rely on charm levels? Oddly enough, hadn't she been the one to administer the poison? How come these individuals were unharmed? At that moment, Yu Zhaojiao arrived with Director Lin, accompanied by Xu Hui, who was sobbing, her face streaked with tears and snot. Wanwan truly instructed me to do this, and she provided me with this substance. Claiming it would merely induce diarrhea, posing no harm, Xu Hui looked at Shen Wanwan with desperation, hoping for salvation. She had followed her instructions explicitly, and they had agreed that this course of action would remain undiscovered. How could this happen? Shen Wanwan's complexion shifted as she stood up to clarify. Xu Hui, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Teacher, what is happening here? She was a master at feigning ignorance, her sincerity rendering others hesitant to doubt her. Yu Jiaojiao, sensing her pretense, questioned with a disdainful tone. Do you dare say you were unaware? To win this competition, you actually had someone poison the food we all ate. How can a person be so venomous and thoroughly wicked? Xu Hui, in utter despair, glared at Shen Wanwan. Shen Wanwan, what do you mean by this? Are you planning to make me take the fall for you? We agreed beforehand. I would assist you in this matter for compensation, and you assured me that by helping you, I would secure my admission slot. You deny everything, don't you? Well, I have recordings. Shen Wanwan would never concede before such a crowd. Moreover, the so-called evidence was utterly baseless. Oh, you claim so adamantly that it was I who did this. Then produce your evidence. If there is none, you are merely slandering me, and I will hold you legally accountable. Xu Hui, lacking any sense of decorum, immediately pulled out her phone to play the recording. But to her dismay, all the recordings were corrupted and nothing could be retrieved. How could this happen? I distinctly remember recording everything. Why is there nothing? Director Lin, I truly did not commit this act. It was all orchestrated by Shen Wanwan. Shen Wanwan appeared utterly innocent, her eyes exuding a disarming purity. I don't know why you are accusing me. I even helped you before. Teacher, you must believe me. How could I poison someone else's meal? Besides, with my capabilities, I have no need to resort to such underhanded tactics. Damn it, could it be Ning Qiutang? She is aware of what is about to transpire. Hence she deliberately obstructs me. Indeed, this woman has achieved a form of consciousness awakening. She possesses knowledge of the narrative, and in a bid to seize her own fortune, she intentionally sabotages her own plans. Damn it, this woman truly deserves it. She abruptly turns around, glaring fiercely at Ning Qiutang, vowing to eliminate her. Only when this woman is gone can she act freely. Upon meeting her gaze, Ning Qiutang felt a chill run down her spine. As if a venomous serpent lurked in the shadows, watching her intently, awaiting the opportunity to strike a fatal blow. Fortunately, our Tang Tang discovered someone's intention to poison the food, preventing everyone from being unable to participate in the second round of the competition. thus thwarting certain individuals' plans to innocently claim first place. That Yu Jiao indeed possesses a remarkable talent for inciting fervor, her mere words igniting passion among those present. Director Lin, shouldn't you provide us with an explanation? The teachers from other schools glared furiously at Director Lin. They had all come to participate in the competition. They never anticipated encountering such nefarious circumstances. Director Lin's expression turned serious and solemn. Rest assured, I will certainly provide you with an explanation that I have already contacted the authorities. Regardless of the truth, we will ensure everyone is accounted for. If it is indeed our student who committed such an act, we will not tolerate it. The other teachers snorted in disdain. It better be that way. Shu Hui was terrified. She never expected to be embroiled in such a predicament. It truly was me. I swear it's not me. Chapter 78. Shen Wanwan is declared to have cheated. Shen Wanwan remained detached, feeling no qualms about having Shu Hui take the blame for her. Director Lin, with a grim countenance, instructed the apprehension of the true culprit. To be caught red-handed and still argue is unprecedented in my experience with students. Shen Wanwan could hardly believe you were capable of such treachery. I will remember this. Wait for it. Shu Hui, as she was taken away, cast a resentful glare at her, as if her entire family had been slain. For a student, having her academic career utterly destroyed means she will never hold her head high again, naturally leading her to despise Shen Wanwan. Shen Wanwan, looking down from her elevated position, regarded Shu Hui with utter indifference. After all, she was merely a disposable character. She was the protagonist. Ning Qiutang fixed her gaze on Shen Wanwan, detecting the palpable disdain and arrogance on her face. For her, sacrificing someone was as effortless as breathing. Shen Wanwan noticed her stare and provocatively smirked. I warned you never to think you could best me. I possess the prowess to make such claims. What harm is there in complying with me? Why must you oppose me? It seems your family is in turmoil. She nearly laughed at the absurdity of their conflict. Ning Qiutang clenched her fingers, calmly smiling at her brazen expression. Targeting you? You hardly qualify. She merely spoke of the power backing her, and Shen Wanwan had yet to comprehend her own standing. Were it not for that mysterious force, she would not dare to stand before her, flaunting her authority. Enough. The final match is imminent. You must unleash your full potential and not treat this lightly as you have before. Director Lin, weary of this insubordinate group of students, lamented that this was indeed the most challenging cohort he had ever encountered. Qin Dang positioned himself protectively in front of Shen Wanwan. Soon, you shall know what it means to be slapped in the face. Zhao Linru and Li Yuchen disdainfully raised their middle fingers, too apathetic to engage with him. Ning Qiutang took her seat. As the examination time commenced and the papers were distributed, everyone diligently tackled the questions. This session lasted a total of 180 minutes. Ning Qiutang was struck by a sense of familiarity upon seeing these questions, reminiscent of the practice materials Jiang Sheng had previously provided her. She progressed smoothly, as these were all within her expertise. Zhao Linru and Li Yuchen faced no challenges either. However, in the last half hour, to prevent any ties, the final section would include an additional question. Ning Qiutang, upon reading the query, chose to forego it, surmising that this final question was likely the true anti-cheating measure. Even the most astute individuals could not possibly solve it within 30 minutes. Not even Jiang Sheng would be capable. Upon submitting their papers, the grading commenced immediately, with answer sheets scanned and scores rapidly revealed. Astonishingly, 5 perfect scores emerged. Ning Qiutang, Zhao Linru, Li Yuchen, Qin Dang, and Shen Wanwan. There was no possibility of cheating, as several invigilators monitored the classroom, ensuring each participant's answering method varied, yet the outcomes remained identical. However, it was noteworthy that one individual managed to solve the final additional question. Several teachers convened to discuss. Shen Wanwan, brimming with pride, gazed at Ning Qiutang, asserting that this was true prowess. While others faltered, she succeeded. Unexpectedly, the teachers' expressions shifted as they announced, Shen Wanwan's examination paper has been deemed as cheating, leading to the annulment of all her scores and her admission eligibility. This proclamation, Qin Dang was the first to erupt in outrage. What kind of teacher are you? Why would you accuse our Shun of cheating? In a room filled with multiple invigilators and cameras, how could cheating even be possible? Shen Wanwan's expression transformed in shock as she questioned innocently. Surely, there must be a misunderstanding. How could I possibly cheat? You see, the last additional question was deliberately crafted to be unsolvable, pertaining to the Navier-Stokes equations, which currently remain unresolved in the mathematical community. Even to compute it accurately would necessitate a supercomputer. Pray tell, how did you arrive at your answer? The teachers had not initially considered issuing this extra question, believing it unlikely anyone would resort to cheating under such circumstances, until someone suggested it would be a prudent measure for added security. Little did they expect someone would dare to cheat. Shen Wanwan stood in a daze, realizing the question had been crafted to be impossible. The thought echoed in her mind. Teachers, how can this be? Is it truly impossible for anyone to solve it? If someone did, how could it be labeled as cheating? Why can't it be said that I possess extraordinary talent? If you genuinely have such talent, you wouldn't be here studying. The teachers, treating the matter with gravity, were uncertain of the authenticity of the answer. Yet, they were certain that no one could have solved it if she had. Then surely all those mathematicians of yore were mere pretenders. And our modern supercomputers are worthless. The most critical issue was the impossibility of solving it within half an hour. Even computers require several hours for such calculations. Shen Wanwan was bewildered, realizing she had overstepped her bounds. Teachers, I can explain. Even if no one could solve it, you cannot assume I scribbled nonsense. You just boldly claimed you solved it yourself. The teachers were not naive, caught between being accused of cheating and her own arrogance. Shen Wanwan undoubtedly chose the latter. Did I apologize? Teachers, I was wrong. I should not have written aimlessly when I couldn't solve it. Moreover, the system had informed her that due to the immense computational load, the results it produced might not be accurate, but deceiving these people seemed sufficient. Reflecting that there was, after all, little to lose, she realized she had inadvertently landed herself in a predicament. Ning Qiutang raised an eyebrow. She sought first place, yet not only did she fail to secure it, but her meticulously crafted persona also crumbled. As the competition concluded, those who achieved perfect scores were rewarded with first place. And simultaneously, the three of them secured the qualification for an overseas competition based on their team score. Meanwhile, Shen Wanwan's desperate attempt to claim first by saturating the additional question nearly led to her being accused of cheating, which quickly became a topic of ridicule. Her image as a top student transformed into a farce. This was akin to lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. Yu Jiao, embracing her close friend, laughed heartily without a trace of decorum. You should have seen that woman's ugly face just now. Ha! It was too delightful. Let us see how she pretends in the future. Chapter 79. May I embrace you? Ning Qiutang. You did this on purpose. Shen Wanwan suddenly charged forward, intent on confrontation. Yu Jiao, reacting swiftly, wielded her backpack as a weapon, hurling it at Shen Wanwan's face. What a foolish creature. Cheating, and then blaming others for being intentional. How can you claim to be innocent like a pure flower while accusing others of malice? This is delusional. I recommend you seek treatment immediately. Qin Dang rushed over to shield his beloved. Yu Jiao, I truly gave you face. Just as he was about to take action, three individuals approached from behind. Shun Jinsi positioned himself protectively in front of the girls. Ready to play the gallant hero. Yu Jiao shoved him aside. Get lost. You're obstructing my performance. Qin Dang, your eyes must be clouded. Shen Wanwan is a complete fool, and so are you. No wonder you both are drawn to each other. You are a perfect match, utterly ridiculous. Qin Jinsi rubbed his face. You are so crude. I wonder who would ever wish to marry you. Yu Jiao glared at him, retorting, what business is it of yours? You're such a fool. Observing their numbers, Qin Dang shot them a fierce look before leading Shen Wanwan away. However, Ning Qiutang noticed that today's events were deviating from the trajectory established in their previous lives. Someone seemed to be in a state of frantic agitation, and she felt as if the heavy burden weighing on her heart had been slightly lifted. Shen Wanwan, coaxed by Qin Dang, was taken out to enjoy a lavish meal. Regardless of the circumstances, they had achieved a perfect score, and such an accomplishment certainly warranted a grand celebration. She communicated with the system, noting that the plot had collapsed by 45%. What I have not mentioned is that the more the plot disintegrates, the weaker my power becomes. This is why I previously stated that if the plot were to collapse by more than 50%, we would be utterly trapped. Concurrently, the narrative's control over the characters would diminish, leading to the emergence of various bugs. The moment you are discovered by them, you become prey. Shen Wanwan snorted coldly. You thought you could keep this from me. Now, if we perish together. She was no longer consumed by impotent rage as before. Instead, she had calmed down. Today's narrative had been thoroughly destroyed, and Ning Qiutang should have realized the existence of the system. Attempting to oppose the repaired plot dwindled. They would indeed act without restraint. Shen Wanwan remained remarkably composed, stating, So, You can no longer control them. I wish to see the mastermind. You think the boss is someone you can just summon? I haven't even met them, Shun Wanwan replied. If I can't see them, then I shall simply resign myself to fate. It matters not. I will try my best. Wanwan, don't be upset. Achieving a perfect score is already quite impressive. After all, we have undergone professional training, and our resources are unparalleled. Thus, your perfect score is even more commendable in comparison to ours. Qin Dang, like an eager admirer, looked at her. His tail, if he had one, would surely be wagging furiously. Shun Wanwan gazed at him tenderly, saying, "Thank you. You truly are a good person." Qin Dang responded, "Of course, as long as you are happy, I am willing to do anything." "Really?" Shun Wanwan fixed her gaze on him, exuding an air of seduction. Qin Dang nodded vigorously. "What do you wish for me to do?" Shin Wanwan smiled and said, "Eliminate Ning Qiutang and Jiang Shang." Qin Dang was momentarily taken aback. These two were not ordinary individuals. How could he simply agree to such a demand? Shin Wanwan turned her gaze away, disappointment evident. "It's all right if you cannot do it." Gritting his teeth, Qin Dang acquiesced. "How could I possibly be incapable? There is nothing in this world that I cannot accomplish." Suddenly leaning into his embrace, Shin Wanwan feigned a pitiful demeanor. "It turns out you are the one who treats me the best. I misjudged you before. Now you finally recognize my worth." Qin Dang replied with a confident smile, certain that with genuine sincerity, he could win back the heart of the one he cherished. Shin Wanwan smirked. Her eyes filled with cunning and malice. In the Jiang family's ancestral home, the decor was dominated by shades of black and white, adorned with countless wreaths and condolences. Ning Qiutang, Yu Jiao, and Shin Jinsi made their way there. The already somber Jiang family now felt even more lifeless. Ning Qiutang approached the elderly matriarch, who sat in silence, caressing a photograph of her son and daughter-in-law, and said, "Grandma Jiang, my condolences." Grandma Jiang lifted her gaze, tears brimming in her eyes, and grasped Tang Tang's hand. "You've come, dear child. This little Shang Xing, we told him not to rush, yet he still went out in the middle of the night to find his elder brother." They all believed Jiang Shang to be cold-hearted and distant, yet in this moment, his concern for his elder brother was unexpected. Ning Qiutang too was surprised that Jiang Shang would personally go to seek someone. Perhaps he thought the unseen hand would act more ruthlessly, and his presence might make a difference. At that moment, Jiang family's second son returned, exclaiming, "Grandma, the third brother has brought the eldest brother back." "Where? I want to see my eldest grandson." Grandma Jiang's emotions surged. Thankfully, he was unharmed. Jiang Jinyan supported his grandmother, comforting her. "All right, let us head to the hospital now." Ning Qiutang followed suit, eager to see how Jiang Shang was faring. The Red Sea was indeed a perilous place. In such a short span, not only had he found the person, but he had also managed to bring him back safely. She wondered what he had endured. On the rooftop helipad of the hospital, a military helicopter landed. Jiang Xing was the first to be carried down, and everyone surged forward, with doctors and nurses swiftly taking him downstairs for emergency treatment. Ning Qiutang felt a tightness in her chest as she searched the helicopter for the reckless, defiant youth. In the next moment, Jiang Shang emerged. The once vibrant and spirited youth now bore signs of fatigue. With injuries marring his visage, clad in combat attire, he exuded an aura of rugged valor. His gaze immediately fell upon the most beautiful girl in the crowd, like a solitary rose meant solely for him. Jiang Shang's roguish, handsome face remained captivating, his brows slightly raised as he flashed a playful smile at the girl on the verge of tears. "Little Rose, I've returned." He had indeed faced unforeseen dangers. Yet he was resilient. Ning Qiutang approached him, feeling as though the day and night apart had stretched into an eternity. She gazed at his somewhat dirty face, which could not conceal his striking features and enchanting charm. A sense of fluster washed over her, yet she felt immense joy that he had returned alive. "You weren't hurt, were you? Those were ruthless outlaws, and saving people is no easy feat." Jiang Xing grasped her hand, desperately wanting to embrace her, but he restrained the wild urge within him, asking, "May I hold you?" Love has a way of rendering one cautious. Ning Qiutang froze for a moment before leaning closer and wrapping her arms around the youth's waist. "I accomplished something today that I found quite effective. I'm rather pleased and feel it's not so difficult anymore." Although her words were veiled, Jiang Shang understood. It pertained to the competition. "I too achieved something. It turns out he is not as formidable as I thought." The youth held his little Rose tightly, as if embracing the beauty and romance of the entire world. Chapter 80. Dare to Crash. "And I shall slay him." After the helicopter mission was complete, it ascended vertically, the powerful gust blowing their clothes and hair into a graceful dance, inadvertently intertwining them. It was as if the entire world had become their backdrop. Grandma Jiang, who had been so worried about her eldest grandson, turned to see her youngest grandson and Tang Tang in an embrace. The pink bubbles of their affection seemingly bursting everywhere, bringing a smile of satisfaction to her face. Jiang Sheng had finally come to his senses. Jiang Jinyan, following his grandmother's gaze, observed that his younger brother, who had always been indifferent to others, now exhibited such a tender side. What are you staring at? Your brother is on the verge of winning back his wife, while you don't even have a girlfriend. Grandma Jing scolded him with exasperation. Jiang Jinyan quickly replied, "There is still time, Grandma. Right now, I must prioritize my career. The people need me, and I must attend to them. Go on. Go on. I'm tired of hearing that. You re 30 now. If you don't marry soon, prepare for a life of solitude." Grandma Jiang tugged him away, admonishing him not to be a third wheel, perhaps with Tang Tang by his side. Jiang Xing would feel a bit better. They could not penetrate his heart, but Ning Qiutang could. Ning Qiutang nudged him, yet he held on tightly, as if vowing to never let go. "All right, let go of me now." Reluctantly, Jiang Sheng released her, lowering his gaze, his deep, stormy eyes fixed intently on her face. "When I went to the Red Sea, I encountered an armed group of ruthless mercenaries the moment I disembarked. They killed anyone in their sight." Ning Qiutang's heart tightened as she instinctively searched for signs of injury on him. "But I was far more ruthless. I killed their men, using them as human shields to break through the encirclement. I disguised myself in local attire, infiltrating as a mere lackey, gathering information about my brother that I joined their patrol and infiltrated their base, sending signals to the outside forces to coordinate a rescue. To control them, I had to take their leader hostage. He initially resisted, but I broke his leg with a kick, pressing the gun against his temple and threatening him with death if he did not comply." Jiang Sheng recounted the events matter-of-factly, devoid of any significant emotional fluctuations, as if he were narrating someone else's deeds. Ning Qiutang harbored no doubts about the veracity of his words. Only someone extraordinary could meticulously discern every anomaly. Resisting all injustices to emerge as the last survivor. In a fictional world, Jiang Xing would undoubtedly be the protagonist. After all, no one could surpass him. He was fiercely competitive. "Are you frightened?" Jiang Xing observed her silence, wondering if his account was too horrifying or if it had stirred unpleasant memories. Ning Qiutang snapped back to reality, shaking her head. "I'm simply in awe of your strength. You rescued your elder brother. As for my family and you, no one shall lay a finger on them." Jiang Sheng accompanied her downstairs, his youthful, rebellious visage evoking admiration, for he would undoubtedly fight with all his might for those he cherished. Ning Qiutang gazed at him with concern. "Regardless of your parents, we are here for you. Jiang Xing, if you are feeling sad, no, I am not sad. Perhaps in this endlessly repeating world, their deaths signify an end. And that is also a form of liberation, is it not?" Jiang Sheng perceives the world with a clarity unmatched by others, and he possesses a remarkable fortitude, yet he harbors grudges and will seek retribution. Ning Qiutang finds merit in his words. Death is indeed a form of liberation. However, it also signifies a new beginning, much like her own experience, where she embarked on a fresh journey and discovered that everything had transformed. Jiang Xing's elder brother was admitted to the emergency room, and after several hours, he finally emerged from the brink of death. Upon exiting the restroom, Ning Qiutang noticed a woman hiding in the corner of the corridor. "Hello," she greeted. But the moment the woman realized she was seen, she immediately turned and fled. Ning Qiutang was left bewildered, questioning the situation. She returned to the hospital room and recounted the incident to Grandma Jiang and the others. Grandma Jiang's expression shifted subtly as she hastily instructed someone to locate the woman. "She is Jiang Huaishu's ex-wife." Jiang Jinyan furrowed his brow. "She is still alive," he declared, and then personally set out to find her. Ning Qiutang suddenly recalled this matter. Jiang Huaishu, age 35, had an ex-wife who had passed away 5 years prior, and since then, the eldest Jiang had remained in the military. However, this detail was so insignificant that few remembered it. Grandma Jiang spoke with deep sincerity. Back then, Asu was too stubborn, insisting on marrying Lianer. When Lianer was unwilling, he ultimately got his wish, yet Lianer grew increasingly silent, eventually leaping from the cliff during their vacation. Asu searched for her for a month, but due to family and military obligations, he had to give up, living thereafter like a mere shell of a person. Ning Qiutang felt a pang of sympathy as she listened to this past tale. It seemed that, aside from the protagonists, Everyone else's stories were rather tragic. If Lieno had not died, why had she not shown herself all these years? Why did she suddenly reappear? Grandma Jiang seemed to peer into the depths of human nature and, with a meaningful glance at Ning Qiutang, asked, as a woman, if Jiangxing were in trouble, would you visit him? What would compel you to come? Ning Qiutang quickly glanced at the boy fiddling with a Rubik's Cube. He had changed into clean clothes, resembling a student, yet his piercing gaze was unabashedly arrogant, viewing others as mere ants. She realized her visit was undoubtedly due to her inability to let go. Otherwise, they would remain estranged for life. I understand now. Well, it's quite late. Jiangxing, you should take Tongnong home to rest, Grandma Jiang remarked, glancing at her watch, which was nearing midnight. Jiangxing stood up, looking at Ning Qiutang. Car keys in hand. Ning Qiutang politely said, Grandma Jiang, I'm leaving. Please rest early. Go on. Go on. Grandma Jiang nodded, watching them depart. On the way home, Ning Qiutang reiterated the details of the competition, ultimately concluding, I was right. The plot is crucial to her. If everything unfolds differently than in her previous life, she would want to kill me. She might genuinely want to kill you, Jiangxing observed through the rearview mirror. Noticing they were being followed, Ning Qiutang's dark eyebrows knitted together, feeling a chill run down her spine. Regardless, I am not afraid of her. Jiangxing pressed the accelerator, his tone unperturbed. Someone is trailing us. Brace yourself. Ning Qiutang glanced in the rearview mirror and confirmed that a vehicle was indeed following them, accelerating. The force of the push against her back made her grip tightly onto the seat. Is he going to ram us? Jiangxing maintained an indifferent demeanor, one hand on the steering wheel while the other retrieved a gun from the console, tossing it to her. If he dares to hit us, then let him perish. Chapter 81. Extreme recklessness, self-rescue. Instinctively catching the gun, Ning Qiutang understood that in moments of danger, one instinctively seeks out advantageous weapons to feel secure. Jiangxing's words gradually calmed her. At worst, it would be a fight to the death. So what was there to fear? She had faced death before. Why should those who wished to kill her act so brazenly, while she felt powerless to do anything but hide and weep? She suddenly realized that she should have been overwhelmed with tears, yet she no longer felt the uncontrollable urge to cry. Perhaps she had awakened, breaking free from the confines of the character assigned to her by the author. Just as Jiangxing had said, she was not sick at all. Thus, she did not suffer from depression. Indeed, she had been slow to realize that she was not so fragile after all. As she gripped the weapon, an unprecedented sense of confidence and strength surged within her. Yes, if he dares to ram us, then let him perish. Jiangxing's car was among the finest luxury vehicles, and speed was hardly a concern. Especially with the sparse traffic at such a late hour. He expertly maneuvered the car through turns, gliding along the straight road as if soaring, feeling as though he were driving a race car. His exceptional skills exuding a confidence that created an insurmountable distance from others. Good student, you've gone astray. You should be calling the police right now. Ning Qiutang stared at him in disbelief. Her seriousness evident. You told me to call the police. Well, yes, you should. She quickly took out her phone to make the call. And be careful with the gun. Do not point it at yourself or me. Jiangxing glanced at the black pistol in her delicate fingers, which suddenly appeared as harmless as a toy. Ning Qiutang obediently directed the gun away, noticing that the pursuing vehicle had multiplied to 2. Jiangxing, there are more of them now. Jiangxing lifted his chin slightly, his jawline so flawlessly sculpted it seemed as if it were a work of art by Van Gogh. His youthful voice was clear and melodious, resonating like a piano's D note. I fear for your safety. Otherwise, I would have rammed them by now. If you hit them, you won't die. And I am not afraid either, Ning Qiutang replied resolutely. Displaying a fearless spirit, Jiangxing remained composed as he maneuvered the car, treating their pursuers like dogs on Fifth Avenue. But I am afraid. His eyes turned cold and indifferent. Duck down. Ning Qiutang had no doubt in his judgment. She immediately bowed her head, concealing her entire body behind the car door, the tinted windows rendering her invisible. Jiangxing spun the steering wheel, taking the gun from her grasp and firing without hesitation at the window that had just been shattered. The sound of the gunshot rang in her ears, a familiar yet deadly noise that stirred chaos within her heart. She felt a pang of pain in her arm and recalled her own written words. She must trust Jiangxing. It will be all right. It will be over soon. Soon. She heard the wailing of police sirens, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Jiangxing reversed the car. While their relentless pursuers advanced fearlessly, the front of the car collided violently, and a cold, disdainful smile formed on Jiangxing's lips, a contempt that insulted the very essence of humanity. as he raised the gun in his hand. Bang! Someone perished. The car came to a steady stop. Safe now, little Rose. Jiang Sheng rested his hand on the steering wheel, turning his gaze toward her. Ning Qiutang's heart raced as she lifted her head to gaze at the lifeless body before them. Laughing in relief, "We are unharmed. Of course, we will be fine. I will ensure your safety." Jiang Sheng naturally reached out, ruffling her hair. Her unwavering trust in him was more touching than anything else. The police cordoned off the road to investigate the true instigator. Jiang Sheng and Ning Qiutang provided their statements before being allowed to leave. As for their weapon, the authorities did not question it. In the capital, possessing firearms was an unspoken norm among affluent families, as they often encountered danger and assassination attempts, making self-defense with weapons completely reasonable. Naturally, if they used guns for illegal activities, the consequences would be severe, and their entire family would bear the repercussions. You may be special, but you cannot use that to kill. Upon safely returning to the Ning residence, Jiang Sheng rolled down the window and stated, "There should still be room to salvage your parents' situation. It seems Uncle Ning has been set up. I think so too. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable," Ning Qiutang replied, the two of them resembling Jupiter and Venus, tightly intertwined in the night sky, the two brightest stars among all. Jiang Sheng looked at her. "Return home now. I will come to pick you up tomorrow." Ning Qiutang nodded and turned to leave. Jiang Sheng felt a hint of fatigue in his eyes. After a day and night of toil, no one could withstand it. Leaning against the seat, he received a call. The transfer user is Qin. Jiang Sheng's throat tightened, his voice low and frigid. Understood. He messaged Qinjianxi and the others. Soon, several of them stormed the Qin residence in the dead of night, dragging the nearly asleep Qin out for a beating. Jiang Sheng showed no mercy, nearly beating him to the brink of death. The Qin family rushed in to intervene. "Madam Qin, your son has committed murder. Our third brother has shown him mercy by not sending him to jail. Besides, we are not beating him to death, merely ensuring he understands the gravity of death, preventing him from causing further trouble and tarnishing the Qin family's reputation." Madam Qin, witnessing her son on the verge of death, pushed through the crowd, agitated. "What is the meaning of this? Jiang Sheng, are you insane? How dare you strike my son? I will take on the Jiang family." Jiang Sheng, with a foot on the nearly unconscious man's chest, his cold eyes filled with arrogance. "Your son contracted a hitman. I have the evidence right here. Madam Qin, how do you wish to resolve this?" Initially, Madam Qin was skeptical, but she realized that Jiang Sheng, no matter how reckless, would not act without cause. His boldness implied he had evidence that could ruin her son. "Spare him. Otherwise, you will have no way to explain." She gazed at her son with a heart full of anguish. Yet he was truly foolish. How could he engage in such disgraceful acts that tarnished their family name? Fortunately, the old man had gone to the Jiang family today. Otherwise, the consequences would have been even more dire. Others dared not approach. Jiang Sheng lowered his head, his gaze devoid of humanity as he looked at Qin. "If you dare to act again, I will dismember you and feed you to the dogs." Do you regard Shen Wanwan's words as imperial edicts? How can you not discern who the true emperor is? Is it your life or a woman that you value more? Qin fingers twitched. Immobilized by the beating he had received, he had truly provoked Jiang Sheng this time, and it was already a mercy that he had not been killed. "You must not speak of her that way." Jiang Sheng's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. He wished to kill Qin, but not before the eyes of the public. Leaved, he departed with his entourage. Madam Qin hurried inside to help her son to his feet. "Who is Shen Wanwan? You would go so far as to kill Jiang Sheng for her? Have you lost your mind? Qin, can't you be a bit more rational? What woman do you not have? Why ruin your life over such a trivial person?" Chapter 82. Pressing Shen Wanwan at the end of May, the weather was splendid. As Ning Qiutang had breakfast, she noticed her mother was absent. The aunt had prepared an extra bento for her, adding some rice cakes. "Aunt, did my mom not come back last night?" she inquired as she left. Her father had also not returned home for the past few days, leaving their once vibrant home feeling starkly desolate. The young girl, with delicate features, bore a hint of worry in her eyes. The aunt replied, "Miss, you are unaware. It seems that Madam indeed has not returned." Furrowing her brows, Ning Qiutang went outside and called her mother after getting into the car. Fortunately, Su Jianyue answered the call. "Darling, Mom is at the Jiang family. There's no need to worry about me." Ning Qiutang felt reassured and then gazed at her father's WeChat profile picture, determined to save her family. Just as Jiang Sheng had resolutely rescued his brother, upon arriving at school, as she stepped out of the car, Jiang Sheng snatched her backpack away. Today's bento included sushi. Ning Qiutang marveled at the rapid transformation of their relationship. In the previous life, they had been mortal enemies, yet in this life, she had wished to keep her distance. Yet, fate had intertwined their paths once more. Jiangxing opened the lunchbox and naturally slung her backpack over his shoulder, eating while saying, I taught Qin Dang a lesson that if he dares to act again, the Qin family won't be able to save his life. Also, let's talk to Shen Wanwan at noon. Ning Qiutang nodded. Having the same intention, speculating endlessly is futile. We might as well ask her directly. If she refuses to speak, it could very well play into her hands. Jiangxing ate slowly, exhibiting an air of elegance that was almost ridiculous. If she doesn't talk, I'll compel her to do so. I have my methods. Ning Qiutang retrieved her backpack as they approached the teaching building. I'm heading to class. Jiangxing watched her ascend the stairs, thinking how quickly she was maturing. The once timid girl who would cry at a mere fright had become astutely clever and bold. Yet, in her eyes, there never seemed to be carefree innocence. It was as if deep within a thick fog, she possessed nothing. Zhao Linru approached, whistling. Third brother, they've all gone far, and you still seem preoccupied. Their third brother had fallen into love far too rapidly. It had been less than a month, yet it felt as if he would risk everything for Ning Qiutang. You should be fine. Eat some plums. Jiangxing turned and walked away. Zhao Linru, feeling choked, hurriedly followed. Third brother, I'm not like Xiao Si. Have you encountered something recently? If anything arises, we're brothers and will certainly assist you. Jiangxing cast a calm glance at him, his expression unreadable. Nothing's wrong. I merely have a fondness for something unattainable. Zhao Linru was taken aback. How could this prince say such things? Surely, there were people he could not win over. If one were to be favored by Jiangxing, it would be akin to winning the lottery. Who could resist him? All right, Ning Qiutang is indeed a bit challenging to pursue. He pulled out several flashy novels from his backpack. I have some excellent books that are perfect for you. Titles like The Overbearing Young Master Kisses Me and Spring Breeze Cannot Cross Me. The presence of these books is purely coincidental. Jiangxing glanced at them and surprisingly did not kick him away. Instead accepting them, I'm assigning you a task. What is it? Third brother. Zhao Linru felt like a genius, understanding that romance required the right literature. Give your brother a challenge. Tell him that if he fails the big exam this year, he must perform a striptease at the night banquet. Jiangxing felt he had been too normal lately and sought someone to torment first. Zhao Linru clicked his tongue. My brother is the captain of the Dragon Squad. Doing that will give him nightmares. Jiangxing replied, I am, after all, everyone's nightmare. Zhao Linru teased, including Ning Qiutang. Jiangxing. Zhao Linru finished speaking and took off running, leaving no opportunity for the prince to retaliate. As the lunch bell rang, students trickled into the cafeteria. Why you Jiao blocked Shen Wanwan's path. Don't rush off. I have something to ask you. Shen Wanwan glanced at Ning Qiutang, who had also approached. What do you want? At that moment, Jiangxing arrived with his entourage that he scanned the classroom and commanded, everyone, leave. The others quickly exited, while Chun Jinsi and the others waited outside. Shen Wanwan furrowed her brows at their demeanor, communicating with the system in her mind. If they decided to act, she would certainly retaliate, regardless of the male lead's identity. Jiao, you should go outside and wait. Ning Qiutang exchanged a knowing glance with Jiangxing. Their understanding was impeccable. Seeing Jiangxing's presence, Jiao felt reassured that Ning Qiutang would be safe and exited the room. Shen Wanwan regarded them with suspicion. This is a school, and there are surveillance cameras. Just because you are wealthy and powerful, does that give you the right to bully others? Don't forget, I am also a member of the Su family. Ning Qiutang fixed her with a piercing gaze and directly asked, who exactly are you? Stop beating around the bush. If you didn't possess substantial evidence, we wouldn't be questioning you. Shen Wanwan was indeed taken aback. They had truly discovered something. It was one thing for Ning Qiutang, the reincarnated person, to know, but Jiangxing believed it as well, and even guessed that this was a fictional world. Who else could I be? Could it be that Ning classmates' depression has worsened and led to hallucinations? She certainly would not admit it so readily, and instead sought to extract information from them, wanting to know how much they were aware of. Ning Qiutang seized her collar, her other hand gripping her chin, her gaze gradually returning to the domineering demeanor of her past life. No matter who you are, your intentions are clear, but what will you do now that Jiangxing does not favor you? And the outcome you desire will not come to pass? What will you do? Jiangxing remained silent, sitting at a nearby table, fiddling with a military butterfly knife. Shen Wanwan's breath caught. She realized that they knew much more than she had anticipated. And this woman was quite astute. Let go, she said coldly. Ning Qiutang tightened her grip on her face. You want to kill us? But you have failed. What will you do now? Is there someone behind you, always controlling you like a dog for others? Do you not feel resentful? Shen Wanwan's defenses crumbled as she forcefully pushed Ning Qiutang away. Get away. Ning Qiutang was nearly knocked into the desk behind her. But Jiang Shen caught her waist, his gaze coldly sweeping over the hapless individual. Do you think I cannot harm you? The youth's tone was disdainful and arrogant. Shen Wanwan felt a chill run down her spine under his gaze. As if her neck were being throttled, she sneered, then go ahead and try. How impressive the male lead is, she thought. Jiang Sheng moved swiftly, the knife in his hand gliding towards the woman's neck with precision and force. Yet, it felt as if an invisible barrier had blocked his attack. No matter how hard he tried, he could not pierce through that. Ha! You are right. I indeed have someone behind me, Shen Wanwan observed leisurely, watching them with an amused expression. Chapter 83. Jiang Sheng will cease to exist. Ning Qiutang pressed down on Jiang Sheng's murderous hand, urging him to sheathe the knife. Did this mean they truly could not harm Shen Wanwan? Was she that powerful? Shen Wanwan smiled. Isn't that obvious? If one can control everyone, what do you think? Jiang Sheng coldly retorted. Is that so? You may be an unexpected variable, but you will not be the only one. This time, you will surely descend into hell. Shen Wanwan refrained from communicating with the system, rejecting his proposal and taking charge of the negotiation. The system was aligned with their management bureau, and she had to think of herself. She glanced at Ning Qiutang. This is all your fault. You should never have been with him. That shouldn't it be up to you to decide? Ning Qiutang clenched her fists tightly, demanding, why? Just because of that so-called author? Shen Wanwan stood, crossing her arms, dismissive of such trivialities. If you wish to rebel against him, let me kindly remind you that it's impossible. Moreover, do not drag me down with you. None of us will comply, nor accept control. Your presence here has lost its significance. You will be discarded as useless. Ning Qiutang spoke incisively, noting the unwillingness in Shen Wanwan's eyes, indicating that her current interrogation was aimed at finding a genuine breakthrough. Jiang Sheng stood behind her, his gaze as frigid as ice, fixed on the woman. Besides dying together, there is another path. Shen Wanwan scoffed. There is no retreat. Only death together. I will send you to your demise right now. Jiang Sheng suddenly approached and forcefully grasped her neck. Unlike before, this time he easily seized her. His fingers tightened incessantly. Shen Wanwan felt a choking sensation, realizing that this time the youth's hand was adorned with the string of Buddhist beads warned about by the system. She struggled violently, attempting to tear the beads from his grasp. The sensation of impending death was rife with terror. She had no doubt he would indeed strangle her to death. Jiang Sheng's eyes were void of life, staring at her bruised complexion as if she were but an insect. Can you speak now? Shen Wanwan nodded with great difficulty. In the next moment, Jiang Sheng released her, took out a handkerchief, and wiped his hands, exhibiting extreme disdain for having touched another woman. Cough. There is indeed a method, the only way out. As long as you are not the male lead, everything can change. To create a new male lead for this world. My initial target was Qin Dang. Shen Wanwan suddenly became effusive. Her earlier cleverness evaporated. Jiang Sheng let out a light scoff. Ning Qiutang fixed her gaze upon Shen Wanwan. If you change the male lead, then Jiang Sheng will cease to exist entirely. Shen Wanwan's expression shifted. Was this woman too astute? She immediately retorted, how could that be? You asked me to speak, and I have shared everything. If you don't believe me, what can I do? Moreover, Jiang Sheng is the most unique character among them all. Who can erase him? You should worry about yourself rather than him. Ning Qiutang, the further you stray from your original character, the weaker your vitality becomes. You may not feel it now, but you will gradually discover various issues with your body. That irrelevant character, Yuli, isn't she now both blind and mute? You will only fare worse than her. For your fate is predetermined. Death is your destined path. Of course, Jiang Sheng is different. Having died countless times, one more death would hardly matter. Ning Qiutang felt a swell of anxiety, as if being squeezed from all sides. How could Yuli return to normal? It's simple. If the plot returns to normal, everything will revert to its original state. Shen Wanwan seemed like a deity, observing their struggles, offering them a choice of rebirth. How magnificent! Ning Qiutang felt a chill envelop her. A return to the normal plot would merely lead to a repeat of past tragedies, leaving her without a grave. What, then, was the meaning of her rebirth? Jiang Sheng grasped her hand, his cold, indifferent gaze fixed on Shen Wanwan. I will kill you. I surely will. He then directly led Ning Qiutang away. Shen Wanwan violently shoved the books off the table, her face etched with anger and frustration. wishing for death to come to them all. Host, you have violated the employee regulations. What now? Are you going to kill me? I apologize, host. I lack the authority to determine your life. However, according to our mutually signed contract, you have violated employee regulations. Specifically Rules 5, 23, and 86. You will lose all system abilities and privileges. This system shall serve you for the last time. Shen Wanwan coldly scoffed. Get lost. In the small garden downstairs, Jiang Sheng looked at her dazed expression with concern. I will take a leave for you. Let us visit Dr. Zhao. Jiang Sheng, do you think I can survive this time? Ning Qiutang realized how naive she had been. How could one win against fate? Jiang Sheng met her gaze with determination. Even if I die, you will live well. Ning Qiutang suddenly felt a wave of shame. You would unconditionally sacrifice for me. Is that so strange? Every male lead in novels gives everything for the ones they love. I will not be outdone. Jiang Sheng opened his arms, his eyes soft and indulgent as he gazed at her. Ning Qiutang hesitated momentarily before surrendering to his embrace, reveling in the sanctuary it provided. Jiang Sheng, you need not compare yourself to anyone. In my eyes, you are the undisputed king, unmatched by anyone. Regarding the visit to Dr. Zhao, I truly need to see him. Jiang Sheng did not inquire further, merely acquiescing. All right, we shall go together after school. Those who had been eavesdropping exchanged glances. Yu Zhao's lips curled into a smile, nearly rivaling the sun. As expected of my ship, it's simply sweet. Sweet? I find it a bit strange. Their vibe seems akin to that of parting from life and death. Liu Chen, perceptive as a detector, noticed the numerous oddities between the two. Chen Jinxi shot him a glare. Can't you express yourself more pleasantly? Such ill fortune. Zhao Linru raised an eyebrow, taking a few steps back. Jiang Sheng approached them. Is it pleasing to the eye? Yu Zhaojiao exclaimed in delight. Very much so. It would be even better if they could share a kiss. Ning Qiutang's cheeks flushed as she glared at her best friend, trying to silence her. Jiang Sheng, hands in pockets, chuckled softly. A kiss? Ning would be shy. Ning Qiutang's face turned crimson as she swiftly turned to leave. These people had no shame. Yu Zhaojiao hurried after her. Wait, I'm not saying anything more. Wait for me, darling. After school, Jiang Sheng and Ning Qiutang made their way to the hospital. Upon seeing them again, Dr. Zhao immediately sensed the change in their dynamic. Miss Ning, you seem quite happy lately. Jiang Sheng casually replied, of course, with me around, she is bound to be happy. Ning Qiutang felt a wave of embarrassment. His audacity was remarkable. Dr. Zhao, I would like you to hypnotize me. I seem to have forgotten something. Chapter 84. The recalled memories. Dr. Zhao glanced at her, fingers interlaced atop the desk, his computer positioned to the left. It is possible. But are you certain about what you have forgotten? Ning Qiutang touched the bloody words she had previously inscribed on her arm. I am certain. Dr. Zhao produced a small, frictionless spinning top resembling a miniature UFO. Please sit in that chair. Ning Qiutang looked back at the large, comfortable recliner, and then at Jiang Sheng. I will watch over you. Go ahead. Jiang Sheng's voice exuded an infinite sense of security, his spring-like gaze radiating a soft brilliance. Only in her presence did he exhibit such boundless tenderness. Ning Qiutang settled into the recliner, gradually lying back. Dr. Zhao approached with the spinning top, his voice transforming into a melodious tone. Look at the scenery outside the window. Is it not delightful? Shall we open the window to feel it? Is that all right? Following his suggestion, Ning Qiutang turned her head, observing a grand window. Dr. Zhao, standing beside her, gently spun the top on the table, setting it into rapid motion. Of course, reach out and touch the warm sunlight. Ning Qiutang extended her hand, feeling the warm rays of the sun, a smile breaking across her face. It's very comfortable, as if standing in the sunlight. However, when she turned back, she found neither Dr. Zhao nor Jiang Sheng present. Dr. Zhao, feeling a twinge of anxiety, she realized she was still seated in the recliner. But the surrounding scenery had transformed. She now stood in a vast grassland, the glaring sun above her. In the distance, she perceived someone and cautiously approached, discovering it was the vehicle they had been in during the previous accident. Just as she was about to get closer, a transparent wall appeared before her. Pushing against it yielded no movement. Upon closer inspection, she could hear their conversation. I wasn't blind at first. I became blind after discovering his secret. You must believe in Jiang Sheng. Only he can break this world cycle. This is the last chance. You must succeed. Each bead on that string is crucial. If they shatter, it signifies everyone's demise, leaving no power to oppose him. In a frenzy, she attempted to record this information, but it felt as if she were suddenly frozen. rendered incapable of any action. Afterward, she forgot everything, save for the words etched upon her arm. Ning Qiutang pounded against the glass wall, trying to call out to herself, but her voice did not carry through. This is the portion of your memory that you have forgotten. Do not attempt to speak. They cannot hear you. It was Dr. Zhao's voice. She turned to see him, clad in a white coat, exuding an air of professionalism and elegance, smiling gently. Ning Qiutang inquired, "Will I forget again?" "No, I have helped you recover it," Dr. Zhao assured her, pointing in another direction. "What lies beyond that door?" Ning Qiutang beheld a blood-red door, an instinctual sense of foreboding washing over her. "Do not open it." Dr. Zhao placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "This is your dream, your world. Do not fear." Ning Qiutang focused, her expression grave as she approached and placed her hand on the doorknob. "This is a memory from my past life." Dr. Zhao remained by her side, still smiling. "It seems you have forgotten the matters of your past life as well." Ning Qiutang shook her head. "That shouldn't be the case." "Then why not open it and see?" Dr. Zhao encouraged. Ning Qiutang steadied her resolve and pushed against the door with all her might. Yet, it would not budge. "I can't move it." Dr. Zhao pressed his hand against the door. "It seems the secret is significant. I truly cannot push it." Ning Qiutang pressed her entire body against the door. Exerting all her strength, she desperately yearned to know what lay beyond. Dr. Zhao withdrew his hand, glancing at the time. "The time is up." Ning Qiutang felt as though the ground beneath her feet transformed into water, and she suddenly plunged beneath the surface, struggling desperately. A suffocating sensation seized her, rendering her entire body rigid. The hand grasped hers, imparting a steadfast strength. She clung tightly to it, as if being rescued. Upon opening her eyes, Ning Qiutang jolted upright, gasping for breath. "Jiang Jingxing." Jiang Jingxing embraced her tightly, gently stroking her head. "It's all right. I'm here." What was wrong with her? Dr. Zhao placed the still spinning top into his pocket and merely remarked, "Don't worry." She has recalled a few things. The after effects of hypnosis can often feel like awakening from a grand dream. Gradually, Ning Qiutang regained her composure, lifting her gaze to Jiang Jingxing's familiar face, each contour etched deeply in her memory. Why are there only 4 beads left? She realized the significance of the prayer beads and seized the pale wrist of the youth, noting how the absence of 3 beads rendered it sparse and unappealing. Jiang Jingxing wiped away the moisture from the corner of her eye. "What happened?" "One broke when I went to rescue my elder brother. 1 bead equals 1 life. If they all shatter, we are doomed." Ning Qiutang recalled the previous 2 instances when beads had shattered. Once to save Jiang Jingxing himself, and once to save her. The third time would be to save his elder brother. Dr. Zhao, seemingly oblivious to their conversation, departed with the top, mumbling to himself. Jiang Jingxing, after listening, gazed at the remaining 4 beads. "That means we have 4 more chances to uncover the truth, yet we lack the means to retaliate." "Quite so." Ning Qiutang sensed the tension in the air. Jiang Jingxing helped her to her feet. "It seems we need to force that person out." Ning Qiutang concurred. The 2 intended to leave when Dr. Zhao called out to them. "Miss Ning, your ailment has been resolved. In fact, you never had depression. You merely insisted that you did." Ning Qiutang understood. "Then what about the medication you prescribed?" "Oh, just ordinary vitamins." Dr. Zhao watched them as they exited. Once outside, Ning Qiutang received a phone call. "Miss Ning Dong and Miss Bai are at the hotel. Do you wish to come?" "Yes, I'm on my way." Jiang Jingxing drove her there. Ning Qiutang sat behind him, wrapping her arms around his waist. "To the Century Grand Hotel. My father is with his mistress. I need to see for myself what is going on." Jiang Jingxing acted as her loyal companion, riding the bike to the location. Upon arriving at the hotel, they were immediately intercepted. "Miss, you cannot go up." These individuals were bodyguards of Ning Tingxiao. "Since you know who I am, step aside." Ning Qiutang glared at them, feeling uneasy. Could her father truly be unfaithful? The bodyguards remained dutiful. "Miss, Ning Dong has instructed that you are not to go up." Chapter 85. Who is the artist of the room full of paintings? This implied that her father was aware of her impending arrival. Jiang Jingxing stood before her. "You should see for yourself. I'll hold them back." Ning Qiutang exchanged a glance with him, their unspoken understanding deepening, and she quickly pressed the elevator button. Jiang Jingxing, with a casual flick of his fingers, exuded an air of charming defiance. He blocked the oncoming bodyguards. "Let her go up." "Jiang Xiao, please don't make this difficult for us." The bodyguards hesitated, for this was the Jiang family's young master, someone they could not confront. Jiang Jingxing positioned himself in front of the elevator doors, casting a glance at them. "Get lost." Consider it as though I've dealt with you. You can't win against me, so it'll suffice." The bodyguards exchanged glances, ultimately choosing to retreat, unwilling to provoke him. Ning Qiutang ascended smoothly to the 19th floor and spotted Secretary Yang lurking outside. She approached cautiously, bracing herself for the truth. "Miss, you've finally arrived." Secretary Yang pointed at the tightly shut door. Strange sounds emanating from within. A woman was shouting. "Open the door." Ning Qiutang felt compelled to witness the situation. If her father was indeed unfaithful, whether coerced or not, it would be sullied regardless. Secretary Yang handed her the room key, urging her to open it herself. "I can't." "You do it." After providing the key, she immediately retreated to hide. Ning Qiutang's expression darkened as she resolutely opened the door. The moment she did, she was met with a cacophony of suggestive sounds. The woman's cries became clearer. She stepped inside, turning on the lights, and soon beheld a woman on the bed, partially undressed, her limbs bound, crying out incessantly. At that moment, Ning Tingxiao emerged from another room. "Tang Tang, what are you doing here?" Ning Qiutang turned to see her father, impeccably dressed, displaying none of the peculiar behavior one might expect, as composed as a terracotta warrior. "What is going on?" she demanded directly. Ning Tingxiao, noting her presence, pulled her into the living room, shutting the door behind them. Disregarding the woman within, he addressed the woman calmly. "I had a business associate whom I trusted implicitly. But unexpectedly, in his quest to compete for the same contract, he turned against me, and this woman is part of his scheme. The first time I found myself in bed with her, I thought I had betrayed you, only to later realize she was orchestrating the entire affair. I've been playing the long game to make him pay." Ning Tingxiao rubbed his eyes, fatigued by the situation. Ning Qiutang grasped the situation and asked, puzzled, "Then why can't you tell Mom? Do you not trust your wife?" "It's not about trust. It's about the inability to disclose. You wouldn't understand. And besides, your mother and I are genuinely headed for divorce. And it's not solely due to this matter." Ning Tingxiao's face was etched with exhaustion, clearly tormented by the ordeal. Ning Qiutang suspected it was related to him, for he was adept at silencing others. "Father, have you truly forgotten how happy our family once was? Have you forgotten how deeply you and Mother loved each other? I respect your choices, but do you truly wish to let go? There is still hope for reconciliation. Must you allow this marriage to reach its final grave? Mother still loves you. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so distracted these past few days, hiding away to cry at night." Ning Tingxiao sighed, appearing conflicted, a burden too heavy to articulate. "In truth, I can endure anything as long as you and your mother are well. This place is not meant for you. You should return." He began to usher her away, hoping to preserve her innocence, believing some things were best left untouched, that she should not bear sorrow. Ning Qiutang stood her ground, locking eyes with her father. "I am no longer a child. While adults have their own perspectives, please do not make any decisions you may regret later. Father, you know what kind of person Mother is. If you divorce now, it will be impossible to reconcile in this lifetime." Ning Tingxiao lowered his head, seemingly pondering his daughter's words. Ning Qiutang turned to leave. Outside, she spotted Jiang Jingsheng engrossed in his phone. They then made their way to the Jiang residence. The death of Jiang Jingsheng's parents was also a significant event. In the past few days, many had come to pay their respects, and luxury cars lined the street outside the Jiang residence. The Jiang family was livelier than ever, yet an undercurrent of desolation permeated the atmosphere. The crowd was overwhelming. Jiang Jingsheng led Ning Qiutang to his courtyard. "Are you hungry? I'll have the kitchen prepare something for you." Jiang Jingsheng wiped the sweat from her brow. Indeed, it was a hot day. Ning Qiutang nodded. "Please make something light and easy to digest. Grandma Jiang hasn't eaten much." "All right, wait here while I check outside." Jiang Jingsheng noticed a message and stepped out to address it. Ning Qiutang settled onto the swing, reminiscing about how she had longed to sit on it in her previous life, only for Jiang Jingsheng to burn it without hesitation. What an infuriating turn of events. She rose and ventured into his room. Girls are naturally curious. She wondered what Jiang Jingsheng's room looked like at his age. Would it be plastered with posters like others? Upon opening the door, she was taken aback to find the room adorned with sketches. She picked one up from the floor. The drawing depicted a girl, albeit faceless. Why does every sketch lack a face? Is it me? She felt that the figure's posture and aura were distinct from her own. When Jiang Jingsheng returned and saw her examining the sketches, comparing them one by one, he asked, "Why does it seem that each of your drawings represents different individuals?" Initially, Ning Qiutang thought he might be sketching someone he admired, But now she surmised he was searching for someone. Yet, without knowing what the person looked like, he was likely attempting to recreate their image based on fragmented memories. I don't know who she is. She appears differently in every dream I have. But one thing remains. She is always faceless. Jiang Jingxing gazed at her, casually holding up a sketch to compare. Ning Qiutang shielded her face with the paper. Is it me? Jiang Jingxing seized her wrist, allowing the paper to drop to the floor. The youth smirked, a devilish grin illuminating his features. No. These are the people I have killed. They deserve to die for daring to usurp your place. Ning Qiutang suddenly understood. That explained the emotionless quality of the sketches, some imbued with a chilling intent to kill. Where did you go just now? Qinjianxi and the others have arrived, stirring up a bit of trouble. Jiangxing took her hand and led her out, opening the door to the opposite room. This is where I sleep. You will stay here tonight. I can go home. Ning Qiutang felt a sense of unease, her palms slightly damp with sweat, wishing to retreat, yet she felt as if she were being drawn into his world, as if she would be confined within it. Jiang Sheng grasped her wrist, and the expression of hurt on his face as he saw her retreat sent a pang of disappointment through his sharp gaze. I thought you would stay with me. How pitiful. Ning Qiutang's heart softened in an instant. Chapter 86. The winter wind sweeps across 8,000 miles. Ning, please do not reject me. You know I have no parents. Jiang Sheng held her hand tightly, pulling her closer, refusing to let her retreat. His deep, shadowy eyes burned like the scorching heat of July, overwhelming her with an endless tide of affection, claiming her heart entirely. Ning Qiutang lifted her gaze to him, raising her hand as if to stroke his head, but hesitated, feeling it might not align with his aloof demeanor. Just as she was about to withdraw her hand, Jiangxing obediently bowed his head, his quiet eyes resembling a grand confession, revealing utter loyalty as they fixed upon her. Go ahead and touch. For the first time, Ning Qiutang saw a docile side to the reckless youth, devoid of aggression. Akin to a devoted dog revealing its soft belly, begging for affection, she placed her hand on his thick, lush hair, gently stroking it. Finding it somewhat coarse yet oddly ticklish, a smile danced on her lips as her gaze softened. Jiang Sheng, I know you do not seek pity or sympathy from others, but my heart aches for you. She mourned for his loss of parents and felt sorrow for him. Only 19, yet fighting with all his strength. Though the truth eluded her, she sensed that Jiang Sheng must have done so much for her sake, and her own rebirth had to be directly tied to him, if there truly were deities in this world. Jiangxing would undoubtedly be the god who saves everyone, the god who softens her heart. Jiangxing gazed at her in surprise, clearly unsettled inside. He had always felt an insurmountable distance between them. Yet there were fleeting moments when their hearts were tightly intertwined. The winter wind sweeps across 8,000 miles. Turning back is the shore and also spring. Ning, I am your only true believer. Devoted to my God, the one and only moon in this world, never betraying my God, even if it means sacrificing everything. Ning Qiutang could distinctly hear the rapid beating of her heart, that uncontrollable love flooding her entire being. She realized she was fond of Jiangxing. Her autumnal eyes shimmered with signals resonating with him. Jiangxing wrapped his arms around her waist, his gentle fingers caressing her cheek, lost in the tenderness reflected in her eyes. Inching closer to her lips, Ning Qiutang felt a whirlwind of emotions, her heart racing as she gazed into his eyes, overflowing with boundless love. Her fingers clutched her clothes tightly. This time, she had no desire to evade him. Their breaths mingled, and her cheeks flushed crimson as she instinctively closed her eyes. Third brother, grandfather is looking for you. An outsider's voice shattered their intimate atmosphere. Ning Qiutang anxiously covered his mouth, the courage she had just mustered evaporating in an instant. She blinked, unsure of what to do. Jiangsheng lifted his gaze, no longer gentle, his eyes cold as he regarded the unexpected guest at the door, pulling Ning Qiutang behind him, visibly displeased. Jiang Jinyan clicked his tongue, casting a suggestive glance over them. Ahem, I saw nothing. He turned to leave, knowing third brother was ruthless. It's over. Ning Qiutang awkwardly extricated her hand, saying, You go out first. I'll find grandma. Had she truly lost her senses just now? Jiang Sheng gazed at her with a lingering look, resignedly stepping outside. Ning Qiutang composed herself, her heart still fluttering, and hurried to find Grandma Jiang. Grandma Jiang had been preoccupied with worries all day, while an aunt fanned her, yet the old lady's face still bore a heavy sorrow. Grandma, the kitchen has made fish porridge, and I haven't eaten anything either. Let's eat together. She carried the porridge inside, Upon hearing her voice, Grandma Jiang's expression shifted slightly, touched that the girl had come to keep her company. Why hasn't this girl returned home yet? Did you not wish to accompany Grandma? Ning Qiutang placed the bowl and chopsticks before her. Watching as Grandma Jiang heartily drank the porridge, relishing it more than any food vlogger. How could Grandma Jiang not recognize her granddaughter's thoughtfulness? She took a spoonful and said, the porridge cooked today is delicious. It must be made with fish broth. Should be, Grandma. You know, Tang Tang only knows how to eat, not how it's cooked. You're the amazing one. You can tell the flavor just from one taste. Seeing Grandma Jiang eating, Ning Qiutang felt a sense of relief. The death of Jiang Sheng's parents had evidently cast a huge shadow over the Jiang family. Grandma Jiang smiled, her mood lifting considerably upon seeing her. Life is always about birth, aging, sickness, and death. While I am saddened, I do not dwell on its just that Jiang Sheng can no longer be so reckless. This child should have been nurtured with utmost love and affection, experiencing the greatest happiness in life, supporting the future of the Jiang family. Grandma, you need not worry. Jiang Sheng has never disappointed anyone. Ning Qiutang understood the heavy expectations of her elders. Jiang Sheng was the heir of the Jiang family. Having received more than others from a young age, though his parents were often absent, he had never lacked love. A Jiang Sheng like this should indeed be the strongest pillar of the family. Grandma Jiang gazed at her meaningfully. And what about you, my dear? Ning Qiutang looked at her in confusion, unsure of what she meant. Grandma Jiang set down her half-finished bowl of porridge, wiping her mouth. What I mean is, do you still wish to break the engagement? Ning Qiutang hesitated, yet she mused. Their feelings would not be shackled by an ethereal engagement. If they were truly meant to be, any obstacles would be easily overcome. Even if I annulled the engagement 99 times, he would propose 100 times in that kind of adoration. In the end, matters of the heart are decided by you both. Previously, we restrained you from breaking the engagement, fearing you might regret it and miss out. But seeing how clear your hearts are, there is no need for excessive worry. I hope to witness your marriage within my lifetime. It may not necessarily be about you being together, but rather that you both find your own happiness. Grandma Jiang felt her heart lighten, having less of the burdensome weight, patting her granddaughter's hand, feeling more at ease. Ning Qiutang nodded, assuring her that she would. Later, she returned to Jiang Sheng's courtyard. The Jiang residence was brightly lit, as the mourning period lasted 7 days, with cremation and burial occurring after the 7th day. Having just finished her shower, she saw Jiang Sheng returning. Their eyes met. Jiang Sheng fixed his gaze upon her. Are you going to sleep? Don't you have class tomorrow? What's wrong? Ning Qiutang hurriedly climbed into bed, wrapping herself in a blanket. However, Jiang Sheng said, let us go to the Qingmu sanatorium to watch the surveillance video. Ning Qiutang looked at him in bewilderment. Right now? Yes, now. Jiang Sheng retrieved her coat. Reluctantly, she got out of bed, donned her coat, slipped into her slippers, and followed him outside. On the way, she asked, are you unable to sleep? Chapter 87. The truth in the video. Life and death. As Jiang Sheng drove, he replied, I feel prepared. I can accept any outcome. However, Ning Qiutang began to feel inexplicably nervous, uncertain if the surveillance videos would reveal the truth about her rebirth or the circumstances surrounding her previous death. When we watch the surveillance video, if it reveals the truth of your rebirth or your death, and it was indeed my doing, you can shoot me. Jiang Sheng tossed her the gun he had previously retrieved. He felt a lack of certainty, an underlying sense of unease, knowing that all that remained hidden would be unveiled behind that door. Yes, previously, he had refrained from watching out of fear that the truth would not align with his wishes, and also out of concern that their tenuous relationship would once again become precarious. Ning Qiutang grasped the weighty gun in her hand. All right. After that, they fell silent. When they arrived at the lake behind the sanatorium, they both stepped out of the car, their minds heavy with unspoken thoughts. Jiang Sheng walked ahead, pulling out as he inserted the key into the lock. He turned back to Jiang Sheng responded by opening the door. Standing silently for a moment before stepping inside, Ning Qiutang followed him in. The wooden cabin was sparsely furnished, containing only a computer and a chair. Jiang Sheng gestured for her to sit, then powered on the computer. As the machine booted up, an unspoken tension hung between them, the fragile trust they had painstakingly built now seemingly on the brink of collapse. The dim light of the cabin cast shadows, and as the computer screen illuminated, a plethora of video files appeared on the desktop. Without hesitation, Jiang Sheng calmly clicked on the first video. Ning Qiutang's breath quickened involuntarily as she fixed her gaze on the screen. Her expression inscrutable, The video depicted Jiangxing's arrival at the sanatorium, bound by various restraints, his inability to move forcing him to fixate on the camera lens. The initial videos followed this grim narrative until he was finally permitted to leave the confinement room. The moment he tasted freedom, he lashed out, injuring others and proclaiming that they were all illusions, that the entire world was a fade. This tumultuous behavior persisted for a week until he was confined once more. Though this time without restraints, he took to writing Ning Qiutang's name on the walls with chalk, occasionally exhibiting erratic behavior. Ning Qiutang glanced at Jiangxing, sensing a depth of madness within him. Jiangxing watched intently, for he had no recollection of these events. The preceding month had been a haze, but the following month heralded a transformation that he ceased to harm others and turned his violence inward. Using any sharp or dangerous object as a means of self-mutilation, he did not hesitate to plunge scissors into his own chest, leaving a trail of scars, and on one occasion, due to a doctor's negligence, he nearly bled to death. Yet, within the confines of the video, both of them heard his anguished cries. "Why are you not here in this life? Ning Qiutang, where are you?" Ning Qiutang felt a surge of panic, her heart tightening painfully as she glanced at the boy beside her. Jiangxing's eyes were unfathomable, dark depths concealing an impenetrable abyss. Strangely, every time he teetered on the brink of death, he somehow survived, his wounds miraculously healing overnight, while the inhabitants of the sanatorium remained oblivious to his plight. 2 weeks later, a new figure entered Jiangxing's life. Yumoli. The surveillance footage, though incomplete, captured Yumoli's evident curiosity toward Jiangxing. As she repeatedly asked him, "Can you see him at night?" "Who?" "A man in a white coat. That I can't see him, but you keep talking to him." Jiangxing silenced her. One night, Yumoli awoke in terror. Trembling in a corner, crying, "Don't come any closer," she proclaimed, "Even if the world is but a dream, I have Lu Fei's voice. I fear not the falsehood of this world, but the thought of his absence driving me to despair. Even if you blind me, plunging my world into darkness, I believe that the day I reunite with Lu Fei will be a day when flowers bloom everywhere, and he will tell me he loves me. I am not afraid of you." The screen went black, as if to say, "You have lost your world." They watched until 5 in the morning, both feeling an unsettling dread creeping over them. Jiangxing saved Yumoli and recited the words she had once shared with Ning Qiutang. Then, he set the sanatorium ablaze. Clad in a patient's gown, the boy taunted the figure within, demanding, "If you want me to live, return her to me. Otherwise, this world shall vanish with her." The inferno consumed everything. Yet by the next day, everything returned to its original state. Everyone was back, unaware that they had perished in the flames, their eyes betraying a hollow, puppet-like emptiness that last. Jiangxing returned to a semblance of normalcy. He no longer sought death nor inflicted harm upon others. The final video commenced. As Jiangxing clicked to play, he appeared somewhat disoriented. "Jiangxing, when you watch this video, our little Rose must have returned. First, let me clarify a few truths you yearn to know. Firstly, what is this world? It is, without doubt, a fictional realm crafted from a novel, yet we have transformed it into reality through 100,000 cycles. Death is but rebirth, and everyone in this world is real." The second question, why are the prayer beads our hearts? When the world first perished, I excavated my heart and buried it in a graveyard. With each cycle of suffering, its power grows. 7 beads represent 70,000 hearts, which embody 100,000 I love yous. The third query, who is he? A vain being who does not allow our mistakes to exist, erasing them time and again, but I know that loving our little Rose is never a mistake, and he cannot destroy it. We have fought tooth and nail for a chance at negotiation. This is the final rebirth of this world, and the opportunity is singular. Do not fail. Finally, the truth about the little Rose's rebirth. She never remembers me, yet she loves me every time, even if she is but a replicated program. I love her, but I wish for her to truly live. Hence this elaborate scheme that my love for her surpasses all. Yet this time, she will surely hate me. That it matters not. One life for another. You understand my meaning. The video abruptly ceased. Silence enveloped the cabin, chilling in its intensity. Ning Qiutang pondered over his last words. What does one life for another truly mean? Jiangxing recalled everything, yet the most crucial detail eluded him. Had he truly taken Ning Qiutang's life? The video revealed everything yet failed to clarify this. Ning, the meaning of one life for another is that I die, and you live. There remained one last truth, approximately 200,000 words to unravel. Chapter 88. Year after year, never to meet, there exists a feeling, born from the heart, a profound affection whose origin is unknown. Ning Qiutang embodied such a sentiment. The extreme repression of emotions from her past life filled her heart. And the phrase one life for another sheltered her in a haven, haunting her with its tragic conclusion. The tragedy lay not in her own suffering, but in their repeated, unhesitating choices of one another, only to meet with sorrow and desolation. No, it should not be like this. Jiangxing, you know better than anyone the solitude of your own existence in the twilight, a solitary grave. Will you allow me to spend my remaining years in longing for you? If I had never possessed self-awareness before, then amidst the countless cycles, I must certainly remember how I loved you. I died so young, while you lived to a ripe old age. A century of solitude is a torment beyond measure. You exhausted every effort to grant me a genuine and romantic world. Yet if this world lacks you, or if you never existed, how am I to yearn for you? As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Her misty gaze resembling Berlin in winter, a desolate city devoid of spring. It dawned on Ning Qiutang that throughout all these cycles, they had never possessed one another. What an immense regret that must be. And what force of nature could scatter the unresolved pain of countless partings? Our conclusion ought not to be one life lost and another spared, even if we are separated year after year. We must cherish each dawn and dusk in remembrance. You cannot die, nor will I. This time, I will face the cataclysmic end of the world with you. There shall be no next life. I only hope for the arrival of spring in this one. Jiangxing's brow furrowed with concern as his fingers gently brushed the corners of her eyes, wiping away her tears that flowed like rivers, drowning him in a tempest of despair. He embraced her, all emotions converging in the depths of his heart, and said, I seem to know what must be done. Perhaps it no longer mattered whether he had been the one to kill Ning Qiutang. His original intention was to keep her at a distance, to make her despise him, so that if he were to perish, she would not be consumed by longing. Yet, upon realizing that his little Rose had returned, he could not help but draw closer to her, longing for that which seemed so difficult to attain. Ning Qiutang wept softly, the sorrow she had hidden away all along stemming solely from him. Do not give up. Do you hear me? Yes, I will never give up on you. Jiangxing's voice was thick with emotion. This ending was one he could not predict, yet he gently vowed to save her with all his strength. The sound of a bead falling to the ground resonated sharply. As they parted, they noticed the shattered prayer beads. Ning Qiutang stifled her tears, crouching to gather the fragments. Earlier you said these were your hearts. So I placed the broken pieces in a small glass jar. She wrapped the shards in a handkerchief, intending to store them away upon her return. Jiangxing gazed at her with utmost tenderness, his heart entangled in a web of emotions, feeling an unbearable ache. Go back, he urged. Having finished reading, they were ready to depart. Ning Qiutang nodded, and the two of them left in succession as they stepped out of the Qingmu sanatorium. A sudden blaze erupted behind them, flames soaring into the sky, devoid of warmth as they consumed the past. The grand edifice was instantaneously reduced to ashes, as if it had never existed. Ning Qiutang turned to gaze at the eerie inferno, feeling as though someone within it was mocking their audacity, a divine retribution warning them that the world was dying because of them, and there would be no escape. Jiangxing stared intently at the long-awaited inferno that had been brewing for 4 years, a chilling smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. Victory and defeat have never been a matter of life and death. As long as everyone survives, the rules you impose will cease to exist. Can you truly annihilate me and everyone else? Ning Qiutang stood resolutely by his side. The greatness of humanity lies in its unwavering resilience. Fate is never held by a single individual. It is the aspiration for the stars and the seas that renders life splendid as a song. The towering flames gradually extinguished, and the Qingmu sanatorium vanished entirely. The following day, the two headed to school together. Upon spotting them, Yu Zhaozhao rubbed her eyes vigorously, astonished at how these two had suddenly become so affectionate overnight. Ning Qiutang pushed the youth leaning against her aside, and Jiangxing, ever so clingy, returned with his arm draped over her shoulder, their posture exuding intimacy. But can't you be a little more discreet? There are so many people around, Ning Qiutang exclaimed. Jiangxing nonchalantly lifted his gaze to survey those nearby. They aren't even looking at us. Why should I care? Ning Qiutang was left speechless. His shamelessness rendered him indifferent to others' opinions. No matter how she tried, she could not withdraw her hand from his grasp. Yu Zhaozhao could no longer tolerate it. Their public display of affection was utterly inconsiderate. Jiangxing was as clingy as a cotton candy now. Ning Qiutang hurriedly pushed Jiangxing away and pulled Yu Zhaozhao towards the classroom. Forget him. Jiangxing watched her ascend the stairs before turning to return to his own class. Qinzhensi had been waiting impatiently. Upon seeing him, he quickly jumped out of the window, Third brother, you're finally here. We've prepared the funds. Jiangxing entered, and Zhao Linru and the others each produced a card, 10 million each. What exactly shall we gift on graduation day? Chen Jinxi was filled with curiosity, eager to make it grand. Finally ready to leave after 3 years. Once seated, Jiangxing also took out a card, tapping one of them with his finger. This card is for blowing up the school. This one for setting up competition prizes. This one for hiring people to organize the graduation ceremony. And this one to buy a plane for fun. The three exchanged bewildered glances. Is this enough? And blowing up the school. What do you mean by competition prizes? Hiring half the entertainment industry for the graduation ceremony. 10 million won't suffice. And what's the point of buying a plane? Isn't that still for those like Luffy and Lin Ziyuan? Zhang Sheng was merely leading the way. They would undoubtedly contribute. Not to mention Lin Ziyuan, the student council president. Blowing up the school means rebuilding a new building. The competition is exclusive to seniors. I've hidden 100 boxes around the school, each corresponding to an amount of money. Those who find them can redeem cash. Buying a plane is simply for show, Jiangxing casually explained, treating it as a game. Chen Jinxi couldn't fathom why third brother was so invested in the graduation party, orchestrating so much. Zhao Linru inquired. Third brother, you don't do things without reason. What exactly are you planning? Liu Chen's fox-like eye sparkled. Youth is essential. Third brother shows great benevolence. Could it be that he wishes to create an unforgettable finale for our youth through this graduation party, more or less? Everyone should awaken now. Jiangxing had always been in search of a way to awaken everyone, repeatedly experimenting to discover that any frenzied emotion served as a breakthrough. Chapter 89. Go see him. He is dying. Chen Jinxi spoke without guile. Indeed, today's students are far too lifeless. A shocking and unforgettable graduation ceremony would certainly revive everyone. He failed to grasp the deeper meaning in Jiangxing's words. However, Zhao Linru and Li Yuchen sensed the underlying significance. Li Yuchen half-joked. It feels like everyone else, besides us, is akin to NPCs. Chen Jinxi, oblivious, added. That's just because they face immense academic pressure. Who has the luxury to indulge like you? Zhao Linru nearly rolled her eyes that you're just as robotic. Jiangxing displayed no visible emotion, his voice calm. Everyone is the protagonist of their own story, yet the vibrant vitality is pitifully scarce. Thus, this graduation ceremony will usher in a continuous flow of life. Chen Jinxi widened his eyes in disbelief. Wow, as expected of our righteous Jiangxing, he has turned over a new leaf overnight. Is the power of love truly this transformative? Zhao Linru smacked him on the head. Are you made of tofu? Third brother has never genuinely fallen from grace, with such high expectations of him. Do you think he possesses any sense? Li Yuchen, the best friend, struck a blunt chord. Chen Jinxi's cheeks flushed. Who says that? I'm smarter than all of you. Jiangxing pulled out a book to shield his face. You all can go outside to settle it. Whoever wins gets to decide. The three immediately complied. Ning Qiutang, engrossed in her book while listening to Yu Jiaojiao, managed to multitask without issue. For the graduation ceremony, we should put on a performance, Yu Jiaojiao suggested eagerly. I think I should debut. That way, I can be closer to my idol. Yu Jiaojiao pondered whether they should sing or dance. Tang Tang, aren't you skilled in all arts? What should we perform? Ning Qiutang replied affectionately. Anything is fine. It's up to you. How about you play the piano while I dance? Yu Jiaojiao knew that this meant they would definitely complement each other well. Ning Qiutang had no objections. Next week is the graduation ceremony. Right? Is there enough time? Of course. We're exceptional, Yu Jiaojiao assured confidently. It's just a week, not a day. Having practiced dance since elementary school, they were sure they could pull it off seamlessly. Ning Qiutang nodded. Then we should select the background music. If we're performing, we must do it with heart. All right, I'll find something. Yu Jiaojiao finally quieted down, donning headphones to search for songs and choreograph. Ning Qiutang noticed a message on her phone. A text from a stranger requested her to step outside. The number belonged to Shen Wanwan, who had previously called her. She showed the screenshot to Jiangxing. Go ahead. I'll follow you discreetly, Jiangxing replied. Ning Qiutang was also curious about what this person wanted. She slipped out through the back door. As she passed the building across the way, Jiangxing emerged, trailing behind her. In the deserted laboratory, Ning Qiutang spotted Shen Wanwan, who had her back turned, gazing downstairs. I'm here. Shen Wanwan did not turn around, but leaned against the wall, stating, the current level of narrative collapse has reached 50%. The world is in a countdown to destruction that I don't want to die. Let us cooperate. Ning Qiutang understood her desire to survive. No sane person would wish for death. It seems you've been abandoned. What value do you hold for us to collaborate? Who says I have no value? My greatest value lies in being the female lead of this book. Whoever I choose becomes the new male lead. Or do you have a better way to save the world? Shin Wanwan's voice was ethereal, her mysterious tone suggesting they wouldn't refuse her. But you chose Qiutang. It seems that it's not working out. Ning Qiutang felt no jealousy over her status as the female lead, for she was no longer anyone's sidekick, nor the malicious supporting actress. Shin Wanwan laughed, her arrogance unabated. He isn't incapable. Rather, you all are too competent. Consider it a plea from me. Can you just tone it down a bit? Are you all so happy to see the world vanish? Would you be satisfied if everyone perished? Don't try to morally coerce me. Whether the world ends is another matter. What have we done to make you so anxious? Ning Qiutang remained unfazed. Her words held no bite. Shin Wanwan admired the woman's calmness. A normal person would be fearful and anxious knowing the world was on the brink of death. You've been undermining the narrative, accelerating the world's collapse. Can you please stop meddling with the plot? You don't need to seek the truth anymore. If you want to survive, trust me. Ning Qiutang felt she was merely spouting nonsense. Is that all? If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Wait, have you not contacted Lu Washu? Go see him. If you continue to be marginalized by the plot, you will die. Shin Wanwan finally turned, her face radiant as she looked at Ning Qiutang and the unable to hold back Jiang Xing. You both seem closer now. Do you feel happy? Ning Qiutang, you're truly foolish. Having killed him, you still wish to love him. And it's not just once, but countless times. Your affection for him is truly laughable. Jiang Sheng's expression darkened, his gaze fixed on the cunning woman. His fingers clenched tightly, his dark eyes resembling ink paintings, eternally entwined in black and white, cold and merciless. Do you wish to become mute? Ning Qiutang grasped the emotionally volatile youth's arm, turning to face the meticulously crafted woman. No need to sow discord. I know what I'm doing. I trust my heart, but you seem to be anxiously watching the countdown. Everyone must die. Learn to accept it. Her laughter was as light as a cloud, utterly unperturbed by her words. As though a punch had landed on cotton, Jiang Xing was pulled away by her. Just before they returned to the classroom, he could not help but inquire, who exactly is Lu Washu? Ning Qiutang gazed at him with a complex expression and replied, in my previous life, I almost married him. He did so much for me, and I caused him great harm, ruining his life. A twinge of jealousy stirred within Jiang Xing. He feared that Ning Qiutang could love both him and another. Yet, it seemed he could endure the presence of a third party. Damn it. How could he possibly share his love with anyone else? So, for now, do nothing. After school, let us go see him together. Ning Qiutang felt a twinge of discomfort upon hearing that Lu Washu might die. He was a good person, and good people deserve to live long lives. Jiang Xing merely acknowledged her with a hum. After they had all departed, Shin Wanwan examined the narrative arrangements on the system panel. Qiutang, the villain, seemed utterly useless. Villains are supposed to commit evil deeds, she mused. Her thoughts were maturing rapidly. She considered herself a genius. After school, Ning Qiutang left with Jiang Xing, aware of Lu Wangshu's whereabouts and his phone number. On their way to find him, she tentatively asked, Jiang Xing, could I give him a prayer bead? With one bead given to Lu Washu, only two would remain. Jiang Xing sighed in agreement at the sight of her guilt-ridden expression. Sure, he poses no threat to me. It is better to sever your lingering thoughts now than to let them haunt you later. Ning Qiutang was momentarily rendered speechless, as if he were implying she was fickle. They soon arrived at Lu Wangshu's residence, only to find no one home when they knocked. Ning Qiutang was about to call Lu Wangshu. A figure approached from behind. Who are you? The secretary, recognizing them as the Jiang family's young master and the Ning family's young lady, turned to face them. Ning Qiutang, sensing his recognition, inquired, We're here to see Mr. Lu. We have matters to discuss. The secretary promptly opened the door. Mr. Lu has been ill and is currently hospitalized. I was just bringing him some daily necessities. Then let us head there together, Ning Qiutang said, slightly furrowing her brow. Realizing the gravity of the situation, was this the power of the narrative, detached from the tree of life of the storyline? All would lose their lives. The secretary collected the items and led them to the hospital. Lu Wangshu, insisting on working, was finishing up a meeting with the company's executives. As he closed his laptop, he noticed his returning secretary and was pleasantly surprised to see Ning Qiutang. Miss Ning, how did you know I was here? Jiang Sheng, seeing his delight, casually remarked, because you're about to die. We came to check on you. Lu Wangshu responded, it's just a minor illness. Ning Qiutang tugged at Jiang Sheng's sleeve, urging him to temper his words. Finding them rather presumptuous, my apologies, Mr. Lu. He tends to speak so bluntly. Please don't take offense. Lu Wangshu observed that their relationship seemed more intimate than before and gently furrowed his brow. It's no trouble. It's only human nature. Rivals are naturally at odds. Jiangxing scoffed. You don't count. Ning Qiutang stated bluntly, but you do seem rather unwell. Indeed, our Lu was quite healthy before. His semi-annual checkups showed no issues. Yet suddenly he fell ill. The doctors can't seem to determine the cause, and Lu has been suffering. The secretary interjected. Lu Wangshu coughed several times, suddenly spitting blood into his palm. His complexion paling as he failed to comprehend the sudden turn of events. The secretary hurriedly offered him a tissue and rushed to call a doctor. Witnessing this, Ning Qiutang quickly handed him a prayer bead. This bead has been blessed at the temple. The master said it's powerful. Given your condition, why not try wearing it? Lu Wangshu stared at the black bead in his hand, puzzled. Why? Because you are a good person. Ning Qiutang's reasoning was simple. She wished for him to live well. You must wear it properly and never take it off. It could truly save your life. Trust me. She was about to say more when Jiangxing impatiently pulled her away, asserting that having given him the bead, he would surely survive. Lu Wangshu seemed to sense a continuous stream of energy flowing from the bead into his palm, like a gentle spring rain nurturing life without a sound. He stood there, mesmerized, tightly clutching the bead as they departed. Outside, Ning Qiutang raised her gaze to the boy's frosty demeanor and smiled. You can be jealous too. What can I say? I like you, Jiangxing replied with a hint of pride. Firmly clasping her hand to affirm their evolving relationship, they walked side by side, their shadows stretching behind them. Shenwanan followed them to the hospital, disguising herself as a nurse to approach Lu Wangshu. Pushing open the ward door, she saw Lu Wangshu had hung the prayer bead around his neck. Detecting a slowdown in his life force, she realized the bead's power was countering the narrative. Thus, if she obtained the bead, a retreat would be possible. Theoretically, at least. Just as she was about to act, the two returned. Ning Qiutang instantly recognized the woman's malicious intent and felt an urge to kill. Shen Wanwan. Is this your idea of cooperation? Shen Wanwan jumped at the sound of their voices, stepping back upon seeing them return unexpectedly. That you've played right into our hands. Jiangxing approached, completely ignoring the shimmering golden threads surrounding him, which seemed to avoid him as he moved. You can design a plan against us, but we can't turn the tables. Sensing their intentions, Shen Wanwan wasted no time in striking, knowing failure meant death at their hands. Golden threads cascaded from Jiangxing, weighing heavily upon him, and he frowned, seemingly unable to move. In a swift moment, Shen Wanwan made her escape. Ning Qiutang felt utterly powerless. She was frozen in place, as if something heavy pressed down upon her. All she could do was watch Shen Wanwan flee. She had escaped this time, but next time, she would surely come back with a heart set on destruction. Soon, she found herself able to move again. Jiangxing turned to her, his gaze filled with complexity. Meanwhile, Lu Wangshu had fainted on the hospital bed. This one do. It seems Shen Wanwan has realized the bead's significance that we stopped her this time. But we cannot keep a constant watch over Lu Wangshu. As long as she hasn't obtained the bead, she will always covet it. Ning Qiutang found the issue exceedingly troublesome. Jiangxing glanced at the unconscious man. Let him swallow the bead. Ning Qiutang was taken aback. Is that even possible? It is. The effect will be the same. Jiangxing approached, tore the bead from Lu Wangshu, and pried his mouth open to shove the bead inside. Ning Qiutang quickly fetched a cup of water. Jiangxing, lacking the finesse to care for someone, especially a rival, rudely poured the water down Lu Wangshu's throat. Once everything was resolved, they finally left. Shen Wanwan hid in the hallway. Who attacked just now? It was the mastermind. Additionally, the boss has a task for you. As long as you kill Ning Qiutang, you can leave. How do I kill her? This is the blade of order, specifical.